I think it's sub-Saharan Africa. John Paul Jones. That's the issue. Sub-Saharan Africa, not North Africa. But please, I'd like to hear from you, John Paul, so I can know what your views are. Praise the Lord, oh my soul. I'm gonna praise the Lord, oh my soul. Oh, praise the Lord, oh my soul. Praise the Lord, oh my soul. I'm gonna praise the Lord, oh my soul. Yes, I will praise the Lord, oh my soul. Mm, 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 oh my soul. Mm, 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 mm. Let's tap the screen. We're going to 2,000 likes. I'm gonna praise the Lord, oh my soul. 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 Check. 1, 2. Praise the Lord, oh my soul. Praise the Lord, oh my soul. We're waiting for the 2,000 likes. Let's get started. I think it's because the likes are not coming in fast enough, so it's always, it's like, I think this happened yesterday also. Okay, let's begin. Chapter 52. Chapter 52 of the first book of Adam. So let's see. Chapter 62. Thank you, Father. All right, let's get started. Let's pray before we start. Thank you, Father, for this day. We bless your name. You are holy, you are true, you are good. Your mercy endures forever. We thank you for everything you've done. We open our hearts to you this morning. We humble our hearts. We open our minds. We ask that you speak to us as we discuss. We ask that you bring people whose hearts you want to change. We pray for the troubles we see in the precious land. We ask that you let your hand be with them, that you let your presence cause mighty deliverances in the name of Jesus. We give you thanks, Most High God. We give you thanks. We decree we are gathered in your name. Let your presence be with us. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Chapter 62. But Satan, the wicked and envious, because of the consolation God has given them, but Satan, the wicked, was envious because of the consolation that God has given them. So he prevented them and went into the cave and took the 2 figs and buried them outside the cave so that Adam and Eve should not find them. He also had in his thoughts to destroy them. But by God's mercy, as soon as the 2 figs were in the ground, God defeated Satan's counsel regarding them and made them into 2 fig trees that overshadowed the cave. For Satan had buried them on the eastern side of it. So that's towards the garden. I mean, the eastern side, right? Of that cave is, if you go towards the east, you keep going, you get to the garden. Then when the 2 trees were grown and were covered with fruit, Satan grieved and mourned and said, it would have been better to have left those 2 figs where they were. Oh, and I pray that God will turn Satan's counsel in someone's life. God will turn Satan's counsel and turn it for good in someone's life today. I mean, the enemy will regret attacking your life, you see. That's what God's wisdom does. Satan said it would have been better to have left those 2 figs where they were. For now, behold, they have become 2 fruit trees, whereof Adam will eat all the days of his life. Whereas I had in mind when I buried them to destroy them entirely and to hide them forever. You see. But God has overturned my counsel and would not that this sacred fruit should perish. I just pray God would overturn any counsel of Satan in my life, you see. God knows how to do that. And he has made plain my intention and has defeated the counsel
I had formed against his servants. And one of the things Satan also hated there was that not just that the counsel was messed up, he was also exposed. Satan hates to be exposed. Then Satan went away ashamed because he hadn't thought his plans. Then Satan went away ashamed because he hadn't thought all his plans all the way through. So he didn't think of the end. He just did, let me just hide it and make them feel bad. He didn't factor in God's wisdom. Wow. He didn't factor in God's wisdom and God's grace and mercy. Chapter 63. But Adam and Eve, as they got closer to the cave, saw 2 fig trees covered with fruit and overshadowing the cave. Then Adam said to Eve, "It seemed to me that we have gone the wrong way." They felt they've missed their way. There's no way trees are popping up like overnight. When did these 2 trees grow here? It seemed to me that the enemy wishes to lead us the wrong way. Oh. Do you suppose that there is another cave beside this one in the earth? You see? Yes, it's world history. You're quite right. London, you are very right. So, but I'm just saying that the Hebrews seem to be that Africans, and that land seems to be promised land, flowing with milk and honey, seems to be in sub-Saharan Africa. We can come up London so we can talk. So if there's anyone requesting, please let me know. We are done. Okay, goodbye. He said no, we're done. That's all right. I just wanted to tell you some things you may not know. Okay? But anyway. No, you don't want the conversation. Well, I don't know how you understand English. You can't stay out US as well. You're just saying the opposite of what I'm saying. I say request. Click the request button and come up. That's why we've come up, to explain things to people. But if you want to leave, you can leave. Maybe you don't know, you don't have facts for what you're saying. I would understand if you don't want to come up because of lack of facts. So, oh yeah, thank you, exactly. And you whitish people, not you exactly, but it says since Africa is the promised land, stay there. Exactly. Then tell the whitish people to stay out of there. Do you see? Let them stay in that Middle East. They can cramp themselves there. Let them stay out of Africa. I think I agree with that one. You see? But come up if you want to have a conversation. So then Adam said to Eve, "It seems that we have gone the wrong way. So yet, O Eve, let us go into the cave and find in it the 2 figs." He's like, okay, this looks like our cave. Those trees are misleading, but let's just go into our cave. That's what it looks like. And let's go and look for our figs and eat. Because God just gave them the commandment to go eat the figs. The figs that God gave them, which Satan had planted. Holy Ghost and fire. So, let's find in the two figs. So for this is our cave in which we were, but if we should not find the 2 figs in it, then it cannot be our cave. Oh, wrong indicator. They should have looked for the gold, the myrrh, the frankincense. Then they went into the cave and looked into the 4 corners of it, but found not the 2 figs. And Adam cried and said to Eve, "Did we go to the wrong cave then, O Eve? It seemed to me these 2 figs are the 2 figs that were in the cave." So he's looking at, okay, these 2 trees is like, is that not those 2 that, you know? So, and Eve said, "I, for my part, do not know." Then Adam stood up and prayed and said to God, yes, that's a good thing to do. "Oh God, you commanded us to come back to the cave, to the 2 figs, and then return to you. But now we have not found them. Oh God, have you taken them and sown these 2 trees? Have we gone astray in the earth? Or has the enemy deceived us?" Okay? "If it be real, then, oh God, reveal to us the secret of these 2 trees." Oh, God reveals secrets. Right? God reveals things. If you ask him, we are here today because God reveals these things to our ministry, to us, and revealing more as we read. You ask him now, it might take time, but he will reveal. Then Adam stood up and prayed, "Oh God, you commanded us to come back to the cave and take these 2 figs and then return to you. But now we have not found them. Oh God, have you taken them or sown these 2 trees, or have we gone astray in the earth, or has the enemy deceived us? If it be real, then, O God, reveal to us the secret of these 2 trees." of the 2 figs. Okay? I remember somebody that was suggesting that, well, it was Satan that planted the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Right? That kind of suggestion. And I didn't find that in any scripture, any writing altogether. Right? And if there's anything at all that Satan kind of planted, which is, of course, unintentional here, then this is probably it. Then the word of God came to Adam. Then came the word of God to Adam and said to him, O Adam, when I sent you to fetch the figs, Satan went before you to the cave, took the figs and buried them outside, eastward of the cave, thinking to destroy them, and not sowing them with good intent. Not for this mere sake, then, have these trees grown up at once, but I had mercy on you. Oh, God, have mercy on me today. But I had mercy on you, and I commanded them to grow. And they grew to be 2 large trees, that you be overshadowed by their branches and find rest, and that I made you see my power and my marvelous works. And also to show Satan's meanness and his evil works forever since you came out of the garden. And he has not ceased, no, not one day, from doing you some harm. But I have not given him power over you. Okay? So Satan thinks he has the authority. God is saying he has not given him that power at least. And God said, from now on, O Adam, rejoice on account of the trees, you and Eve, and rest on them when you feel weary. Oh, but do not eat any of the fruit or come near them. Okay. But do not eat any of the fruit or come near them. Interesting. Then Adam said, oh God, you will again kill us. Honestly, I don't know why God said that. Okay. You will again kill us, or will you again kill us, or will you drive us from before your face and cut our life from off the face of the earth? Oh God, I beg you, if you know that there be in these trees either death or some evil, as it is the first time, root them up from near our caves. Okay, cave. And with them, and leave us to die of leave us to die of the heat, of hunger, or of thirst. He said, I beg, I don't need canopy. Please, 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 God, I beg. For we know your marvelous works, O God, that they are great, and that your power, and that by your power you can bring one thing out of another without one's wish. For your power can make rocks to become trees, and trees become rocks. Interesting. Man, you can't stop here. You got to go to the next chapter. Chapter 64. Then God looked at Adam. Good morning, Rufus. God looked at Adam and at his strength of mind and his endurance of hunger and thirst and of the heat. And he changed the 2 figs trees into 2 figs. Wow. So why did God tell him not to eat of that tree? Because Satan planted it, I think. Kai. Whew. So because Satan planted that tree, it wasn't going to be fit for Adam to eat. Just that mechanical input that Satan put into that planting of that tree, even though the tree was good, the fruit was good, because of who planted it. Yeah. And the intention, wow, with which he planted it. I see. And you would think those things are just, come on, ask any robot to put a seed in the ground for you, you are good to go. Wow. That language, it says, teach me to wait for you, my king. Uwechugane lumideka tudutaroka. Maybe we'll sing it one of these days on Sabbath. All right. So then God looked at Adam and at the strength of his mind. So he asked those 2 fig trees to become 2 figs. So he literally reversed what Satan did. And then said to Adam and to Eve, each of you may take 1 fig. And they took them as the Lord commanded them. And he said to them, you must now go into the cave and eat the figs and satisfy your hunger, else you will die. Oh, I love the Lord. So just obey him as early as possible. There will be option B, C, D, or let me call it opportunities. Because you've disobeyed, it gives you another step. You're now 1 step closer to hell. It gives you an opportunity. Okay, now you've messed up there. Do this and this and that. You mess that up again. You keep going further. He has told them to eat the figs long ago before they started fasting that he didn't ask them to do. You'd be surprised how many myriads of possibilities there are. I mean, just think about the regular mathematics of all the permutations possible and all the possible outcomes. You disobey this, if you disobey this, this consequence comes. It just brings about new possibilities. But all of that is under that God's wisdom, and it can't go beyond a certain boundary. All those possibilities and events and outcomes. Interesting. So as God commanded them, they went into the cave about sunset, and Adam stood up and prayed during the setting of the sun. Just eat now, he's still praying because of that guilt and fear. Then they sat down to eat the figs, but they knew not how to eat them. I don't understand. For they were not accustomed to eating earthly food. Okay. They were afraid that if they ate, their stomach would be burdened and their flesh thickened, and their heart would take to the liking earthly food. They're right, kind of. Okay? But while they were thus seated, God, out of pity for them, sent them his angels so they wouldn't perish of hunger and thirst. And the angel said to Adam and Eve, God says to you that you do not have the strength that will be required to fast until death. Eat, therefore, and strengthen your bodies, for you are now animal flesh and cannot subsist without food and drink. So it's not what you're about to do now that will make you become animal flesh. You're already an animal flesh. So eat this food and stay alive. And if you want to run alive, let me know. So we just get rid of you and create another. 7. Then Adam and Eve took the figs and began to eat them. But God had put in them a mixture as of savory bread and blood. Sounds like communion. He has put in them as of savory bread and blood. Okay? Then the angel went from Adam and Eve, who ate the figs until they had satisfied their hunger. Then they put aside what was left, but the power of God, watch this. But by the power of God, because they ate some of the figs, they left some behind. It says, but by the power of God, the figs became whole again, because God blessed them. After this, Adam and Eve got up and prayed with a joyful heart and renewed strength, and praised and rejoiced abundantly the whole of that night. And this was the end of the 83rd day. So they took 83 days before they ate. Again, since what they ate then. Thank you, Father. Chapter 65. Dry fast, yes. I think without water also. I mean, though they stayed in the water one time, but there was no record that they drank any. So it's still that life, the momentum of that life they had, that eternal life they had before, it carried them, that strength took them that long, and it kept going until that the figs became figs again, even though they had eaten them. Yes, exactly. They ate some, left some, and the thing grew out. You would think God would need planting, so God doesn't need that. So that would have become another test for Adam if he had left the tree there. He just said, please remove this tree. You see, cast me not, lead me not into temptation. I beg, I beg, I beg, I beg. I don't want. If you know this thing will cause, just give me back my fig. Please. Here, another commandment, 2 trees. Hey, I've seen this movie before and I know how it ended. Stop the movie, play another one. So God granted their request. Call me kunete oe ojo mi kugwe kenete oe ojo mi oe chugane lumidaka toru toroka. Whew. And when it was day, chapter 65, they got up and prayed after their custom, and then went out of the cave. But they became sick from the food they had eaten because they were not used to it. I mean, fast for so long and eat food, you would feel sick, you know. And I can imagine most of. So they went about in the cave saying to each other, what has our eating caused to happen to us? Then we should be in such pain. We are in misery. We shall die. It would have been better for us to have died keeping our bodies pure than to have eaten and defiled them with food. We might close just about 11 o'clock today. So if those that have questions, bring them up on time. So we'll close just about 11, just to save the time. Okay. Rather than defiling them with food. Then Adam said to Eve, the pain did not come to us in the garden, neither did we eat such bad food there. So even that tree they ate from, they disobeyed from about, didn't cause pain. Do you think, O Eve, that God will plague us through through the food that is in us, or that our inward will come out, and that God will kill us with this pain before He has fulfilled His promise to us? So the stomachs were hurting. Then Adam besought the Lord and said, O Lord, let us not perish through the food we have eaten. O Lord, don't punish us, but deal with us according to your great mercy, and forsake us not until the day of the promise you have made us, which is going to be 5,500 years after that promise was made. Then God looked at them and then fitted them for eating food at once. Okay, watch this. Then God looked at them and fitted them for eating food at once, as to this day, so that they should not perish. As to this day. So that means that was when God caused that digestive system to be made. Okay. Then Adam and Eve came back into the cave sorrowful and crying because of the alteration of their bodies. So they knew something has happened. They knew something has happened. So this must have been when the digestive system was formed. And like I'm imagining in my mind, this is the devolution part of it, right? Compared to the evolution where they were before and where Jesus was when he resurrected with that new body that didn't need bathing, eating. He could eat, but he didn't need to eat. He doesn't need to go to the toilet and things like that. So they wept for that, for the alteration of their bodies. These things is difficult to make up. You see, these stories. You see, it's difficult to make up. And they both knew from that hour that they were altered beings. Wow. And all hope of returning to the garden was now lost. And that they could not enter it. For that now their bodies had strange functions. Right. Strange functions. Oh God. You know, I had some friends in university. Very dear friend. So, you know, we pray together, you know, fast together. And he just called me one day and said, Kunle, this body. No, there were 3 guys. There were times I just went to their place, you know, stayed in their place. So I left, I abandoned my own house. I was staying with them, praying, fasting. We're just having a nice time. So one of the guys, he said, Kunle, this body. He said, why does this body need food? Can't I just be without food? He hated food. He said, can't I just be without food? This body needing food and sleep. It's like I don't. I say myself, I wish you food, sleep, and sex. You know, you're like, oh my god, you wish those things just didn't exist. There are such distractions sometimes, right? So, but now you use them as tools. Okay, you fast, you refrain from them in prayer, in fasting. Then you go back to them a little bit, just for strength, for balance, for some things like that. For clarity. In sleep you wake up, you feel fresh. So that's how you do it, and you use it as a tool. But it was like, I wish I didn't need food. All right. So they knew that their body had changed forever. So, for that, now their bodies had strange functions, and all flesh that requires food and drink for its existence cannot be in the garden. Wow. Oh my God. This is so simple, isn't it? This is where it says flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. So I think it's a logistic problem, not like a requirement, you see, or a prerequisite. I think it's a literal logistic problem somewhere in the back end there. For that now their bodies had strange functions, and all flesh that requires food and drink, for its existence cannot be in the garden. So, and of course we that know that this rapture thing has happened in the past. And that was the promise God made through Yeshua, that he would bring him back into the garden. He brought him back into the kingdom. So the timeline, the reign, the space, the location, everything works together. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. You see, and that's just matching with this. And all flesh that requires food and drink for its existence cannot be in the garden. It cannot. Then Adam said to Eve, behold, our hope is now lost, and so is our trust to enter the garden. It is kind of good for them at that time, because it will just keep taking them back. Satan will keep telling them, promising them something that God did not promise. Excuse me. We no longer belong to the inhabitants of the garden, but from now on we are earthly, and of the dust, and of inhabitants of the earth. We shall not return to the garden until the day in which God has promised, to save us and to bring us again into the garden as he promised us. Holy Ghost. Then they prayed to God that he would have mercy on them, after which their mind was quieted. Their hearts were broken, and their longing was cooled down. Okay? And they were like strangers on earth. That night Adam and Eve spent in the cave, where they slept heavily by reason of the food they had eaten. So they slept deeper. Okay? So let's use the remaining 15 minutes, except we got a customer, somebody who has contrary opinion, who wants to learn something, or who has questions. Let's just spend this next few minutes just talking and gisting. So chapter 66 is the next thing to read. Let's note that down. There are some people I invite them to come up and they don't come up, and it's not nice. Okay? So if you see the invitation, I want you to come up, okay? So we can just say hi. Yeah. So you can just say hi. It's not so hard. So please send invitations to those who have not been here before. Then Mr. Okoye can come just do the announcement. Well, there's no need for an announcement. Most people here know what's there. We're just closing early today, is the thing. So, good morning. How are you? Yeah. Or should we do the announcement? No. You sound as if this announcement takes data from your megabyte. Right. Christy, how are you doing?
I'm fine, Pastor. Good morning. Good morning, Mrs. O.
Choma.
Martin, sister queen, hi. How are you? I'm already asking for this body, the one they had in the garden.
Right.
I know, right? I feel so bad for them. But I like how this particular thing ends. At least my own translation, it says, then they prayed for mercy. Their minds were calm, their sorrows softened, and they accepted their exile. That night they slept heavily and became worn out from the food. I was like, even I had to write it down like finally.
Finally.
Oh. But at least they had his promise though, that's the thing.
Oh,
No
really?
matter what was going
Yeah.
because they transgressed, right? But they didn't just transgress and you don't know what's going to happen to you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You mean the 5,500 years they had that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yes, at
that's
least
that's
they had
nice.
his promise.
That's the
They couldn't just
difference.
go back.
And that's the difference, by the way, Christy, between life and hell. Right? Hell, there is no hope. You see, I mean, from what we've gathered from scriptures, there is no hope. There's no promise of any coming out. No hope. That's the most scary thing to me. I think that's the that's the worst part of hell. The worst part of what hell is, based on what we've seen in the Bible. Right? How can something be just hopeless like that? No hope, no promise,
There's
nothing.
no way out. This is it.
That is scary. That is scary. But I mean, like Choma said, they had that promise coming, and now they could rest, because the more they keep trying to say, okay, let me try to go to the garden, God please, Satan will say, oh, I am God, I've heard your prayer, you can now come, and he will deceive them. you know
Actually, I had this. I don't know what I'd call it, a dream.
okay.
I had it like, before we were in the 2000s, or was it in the 90s? I think we're in the 90s. I had it for like a year. I used to find myself in this paradise.
Mm.
And then like I remember one day I was just tired, and I was like, I was trying to go back to this paradise I find myself in, but I could never go, and I didn't understand it was a spiritual place. I just thought I was the one who, like, I'll just dream and I'll take myself there, until I was trying to get into that place.
Wow.
And
Interesting.
years later, months later, I heard that that was the Garden of Eden.
Oh.
I was like, oh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You're lucky you're still here.
I think it's more mission assignment.
Right.
Assignments.
I know. That's interesting. Because I think that garden is both physical and spiritual at the same time. I mean, somehow. That's just what I think, because I think that's where Enoch kept going. In fact, when he was taken, I think that's where he was taken to. And in fact, that is paradise also. Eden is the paradise. And I'm speaking textually. I mean, literally here, we read it somewhere. If you type paradise and search it in this book, it equates it to Eden. It's the same thing as paradise. So when Jesus told that thief, I mean, it's so clear. He told that thief on his right hand that today you'll be with me where? In paradise. That was the beginning of that kingdom. That's it. That's the start of the kingdom. You see? It started right from then. And they apparently reigned in this world, like we're trying to tell the other guys. So, and apparently people don't know about this return of Jesus thing because of the deception. It's so clear. It's so clear. When you stumble into something that is not correct, that is not accurate, the more you go into it, the more you start seeing errors. It will keep being inconsistent, right? And that's been the opposite for this. The more we get into it, the more we see that that's why that is that way. Oh, that's why this said that. That's why, and everything started falling in place. But when we're holding this idea that Jesus is coming 2,000 years, He said it's coming soon, but the soon is can be 1,000 years, can be 2,000. It keep getting confusing. Okay, so I don't know why people are afraid of the microphone. I've invited some people. Simply Moriah, just come say hi. Don't be shy and don't be selfish. It's not nice. But other point, you've changed your DP. But if you're in a busy place, you can let us know anyway. Yay, she's here.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning. I know usually my microphone is not very clear, which is why I'm quiet.
Oh, I think you've tried once before.
Yes, I did.
Is it a bad phone or what's the problem?
I think I need a new phone. So when I get the new phone, I'll be very vocal.
Right. So the phone is connected to your vocal cord. But really, it really just might be settings, right? It's not like your phone is looking smashed and broken screen and
No, I think it's water or steam that might be
water.
the issue,
Oh,
but it's not bothering me.
I see. But what you can do with regards to this is you should have headphones at home. Do you have headphones?
No,
If you have Bluetooth, if you can get like just a Bluetooth device connected to it, then your microphone will be forced to come from the Bluetooth. Then that can circumvent that for you,
okay, I'll try that option.
right?
Thank you.
Yeah. But did you come for a question that other day?
I was just wanting to learn and to get used to what the discussion was about.
Okay.
And it's been interesting so far, so that's why I've been joining again.
Okay. 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 Not like you had a question that other day, because I remember now that you've come up once.
I think maybe the question I had the other day was the person that kept on talking about um, how there was a contradiction between Matthew and Luke, and they were
Okay.
saying that about the circumcision.
Oh, I
It wasn't
remember.
mentioned. Yeah, he said it wasn't mentioned in one part, but it was mentioned in another book.
Yes,
And
I
then
remember the guy.
and then he said it can't be true because it wasn't mentioned in Matthew. So I have wanted to say that, but I think you hit the nail on the head that two people can be witness to something, but you get different accounts.
Yeah.
You don't get an identical account.
Yeah. That's it. So, and in fact, what it was, his position was not even quite logical that day. He was just,
Oh, and also the other thing, I think I would have probably added the book of Revelation as well, where it talks about how some people they add to the scriptures that sometimes, because I think he was trying to dispute things.
yeah. So, yeah, they were told not to add anything to the book of Revelation. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes, I think I
Yes.
think about have been adding, taking things in between those things.
That's it. There's literally a curse there. It's literally a curse to do that if one does that.
I've been reading the book of Adam and Eve as well. I've been finding it very, very interesting.
You've been reading the book of Adam and Eve, right?
Yeah, I've been listening to the audio version and even listening to
Audio
the
version.
video.
Okay, good, good. Yeah. So,
Very insightful. I think
oh, these guys are not gonna hear. It's not gonna work, is it?
maybe I can.
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you now.
I think the thing that's been most insightful is it's very important to be prayerful because it's so easy for
Prayerful.
people to deceive. Yeah, because the devil came to Adam and Eve many times in the book of Adam and Eve,
Yes.
pretending to be the Almighty, but he wasn't the Almighty.
Yes.
It just highlights the need of the Almighty to stop crazy behavior.
Yes. So it's good to pray because if without prayer we are very susceptible to deception of Satan. Satan will come like he's the Almighty and all that. Yes, in fact, that's exactly what deception is. If you are being deceived and you know you are being deceived, that's the end of the deception. Do you see? So, right. I see. You know, the Bible says that sin is deceitful, right? And that's quite an insight right there. So what it means is that most people wouldn't know when they are there. You see, so deceit is a very dangerous thing. I mean, an attack is almost better because when a person is being attacked, it's very clear you're being attacked. You know, but when a person, yes, of course, of course, that's why it's deception. It will make it obvious. You see. Yes, you're welcome. Don't forget to get a device. You might look around the house. You might find some Bluetooth. You're calling from the UK, right? Okay, where in England? Kent. Okay. So yeah, nice. So I mean, just get very the cheapest, whatnot, or best, whatever device, and that helps your phone calls, your contributions, and all that. Yes, you're welcome. So someone is asking, where did you find the audiobook? I think that must have been maybe YouTube. To be fair, you might be surprised. YouTube. Yep, audiobook. So Christy, that's where she got it. So, but what you might just want to do is that you have a hard copy and you can compare and be sure that it is saying the same thing, so that you're sure. Yeah, it's not misleading. Right. Okay, so we're kind of closing gradually. So let me just kind of do the announcement myself today, and then we close. Call me kunete we ojomi. Thank you, Father. CS Sound, you said the America is the mother of the land, motherland, not Africa. Is it because of the gopher wood again? CS. Is it because of the gopher wood? Call me kunete we ojomi. Nede we ojomi. So, the truth I might be seeing to these Americas people keep saying might be that it is when it was still joined with Africa before the continental drift took place, which I think took place primarily in 70 AD. CS, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm alright. How are you?
I'm good. So, how did you say Americas is the motherland? Why?
Um, America got more rivers,
More
more
rivers?
lakes, more water than
More.
Africa.
Okay. What are the reason?
America have the oldest forest is found in America. The
Mm-hmm.
oldest trees is found in America.
Hmm.
The oldest water is found in the Americas. When I mean Americas, I mean North, Central, South.
South. Just a moment. How were the ages of water determined? I mean, how did we get to the age of water? I mean, water is water, isn't it?
No, they found water inside a cave,
Mm-hmm.
and it was dated the oldest water ever found.
Dated the oldest water.
Canada.
Now that's nice, by the way. But
Check it out.
no, I got you. It might just be true, but you know, uh, this dating stuff, right?
You know Cairo, New York? They got a place called Cairo, New York. It's the oldest forest in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's in Cairo, New York.
Mm-hmm. We'll get to that.
That's the name of the place.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I want this concept of old water. I mean, old water existed once, right? If you think creation took place, do you think it's creation, by the way, or evolution?
No, I don't believe in evolution.
So,
Evolution is saying that you come from apes.
which I don't believe.
How do you come from apes if apes still exist?
That doesn't make sense, does it? So watch
No,
this.
not at all. Makes
Right,
logical sense.
right,
But if you indoctrinate it, you're gonna go with it.
right. Exactly. It's literally a cult. You see. So, but this concept of old water versus newer water, um,
No, 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 no. I never said old water versus new water.
I'm the
I
one that
said the
said that. To
oldest
be
water
fair,
that was found. Yeah, all I said was the oldest water ever found was found in the America,
I get what you're saying.
to be exact.
I get what you're saying, but um, um, water.
You
Oh,
know, America have more pyramids than Africa and the rest of the world put together.
that's interesting. The reason why they pick in Africa is because of the size of the pyramid, correct? Not the number, right?
I'm gonna say it again. The Americas has more pyramids than Africa and the rest of the world put together.
I got you. I am saying that the biggest of
The
them.
biggest, the biggest pyramids are found in America, and the oldest pyramids are also found in America.
Oh, the biggest pyramid is in America.
Yes,
Oh, what's
in
the name?
Guatemala.
What's Sorry, say that again.
In Guatemala.
In Guatemala. What's the name of that pyramid? I'm not aware of it.
Well, I just told you where it's at.
Yeah, I know. The name of the pyramid is what I say. Pyramids can have names. Like Pyramid of
Yeah, but
Giza.
I can't think of the name right now. I just told
Okay,
you the location.
that's okay. I'll look for it. Where is the biggest pyramid? Very briefly. Don't give me long stories. Holy, 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 Holy Ghost. All right. I just said where's the greatest? Oh, that's true. So where's the biggest pyramid? Very, very briefly, the Great Pyramid of Cholula in Mexico. Although it's like it's different from yours slightly, but it's in Americas. The greatest pyramid of Cholula is in Mexico. Is the world's largest pyramid by volume. The Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt is the tallest ancient pyramid. Uh, well, okay. When were they built? It is given a different one from yours. We're talking about volume and show pictures. Kọ́mi kunete uwe ojo mi. Kugwe kenete uwe ojo mi. By the way, not all, either most or even all, to be fair, I just discovered that one time like that most or perhaps all pyramids, at least more than 90%, are mostly in the global south, so-called global south. Kọ́mi kunete uwe.
They all line up with the star.
Where I've not found that out.
A lot of you gotta do. You just doing surface right there. You gotta go deeper.
Yeah, I know. I mean, of course, it's all based on how important the information is. This is not too super, but it's an interesting one. Okay, I'm not. Well,
You know,
this pyramid in America,
1948.
this pyramid in America, I'm seeing is like a house has been built in it. This is looking funny to me. All right, what's this?
What's looking funny?
The pyramid is said to be the largest by volume. I'm gonna show you the pyramid, right?
I know how it looks. You know what the
Which
difference?
one? Which one do you think I'm talking about?
I don't know.
Well, you said you just said you know.
Cause I don't think you know what volume is.
What?
Read it again.
You say you don't think I know what means.
Volume.
Spell it. VIAL. Vial.
No, no, no. Read what you
Oh,
just said.
volume. Volume.
Yeah.
No, I understand volume. That's not the problem. I understand volume
So
actually.
what's the problem?
And I'll show you the problem. But do you know what pyramid I'm looking at? Probably not.
Show me what's the problem?
I'll show you the problem. Call me Kunete, hold me.
What you think is the problem?
No, no, you're gonna. I mean, you're gonna tell me what the problem is when you say it. If you think it's a problem, but we'll get off the pyramid topic soon, anyways, and get to the Bible.
I don't know where you were going.
No, no, no. I just wanted. This topic is what you're suggesting is kind of funny to you. Uh, take this off. There we go. Okay. Da, 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 da.
It's not funny.
Sorry.
It's not funny.
Funny. What about? Did I say something funny? Did I say you were funny?
You, no. I said what you mean by you said there's something funny about this.
About
I
what?
said what
The
you
screen,
think
right?
is funny.
About the screen.
Yeah.
No, you can ignore that. I even forgot I said that honestly. So watch this. So this is the biggest pyramid by volume. Okay, this is the biggest pyramid by height. Pyramid of Giza. Okay, so there's no a problem with this, is there?
One is older.
Well, they didn't tell us about the age, right? They didn't tell us about the age, but they're trying to tell us this is the biggest. This is the biggest pyramid by volume, right? That's correct, isn't it? Right?
That's what it says.
That's what it says. That's what I'm saying. So that's it. That's what was funny to me. If yeah, well, not funny. That's just what I saw. Let's forget about pyramids. I can't. You know
You want to talk about food?
about what? Sorry.
About vegetables, plants,
Let me see if no. We'll get to that in a minute.
fruits.
We'll get to that in a minute. Let me show those guys.
I mean that's important.
Yes, it is. We'll get to.
That's another way to show you that America is the motherland.
Yeah, yeah. We'll get to that in a minute. I want to.
Most of the crops come from America.
Right. We'll get to that in a minute. So
Fufu without cassava, jollof rice without tomatoes
right.
is American product.
Right, interesting. We'll get to that in a minute. So this is what I looked at, and I'm like, this is the pyramid, right? I'm like, okay, okay, yeah, there's a pyramid here. Okay, right.
It's more than that. There's a whole bunch of pyramids around. It's
I
not gonna show you everything.
no, no, no. You don't get too defensive of the position, okay? This is, I mean, I showed you this. You didn't mention this to me, by the way. So don't let us get too defensive. It's not America versus Africa right now, okay? Necessarily, we're just trying to get facts and discover things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I want to ask this thing one question, actually, which I think, where is the longest river? Call me
The
Kuniti.
Mississippi River.
I know, just a moment. Cougar Canadian.
That's the real Nile.
Okay, I've heard you. Just relax. Okay. So, the Nile River in Africa is traditionally considered the world's longest. Just a moment, my brother. It's traditionally, like I said, don't make it into an Africa versus America competition or
No,
debate.
it's not no competition.
Yeah, but let me just finish reading, okay? So the Nile River in Africa is traditionally considered the world's longest river at about 6,650 kilometers, okay? The Amazon may be longer on the Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. Now I think I agree when you said something is when you said I said something is funny. I think this is funny. But this is not you. But now, oh my god. Just a moment. Under what circumstances is the Amazon River longer than the Nile? Oh my god, now this is funny. Under what circumstances is the Amazon long than Nile? Very briefly, I don't want long stories. I didn't even plan to laugh. I'm laughing at ChatGPT, by the way. Okay, well, let's just see. I mean, you yourself caught that was traditionally. So let's hear what it says. The Amazon can be considered longer if its source is measured from a more distant headwater in Peru and its endpoint include the Pera estuary. Estuary, right? Different source and mouth definitions change total length. This is funny to me because it's the kind of funniness, if I can use that word, I find when India, the water around India, is called Indian Ocean. But somehow the water around Africa.
What year India was called India?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you know what year India was called India?
No, it used to be Barhut. I understand that. I understand
Say
it
it
used to,
again.
it used to be called Barhut. There's a name. There's a native Indian name for
Yes.
India. I
My,
understand.
my question was,
I don't know the
what
year.
year
I don't know the
India
year.
became India?
Tell me the year.
1947.
I understand you. But that phrase, that term India used to exist. In fact, they used to describe East Africa by the term India, correct?
America was called India Superior.
Right? And they still call those guys native red Indians, whatnot, right?
No, 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 no. Natives are Asian people.
I
Asian
g-
and white people.
yeah, let me land something, my brother. Let me land something. You would enjoy what I want to say, okay? Now, how come India, whether it is, in fact, if India is America, it even makes what I want to say worse, right? How can India, I need to think of,
America was called India Superior.
my brother, how can India superior? Does that sound better to you?
Yes, that's
Uh-huh.
true.
Okay, that's okay. Relax. So, how can India superior? I'm looking for a map, but this thing is not letting me. Call me kunete uwe, ojo mi. So, how can we make this good? There we go. So, kuwe kanete uwe, ojo mi. So this is Almighty India Superior Forever. Okay, I've added some more words so we can move forward, right? How can this be the India, maybe the real India, the first India? That's nice, okay, right? And I am concerned about this is called Indian Ocean. Your India Superior is very far from this, okay,
Yes.
right?
Is that the original? Is that the original name of that ocean?
Of course not, you see.
Oh.
But just a moment, I'm gonna land something. Just relax. I'm not saying America is here. Relax. I'm not taking
Because if
America.
the land was just called India in 1947, what
Really?
year do you think the ocean was called?
Okay, let me just leave you alone, my brother. Let's move to the topic. I don't see us making much progress. I'm not trying to take India from you. What? Okay, what?
You can't.
Of course not.
You just learned this today.
You just what? Sorry.
You just learned this today.
I just learned this yesterday. Oh, today. Oh, I just learned that today. You said
Yes, I'm teaching you today.
that's fine. We learn every day. That's not a bad thing, is it?
That's a great thing.
It is. If you disrespect me today is where there will be problems. But if you're teaching me, that's a nice thing. In fact, I should be paying you, if anything.
Hold on, rewind.
Yeah. I
What you
said,
say?
I said, if you teach me today, that's a good thing. But if you disrespect me today, that's when there's going to be a problem. So, but if you're teaching me, that's a good thing. I should be paying you, if anything. Do you get it?
No, I don't get it. Your wordplay is horrible.
It's not horrible. That's your opinion
Yeah.
about. No, that's your opinion about it.
Your wordplay is horrible.
Well, you didn't like that anyway.
Why would you even bring up? So you get offended because I'm talking about the motherland.
No. Are you
You get a
offended?
little offended.
Are you offended by what I said? Are you?
What's your tribe?
No, is
What's
it
your tribe? What part
irrespective?
of Africa you from?
That's irrespective, But
What's
see,
your tribe?
yes, don't make this into a fight. Come on.
No, what's your tribe and what's your country?
No,
You
that's
ashamed?
no, that's I'm what? Sorry.
Are you ashamed?
What's a saying? A what?
What is your tribe and your country?
No. That's irrespective of the topic, really. Okay, you might get to know if that's so important to you. You might get to know that over time. But don't get so emotional about this. Come
Oh
on,
man,
brother.
you sound like you're embarrassed.
Well, that's your opinion. But watch this. Do you know what this used to be called here? What this ocean used to be called?
What you pointing at?
This ocean. This is what. Can you see this map? The map is not gonna.
No, I can't see what you're pointing at.
Well, anyway, I'm just gonna tell you. This South Atlantic Ocean, North Atlantic Ocean. What is this?
What was it called before that?
Do you know? Is what I'm asking you.
Yes, Ethiopian Ocean.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to drive at. But let me get back. Which, of course, they used to call a large.
Ethiopia first is in South America.
Yes, sir. So, tell me what is in Africa. Everything in Africa was copied from America, correct?
Africa is the land of exile.
Good. Where they exile crazy people who are stupid. Or what?
That don't mean that.
Okay,
That
please.
means you come from somewhere else.
Well, exactly. I got it. So they were exiled here. They didn't move there. They didn't travel there. They were exiled here.
Yes.
Oh, I got it. I see. So it used to be completely barren, isn't it? Like empty, I should
But
say.
ain't you ham?
Sorry.
Ain't Africans are ham?
Okay, Africans are ham,
Yeah.
like hamburger.
And what the Bible said about ham?
Tell me.
I'm asking you.
Tell me. You're the one teaching
You don't
here.
want to. If you don't want to minister,
No, no, no. Go ahead. Ham, son of.
you can't ask a question with a question, sir.
That's what I'm saying. That you asking me, and I'm telling you, I don't know everything God or the Bible says about Ham. It says, by the way, to be fair, Shem, Ham, Japhet, right?
Yeah.
Right. So is that good enough for you? Well, tell me what you want to say.
No. I want to know about ham. I want you to tell me about ham.
Tell me
Tell me
what.
about yourself.
What? Now I see where you're going. So, are you okay? Let's get to the topic. Okay, let me get a little bit more serious. you know, but
You laugh.
It-
Laugh when.
no, no, no. It's all right. No, people can laugh. Oh, come on, come on. People can laugh. But watch this. I'll get to ham. I'll get to ham. Don't worry.
Everything I say,
I'll
you
get.
to.
I'll
Everything
get.
you to.
I will. You can take
When you
notes.
gonna get to?
Just be patient. Come on. CS. Come on. Be patient. So,
What's your job, man?
come on. I'll get to that. Relax. Relax.
I'm starting to figure it out a little bit.
No, it's okay.
I'm gonna figure it out.
That's all right. Just relax, right? Don't worry. I suspect we'll still be here the next 10, 20 minutes, maybe. So, but you can have an.
You stressing me. You don't want to get answer no questions.
Are you getting stressed?
Do you know your third grandparent?
No, I'll get to that. Just relax yourself.
Boy, everything I actually gonna get to.
Let's have a conversation,
I'm
right?
talking your third grandparent on your mother's side, not your father's side.
No, we can
On
get
your mother's side.
we can get to that, my brother. Relax. Relax. It doesn't have to be a fight. I suspect that if I present you
It's
with
not a fight. It's a question.
yeah, do I have to? If I ask you, for example, turn on your camera, can you do that now?
I asked you 30 questions. Everything you telling me is you're gonna get to that. You're gonna get to that.
Right?
You didn't answer not one of my questions yet.
Nah,
Now you want to ask me a question about turning on the camera. Now I gotta ask you is, do you like men or women?
do I what?
Cause I like women.
Okay, so what about that? Do you hate men?
So why you wanted me to turn on my camera? What you need to see me for?
Oh, ugh. Come on, CS. Does everything have to
You
be
a man. Man don't want to see another man.
really? So you don't want to see your dad?
I want to see my dad. Who's my dad?
That's what I'm saying. Why can you say you don't want to see
You
man?
could never be my dad. You from Africa. You could never be my dad.
Oh, my brother, relax. Why are you so?
What are you talking about? My
Ah,
skull, my teeth, my bones is different than yours.
that's all
We're
right.
different people.
That's okay. Just relax yourself. If I ask you to turn on your camera, it's just a relax, my brother. Are you leaving? If the only reason, so you think the only reason you want to see people has got to be sexualized, that's quite primitive,
We having a conversation.
Right.
You want to talk about, you want to see me.
right?
Answer some questions.
No, we'll get to
I
that.
asked you 30 questions.
There's
I
some
didn't get
things.
back to.
Relax yourself. There's some things that are.
No, I'm relaxed.
Okay, let me do this. You might get to leave soon because you will get offended. CS. That's what I'm suspecting.
You can never offend me. An African can never offend me.
That's all right. Relax. Can an animal offend you though?
You come from animal.
That's what I'm saying. Can an animal offend
That's
you?
your orange story.
Relax, my brother. Can an animal offend you? Can a person offend you?
No one can offend me.
Good. So hold on then. Let me mute you for a moment. So guys, this is what I was trying to say, right? This is, I mean, come on, look at this. I'll unmute you in about a minute. This is the tallest pyramid in Africa, right? But this is the largest pyramid. I mean, this is a pyramid. There's a little bit of Zygest something here. So this, of course, is the largest pyramid, right? And it's got to be in America. Okay, so let's go. Okay, yeah. It got cut off, but it must have been the largest. I mean, I just thought of checking out the picture. Okay, so where is the longest river in the world? The Nile River. See, what I'm trying to get to is that there is this disdain for Africa in the world, and there's a reason for it, which I'm trying to show people. It's so obvious, right? It's so obvious. It's this disdain. It cannot be Africa. Anything but Africa, right? Anything but Africa, right? Just anything but Africa. Anything but truth. Anything that tells you don't sin. See, scriptures and Africa pisses people off, right? Those two things, scripture and Africa, they hate those two things. Just a moment, CS. That's all right. I'll get to you. Relax, brother. Relax. So they hate those two things. The moment something tells you, don't deceive people, don't commit adultery, don't kill, don't murder, don't hate your brother without a cause. They don't like that. Give them a Numa Elish, give them carbon dating, give them anything, they'll grab that. And the moment anything is pointing to Africa, they hate it. Anything but truth, anything but Africa. But guess what? The Bible happens to be that African people's history. You see. Look at this. What is the longest river? Well, the Nile River, the Nile River in Africa is traditionally, right, considered the world's longest river at about 6,550 kilometers, right? The Amazon may be considered longer under some some measurements, right? When I asked this question from, what's the thing called, Wikipedia, you see, oh my God, I wish to bring Ajayi Crowther up. Just be patient, my brother, okay? Let me bring it.
You could put a definition in Wikipedia yourself, right?
Of course, I understand that. Exactly, because these things are done by people. That's the thing. You see, it's always the people. Just like what I said about Ajayi Crowther, which is obvious. So, and in the, I'll get to you. I'll get to you. I'll get to you. Just a patient. So, this is an independent writer. In fact, the time I screenshot this, 0 comments, basic Joe Blow, whoever, right? The date was 28th, December 12, 2018, talking about Ajayi Crowther. Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther was born, he spoke about the man straight away. Another independent writer here. By the way, note the man's picture, black and white, okay? Regular African man, you can tell that's him, okay? So, 0 shares 0 or whatever, 0 comment.
It says African man, yeah?
Sorry, I'll get to you, just a moment. So 0 comments, there you go. Yeah, about 1,000 views and 85 views, okay? But 0 comment, not a popular stuff, okay? Something, blah, blah, blah. I don't know who the writer is. But independent stuff, unbiased. Samuel Ajayi Crowther was born around 1807 in Oshogo. You start with the man's name. That's talking about the man. But guess what? Now I asked so-called, what's this? So-called Wikipedia, written by human beings, of course, right? And say, tell me about Samuel Ajayi Crowther. First, it's misspelled his name, right? And they're beginning to give the man some kind of smile. Okay, but whatnot. Okay, but let's go. Christianity came to Nigeria in the 15th century through Augustinian and Capuchin monks. That's names of other people from Portugal. Because the what this man is known for, just a moment, CS. Okay? Just a moment. Let me set a time for you, okay? And I'm going to try to make you a promise that I'll get back to you in 3 minutes, okay?
But Nigeria didn't exist in the 15th century.
Just relax. You have your time, okay? But you just need to stay respectful, okay? So, long story short, the glory of this man, what this man is known for, is literally a bishop, like a priest, whatnot. That's his glory, if you will, right? So they immediately try to take that glory from him. That you're a bishop, right? You know what? Christianity altogether came to your whole Nigeria, whatever it is, in the 15th century through the Augustinian and Capuchin monks. They took that off of him first, stripped him of that. We're asking of the man, start with the man's name, at least in the first sentence, right? From Portugal, okay? the first mission church of England, Portugal, okay, was though only established in 1842 in Badagry by Henry Townsend, another man's name again, in 1964. Okay, Charles Longley, another name. The then Bishop of the then Archbishop of Canterbury. Okay, what did he do? He consecrated Reverend Samuel Ajayi Crowther. This is where you should have started the story. But what do you mean he consecrated him? The man is defiled? Look at where the man's name popped up here. I'm trying to show you the subtle, just pushing down of these precious people, right? Is there. You see? But watch this. To make things worse, I'm checking that time, by the way. So this is now from Britannica, right? And this is the same Crowther. And I didn't even check what they wrote about him. But look at what this is a Caucasian man, for crying out loud. If you want to destroy the man, keep him in Africa, destroy him, and leave him alone. Okay? If you want to talk about him, leave him how he is. But look at this. Just a moment. 1 more minute. Just relax. Look at this. Okay? Look at this. Compare that to this. This is a different man. So guess what? When this is going to pop back to color, guess what? This man is going to turn out white. And guess what his name is going to be? It will be Samuel Crowther. The Ajayi will be gone. You see? And guess that. Look at that. Crowther. There you go. Crowther charcoal drawing by an unknown artist. You see? If I write down, they will tell you it's AI. AI is just unknown. It's just this innocent thing that has its own mind. Unknown artist. Now it's become Caucasian because you want to take some glory from him. Last 10 seconds. What I would say is when I was checking the definition of, when I was rather checking which is the longest river in the world, what Wikipedia told me is, well, the definition of length is, really, you want to define length to me. You cannot mute your mic. When I'm asking you, what is this? Can you tell me the longest river in Africa? Well, the definition of length is, my God, did you define length every time I ask you for the longest thing anywhere in the world? Why do you need to define length? Nígbà tá a gbé ọsàn mẹ́ta fọmọ kékeré mẹ́ta kọ́ pin, ọmọ kékeré tó jẹ́ ọjọ́ orí kan náà làwọn mẹ́ta, ìkànnì wọn wá ń wọ́bẹ. Ó lè lè tó ń wọ́bẹ yẹn now, right? And what I said in English, for those who don't understand, is that when you have 3 oranges of equal size among 3 children of equal age, and you ask them to share it, and one of them is looking for a knife, you know that one is probably a thief. I'm asking what is the longest river? Wikipedia is saying, well, the definition of length is, really? Where is the biggest pyramid in the world? Well, there is volume, there is height. Okay, nice. That sounds like a smart thing to say. Okay, show me the one that is bigger by volume. This is now the biggest volume. It is well. CS.
You just go by, you kind of slow.
Well,
because you just go by a picture and you want to make laugh at everything that's funny.
It's okay.
It's not funny.
People can laugh. You will get disconnected because of a disrespect, unfortunately. Because I will see you keep being.
You laughing.
No. People. Oh, me laughing is disrespecting to you.
That's a form of disrespect.
Oh, so.
There was nothing funny.
Okay, so when people look at stuff and laugh, that disrespects you.
What was the joke?
Did you check the comments? Did you see some smiley? Do you see some people laughing in the comments? So they're all disrespecting you.
They were your people.
Well, irrespective, right? But let me give you the last opportunity. I suspect you'll get removed soon, okay? So, but try to stay respectful, okay? Let me show you things you may not know, okay? Some people are saying to remove you, but come on, we're supposed to be brothers, right? Okay?
No, I'm not your brother.
I understand that. But Ham was even a brother of Shem, even though I'm not Ham, unfortunately. Okay?
You are Ham.
I understand what you think, right? But are you Shem?
You know it.
No, are you Shem? You're Shem, right?
According to the Bible.
That's okay. Was Shem a brother of Ham?
was separated, brother.
I understand. You're calling me brother. I think that slipped off of your mouth, but um,
That's a form of speech.
that's okay. So, but Shem was a brother of Ham. You can't have it both ways. You see, but you need to remove hate from your heart. To be fair, you can see people are more or less laughing in
Hold
there.
on, don't say that on TikTok.
No, come on. You've called people apes on TikTok. You've done a lot of funny stuff. Come on. Just remove hate from your heart, okay? It's not really a funny thing, to be fair. Mm-hmm.
I don't hate no one.
Oh, are you
I don't
sure?
like nobody telling me who I am.
Do you love
You don't want to tell me
do
who
you
they
love
are.
do you love
You
ham?
tell me your tribe and country.
Do you love ham?
What is your tribe and country?
No, do you love ham? I was born in Lagos, by the way, but I'm Yoruba.
Oh, that explains it all.
Yeah. So do you love ham?
That's why you don't want to say.
Do you love ham? Do you love ham?
I don't hate no one.
Do you love ham?
You hear what I just said?
I heard what you said, but I'm asking you, do you love ham?
I don't hate no one.
Do you love Shemites like yourself? If you are,
What I just say?
say that again.
I don't hate no one.
Do you hate ham?
Yeah. I think
No, it's okay. Don't get disrespectful, okay? Because you get removed by the moderators. But let me try to get to the topic, okay? But I suspect you won't be able to make it through. You get disrespectful. You will be removed by the moderators. But let's try to be respectful, okay? Let's forget about pyramids, right? So good morning. Nice to meet you, CS. How are you today?
I'm good.
Good.
You?
I'm doing fine. So I said the Bible is Black African history, okay? And
That's a lie.
I got you. Relax. I got you. So,
What year Africa became Africa?
just let me
Where's
land.
the word Africa in the Bible? Where's the word Africa in the Bible?
I got you. It's not there. It's not. You're right.
Okay, but none of them are in there. That's kind of funny, but it's about you all. That's funny. How's that
You know, this is English language.
so much about you that didn't even put you in there?
Okay, let me hear ringtone. Ringtone, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
So I'm trying to say African, the Bible is African, Black African history. Did you come,
Yes.
for the topic? You want to say hi? You want to say good morning? Come on, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah, to CS.
Try not to speak to CS. If you want to speak to CS, I'll have to pause it because he will probably want to reply, and it might become like fireworks back and forth. We don't like guests crisscrossing back and forth. So let me hold on with you and let me work with CS then. Just hang on. Is that fine? After CS, I'll go to Samuel. Okay. So CS, like I said, there's nobody that is black. Okay. Really.
No one.
Right. So I just put this there. This is our 6 words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This space can only take some amount of words. This is English language. When you say African, you know what I'm trying to say. If I'm to use the exact word, people won't catch the gist. Okay. So that's to answer Samuel also at the same time. So, do you read the book of Jubilees, CS? Do you think it's scripture?
It is scripture. It is scripture.
Brilliant. Do you think, which it says in there, but let me just ask, do you think the flood was worldwide?
The flood happened here in America, the motherland.
So it was not worldwide.
It could have been worldwide,
So you're not sure.
but it started here.
Okay,
Everything started here.
exactly. I got it. So, but you're not sure it was worldwide.
Yeah, different people, it's different stories that they had flood.
I'm talking about
It's
script.
the same time period.
I'm talking about scripture. Do you think, scripture is one of those stories? Did God really create the heavens and the earth and created Adam? Is that the real deal, or is it evolution and Enuma Elish?
No. That's what you believe in, evolution.
No, that's not what I believe.
Mm.
It's not. So, I believe scripture sincerely, okay? So, are you sure if the flood is worldwide? Or you're not very sure?
It's different stories that it happened worldwide. But I don't know about time period.
I didn't ask for the time. I'm asking for the space.
But time period is very important.
I know it's important, but I'm asking about the space. Was the flood worldwide or was it local?
I just answered.
So what's the answer? You said different stories. According to the Bible, does that help?
According to the Bible, it happened everywhere.
It happened anyway, you said?
Everywhere.
Yeah, that's worldwide, correct. So, Shem divided, well, Noah divided the land amongst Shem, Ham, and Japheth, correct?
Correct.
Was the whole world divided by Noah after the flood to his three sons, or part of it, or you're not sure? Three options.
The whole world.
The whole world, good. Now, what part was given to Shem? What part was given to Ham? What part was given to Japheth? Do you know?
Where I'm at right now is Shem. Where you at in Africa is Ham.
Where is Japheth?
That might be up there between Middle East, up that way.
To Europe, maybe.
That's the same thing.
Exactly. So let me reiterate. America is Shem, Africa was given to Ham, and Europe, Eurasia, right, was given to Japheth, correct?
Correct.
Now, the book of Jubilees, chapter 8. The book of Jubilees, chapter 8. Let me pop that up for us so we can read. Kami kune dewe ojami kukwe kene dewe ojami. Jubilees, that is 11. Did you know that the book of Jubilees says that the land that was cold was given to Japheth? Have you come across that?
That would mean
We
where
just
he said
discussed
it
that.
was Eurasia. Eurasia's cold.
Samuel, just a moment. Sorry, CS, I didn't get you.
I just answered all that questions that you asked it again.
No, this is a different question. I said, did you know that Jubilees...
It's the same thing. You just rearranged it.
No. What was the question I just asked just now?
Is Africa cold?
No, just a moment, Samuel. Sorry, CS, well, did you know that the book of Jubilees says the land given to Japheth is cold? Have you come across it before?
Yes.
Good, brilliant.
We answered that already.
Well, maybe. So, did you know that it also says that that land is in the north? Or you can't remember that? Should we read it instead? Should we read
We
it?
answered all this, sir.
You've answered that.
We covered all this in the beginning. When you asked me where's Ham land, where's Shem land, where's Japheth land. We covered all this. You're just going about it a different way of asking the same question.
No, it's different. I don't think.
African way, the slower.
I don't think Samuel. Okay, hold on. Samuel, what did you say? Choma, let him speak. Oh, he's gone. So, yeah, CS. This is. I don't think we're gonna make progress. Honestly, but I'm gonna try.
No.
Don't use the word damn.
Don't make progress.
Don't use the word damn for CS. It's not right. Lavender. So, I don't know. I don't see us making much progress. But it says the land of Shem is cold. Okay. The land of Ham is hot. Okay. And it says the land of Shem is neither hot nor cold. Okay. But it then said, that the lands in the north was given to Japheth. The lands in the south, well, in the middle of the earth to the south, was given to Shem. Okay. And
How many seasons Africa got?
how many what?
Seasons.
Seasons.
Yes, you know, like America, we got 4 seasons in America.
Yeah, I think that can take us off the topic.
No, because the Bible mentioned
Mm-hmm.
seasons.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
The
what?
Bible mentions the motherland have 4 different seasons.
Mm-hmm. So what's the?
Do Africa have 4 different seasons?
I don't know honestly. How many seasons does Africa have?
I'm asking you a question, sir.
I answered you, sir. I said I don't know.
Do y'all have summer, winter, fall, spring?
We don't have we don't call it winter. But what's your point? Get to it. Africa has 2 seasons, right, or 6?
Okay then. So you cannot be the motherland.
No, which how many? Can you tell me? How
I
many?
just told you, sir.
How many seasons does Africa have?
You just told me, sir.
I've mentioned 2. I said 6 or 2.
You didn't say 2 or 6.
Okay, so it's 2. Long story, right? Or 6?
Africa do not have 6 seasons.
Okay, so they must have had 2 then. Okay, I got you. Yeah, that's fair enough. So although I don't think that's super. Okay, let me.
Is there a scripture though?
I've not come across it, but it's probably is there. You're probably not lying, right? You see.
They talk about the seasons in the scripture.
Mm-hmm.
America got 4 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Africa got 2.
Oh.
Nowhere in the world you could be the motherland.
Oh, I
Y'all
see.
don't grow the crops that we grew that originate in America.
Mm-hmm.
We had to bring them crops over to y'all. We had to bring the soil over to Africa.
Interesting.
Y'all couldn't grow nothing. Y'all had burnt land.
So all the green places here, I think they became fruitful, because this fruitful soil they were brought from Americas, right?
Yes.
I see.
You know, out of 648 fruits, vegetables, and plants, 640 originate in America.
I see. That's interesting. Then the oil and the gold in the land
You
of.
can't eat oil.
Just a
You can't
moment.
eat oil.
I got you on the food, although I disagree. But I just want
You
to.
can't eat diamonds.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment. So.
You need water and food.
Just a moment.
And
Oh.
America got plenty of it. Africa.
Just a
don't
moment.
have too much.
That's okay. Just a moment. The gold in the lands of Africa, were they also brought and put in the ground, or gold is not really important, is it?
You know, San Francisco was gold all around California.
You didn't hear my question, did you?
You hear what I say? We got gold here too.
Of course.
Gold here too.
That's all right.
Everything y'all have in Africa, we have here.
Yeah, but all came from America, didn't it? So I was asking about the gold in the ground in Africa. Was it brought from America?
I didn't talk about the gold. You brought up gold.
Yeah, exactly.
I told you what I told you.
That's okay. That's okay. Relax. Relax. So the gold in the land in
I
Africa.
didn't bring up gold.
I brought up
You
gold.
want to bring up material that none of you Africans own.
That's okay. Relax yourself. But I'm just trying to say the gold in Africa was not brought from America, or was it?
I never did that.
Of course it didn't. Of
Where
course,
you get that from?
of course, it's not brought from there because you said everything came from America.
But did I say that?
No, you did
Did I
not.
say that?
No, you did not. Relax.
So why are you saying that? I said that.
It's because I didn't say you said that. You said everything came from America. That's
No. I didn't say everything. I was talking about fruits, vegetables, and plants.
Yeah.
I said 640 come from America out of the 648 that's grown in Africa. That's what I said.
Yeah. I just disagree, but then I heard you right. But the rivers
You
also.
did no research.
No, it's okay. I got you.
It's fact over feelings.
It's okay. So the rivers in Africa also they were there originally, right? Or did they create a channel to let water get to
Who had
Africa?
more rivers?
No, I know.
Who had more rivers?
Relax.
The Americas or Africa?
Relax.
Who had more rivers?
I don't know. Honestly, you've told me before that America has more rivers.
There's a lot you don't know.
Of course, there's a
There's
lot.
a lot you don't know.
Relax. Oh,
You just going by what you was taught by the YT.
so you
Brainwash.
so you hate white people also?
That's why Nigeria.
This guy is a piece of work. That's a piece of work. You know, I was praying 2 days ago. Is there even a need to say that? It is well. Call me Kunete we ojo mi. Okay, so it's um I don't know why you think Africa is so little, so evil, so backward, so
Who said it's so little? Who said
uh
anything about Africa being so little?
so I don't know why you think that way. Um and then you despise the people. You think they're Hamite. You think they're cursed. You think they're stupid. You know. Yeah, that's the thing. Lavender. He's actually African looking, but he's gonna think that's a curse. He's African looking like this. That's the painful part. So he's been given a false sense of superiority because he spent so much time there. You know.
What is African looking?
So it's
What
given
is that?
it's given a false. He's been given a false sense of superiority, and that's what's happening to him. I don't know where all of that came from. It's similar to what you might be seeing in South
How
Africa.
is African looking? Y'all don't even know y'all.
So it might be similar to what you see in South Africa, where they hate that people that look like them. You know, it's something else. Whew.
You do not look
Because no, it's okay. You look more like a whitey person, maybe, right?
you so brainwashed. You don't know. We got different.
No, you're being disrespectful. So I don't think we can have a conversation, unfortunately.
You was.
I don't think we can have a conversation. All right. You can disconnect him. I don't think we can have a conversation, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we can't. So, yeah, Black Americans and Black South Africans think alike. Yeah, unfortunately. So I've tried to have a conversation with him. He's so bent. It's like this hatred, this false superiority. It's too much. I mean, it's just too much. So it's so
All the
bad.
animals, he said he didn't say it, but he said you came from apes.
Right, I know. I know
So
you
I
said.
heard him say that, right?
Right, right. And then these are people that look like him, unfortunately. So the it's even worse. Well, the white man has got his own bad parts, but a white man, the Caucasians, Europeans would not be this brazen with their hatred. They would do like a snake, and yeah, ringtone.
Was a snake. That's what the Bible describes them.
Right, right.
Good morning, Mr. Akule. I think that guy is suffering from superiority complex.
Yes.
Minister,
Superiority complex.
Yeah.
I have one message.
Yeah, yeah, ringtone.
Yeah, you see, I want we the Africans to note something.
Yeah.
You see, I have experienced this before, in real life experience with these Black Americans. And what I realize is that, what I experience is no different from what you are experiencing with this guy.
Right.
And all boils down to how they have been informed from where they were born.
Yes.
And whenever you try to bring their mind home, they always stand by their point. So there's one attitude that I have adopted. Just neglect them.
Right.
Neglect them. And let's concentrate on ourselves.
Right. And that's what I am trying not to do, you see?
Yes.
So as not to reciprocate that their position.
Minister, let me take you back. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, even when he came on earth, his own people,
not all of them.
he couldn't even
Do much miracles. They were not receiving him.
Revolutionize
Their minds, their anything.
So I have always been advising my brother, when those of us who have come to the knowledge of the truth,
Yes.
let's rather come together. When we come on a platform like this,
Yeah.
let's rather spend our energy and time
On those that.
on doing more research and doing in-depth analysis of the things that pertain to us.
Right.
In that way, those who are listening and are willing to also come to the knowledge of the truth would either take it. They will take it or leave it. And
I got
we
you.
don't bother about this guy.
I got you. I'll try to shift, and I think it's gradual for me. For me, my heart is open. I want people to see things, and
No, brother,
again,
that's dangerous.
right.
I have a heart like you, very open, loving, and I give whatever I have. But I got to a point I realized that no, I need to, adopt another kind of lifestyle.
Right.
Else, because I've realized that by experience, by history, I've realized that those who have that kind of hearts,
The world
they end
can
up being destroyed.
say that again. The what?
Those who have that kind of good heart, you understand? By experience and by history, you realize that those who have too much good heart, you end up being destroyed.
Yes.
In the end.
Exactly.
By your own people.
Exactly.
So you need to adopt
We,
shift your mind.
we just need to be wise as serpent, harmless. So something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see, that's why
Baba Ladoko. Ẹ jẹ́ kó ṣe tán. Let him. I know. I know. So I know. Let ringtone land properly so that I can let you also speak. We'll shift this thing.
That's why I like the prophets of old who were radical.
They were very vicious, and that thing didn't stop really.
Yeah, so I started praying and I started adopting their style,
Yeah,
and it has really helped me.
worked right.
But when it gets to a point, you need to stand on your grounds and be wicked.
To the wicked, right? Even God said that he that is forward to him, I'll be forward. We'll shift. Don't worry. In fact, they've told me this quite a few times. It's normal.
You know what? From the experience with that fellow brother that I was talking about,
Okay.
that personal experience I have. When I started adopting that kind of lifestyle,
Things was.
now I realized that okay, now brother wanted my attention. He wanted to get closer and know more. and I also I made him know that it is too late.
You shot the arc.
Yes.
I see. So we'll shift it gradually.
Harbored wickedness.
Let me.
And isolation.
Yes. Let me set time.
It has helped me.
Right. Let me set time so you can land. You sound like you're from Ghana. Are you from Ghana or Nigeria?
Exactly, boss. I'm from Ghana.
Ghana, nice.
Yes, you guessed right.
Yeah. So let me let you land your point so I can let the next.
Yeah. So my brother, I know the heart that you have. But, sometimes you need to have a shift. And then based on the past, what we have experienced as a people, what we've gone through as a people, we need to adopt a new kind of lifestyle and attitude based on our problems.
Yeah, they are peculiar.
So we can be able to address our problems. Because in fact we are a people, we are the only people who are going through hardship or who are going through trauma, in this world. So that good heart will not help solve our problem.
It won't. It has to be balanced.
If it's too much, it has to be balanced. Yes.
Let me let Baba
That's
Ladapo.
the situation we find ourselves. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you very much. And sometimes, let me let Baba Ladapo speak, then I'll speak on this. 2 minutes. And then we'll come back to him. Yes, my brother.
Yeah, I think the last time I came on this platform before now was one lady that is a scientist that was very rude. She was unruly. Can you remember that lady?
Yeah, there's a lot of them, really, to be fair.
I really think there's a pattern.
Yeah. Was she American too? Or?
Yeah, when you can't sort people, they're not going to let you talk. They're not going to provoke your spirit. Do you understand? And make you do statements you don't want to say. So
That's true.
When you listen to them 5-10 minutes, just let them go. Please. You don't have to be a Christian. It's a platform, right? No.
There's a form of that in Christianity in that sense, but I get you what you're saying.
Yeah, because for instance, I will tell you I'm not a Christian. When I come here, if I disagree,
Yes.
it's a level of respect, I feel.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
And I'll share my opinions. You will share yours. And I'll go and reflect on it.
That's it.
You understand? You
Yeah.
don't come on someone else's platform and start trying to bully them, all their names, and you are just trying to accommodate him. Just let them go for the sake of it.
I
That
see.
guy is that guy. I can trying to say that guy is destroyed.
It's damaged,
He has
really.
a terrible mind.
It's
Yes,
damaged.
he's like the typical South African that doesn't want a black man in his
I
front.
beg, leave
He
South Africa
wants a
alone.
white
No?
man.
So it's just that generalization that we'll try, because if one is not careful, they will make you become like them. Because
Yes,
you understand, you will just hate.
don't want to see
As I am like
now.
this, I don't even hate these people. I see in this ministry, these people will still come. I know it's something I'm aware of. They will come. I
What
would
South
have
Africans are doing is not even like it's not even like xenophobia. What I mean is they're Afrophobic.
Afrophobic, exactly. Because xenophobic is just any stranger, right?
Yes,
But
but
this
you
one
don't
is
want him to
Afro,
stay. But the same man who has your skin,
right?
you don't want him to stay.
It's
So
crazy. It would be a D, be a delusionary, as if there's a
yes,
curse.
delusional.
It's something
So
else.
that will need no man should share, but they are giving to see. You need to just cause that man was right. The man that understood, he said it correctly.
Yeah,
If you don't want, don't come here.
it's simple.
You can create your own platform and
Exactly.
form your own narrative. It's on you.
Simply has come back up. Maybe and Simply is a gentle angel now. She has been provoked. Let, let me mute Simply first. Esho, what did you say?
Can you hear me? Hello, Minister, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. What I wanted to say is most of these people, I think what they are there for is to distract us from the purpose of what we're trying to achieve. Because some people, when you're studying, don't forget, know the truth, and the truth will set you free. We are here to know the truth, but they are there as a distraction. So I think most of them are just coming. They don't want to learn. They ask questions, but they
Oh, you have gone off your app. Maybe she had a call. Let me quickly let Lavender go next while we're waiting for her. 2 minutes, Lavender.
Yes, so I just want to quickly say that the guy that was talking
Yeah.
is the people that identify as an FBA. So we need
FDA.
to differentiate. You need FBA.
Something black.
You need to know right now.
What's FBA?
Americans.
Yeah, let me say they're not Americans. In America right now, the Black American community, they are actually having issues within themselves. Some of them think they are native to America. They try to claim they are the original people. While we also have the African Americans who know they have African descent. So this is the reason why it was telling you that America is the motherland. You guys are not them. Blah blah blah. So you need to know to differentiate them because those are the ones causing problems. So
So you
even
see,
African Americans, they have issues with those type of Americans as well.
right. So it's just this unnecessary stratification. Like we are the ones who are here. You were brought from Africa. The ones who are left there, all that kind of stratification, superiority, and all of
And
that.
some of them just have the AIDS that they were sold, and some of them just say stuff like they don't want to identify with being African because they assume we all sold them, which is not really
It's
true.
not true.
Because the elite at that time, some of them did, but they try to make it seem like we all ganged up against them. And some of them also claimed we are the real Israelites. So this is why he said your arm is
Oh
sham.
yeah.
Yeah. So they believe that the part of the Bible that says they will put you back to Egypt and they'll capture you. They think they are the ones. So some of them are just like that.
Satan,
But it's
Satan,
not all of them.
yeah, Satan is just trying to mess up this message, because I actually think the Bible people would look like this, actually, right? So some of that might have some truth in it, interestingly. But Satan usually, I mean, irono ni mashaju oto, right? So there's what I said is the deception will usually go before the lie, sorry, before the truth. And why is that? The reason is because once the truth comes, then the lie just disappears. So you see, there's some truth to it about that some of them are Hebrews, really scriptural Hebrews, But then the twist of it, the essence of it is not then to say, hey, we live in Africa, right? Although I'm not African right now, but I live in Africa. I was born there, right? And we have people amongst us that may not quite fit in. We don't, because of that, start a new religion and say, oh, these are the ones are Hamites. Even if someone is Hamite, that's what Yeshua came to do. If they know their Bible at all, that's what Jesus came to do, you see. And it goes as far as bringing whatever Hamite, Japhetite, whoever, into the faith, you see. So, I mean, thanks for that anyways. It's interesting. I think Mr. Sneaky here has a different opinion than myself, so let me hear from him. Mr. Is this Sneaky?
Hello, thank you for having me on.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good. So I just wanted to ask you, like, why do you claim that the Bible is black history? Like, what is the reason, and why do you think the Hebrews were written of African descent?
Do you think the Bible is a true story at all in the first place? Is it even real?
Well, I think the Hebrew Bible is, of course.
So Genesis, God really created man from the dust. Do you think so?
It says it, right?
Say that again.
It says it, right? Like the first line of Bereshith, what is it? Bereshith bara et Elohim hasamayim ha'aret. In the beginning, created God, and God created the heavens and the earth, right?
So is that true, or is it evolution or Big Bang?
Well, I believe that. I don't believe in evolution. I don't believe in the Big Bang. I wanted to push back because I wanted to ask you, where does it say that the Hebrews were
Africans. I got it. Okay, let's get to it. So let me start with what I was trying to talk with the guy. Were you here when CS was here? Do you know the guest that was CS here some time ago?
they just came in?
Sorry?
I came in about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago.
Okay, so he wasn't here. You were not here rather. The flood was worldwide, right? Divided to Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The whole earth was divided. Is that correct? Are you there?
Yeah. I'm saying, yeah, it was all flooded. The antediluvian period, right?
Do you think it was the whole world that was divided among Shem, Ham, and Japheth?
No. So we know academically and historically that the world in the context of is only the Middle East at the time.
So only the Middle East was divided among Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Yes.
Okay. Can you ask ChatGPT? So because I disagree with you, because the flood was worldwide. It says that the flood at a point, except the Middle East is a trough and a cave and a deep valley. It says the water was certain number of cubits higher than the highest mountain in the world. Water usually finds its level, so it would have flown to other parts of the world if it was just Middle East. Except Middle East, is a deep valley. That's how you can only flood that bucket of water and then recede it later somehow. So I think it was worldwide. Can we solve that first?
I would say yes, but like you think, right? That's with academics, right? With academics know that the whole
Should we use the Bible then?
yes, because the Bible actually clarifies what it says. So we know that the Babylonian map is the oldest map of the world, the oldest, and it's what they would have had. It only encompasses the Middle East and the northern tip of Africa, the northern tip. And you chat GPT that, you could look that up, you could check yourself. So that would say that we know that they were only talking about that area. Now, I'm not talking about just the Middle East, obviously we're talking a broader term, but that is the centre of what they thought the world was, Babylon and so on. So again,
Just a moment. Where in the Bible did you infer, or does it say that the flood was local in whatever Middle East? Can you look for it? Can you tell me so we read it?
that's circular reasoning. If you're going to use the Bible to prove within the Bible, it's called circular reasoning, which you can't do academically. You have to use outside sources.
Just a moment. I heard what you said. You can't use the Bible to. Okay, they're washing my window. So you can't use the Bible to prove what's inside the Bible. That's cyclical reasoning. I've heard you and I understand you. According to the Bible, was the flood worldwide or not? You can check. It says what? It says the world. Sorry?
The whole world was flooded, yes.
Good, good. But you are thinking, now this is you now, thinking that the world they know then was the Middle East, right?
Yeah.
Good. So that will be your inference, not what the Bible says.
Well, I would say it would what historical
I get it.
artifact.
I get it. So when you bring the historical artifact and stuff like that, you're like, no way, this could not have been the whole world, right?
Great, right.
That's what the problem is. So how do we solve that problem? Because for all I care, God created the heavens and the earth. That earth could have, that the moment you bring that in, that messes it up, you see. But let me go another route, because I think it was the whole world. Do you think the book of Jubilees is right?
It's apocrypha. It's what is known as apocrypha.
That's just a label you put on a book. I could put a label on you and people don't think you're human, even though you are. It's just a label. Apocrypha. What's in it? Is it true or not? Or you're not sure?
Not sure, to be fair, because we have like other books like Enoch, the Maccabees, certain books of Solomon that are not in the Tanakh.
Because did you know the book of Jasher was mentioned in Joshua?
It might have been.
It was. It was also mentioned in the book of Samuel. Just like Enoch, we know he's part of the patriarchs, the number 7. And Enoch's scripture was mentioned in Jude. He says, Enoch says that thousands of 10,000s, God and 10,000 of the saints come from the cloud.
That's a different Bible. So what?
Oh, you don't like Jude. You don't think Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is part of scriptures.
No, I'm not Christian.
You're not, yeah, I got it. But you don't think those books are valid. The book of Revelation, is it valid?
I would say that the Christian's testament of Jesus Christ is story. I wouldn't say it's like a text from God.
Let's leave the people. Let's deal with the text. Do you think Revelation is a valid thing, or you don't like it? You don't think it's accurate?
I don't think it's valid. No,
Sorry?
no, I don't think it's valid.
So which ones do you think are valid? Genesis to Malachi? Plus? Plus what? Matthew? No.
No, I don't believe in the gospel. I don't believe in Jesus, so I believe that.
That's what I'm saying. You don't think Jesus even existed, or you think he existed but not the Savior?
I think he existed, but I think because the Christians don't understand there are two sides.
You can leave the persons, if you don't mind, so that it doesn't sound like we're saying the people. Let's deal with either a historical figure rather than saying the Muslims are this way. I think you are Jewish. You Jewish are this way. You know. Did you get what I'm saying? Just to be fair.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm trying to. So look,
Make your point.
We know as Jews, because I'm Jewish, I'm a Jew.
Mhm.
We know that there are two messiahs to come. There's not one, there's two. Ben David, I mean, chat GPT, Ben David and Ben Yosef. And one has to fail, and the failed Messiah will arrive in Jerusalem on a donkey. The failed Messiah. And now, what did Jesus arrive in on? It's Jerusalem on.
Tell me.
Donkey.
Tell me.
He rode in on a donkey, right?
Tell me. Yeah.
And the Messiah, the real Messiah, must stop all world wars, stop famine, and stop disease. Did he stop any of that?
I see. I think it did in the Middle Ages, but then you've been lied to as to what happened in the Middle Ages. But that's a long shot. It will take 1 hour to show you that.
And then also there's where every single Jew must go home. When we know there are only, what, 7 million Jews in Israel right now. There's more in America than there is Israel.
I see.
So we know the Messiah's not come.
Okay, so those are your indicators. So let me show you some things that you may not know. Are you in Israel yourself, Middle East Israel right now?
No, not in Israel, no.
You're in America, I guess.
England.
England, okay, good. I should have known that from your accent. Okay, how do we start this? Hmm.
Very tricky, isn't it?
No, it's not tricky. I'm looking for what angle to approach you from. It's not tricky at all.
South African, what are you?
Sorry.
What nationality are you?
Nationality. I was born in Lagos. Do you know where Lagos is?
Is that, I'm not too accomplished with Africa. Is that near Nigeria?
Yes, you're smart.
There's a rapper, I don't know if you know him, Repticuna.
There's a what? Sorry.
A rapper. They're in England, but they're from Repticuna. In England.
Crypto what?
Repticuna.
What's that about?
Oh, no, they're just two artists that are from there, really good music artists.
Oh, okay. You have Nigerian artists that you think are wonderful. You're talking about.
Yeah, I think that Nigerians and Africans in general, majority of them bring a lot to the table.
Yeah. Only that they put them under the table once the thing is on the table.
True.
Anyway, so watch this, right? We've left the flood. Now. Do you know that Africans, right, in Nigeria, we circumcised before the Bible came and before colonization came? Are you aware of that?
Which Bible?
Come on, colonization, right? Missionaries, whatever Bible. Do you get my point?
This used to go on for millennia, so which?
1400.
So are you talking? Because if you say that, we'll go further backwards. You know, like Barbary slave trade?
Fire Crusade?
The Barbary slave trade.
Arabian slave trade, you said.
Barbary.
Tartary?
Barbary.
Are you using headphones or?
No, I'm just on my. Hang on, let me try.
Yeah, change something. I don't think it's the signal. I think it's the audio setup somehow.
Right now, so the Barbary.
Barbary. Okay. It may not affect. What I want to prove to you is that Africans were doing things in the Bible before the colonizers came. That's what I'm trying to show to you.
Yes, but there's a reason for that. So,
Tell me.
the movement of people. So we know that they went to Africa thousands of years ago, right? We had Ethiopian queens.
Your audio is too bad. But let me mute myself intermittently like I've been doing. Say that again, please.
We know that movement of people. So the movement of Jews to Africa, or I like to say the word Alulakban because that's the original. Africa's a Latin name, so it's not even the original.
Not Al Kabulan. Alulab, what?
Alulakban, innit? Alulakban it is.
What's the meaning in what language?
That's like an old African language. I forget what it's called now, but that's the Africa is named. Africa comes from Africana, who's a Roman. And that's what I wanted to pull you up on the River Niger.
But watch this. Sorry. Is it Al Kabulan you're trying to say is what? What's Alulakban?
Alulakban is the original African name.
Well, okay, just go ahead. So when did the Jews come to teach Africans how to do Jewish things?
So when we went to Ethiopia, because we remember in the Bible it says we took many queens. So there was, I think it was either Ruth. Oh no, who was it? It was Ruth, Sheba. There was a couple of African women that converted and came into Judaism in a sense, and that is why. So, and we even know academically, the reason why Ethiopians are Jews today is because of migration. Jews going there, intermixing with the people, and then some of the people took on the traits, and obviously through marriage and so on, and they became Jews. So we know that's how it got there, because you can't start something from nothing. Something can't come from nothing. It always has to come from somewhere. So when we look at it academically, we know. Now I'm not saying there can't be BLK Jews, because there are many. People don't even know there's 130,000 of them.
Do you what day do you circumcise in your religion?
By the 8th day.
Eighth day.
By the 8th.
So you're suggesting that Africans were taught circumcision by the Jews? Sorry?
Yes.
Do you have maybe a writing that states this, very strong source? And when that teaching took place?
So academically, we use the movement of people to understand how things happen,
So
how people.
so is an inference. Maybe the Ethiopian woman that married Moses later taught all Africans to circumcise on the eighth day like Moses, blah blah blah. Inference, right?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, so we can't have a direct correlation or a direct answer in the sense of because we weren't living at the time, but hypothesis is the most academic way because obviously we just don't know. But we could every passage you would use to say that like the Hebrews are BLK, I could actually show you that it doesn't say that. I could show you in the that doesn't say that. It's a mistranslation. So like in Songs of Solomon where it says he is black, it doesn't say that. It says Shakora, which means she is black when it's talking about the lady he's talking about. But because you have a Christian translation, it doesn't say the she. It doesn't give the feminine indication. So this is why like Hebrew Israelites get it wrong, and I debate them. It actually calls King David white. It calls him white and ginger. It calls Solomon whiter than white. It calls David abnormal.
What's that Hebrew word for white that he called Solomon?
Tazak, whiter than white.
What verse? What Bible verse is that?
I'll have a look for it in a minute, and you can Google it as well and look for David. David's a ginger white guy. We know King David's a ginger white guy. It says it calls him Adnomi, which Esau's Adnomi. So
Is it the word that was translated ruddy?
So it means red, not ruddy. So again, that's a mistranslation. It doesn't mean your skin's ruddy. It means it's talking about your hair.
Is the Red Sea red?
Yes, but it doesn't call it Adnomi.
What is the real name for Red Sea in Hebrew?
I'll have a look now. Let me give you all the answers. I'll give you exactly specific answers. Not using ChatGPT, but Jewish.
Yeah, no, it's okay. The Red Sea. What is Red Sea? What's the Red Sea? What's the Hebrew word for Red Sea that got translated as Red Sea? I want to see this Hebrew translation of colors and see where you're coming from. So maybe he's going to look for some things. Alaka, how are you doing? Yamsuf, but that's not Red Sea, is it? No, I mean, does Yamsuf literally mean Red Sea?
Yeah. No, hang on.
Call me Kunete Ojomi. Alaka, how are you doing? Alaska, is it? Alaska, how are you? Okay. All right. Yeah. To join. Good. Do you have a question though? Or you are just enjoying the conversation? Have you written it down a little bit? Do this. Note the question so you don't forget. Leave a noisy place and I'll attend to you. Okay? Sneaky, are you there? Sneaky. Don't sneak out. Call me Kunete Ojomi. Are you there?
The verse, yeah. So the verse that says Solomon's wife is Solomon 5:10.
Read the KJV first. Read the English. Let me hear it. Oh, it's a lot. Just paraphrase it.
When my beloved is radiant, and I think it says red.
Radiant and red. So anyway, what is Yom Suf? What does it translate to really? Red Sea or what?
Yeah, but so here's the problem, right? Because it changes. So you know what Septuagint is, right? The Septuagint even renders it as the same, Red Sea. So and ChatGPT, I just checked ChatGPT and it actually clarifies it and accepts that. Says it. I could screenshot if you would like me to bring it to.
No, what I'm saying is Yom. What is Yom? You should know some Hebrew, right?
Yom
day or
what?
Yom Suf. Yom Suf, let me just go straight. Yom Suf is Sea of Reeds, not Sea of Red, not Red Sea.
So again, this is what I tried to say to you. The Septuagint rendered it as Red Sea.
Okay.
The Septuagint is what you use to translate the Bible.
So that was wrong, is what I'm telling you, right?
You're saying Septuagint is wrong.
What is Yom Suf? That is sea sea of reeds.
One word in Hebrew can have many meanings. You understand? So, like, let me give you an example. Ish. What does ish mean in Hebrew?
Like Aisha.
No, ish. I-S-H. Ish.
Ish. I forgot. Sounds familiar.
It means man, but it can also mean champion. It also can mean warrior.
Okay. So let's get to the Red Sea. I got you what you're saying. Some words could be like that. So the Yom Suf. Okay, but what do you think Yom Suf really means? Is it really Red Sea?
I would agree with you. It's reed to sea.
Okay, good. That's where I was going. Okay, let's jump over. What do I? Genesis 13:1. It's gonna get difficult. Genesis 13:1. You know, Adam. It says Adam went up out of Egypt. You know, he was going to the promised land in Genesis 13:1. Do you remember? Genesis 13:1. I may need to use my own screen. Let me use this.
Would you be able to just get more stuff? Unmute me in the comments so I can paste the verses.
No, don't worry. Let's use this. Is this good?
I like using the Hebrew transliterations.
There might be. We might go into what's that thing called? These guys have been watching my screen all the while. Okay, anyways, it's much makes it better. We can use the Hebrew. If we need that, we'll get to it. Okay. Are you there? And Abraham went up out of Egypt. Was he going to the promised land here? Do you agree that's where he was going?
It depends what you look. So Egypt. So even with this question.
Let me read it. Just a moment. Let me read it. Let me read it. Just the verse. Because there's something we saw here. I think you should see. And Abraham went up out of Egypt, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. Okay, so where do you think he was going at this point? He was going to Egypt. Okay, he was going to Negev. Is Negev in the promised land? Good. So, but it says south here.
Yes. So where was Abraham at that point?
I think it was in Egypt. Tell me.
So he went up out of Egypt, right? And he's going south. So you were saying. So, but here's the problem. Egypt wasn't just on the continent of Africa. You understand that, right? Parts of the Middle East, there was like Lebanon and even Israel. It was Egypt.
So why?
So like to say like where Egypt he was.
Are you suggesting that if he's going to this from somewhere and he ended up in so-called Negev, then maybe he was coming from this Egypt? This was part of Egypt somehow, and he moved here to your Israel, right?
Well, yeah, or he could have been at Israel, which could have been Egypt, and gone down into Egypt. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Okay, you're not sure. Okay. That's a very sincere answer. Actually, I'm impressed by that. Okay, but let's say that again.
I have to be honest.
Yeah, you don't have to be. To be fair, I know what you mean. It just means your value system is wonderful. Which I mean, I'm not patronizing you. I mean that. Okay, but this is what I let me show you what I think, okay? Because it feels a little confusing to say, well, Egypt, even Israel was part of Egypt, because there's no way you're saying the borders of Egypt goes from here, skips this, and pops here, and pops somewhere here, and then to make Abraham go south and end up in Israel is somehow, you see. So because that would skip this place and all that. So this is what I think. Again, it's just what I think. You can look it up, but it was definitely going to the promised land, okay, Canaan land and all that. But he said, and Abraham, or Abram rather, went up out of Egypt. And I think that up is the word wayal, which you might agree with, okay, which I believe is talking about elevation. So he went up out of Egypt. Where did he go? Into the south. So I think he was going southward. And if you go southward from Egypt, you end up inside Africa. But do you know where Negev came from? Of course you do, right? Call me kunete ojo mi snake, eh? Kugwe kenete ojo mi. Snake, are you there? Maybe you had a call.
Right, say that again. Sorry, yeah.
So I think he was going up. He says up out of Egypt, and I think he was talking about elevation because, of course, this is lower Egypt, this is upper Egypt, right?
Yeah.
Great. So when he says he went up out of Egypt, I think he was talking about elevation into the south direction. He was going here, which goes into Africa to go to the promised land. So they would say in some translations, they would just pop Negev here, which is what you were saying the other time. But Negev is just, in my opinion, it's not even my opinion, is the innocent translation of the word south. Is not the name of the place necessarily.
Well, Hanegava, it comes from where the root word joiners.
Say that again.
It comes from the root. I mean, ChatGPT this. It comes from the root word joiners, parched lands. So it depends because was there a desert in the Middle East at that point? We don't know. And was Africa dry at that point? No, because Africa could have been. Some scientists say that Africa at that point in time was prospering.
Yeah, we can't. That's going to take us many directions if we start looking at recent studies, etc. If we stay in scripture, it helps it better. I'll get to the matter of the dryness later. Which land was dry, blah, blah, blah. We'll get to that in a minute. Okay. But it says it went to the south. And I think what the translators did, because they were convinced by modern academic whatever, hopefully they were not trying to deceive everybody, right? They've said that it went into the Negev, of which Negev is not the name of the place. It's like saying, and it went to the right from there, and I just put it there. It went to Yamin. Yamin is the Hebrew word for right, correct?
Yeah.
Good. And I then popped. It went to the Yamin there, and I now go to create some land called Yamin somewhere and say, well, that's where he went to. But no, he was describing the direction he went to. You see, let me show you what talking about. Is it modern day whatever? Negev. There are two things that are called Negev, but there is a gun called Negev. Oh, let's keep typing F1, please, because of this GUN. Okay. Do you know what IWI is?
No.
Israel Weapon Industries. You know what Israel has done? They are doing very nice thing to the Palestinians. I mean, they are not doing genocide. They are being very wonderful. Okay. But anyway, Negev is the name of a pew-pew. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And, that says a lot. But anyways, this says the south. I don't think there's a place called Negev in it. Of course, there's a place named Negev today. But this is the south. It's like saying you went to the Yamin. Yamin is not the name of a place in scriptures. It's just the right. You see. Let me show you one other thing. It says you mentioned prophecy, and it says, according to prophecy, history, scriptures, that he would take them into a spacious land, right? Land flowing with milk and honey. We could argue, okay, he said the land will be spacious and fruitful. We could argue that present day Israel has become dry because of global warming, right? Because it's not very fruitful, is it? Naturally, no.
Oh, have you been there?
Sorry?
Have you been there?
No, I've not. But I'm saying it's not naturally fruitful. You could check from the satellite view. It's literally dry-ish, isn't it?
But what do we call natural? Because what if God willed it? Like if you went to Israel today, there's fruit, there's apple trees, there's lots of grass, there's everything there. And then as soon as you go outside of it, it's sand, it's dirt, it's dust. So like, if God wills it, I think what we deem natural, like, would you deem a miracle from God natural or unnatural?
No, we'll get to it, but I'm saying most of Israel is, look at it, it's parched. Literally, right? This is green-ish, the northern side, right? But this is not so green, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right. So, but even I've made it good to say, you know what? It used to be all green, but somehow carbon dating, global warming, whatnot, climate change made it dry. But question: did global warming, whatever, make it also shrink this small? Even if you want to add Greater Israel, there's a Greater Israel project, whatnot. Add all of this. Sorry,
Yeah, great original would be the original Israel.
whatever, right? So present day Israel is 25,000 square kilometers roughly. Present day Egypt, which used to be bigger than this, is 1 million square kilometers. That makes Israel 40 times smaller than Egypt. So you see, and one other one we found is Exodus 14:21. This one is a bit dicey, to be fair. EX14. We'll go to verse 21. It's a bit dicey, but you may need a little bit of inference to come to that conclusion, but it's not, I don't think it's illogical. So when they were crossing the sea, okay, look at the miracle that happened. That's why I started by saying, is this Bible even real? So if it is real, we can work with it. And Moses stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind. You see? So where would you think the east wind would come from, Sneaky?
So the east wind. Well, it depends where you are. So if you're in Egypt, the east wind's coming from like on the map. Never eat shredded wheat. So I would say Saudi Arabia, Jordan.
Brilliant. Brilliant. So the east wind that God parted the river with must have been coming from this area going this area. Good. So when they were crossing, I mean, let's forget mainstream, what mainstream tells us. Of course, that's why we hear, because we think differently from what mainstream is saying. So if God is splitting the sea with a strong east wind, do you think that the people will be on this side of the Red Sea, whatnot, and then the wind, let me use my second hand, will be blowing in their face this way, blowing sand and whatnot and on their face, and they're crossing against the wind? Do you think that makes sense? Or it makes sense that they're crossing this way and the wind is coming more or less behind them like this? Option one or two.
I could see. See, I'm gonna be honest and say I see both. I can't. Like me personally, I believe that it was him coming out of Egypt, crossing into Israel. Right? That's my personal belief. Just
Of course, that's why we are having this conversation in the first place, because we have different views.
I could consider your point of view.
Yeah, so based on that, like I said, that's my inference, to be fair. It didn't say they were crossing westward, literally, of course not. Okay, but I'm saying, hey, oh, it's gone. Okay, somebody else was gone. So if it is splitting that sea with the east wind, I think, and it blew all night, by the way. I think it made more sense that, yeah, I mean, I don't think it makes sense that they were trying to cross into the wind to go to the Middle East Israel that we see today. They were more or less.
I would think you're using a modern day common sense, which
Mhm.
quite like here's the best advice I could give, and this is the only advice I would ever give because you seem like a smart man. Don't use modern day thinking because look, there in the Bible it talks about donkeys that can talk. Does that make sense?
No, 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 no. It's not. You're right. You're right. But it's not modern day thinking. I think it's everyday thinking. Just like you're telling these guys, you're taking them from Egypt to a more spacious land. That's literally in Exodus. He said the land is too small to take them, or at least them and the Egyptians. So the place you're taking them should be bigger. That's very basic, you see. But I'm going to leave that there. But do you know of the Palestine Mandate? Yes. And the Balfour Declaration?
Balfour Declaration, yes.
Yes. Do you know who the Rothschilds are? Sorry?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Do you know who bought the World Trade Towers before it crashed in a few months after?
I'm not clue.
Okay. But what can you say about the Rothschilds in maybe 10, 15 seconds?
They were just bankers, financiers, who financed World War II.
I like the way you started with just bankers, just billionaires. They just own the world like that, right?
Yeah, but like, if we're honest, right? We can put conspiracy, like, just because one Jewish person does something, that's like saying, right? One African man done something, so they all must be like that,
No, no, I've
or
not said anything bad
no,
about
no,
them.
no, but I know what you're going with the Rothschilds, the buying of the Twin Towers, the conspiracy figure. I know it. I've heard it a million times. But I'm okay to talk about it. It's all right. Like, it's natural to have the discussion. But I'm just saying to you, like, they were. Listen, people do bad things regardless of who they are. Like, and that's where we have to. And I would say, in your belief, if you're a Christian, that even Jesus says, turn your cheek 70 times. Like, he says, "Abun bishmaya, yit that." Today, Uzfats.
Just at this time, the Africans don't even have any cheeks anymore to turn. That's the problem. But we'll get to that. But I'm not trying to be conspiratorial, honestly. I'm just trying to deal with facts. But you know that the Jews are powerful today, yes. Some, okay. So, but back to that. Did you know about the Ugandan scheme? Have you heard it before? Who was the person that proposed the Palestinian mandate and the Balfour Declaration? Is it Hazel, the guy's name, right?
Oh, you want to buy Gershman?
Yeah, I can't remember his name to be fair. But there was a Uganda scheme. The Palestinian mandate was well slash Balfour Declaration roughly started. It's basically got they ticked that in the box in 1917, around the First World War. But did you know that they proposed Uganda, excuse me, present day Kenya, okay, in 1903, but it didn't fly.
Oh yes. I know what you're talking about. Where they said, "Oh, should we go there instead of here?" Like, for space, but like, something happened where, like, they wanted the original or what we believe. Obviously, no one really knew to be the original Israel, which I would say is Middle East. It doesn't matter. Like, it could be anywhere because they were saying Argentina as well, if you remember, and somewhere else. I think it was like Cuba as well. They offered somewhere around them
Yes.
parts of South America.
I mean, you could. I've heard about. They've mentioned Argentina also. That's a big one. To be fair to you, right? But I mean, if you are to pop up, bottom line, if you're to pop up every name of the countries that they thought about, you're gonna have like 13, 15 countries. But the Uganda scheme was this close. Is the point? I mean, yeah, can we use Cuba? And the secretary writes, can we use Cuba? Argentina is also nice. Argentina is also nice. You see, but the ones that they really pursued and was really close, Africa was one of them. And I mean, thankfully, Africa is not present in the Middle East today. But um, do you think the Book of Jubilees is something you don't like? It's not, right?
I prefer the 5 books of Moses, the Talmud, and that's it really. Like, and do you know about Kabbalah?
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I know, but yeah, but you don't think Jubilees is it? No,
I listen to the 5 books of Moses. That is the law. That is the Torah. That's
you don't. Enoch, the Book of Enoch. No,
no, because it mentions people like Metat. Do you know who Metat is?
no.
Metatron. We're not even meant to say the name. We're not meant to say the name, but Metatron.
What's the name of a fallen angel or something?
Enoch, right? He turned into Metatron, right, or something, and it's the savior angel, a bit like a blown up Jesus, right? In that sense, like.
Okay, so there is more or less like according to you heresy in the Book of Enoch, exalting some Jesus, right?
Yeah, so it's a figure like that.
Okay, da da da. Let's move from there. Do 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 do. But okay, let me try this. The Book of Jubilees described how Noah divided the earth amongst Shem, Ham, and Japheth. I don't think you're interested in that.
No, because it's not. It's like books like that you're quoting like that are what we would have known as comic books. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any sense, but like, you have to understand what, like, because people don't understand Jewish society, they don't look at Jewish culture, historical culture, like in Babylon and so on, and coming out of there, like, they don't understand that certain books were this and certain books were not that, and that's the problem. Like, I can name a list.
Okay, I got it. No Jubilees. I just tried the last time. Watch this. So Oof, you think it's local, so that's not going to work. I was going to ask you what land was given to Shem, what was given to Ham, what was given to Japheth, you know. How about dreadlocks? Do you know Samson had locks? Ezekiel had locks. What do you think about locks?
Well, I think that if we look, locks isn't indicative to one society. Vikings had locks, right? They had plaques.
Oh, did you hear, by the way, that the Spartans, both sides, were actually African looking? Did you hear that? It's a recent discovery, shouldn't be a discovery, exposure, I should say. The Spartans, the Greeks, many of the Greeks were dark skinned, African.
Yeah, yeah. But I would say dark skin, but I wouldn't say African. I'd say like they were a different phenotype. Like like if I look at like Africa's a continent, it's not.
It's very simple. We can use 5 billion terms. They look more like me than they look like you. That's what I mean, right?
No, that's not true. Like if we look at let's break this down. Because Africa is a continent. It's not a country, right? You would agree that's a continent with many different phenotypes of people, right? So skin color doesn't make you connected. It's actually your phenotype, your genetics, right?
Just a moment. This is not hard, Sneaky. I see your DP. I see your picture. Okay, you're European more or less. I'm African roughly, right? You know.
European. Oh, I don't have no European. You see, that's what I'm saying. Skin color. You're categorizing me by skin color, which is wrong because let me show you. I'm from the oldest diaspora of Jews in the world, the oldest. So I look more like the Jews would have than anybody else because I'm from the Iraqi diaspora, which is
Just
me.
this is not hard. I almost called you Viking. Sneaky, this is not hard. Is this you?
Yeah.
Good. This is me. I'm darker than you. I know skin color is a very tense topic. I respect you in fact that you're able to carry on the conversation. I mean, it doesn't have to be hard. It's not so difficult or complex, really. But I see you. I see me. So-called Black Americans, they are not Africans, right?
Again,
Are Black Americans Africans?
well, some of them descend from Africa.
Right. But those that don't descend from Africans, do they look like this roughly, or they look more like you?
Well, I'd say you look like if because my picture's small, right? But
Oh,
obviously
come
I'm like
on.
no, because I've done genetics and it's very important that you know
See,
this.
it's anyway.
No, no, because you're saying look because I'm saying
Vikings, the Spartans was discovered that recently that Spartans, they made it into a movie. There's a guy that looks more like you. There's some others that look more like myself. I mean, we just did conversing, okay? But it was discovered that in reality, both of them look more like this. Look, forget the word African. Do you understand what I said?
yeah, you're saying you look like people. Let me show you where that's impossible.
Say that again.
Because the Spartan, right? So you know the story about King Leonidas. It's made up. You know it's not factual. You know the people, these Spartans. Everything we know about them isn't actually true. You know that, right?
Oh, everything. Okay, so you're saying there were no Spartans in history.
No, there was Spartans, but everything we know, like the story of King Leonidas, like the film, right? All that wasn't true. No one ever knows if that ever happened. Like
Okay,
this,
that's a movie. Let's get back to reality. I think that dark-skinned people like myself are the people that have dreadlocks naturally, as against people that look more like you. Let's work with that.
Somalians can have straight hair, right? Ethiopians can have straight hair, right?
I don't think you heard what I said.
No, but yeah, I'm listening to you. You're saying that black people have dreads, right? I'm saying to you, black people can have straight hair.
No, you didn't hear what I said. I think that the trait of having locks, right? The trait of having dreadlocks can only be for people that look like me. I don't want to use the term Africa so you don't go off that way. I'm thinking people that look like you, of course, respectfully, are not born with locked hair, with that dreadlocks, African dreadlocks. Do you understand that before you disagree yet? I know you will disagree, but do you understand it, what I
I
said?
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so tell me how you disagree, or do you agree?
So I disagree. So here's one. I can show you a picture of my father. Now my dad's Iraqi, right? So he's brown. My dad's brown, right? My mother's white, right? So she's white Jewish. She's Ashkenazi Jewish. So she's European.
Quick one. Ashkenaz in the Bible, is there a different Ashkenaz? Because Ashkenaz in the Bible is from.
Yeah, so Ashkenaz just means in if you look up in Hebrew, Ashkenaz means German. So it just means where the Jew landed. So it's not that the Jews
Hold
landed.
on. Ashkenaz means Germans in the Bible.
Germany. Look at the term Ashkenaz. It means German.
German, Germ.
Yeah, German.
Okay, but there was no Germany when Ashkenaz himself was born. That's the name of a person.
So Ashkenaz, the Hebrew term, so that means Europe as well. But hang on, Ashkenaz isn't. When we say like we're Ashkenazi Jews, it doesn't mean that we're from Europe. It means we settled in Europe. So that's the term they give for the settlers that went to Europe instead of Africa.
Good, good. So when you say Ashkenazi Jews, you are suggesting that that does not mean that you're descendants of that Ashkenaz in the Bible.
Correct. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, right.
But
Not.
can someone chat GPT that? Because why get Ashkenaz then? Because you're suggesting you were just named, hold on. You're suggesting you were just named after the land, but you're not necessarily the Germanic people, right?
Right, like Mizrahi. Do you know what Mizrahi means?
I got that. That's Egypt, isn't it?
Egypt. That also means Eastern. Eastern.
Yeah.
It's a new
But
term.
bottom line, I got you. I just want to check the fact to that, right? Just allow me to interject you a little bit, which is Ashkenazi. Can you confirm that that's Ashkenaz does not mean the person oh, there's a lot of modern.
Crazy, man. When you mean?
Oh, there we go. It's gone.
Let me chat GPT for you. Look up.
So let this person mute the new guest. So check that if because it's strange. Why call you Ashkenaz when you're not born by Ashkenaz? And then if someone calls you Ashkenaz and leaves you alone, that's fine. But then they've linked your Ashkenazi to Jewish, which is a Bible term. So that's like, hey, Ashkenazi, Jew, that's a contradiction of terminology. Or in fact, contradiction of family, straight away. So sneaky. The person with the Germany flag, you need to wait or you might get removed.
Oh, okay. Sorry, man.
Yep. So sneaky, yep. Is it true really that it's just a label?
Like, do you know what Sephardic means?
No, let's not go off a tangent. I understand Sephardic Jews. We'll get there. Just a moment. We'll get there. I want to confirm the factness, right? Trueness of something. Ashkenazi, is it just a label or it means you came from Ashkenaz? Can you find that out? Maybe GPT. Just disconnect the guy. So can we the Ashkenaz in Genesis 10 is who then exactly? That's a good question.
We have to understand why they use the term Ashkenazi Jew because scholars used it for the movement of people. You can chat GPT it. I've just done it.
That's not the problem. I got you. I just wanted to get the fact. So you have confirmed that Ashkenaz was just slapped on you guys like a label. It doesn't mean you were born by Ashkenaz in Genesis 10. Correct?
Correct.
Good, fine. So somebody's asking, who then is the Ashkenaz in Genesis 6 today? Do you know? Europeans?
I don't even know actually. I should have even spoken. Let me check because I don't even know. That's a good question. That's a very good question.
So go check and come back. The next thing I was going to ask him was dreadlocks. Okay, we're in dreadlocks, but he's trying to. He said his picture is so small. I'm like, come on. Blue, how are you, by the way? Is that Abiola? Call me.
Yeah.
Hi, if Abiola is here, we are closing by 6 p.m. Jesus.
No. I'm not yet to move. You just, but I have some couple of questions.
We are saying the same thing. All you need is one question. We'll stay 5 hours.
I just looked. So
Because
Don't worry, I'll get to you. Okay, Blue, I'll get to you. Don't worry. I want to finish with Sneaky.
okay, yeah. But I want to ask a question.
No, before your question, let me work with Sneaky. Sorry, my brother.
It's just about maternal line and paternal line.
No, we'll deal with that. I don't want to go off the flow with Sneaky. Sorry. Once I'm done with him, you can ask matters relating to him, but I need to be done with him. Yeah, Sneaky, go ahead.
So I just looked. So the descendants of Ashkenaz in the Bible would be Ripath and Togama.
Today.
Yeah. So today it would be the Germans, modern day European Germans.
Okay. So modern day European Germans are Sneaky. It's looking like something is sneaky. There's been a mix up, because if you take people, do you know Melakowski is his name, not Netanyahu, right? That was his father's name.
Yeah, Benjamin. Yeah,
Right. So somehow if it talks like a duck, looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, it swims like a duck, that kind of stuff. So you're from Poland. Your name is Milakowski. You're kind of not you, kind of Ashkenazi. The guy is Polish. Where are we Ashkenazi Jews? It's just a label they put on us, and then you all come from Eastern Europe. Well, I was going to ask another one. If you like prophecy, right? Although you might want to. It says some things in Deuteronomy 28, right? People that will be slaves, in chains, naked, taken by ships, scattered all over the world. Sorry?
45 to 48, the curses.
Genesis 14 to 68, thereabout. You're right. But look at this. Look at this. It's not a bad thing to associate with, to be fair. It's unfortunate that that's the indicator people might have to look at. But I've not found many people, straight away, let's leave the word race, in the world that were enslaved. There's many that were enslaved, but that were taken by ships in their enslavement. For example, the Irish slavery didn't need ships, I'm not sure, because they were enslaved or oppressed, whatnot, by the British. They are connected by land, okay? Right, so they were enslaved, taken in ships, right? They were naked, literally. We still have pictures of that. I know that sounds unnice, but just to quickly say something. And they were in chains, okay? Yeah, slavery, chains, nakedness, ships. Yeah, not too bad. But that are scattered all over the world. I don't think the Jewish people in Middle East experienced that.
Well, it did. Let me give you the encapsulment of the Roman Empire enslaved us, didn't they?
Roman Empire is the Bible days. That's the thing they're claiming, and I'm saying they're not.
Yeah, but no, the Romans enslaved the Jews and took them to Italy, right? You know this, right? They
Took them to where?
To Rome.
To Rome?
Yeah, we built the Colosseum. You know the Jews built the Colosseum.
Yeah, but so they were taken naked in ships. I don't think they were taken naked and. But anyway, your people today, are you scattered all over the world?
There are Jews everywhere. There are Jews in China, India,
Right?
Europe.
But they're not there. The well, this gets really kind of dark.
Sorry, Minister. Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
Genesis 28, you forgot about where he said they will move beyond the rivers of Ethiopia onto the coast. Ask him whether the Roman Empire captivity that he's talking about, did they move beyond the rivers of Ethiopia to the coast?
So,
And if you move beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, which coast are you going to? Is it not West African coast?
what a Sephardic Jew is? Sephardic Jews aren't just in Spain, they're on the North Peninsula of Africa, like Tunisia.
Oh, and those Sephardic Jews are like this, right?
They're not brown, they're like Arab looking.
They're what?
Arab looking.
Arab, whitish. Okay. Anyway, we'll get to that, but yeah. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say the mode of transportation and the circumstance of being traveling all over the world is different from scattered all over the world. But that gets a little bit. But yeah, the dreadlock stuff. That I almost left that. Are you still there, Sneaky? It's gone. Sneaky.
Yep.
Yeah. So your dad looks more like me than he looks like you.
Well, I'd say he looks more like an Arab.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Arabs, you know what I mean. Come on.
No, because he doesn't have curly hair. He doesn't you must understand that.
Is he more brown than pink? Is he more brown than light pink?
Yeah, he's more brown than white. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's more brown than white. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's straightforward. That's not hard. Does he have dreadlocks? It does not. So what I'm telling you that dreadlocks is it predominant they call it, or exclusive to brown people like myself? I think that's true. Or would you check that up?
Arabs with curly hair. I mean,
No, not curl. Dreadlocks.
What, the ability to grow with like platinum.
Dreadlocks, not ability to grow. Children are born with dreadlocks in Africa that I'm aware of. Yeah, people are literally born. Maybe you're not aware. People are born with locks, and they have to cut it off. In fact, before you do that, there are some spiritual rites they do. They're born with locks, not the ability to grow locks, but they were born with locks. Their hairs lumped together like that from birth. I mean, it's in fact, it's so prevalent that there's a name for it. I mean, when you give birth to a child, I mean, I don't know how Europeans name names. I'm not saying you're European. That's not the point. But in Africa, we name names regarding to the circumstance of the child. Twins have names, right? In Africa, when you give birth to twins, don't just say John and Johnny or something like that and give them similar names. So there's a name that's given to a child that are twins. Taye, Kende, right? So if they've got locks, there's a name for it. It's called Dada. So it's not something like if locks were something that you put some chemicals or herbs whatnot to make locks, you don't call the child that name because you're gonna give him locks. If you get what I mean, Sneaky. Sneaky.
Yeah, I find, yeah. So yes, and you say it's Dada, right?
It says what?
What did you say the word was, Dada?
Yes, Dada.
Yeah, so I would agree. But so let's go back to Deuteronomy a minute. It's very important because I'm going to ask you a question. Now, you might find it funny or irrelevant, but it's very important, so I'll highlight it after what I asked you.
Yeah, before I answer the 28, Deuteronomy 28 question, I think the dreadlock, just like the South movement that was interesting the other time, you've not looked up. To be fair, you could look it up and get some answer for it, right? But is this one of such that you've maybe not come across as such? Because dreadlocks would only be African, which I think you agree. And I mean, Samson had locks, Ezekiel had locks, many of them had locks. So, and they, at least today, you wouldn't have locks if you are not brownish, not at least not naturally. Do you get my point?
I think the terminology is very important because to know that Samson had locks, you would have to read an English translation because the Hebrew.
No, what I see what you're trying to do. You have not checked the Hebrew word for locks that was used for Samson and that was used for Ezekiel. I don't think you've checked that before, except you want to do that now, because I see you are off your app, which is fine. But I'm just saying it's something to look at. Do you get it, Sneaky? Hello? Call me Kunede where me.
So it says it's Kavusot, which
No, sorry to interject you. You can look at that later. Apparently, your position is to try to check to disprove the point and the position. So I want you to know that, I mean, we're here 10 o'clock every day, okay, UK time. So, but if you look at it now, well, okay, go ahead. Tell me what you found.
Well, it's not like as a dreadlock. The terminology they're using, the root word of kavusot is to bundle together. So you know how a white person would have to bundle their hair together to make a ponytail or a plait. Mm-hmm. That's what it's saying. So see, this is the problem with the English.
No, it's not a problem yet. Relax. Don't make it into a problem yet. Let's stay with what you've said. So what's the Hebrew term again?
Kavusot.
The accent. No, it's okay. You can type it, but so you're suggesting it's not something he was born with.
Yeah, so he had to bundle it together.
Good. Good. So where do we place Africans? I've not even checked to go ahead with that, but someone will check in the comment. So how come with Africans that were then born with locks? Or that's a different thing altogether, you think?
I would say it's a different thing. So I think, look, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say that.
Does anybody have where it tells us how Samson was born with locks? Let's check that. So Sneaky, you can check that. I mean, it's anything but African, isn't it? So that's the way it works. Let's check how he was born. Call me Kunede Ojomi. Kugwe Kanede Ojomi. Owe Chugane. Lumidaka. Todu Toroka. Call me Kunede Ojomi. Kukwe kenide iwe. Ojo mi. Are you still there, Sneaky? What are you looking for?
So the Hebrew doesn't say he was born with locks. It says Moriko Bala Aliyah, which means no razor, so touch his head.
By the way, talking why somebody checks the English, because I was gonna need the English. Why somebody checks? Did you know? Just like it says, no razor must come on his hair. Did you know it tells about the Nazarene also? That razors must not come on their hair, they must not drink wine. Do you remember all that?
Nazarene vow, right?
Sorry?
The Nazarene vow.
Yeah, he that wants to be a Nazarene. Did you know that there's something in West Africa when a child is born with this locks, which you are saying is different, which I disagree with you, right? It is said Abel Budo Konri Dada. This is not scripture. Now I'm speaking old Hebrew to you. We can ignore that. Abel Budo Konri Dada, which means that's your dada right there. A razor must not come on a dada's hair, on a Nazarite hair, on a dreadlocked person's hair. If they want to do that, there's some rites they have to do. How come of that coincidence? A coincidence, right? Oh, maybe the Jews that came, the Ethiopian woman that married Moses, taught them that culture.
Well, I'd say, look, just because some cultures are similar doesn't mean they're correct. Like, I could say, and it's semantics, because it's like me saying, my friend Mo lost weight, now he's Mo Slim. Now he's a Muslim, look. See, he's a Muslim because it's the same thing.
Nah, it's different. It's different. No, you can't. That's not a good link. Interesting analogy, but no. Mo Slim, Slim Mo. Well, Mo is slim. Is the M is gonna be in capital, right? I mean, come on, it's very different.
It's like me saying, right, like, and you said that their hair comes out like dreadlocks, but then they don't know Hebrew, they don't know the Torah, they've never held anything, like, do you see what I'm saying? So one thing doesn't...
Exactly. I'm assuming that they don't know the Torah. That's supposed my position. So how come they don't know the Torah and they're doing what's in it? Do you know what's called Kingsman Redeemer? Sneaky. That's what Judah did when he told Onan to marry, to marry Onan's wife when Onan died without children. Do you remember?
Refresh my memory.
There was a guy that married Judah's son that marries a wife, and he didn't like the wife, and he was not sleeping with her because he doesn't like her. He wants a Canaanite woman, and God smote him. This is Genesis 35. God smote him because he was wicked. You remember? So when he died, Judah says to his younger brother, Tamar is the girl, right? So his younger brother of Onan is Er. That's Judah's second son. He told Er to go in onto the same Tamar girl, I think that's the name, and he will spill his seed on the ground, right? Do you remember now?
Yeah, but you're refreshing my memory. I'll have to go right back.
Yeah. Yeah, Blue, don't worry. Blue, let me work with him. Don't worry. Sorry, Blue. So he will spill that seed on the ground. That's a common story. Then, let me continue the story. You might catch it soon. Then Judah said, you know what? I'm not giving my third child to you, right? And the woman went and stayed as a widow. But Judah was on a journey one day. There was a prostitute on the way. That was the girl. She dressed like a prostitute. Judah slept with her. She got pregnant.
And who's that lady?
I think her name is Tamar. Judah and Tamar. Then she took his staff because he didn't have money to pay the prostitute. Took his staff, his ring. Just stay on the chat. Don't worry. We'll get to search later. It's breaking the focus and the flow. Don't worry. We will not let you conclude if you have not checked anything you're sure of. So Sneaky, just come up if you don't mind so I can talk freely. Don't worry, we'll guide you through it. I mean, there are things I don't know myself, right? Are you there? So she took his staff and she was now pregnant, and Judah was like, hey, this woman is cheating. She's having sex with whatnot. She's now pregnant. Let's burn her, right? And she then says, whose staff is this? Whose ring is this? That's the person that impregnated me. And that happened to be Judah. Still not familiar story?
If you're now, mate, do you know, I'm more into, like, the Talmud and so on.
Okay, you don't read Genesis very much.
I know the bits that I should know, and it's bad for me to say I should know got something to
That's
do.
okay.
You're helping me there. You're doing a mitzvah. You're doing a thing for God to remind me.
Yeah, that's okay. So she gave birth to twins, like someone says there, and they tied a scarf in the hand of one of the twins, etc. That's where you have Perez and the other guy. That's the descendant of Moses that gave birth to, of course, Israel. Oh no, we passed Israel now. Judah, tribe of Judah, that gave birth to David eventually, right? In fact, Judah to David is about 10 generations, thereabout, you see. Long story short, yeah, Genesis 38. Do you need to see it, or can we go with the assumption that it happened?
You sure, sir?
It's getting hard to discuss. I'll just let him go so I can get to Blue. Blue is 5 hours per time.
Yeah, just give me 10, 20 minutes to just search that.
No, I'll say what I want to say, then you can go. But I want to show you an interview. Let's all pop the interview for him to copy and paste. You've tried, you've been here for like 1 hour, thereabout, I don't know. But he asked him to marry his brother's wife. He's called Kinsman Redeemer. It's what Boaz and Ruth eventually did, right? Sneaky. You're sticking off. He's not even heard my conclusion yet. Call me kunete uwe ochomi kugwe kanete uwe ochomi uwe chugane lumidaka todu toroka. Sneaky, is that all? Are you gone? Okay, there you go. It's gone. Blue, your questions. Straight to the point.
The thing is, sneaky. I want to
How many questions do you have?
maybe three. No, but it's not something long. I just want to ask him that. Is it true that the Ashkenazi Jew or whatever are they like they determine their Jewishness? Is it paternally or maternally? Because I heard that from theirs it's maternally, and
Aha.
it has to be paternally.
Oh, I see. I see. So that's another possibility, and it's not impossible because Esau went to mix with Cyprus at a point, and sort of stuff. Anyway, it's not impossible. He's not here now. So let's get to your question. What do you mean by rapture is gone? What rapture, please? Just a moment. Lord Mouthpiece. I'm talking about this rapture that happened. You know it, taking over of the saint and the millennial reign. I'm telling you that's in the past. That's what I'm saying. You can check that interview, paste it, and watch facts there. So Blue, let's go. Have you watched this interview, part 1 and 2?
No.
So what's your question? I may not go along with you then.
It is related to sneaky, sha. But the second one is there is a place in Iran known as Shiraz.
What's the point?
Yeah, and in East Africa there are some people that call themselves the Washirazi tribe.
So what's the point?
So I want him to explain it because the 10 tribes were taken captive by the Assyrians. So I want him to explain that. Then again, who are their own Rechabites and where are their 10 lost tribes? If they claim to be Judah, Benjamin, and Levi,
I see.
where is the remaining 9? And where is the Rechabite?
The guy is not here now. I think the whole thing is just a mess. It's a stolen identity situation, complete stolen.
So, because I just look at them, I don't really have the patience to argue with someone who says Ashkenaz because they can't answer to all the questions I've asked. Because
Yeah.
the Rechabites, I know them to be the Khoisan people because everything that is written about them in the Bible, they don't do it. They don't have any civilization. They don't even have tents. They don't drink alcohol. That one is number 1. They don't drink alcohol. In Jeremiah, God told Jeremiah to bring them to his to the house, like to the temple, like they should give them alcohol and drink. But they said their father told them not to take it.
And Rechabites are descendants of who again?
Of
Okay,
Kenite.
that's Canaanites, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. Not I think they are from Canaan. They are from Am, Sha. They are from Am.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So that is another thing. So and I'm glad again. So, King Solomon's heir in Song of Solomon, his hair was described as a I think he has lock. He has lock and he's bushy.
They would tell you it's poetic that he says his leg is.
You told him about Samson.
Uh, so they will tell you, and Samson's own is literal, but even the Song of Solomon, they will tell you it's poetic that he says your legs are like pillar. Does it mean that Saul's leg was like pillar or Solomon's
Absalom too. His
locks?
hair.
Yeah,
So I don't get it. Even in Ghana, there are some. I can't remember the tribe. Maybe it's Gad.
I agree with you, mouthpiece. I agree with you on that. So that's it. Let's talk about the new ones. Blue. The guy is gone, and you know what we know. We know what you know. So take your time to watch that and come back. Or did you have a rapture question today?
No, I don't have. I don't have question, but because like I said, it will change my position.
Your mind is made up. So your mind is not open to it, irrespective of what you hear.
I'm serious. My mind is made up.
That's unfortunate though. That's called ignorance. When they show you something, you decide to ignore it. Respectfully.
My son has woke up.
Yes, wake up. Walla, walla, walla. Go and meet him. Hey, let me open that door. Okay, but it's interesting. So let's have an announcement. Miss Okoye. Or should we close there? Call me Kunedewe Ojomi. Kugwe Kanedewe Ojomi. Okay, Holy Ghost, holy, 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 holy. So, let me thank those who are here. So, those that want to partner with our ministry, callinministers.org/partners. Okay? So, /partners. Look at that interview she's posted. Go check that for the things we got to do. We have Reason and Learn course. Just go to callinministers.org. You find everything there. Call me kunite we ojomi kugwe kanite we ojomi. So that's it, okay? So we'll come back here tomorrow. We'll see you guys tomorrow. It's been a nice day. So fair enough, kind of disrespectful guy got deleted, and then the others will begin to shift the. Only that some good people may get hurt, but if they will get healed if they get hurt, okay? So that we don't waste time and energy. But sometimes it's good you see how some people are, and how Blue himself he is not disrespectful, Blue, but he's told he's made up his mind about something. He's not going to change it. You see, and you can't. Things can't move forward that way. Okay, so thanks to all that have come today. We will see you tomorrow 8:00. Join the Telegram page like right now, okay? Let's someone paste the Telegram link. Join that right now, so that you are. Call me Kunedewe Ojomi Kugwe Kanedewe. Alright, so thanks for all that have come. So we'll see you again tomorrow, 10:00. Same time. Let me just mention some names those that are there. So yes, that's the Telegram page. Join that Telegram page right now. Copy it now, right now. Okay. So Harley, thanks for coming. Chat Rod, Son of Grace, Afari Ogunvesi, Tanya, Toby, Nelly, Zercom, Novice, Phenomenon, Derek, Casolese, Love More, Walalani, NY, Boutique, Tarisha, Brandon Craig, Sao Yoro Miligitu, King Alfredo, Pal, Jiangzi, Mouthpiece, Jason, Chuma, Koye, and Blue. God bless you all. See you tomorrow. Love you all. Bye. Alright, so those watching from other platforms, thank you for coming around. we're going to see the next time. Okay. Todu toroka, komi kunete uwe ochomi, kugwe kenete uwe. Lot's
Oh,
sister.
no, Sarah was no,
Someone
Lot
can
was
confirm.
the brothers.
Haran, because you have Nahor, Haran, Abraham. Those are the three brothers of children of Terah. Nahor, Terah, and Abraham. Okay? Sorry, Nahor, Haran, and Abraham. So Nahor, you can quickly check. Nahor had his own family, no issues. Okay? That's where Laban came from eventually, I think, if I'm right. Then there is Haran, the one that died in the fire. So we had Lot. Okay, so is it that you picked Sarah from, because either Sarah is Lot's sister or is on this other branch, somewhere along there, but you can quickly check. Right, so it's Terah had 3 sons, Nahor, Haran, and Abraham in his old age. So Nahor continued with his family, no issues. That's where Lot would have come from, Laban would have come from, and all the rest. But here you've got, that's Nahor, the middle person is Haran, the one that died in the fire in Ur of the Chaldees. So he had Lot, I think. Oh, probably Nahor's daughter, yeah. But long story short, it's still that same line. They are very close cousins who he got married to. Is that cousin or even niece? It's like his niece. Okay, which is very weird. not today.
According to the book
So
of
God usually
Jasher,
gives.
her father was Haran.
Oh, Haran. Oh, so that means she's Lot's sister, right? Lot's blood sister, literal sister. That's for Joshua. You can check Genesis too if you can find. Sorry? Yeah, off your app, we can hear you.
You can't find that in the book of Genesis.
Okay, well, it says that she's Lot's sister.
Well, they didn't say that, but according
Haran's
to
daughter.
Jasher. Sorry, you were saying?
She's Haran's daughter, right?
Yeah, she's the daughter of Haran.
So that means she's at least Lot's half sister. But the point is, Abraham married his niece. Okay, so and that's not too far from this guy, so he's marrying his own blood sister in that sense. So I got you. So, but then I don't have an answer to your question about Simeon. I don't know. We have to just keep trying to extrapolate. I might be reaching somewhere, but I've missed it. Right. You know, so Levi is more popular somehow. Let me hear from Mr. Olani Epping. Or is that your last point? Sorry, before we come back.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you're welcome. So, Mr. Olani, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I was just ask a question about what we read earlier on, and like Mrs. Okoye said, bringing it to today. In terms of when you were reading it, you were saying marry from your own
kind, right?
Your kind, exactly. So when I bring it to tribal within the Nigerian context, for example, what does your kind mean?
The first kind is this skin color. Because when you're going here, you're not even sure if this is Adam you're getting married to. Right? I'm trying to go global first before it's narrowed down to Nigeria, you get.
Okay. Although my question is specifically
Nigeria, yeah, we'll get there, yeah. So this is your kind, and you may marry this and it's maybe even Canaanite. I don't know. I think Canaanites have been wiped out, but it might be that way. And then straight to Nigeria straight away, right? I would say a believer. You see, if you are in Nigeria, you marry a believer, very likely that person is an Israelite. You know, there are Israelites in Hausa land even. Because now, Igbo Yoruba marriage is not even a question anymore. That one is, of course, straight away. By what we have seen, by scripture, by history, there's no issue there straight away.
Well, Igbo and Yoruba.
But even if you want to go, yeah,
really?
That's a straight, of course, that is God marrying Ephraim, vice versa.
I see.
Right? Yeah, that's very, very close. That's very close. So I'm saying, even if you want to go as far as you Hausa and all of that, there are Hausa. In fact, I think there's this Levite people in Hausa land. There's Issachar somewhere. If you check Zindar, you find some Issachari people. That Issachari means Issachar, even in the Swahili, right? So you will find Issachar there, you will find, but generally in Nigeria, that is why in the Western world here, go to Canada, go to US, go to UK, if you see a Nigerian that is exported, that came by visa, right, you will discover they are mostly Christians, if not at least 80%, 90%, right? Now they may be Yoruba and maybe they're Muslim and all, but they are mostly Christians. Because that force that came to West Africa 300 years ago, transatlantic slave trade, targeted the Hebrews. So they would tend towards that Hebrew Bible practice, whatever form of Hebrew, even like the Roman Catholic practice, I think they targeted the Igbos, right? They really targeted them because they are the ones that are, I wouldn't say there's even so many big branched Hebrews within the Igbo tribe, okay, and yeah, the Igbo especially, they are more of Israelites, you see, core Israelites, right? Some people mix with them and all of that, but they are more Israelite than Hebrew in that sense. So these Catholic people didn't need to bother about houses. Those ones there's too many Fulanis mixing with them. They now say there's even something called House of Fulani. So they didn't bother so much about Yoruba. There's enough juju to confuse us. So they went straight to the Igbos and they are more there. Before you see a Yoruba man say he's a Catholic priest, you see them a little bit in Akure right there, okay, but not so much. But the Igbos, they stay on their neck. You must be this Catholic thing. So they gave them, for lack of a better word, a substitute. Okay, so long story short, Yoruba Hausa is, I mean, that's a wonderful combo. That's a nice one. So, but generally, you see this Christian faith, although some use lip service and all that, but if you see a real Christian in Nigeria, you are usually good to go, right? Did you want to say something?
No, I think you've answered the question. I've always held the opinion that although I didn't color brand it at the time, but then God forgive me, I've never been one to be interested in on the other side, if you see what I mean. Throughout university here, whatever, it's just, I don't know why.
Maybe it's your parents.
In fact, I used to actually pray that God forgive me, because I mean, how could you not just even be like, even cross my mind?
Right.
You don't understand.
I know.
In those days, it was offered on a plate of gold, like.
Okay.
And I had people who, I've got many friends, but for me, I can't understand. I always just thought maybe I was racist, frankly.
Okay.
Like, it was that bad.
No, it's normal. It's normal for people to be kind of a little bit uncomfortable on someone that is not their kind. I mean, it's just that way. In fact, take two brothers, right? Let's say brother A and B, children of the same father, right? And the children of A will be slightly different from children of B. When they want to sleep at night or they want to eat and they've not been together for a while, it's the first time they're meeting each other, there's a way they will segregate each other a little bit, even though they're children, But over time, they would later drink from each other's water bottle. Well, if they're very young, actually, they don't mind. But if they're getting to the 12, 15, they will be like, okay, no, that's my sister's. Why are you wearing my sister's clothes? No, that's not. That is this your brother's children? No, it's not your brother's children. They are your cousins. Say my cousins. These my cousins. They are somehow. So it's normal. We normally feel a little bit that way for people that are not our exact kind in that sense. You see. So, but Igbo Yoruba marriage, it's a nice combo actually. And there seems to be this grace on people who, I've just not placed my finger on it, but people who either can speak both of those languages or who are able to marry across border along those lines. They have this special thing with them. So if someone can sit down and check it, there'll be something about those people who intermarry like that and have that ability and are so free. Like Babalola boys that way. Someone say perfect chemistry. So like that. So, but generally, and just to wrap up that topic in question, is that in the Oyinbo land is different. though. A girl can say she's like this, but she says she's Christian. But if matter comes to it, she can report you to the police or something like that. And a Yoruba man can say, your own people can still do that if the girl wants money, if she's not really, in, right? But the bottom line, in Nigerian context, and perhaps even all the way to Ghana, If there's somebody who has, from their heart, really, they've decided to serve Jesus, they just somehow, something in their spirit just says, let me follow this Jesus. Usually you are getting the right bloodline. Generally, if it's not the right bloodline, if they're serious about their faith, they will still be okay to be with. Even if they have, if you will, let's say Hausa, okay, or Benin, which I think Benin is mostly Benjamin. Okay, there's some indicators that is pointing me in that direction. Okay, so even if they are Shekiri, they are south, like they call them, and all of yes, Shekiri is more or less Yoruba at the end of the day. I think there's an Shekiri man that is claiming that, which I think is right. So what they did is to split the Igbo into Nigeria and Cameroon, right? They split the Yoruba. Yoruba is all the way from Ghana. There's Gadangbe that are Yorubas. So they cut it. In fact, it really pieces the Yoruba, right? So when they're going to be dividing the Yoruba tribe, they divide them by countries, because Ghana still has Togo and Benin before you now enter Nigeria and Badagry, okay? So they divide the Yoruba with nations and they cut it like pizzas or whatnot like that in that West African side. But when they're going to divide the Igbo is actually a bit smaller than the Yoruba, actually. They divide the Igbo by states. Just open the map of Nigeria. First, they've cut them in two with Cameroon. Okay, Cameroon is all the way there. But check the states in Nigeria, you see big states. Once you start getting to West Africa, Western Nigeria, Southwest, states start getting smaller. By the time you go to South, so-called South and Southeast, it just pieces the thing into pieces. It's an idea of breaking the people, just break them to where somebody will now say, I'm a Delta boy. Yeah.
Yeah, I can confirm the Cameroon one. I have a group of friends in Germany that I was quite shocked the first time I went many years ago. And my friend Chinedu, we went, and the restaurant we went into, we thought was Cameroon. Was Cameroon, only for them to speak Igbo fluently.
Wow.
And he was amazed as well that, no, but your Igbo said, no, I'm from Cameroon. It was quite interesting. Yeah, it was a very, very interesting session. And the whole community are strongly Cameroonian, but they also understand that they're Igbos and all that stuff. Yeah. But yeah, thanks a lot.
Right, indeed. Yeah.
Oh yeah, one more thing. You know the killing of this chap that raped that you read.
Okay. Shechem.
Yeah. Now, would you say the Muslims' view of killing anyone who says something against Allah or anything against whatever, would you say is based off of a similar thing? I've read the text before to try and understand their basis. You know, all this, if you can't say anything about Allah, they'll unalive someone. Do you see what I mean? Would you say that's a similar practice?
Similar thing. No, it's different. It's different. In principle, it's very similar, actually. It's similar in principle in the sense that both is ending up in unaliving, okay? And now let me try Old Testament Bible, because I try not to memorize answers and to see from first principles. From Shadi will still get you, just be patient. So from first principles, looking at Old Testament, I think it's almost same, to be fair, right? He's almost same. Although maybe not that crazy. People are living amongst you. Maybe someone is with Abraham and he speaks against Yahweh. You probably won't even do that. But it's very similar, to be fair, honestly. It's very, very similar, right? Those guys are more aggressive. Now they are more irrational and all of that. But the way God does his own is like, hey, someone wants to fight you, you go and unalive him, right? That self-defense is clear straight away, okay? You go unalive him, right? So that's self-defense, that's common sense, right? But the people that you will not unalive because they surrendered, they're the one that then become slaves. You see how slavery then comes to play in some cases. So they become the slaves, right, that way, and then they keep them, they try to teach them truth, teach them how to live. From what I read, even from Alauda Ikoyano's book, that's the Igbo guy, they're slaves in that sense. We eat just about the same meals as they do, you see. So that kind of slavery, you see. So if the guy still wants to break away from the slavery and still kill the master that has been feeding you for 2 years, should have killed you 2 years ago in the battle, and now you want to kill him after 2 years, Oga. I don't know. Maybe they tighten his bonds or they even just unalive the guy because you're not going to change. So it's a form of kind of, keeping somebody to see if they're going to change. And sometimes they change, they integrate them into that community, right? And they become part. So I would say it's almost as aggressive, honestly. I'm not going to try to be God's advocate. It can be that aggressive because David, Goliath now, before you can speak against somebody's God, you must have, it's like a dog you're ready to kill and you're calling a bad name. It's that bad, okay? So Goliath speak against the gods of Israel. He spoke against, he said, this God, the same way you have caused God, he said, this uncircumcised man must be unalive and all of that. You see, the same thing with when in the case of Babylon, who said this thing that I will see what God will deliver you from my hand? Can someone remind me? I'll see which God, I think it's Nebuchadnezzar for the 3 boys. But the 3 boys didn't kill Nebuchadnezzar. But if they had the chance, they would have. But he was a king. They didn't have the power to. The best deal they could got was that they was delivered from the fire, Nebuchadnezzar, right? They was delivered from the fire, Nebuchadnezzar was humbled. But if it was somebody they had weapon for weapon, they want to live the guy. You see? So I wouldn't try to make Christianity or Bible look nice. They'll probably do the same. Because why speak against somebody's God? You understand? So for the case of the Middle Belt now, for northern Nigeria, speak against Allah, somebody unalive you. If the southern Nigeria, if Yoruba people, okay, with due respect, Igbo people with due respect, if they have not become almost brainwashed with the idea of Nigeria, because Nigeria is just one funny hypocritical idea. If they have not become indoctrinated by that idea, by the idea of Christianity, just don't say anything, and that's not there in the Bible. It's just for a short time, that Matthew 5, until war came, Armageddon, okay? So those don't say anything, let them kill you. If that was not there, you speak against my God, what's wrong with you? Then there will be a proper war. And you would, like, I don't know, Afonjawa, we're not praying for war. War is not a good thing, okay? But there would have been proper war, not just unalive one girl, like they unalive one girl, I think, Sarah something in the north, a student. And her parents will stay quiet. Whatever equivalent, if it is a tribal difference, if it is a religious difference, the other religion will stand up. But Christianity, Deborah, right? Christianity has been so docile, has been made so much hypocrisy, just twisted minds. And the thing does not even stay in one direction. Right? So I've said it. Okay, Asma, the Muslim girl, put me up. But yesterday you were cursing. You cursed and you ran off. You see? You cursed and you ran off. That's why I can't. So what do you want to discuss this time, Asma?
Minister, I don't think it's the same. One is talking
Okay, tell me
about
the difference.
one is talking about, because if I understand his question correctly, he's saying one said something funny about your God. This one raped my sister. How is it the same?
Okay, no, okay. That's true. That's very different.
Then you kidnapped her because he kept that
I
girl
get
in the
it.
house. He kidnapped
Yes,
that
he
girl.
did. It was very, very
So
terrible.
it's not the same.
Yeah, although I think his question is slightly different, right? But again, even to today, if you speak against God, even God, if you speak against Yahweh, on what condition would you? Most times there will be war already, right? I think his question was not that. That's definitely different. That is just common sense self-defense. I would say that's just straight away. But if he's speaking against one's God, then why would you just see a Christian? In fact, in a country like the UK, for example, that has laws that kind of work, okay? If you tell me at workplace, for example, I'm at the workplace, say, oh, this stupid Christian. Did I hear you say Jesus the other time? Are you a Christian? If you write that person's name and you write to HR, that guy may be sacked. You see what I'm saying? So, in a normal functioning society, also like Nigeria, if it is functioning well, you just say, Jesus is this, or you just make an image of Jesus and start mocking that. The people will rise against you. If there is law, there will be a law that should take care of that. If not, if it's a normal people that have not been made hypocrite, you will push back against that somehow. And guess what? You do that to Jesus, I do that to Muhammad. You do that to Jesus, I do that to Muhammad. Do that long enough, there will be war. You see, there will be war. So, but bottom line, definitely Islam is, thank God there's one Islamic girl coming up. Islam is definitely just one wild spirit. And it's the spirit. No matter how much you try to divide the text, ask a modern Muslim like Asma now, that is asking just asking, begging to come up. Ask a modern Muslim like her who is in Canada, from what she said yesterday, or Florida or something. She'll tell you, oh, all those texts that say don't alive fight believers is saying just fight them in jihad. But jihad is war. Well, jihad is just conversation. Is the same fight or no Loban fight in the first place. It's from talking and talking you start fighting, and Cold War, and it becomes hot war, if you will. You see. So the modern ones will try to say, well, he's saying we should just argue with people. If they don't want the Muslims, then that's fine. Nah. He's saying to honor live people. So Islam has got that wicked spirit. But the spirit of Christ, the spirit of Yahweh, can be very ferocious also. But it will let you pass that boundary. Don't do this and this and that. You cross that line, we honor live all your lineage. You see, you touch our sister, what's wrong with you? What do you think she's a harlot? Honor live them. You see. So it's that kind of gentle giant kind of spirit you find in Christianity, in the spirit of Christ, spirit of Yahweh. You see the way Christ too also was when he was on the earth. When he came back for the Armageddon war, it was brutal, right? So is that kind of righteous judgment, holy anger kind of thing? Not just you. The difference is the spirit. It's what I was going to tell Asma before she ran away yesterday, but she's back now. That just ask God to reveal himself to you. That spirit, there's a spirit with Islam, is a different one. The spirit is a different one. A very different spirit. Please let me hear from Mrs. Osobase. It's been a while. She's been waiting.
Hello, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
What did I want to contribute? I think two things that I've said it here a lot, and that is, my realization that there is a side of God that is very, very terrorizing, right? You find this terror in the idea and some of the creatures he created. If you really think about some of the animals that are created by God, their nature, not by the devil, their nature. If you think about the way a spider eats its food, it will sting the animal while it's alive. That sting will liquefy the person's insides or the animal's inside, and it will be sucking the animal.
Sucking, right. Oof.
If you think about how a crocodile or an alligator kills, it will kill the thing and it will now take it underwater and stick it somewhere where it can rot. So that it can, because they don't have,
drown
they
it
can't
first, right? It will twist and drown the thing first.
Yeah, exactly. It will drown it first and things like that. So if you say, for instance, something like a Komodo dragon, like that animal called the Komodo dragon, was a giant lizard, like animal called the Komodo dragon. When it bites prey, you just bite it and leave it alone. The saliva has
poisonous,
a venom.
Right?
Yes, it has a venom. So when the thing walks, you'll be tracking the thing as it's going on at a distance, very slow pace walking, something. You understand? You'll be tracking the thing. As the thing is weakened, it can't move. It's eating it alive.
Alive.
That is their nature. And these things were not created by anything else. Hence the
God,
idea,
right?
and I've always thought about God a certain type of way, right? When we read the Bible and they say the first things of flesh he created were sea monsters. That's why a lot of science cannot tell you about the ocean. They've encountered some of these monsters and they are not it's not Leviathan and it's not great white shark. There are some things they've encountered they cannot tell you that they've seen, that exist in the sea, that sort of thing. So I've always thought about God a certain way, but I had a certain conversation with someone today who told me he's a staunch businessman.
Yeah.
And he said to me that people fear juju, they fear voodoo more than they fear God. Because I asked him, how are you running this, your business and everything? Because it's always away and things like that. And people don't steal from him. He said because the consequences of stealing from him are worse than the money. Because the kind of, basically kind of
ailment,
you understand that
sickness,
that sort of thing. But I also find that people don't understand that this very same juju in all its entity, be it demons, be it whatever, no matter how they manifest, people don't remember that these things are all from God. So people fear the things that God has made more than God. And just like you said, we've been watered down to believe that this God is a wimp. I'm telling you, it's when we started to read these books, the Jashas, the Jubilees and whatnot, like, this these stories kind of sound like a god. If you read your KJV, your KVA, your PD, whatever it is that we are reading, the summary of all these things just make you think that this God, this God is just one God. You just do something and then you sin again, and then he forgives you, and you sin again, and then he forgives you. Just nice, it's grace, 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 Euphrates, grace. Do you understand? So that's one of the big things that I've realized. People do not fear God. I don't think they've wrapped their understanding around the idea that all power belongs to God. And I think we've read it before, where in the book of Adam and Eve, where I think Lucifer was trying to deceive or do something to Adam. And then God told Lucifer to stay he was trying to flee and fly away. God told him to stay in that same day and told him to show his form.
Yes.
Right? That form, because I know people watch horror movies and whatnot. Name the horror movie, name the manifestation of the demon. All of it now God. I think you said, Pastor, that when Lucifer fell, his angelic form, his beauty was, disappeared. He had a grotesque form.
Was corrupted.
That grotesque form, who created it?
Right. In fact, there are 4 living creatures that are very fearful before the throne, right?
So something like that. And I think we've spoken about it before, because a lot of people assume that, this God, he doesn't even interact with hell or the same Saul. When Saul was misbehaving and acting like a frog prince, God sent an evil spirit. Where did he get the evil spirit from?
I see.
So Satan
will come. He will come amongst them and ask for some people, ask for Job, ask for just to enter, and sometimes they get that permission.
God indulges the guy. And we've said it before. It's as if God just allows him, just like this very naughty person that God just I think is fond of him in a way. That's the way I can describe their relationship. Do you understand? That's what I feel. Like, just let me do this to this person. If you let me do this, first I'll give him diseases, I'll kill all his children and everything. God will not think about it. Okay, do it. Let's see what happens. Is someone indulging someone? Right?
So he leaves him for that time.
Yes, so people don't see this. People don't. And the second thing I wanted to add to something that Chema was saying about, this idea of marrying your kind and whatnot. I think one of these days when you're teaching us about, how Noah was born with certain attributes, right? I think maybe as, God to a great extent might still have that intention at heart. I believe some people on the other side too, although they are descendant of Nephilim, they'll still make heaven. I still believe so. You understand? Although the originals are a certain skin color. And number 2, Choma was right. A lot of black people that I've met, not just Nigeria, African generally, even black people, they don't like black people, especially black women. It's only the black race that I have seen on social media that comes on social media and just verbally destroys black women. There's a trend that's been super popular on social media where black men will talk about everything that is wrong with black women. But when black men get into trouble, they're looking for black women to rally around them. But their first preference is white people. A lot of them is because of a complex. Some of them, they cannot
like their own selves, actually.
Exactly. They don't. It's a self-loathing kind of thing, and the only way they figure they balance it out is by, dating, marrying a white woman. Someone said here on this, I think it was Mr. Wale. He said he's never even thought about dating here. Some people are like that. Who tell you they can't date? So why they dating how every minute you be crying, every minute you be this thing. They can't understand it. So some people won't, but what I have seen is that, and Chema was right, a lot of black people, even when they have wives that are African, they will start to tell you that there's a way, there's a preference that behave like this, or these white women. And I think it's destroyed our culture because men are not manly anymore. Nigerian men are, I said, no, let's not just renege it to Nigeria. African men are not manly anymore. When God was dividing punishment, he said, if we enter Wahala when you are doing labor, Adam, you work hard and toil for everything you're going to get. In this day and age, men want a submissive provider. They want 50-50. So you will toil in that labor. You will also do half. You will do half of the work that the cost has
and they
given me.
won't and they won't carry half pregnancy, the men,
And
right?
they won't carry half labor. So you understand. So
Right.
to a great extent, Chioma is very right. In fact, I've seen a trend now that's even scaring me, Pastor, because it makes sense, but I think it is also backed to a great extent by the devil. And the trend is this. There are many women out there now that will tell you that a lot of women, they get married, they go through hell in the marriage in the name of we are married, right? They end up divorcing. You'll see 40 years down the line, they will divorce the husband and end up being single parents. So a lot of women are bypassing marriage. So instead of marriage, they have taken that to be fruitful and multiply.
They just have child with some guy.
No, sometimes it's with some guy that they've agreed. Sometimes they'll go to a company that gives sperm bank. It's like they'll give you a kit. Put it inside yourself, you will get pregnant. So they don't do the whole sexual sin, but they'll give birth to children.
A lot of our brethren. Yeah. So I think that bottom line, is still that self-esteem thing. It's the men themselves are more or less sick, with due respect. So it's that sickness that is showing symptom of wanting a white woman in that sense, excessively like that. So I think it's the symptom, really, And don't be surprised, some women are also maybe like that. Maybe not as much as men, though, But some women probably are like that, too. They don't like their own hair. They don't like their own selves. So they want their child to have the hair that they couldn't have with relaxer, stuff like that. And they want to marry a white man, So it's literally at the DNA level. That's the level of self-esteem issue. It's a serious one.
But Pastor, I want you to just, maybe it's going to be a topic for another day. Maybe you've never heard it. Maybe you investigate it. But this idea that women are saying there are two different journeys to having children, but oftentimes the same outcomes. The first journey is you get married.
CS.
No. You get married, you enter abuse, you get trauma. Some is beating, some is cheating, some is HIV, some is Orishirisha. You end up being a single
parent. And you still end up being single at the end, right? So I got it.
And then there's another route again where you don't marry, you just have your children, you live your life, and you don't carry any trauma. There's no man anywhere that
has still single like the other married ones.
And you're still so it makes sense because if you think about what's really happening, like the amount of single women out there.
Right. There's a lot of divorces,
Divorces
so some of them we hear
I'm
from.
not even talking about the ones that did maybe wedlock or something, and they just
Proper
had something
stuff.
with a man. Proper stuff. Married a virgin, did everything. Then she now osinachid or almost became osinachi. You understand? Then she ran, and she was single parent. Then you understand? Because it's a lot of women. Right? It's a lot. It's almost as if that
But then,
idea of,
sorry to interject you, I will show, because I think to every one of those single women also, they are probably single men, They may remarry, maybe, but maybe it's only 30% remarry properly, fully. Because it's not just, these are broken homes we're talking about, not just divorced women. And sometimes the women that often introduce the divorce anyways. So I think it's really both ways.
78% of divorces is initiated
Maybe
by
caused,
the women.
Yeah, so you can say caused by men, but it's usually the women that say, you know what, I'm gone.
Yes. So
that's
let me round up with this.
But to answer,
sorry, sir, you want to say something?
Yeah, just land so I could just take it. I was gonna take on that surrogacy, that motherhood stuff to answer, but
So
add this.
I'm not even, that's not even surrogacy. Once
Yeah,
a
it's a
woman is
different name. I don't know
getting
the name of
on
it.
in life, like you have dated this guy, maybe you have you are dating him, you're not even doing anything, you now find out that he's also looking at being paid next door, or looking at Folusho at the church, you understand? And you're getting on in years as a woman. Lots of women just either find someone that has an agreement with them or go to a sperm this thing and have children, because the
As if you
idea
have
of
the
like,
money,
if
in the first place. But I don't want you to forget your second point, though. That second one you wanted to bring up just now.
the
Please, can you
second
remember
okay
it?
so the second point, the point, the bottom line is this, is like,
Right.
it makes a lot of sense if you think about it that way. Now, I'm not saying that some marriage is not so sacred. For those that are
Okay.
able to like work at it, you have a partner that wants to be a husband, you have a partner that wants to be a wife. But in most instances, I have a story of a certain pastor. If I won't mention name, but I'll mention
Please don't.
circumstance. People might guess. This girl was married. When she was married, because I grew up in the same church she grew up in, I actually know her. Maybe not personally, but I know her mother. Her mother died in a plane crash at some point. Her father remarried, you understand, and whatnot. So
what's the story?
the story is, this girl, when she was going to marry, it made the news.
Right.
Right? Her mother was a big preacher, popular,
Yeah.
big preacher about
So you don't
marriage,
describe too much.
fidelity, everything.
So you don't describe too much.
She married a virgin, right?
She married a virgin, or he?
She married a virgin.
Okay, but she was one also, I guess.
She was she. Her mother was very. That was part of the preaching.
No, I got the mother part. She was a virgin and she also married
Yes.
a virgin man, is that what you're saying?
No. She
They
didn't
were
marry a
both-
virgin man. At least we don't know. I don't know if it was a virgin, but when she married, it
Okay,
was a
she
big
was.
deal. Okay. It was such a big thing that, in fact, at some point, less than a year into marriage, she got on stage and started preaching about how marriage should be, what it should be like, what marriage is and what marriage is not. For years, people just stopped observing her with her partner. During her father's burial, the partner was
She
nowhere.
wasn't there.
So people now started to speculate. Down the line, she now went online.
She came out.
She came out to say, oh, yeah, apparently she's been separated from her partner for over 10 years.
10
But she's
years
the head of
before
a
she came
church.
public.
Before she came public, right?
Interesting.
And when she before she got to this point, she was talking about how people should be, in fact, the formula for marriage. Basically,
Did her preaching reduce, by the way?
No. In fact, it even exploded. And now the new status quo of the preaching was that, they brought some certain preachers that also were divorced, that have gone through
So they were
hell.
changing, they started to change their doctrine, as it were.
Not that the doctrine is still God loves marriage and everything, but if it's not
Yeah.
working, run.
Okay.
Before
Well, that
her
probably wasn't
marriage
there before.
before her marriage imploded, it was more like pray hard, make sure,
Right.
stay
I know,
there,
it's a change.
endure,
Right.
endurance, bind demon, climb mountain. You understand? So
Yeah.
even in the church, because I'm thinking, are these people not anointed? Is this not God Himself showing them live in living color? This is who you're meant to marry.
Right.
How come it ended up in divorce? Because what we heard was, not only was it the husband unfaithful, he was beating her.
Wow. It's not good.
We're not talking about a small church here. We're
Have you
talking
heard
about
from the guy? Did the guy come out? Did the guy
The
say
guy
anything
didn't
based
come
on your
out,
story?
but the guy didn't come out, but they had seen him in many different occasions with different girls and things like that and what. So speculation had been going underground that this guy, and when she married, the guy is a fine boy. He's a half caste.
It's not fine anymore, right?
He's not fine anymore. All of a sudden, he's unanswered.
Right. Right,
So,
I see.
to
So let's see
round
how to
off,
link that
that's
to your
it.
answer. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's quite interesting, and it is well. It's easy to just cancel a marriage, to talk because one's marriage is going fine. It'd be like mine, But what I think is, first, that kind of thing where a woman inseminates herself, I don't think that's godly. I shouldn't need to explain that, but let me try to explain, right? What are you going to call the child that comes from that? How do you raise that child? You see? You know,
What do you mean?
That's a rhetorical question, literally. How do you raise the child? Because you give birth to the child. How do you raise the child? I'm not talking about school fees. Where's my daddy?
That was, I've heard people say they will go and find a plot of land somewhere, create a burial site with a tombstone, take the child there
That's
when he's old enough.
deception.
That's your daddy, he died.
That's deception.
The very foundations
But,
of the earth is a deception, Pastor.
right?
If it ain't
A foundation of what? Okay, I get
Wait,
it. So, go ahead.
what I'm saying, Pastor, is this. Would you say, because I've seen women that are waiting, they say they're trusting God, 47, 48, 49, 50.
The answer, got you. The answer to something wrong is not always another wrong thing, right? It feels like an answer. It's usually quicker most of the time, but it's like giving a permanent solution to a temporary problem most times. You see, you don't solve something that is potentially temporary by a solution that you cannot reverse. And there are many things in life, once you do them, they are not reversible. Okay, so that insemination thing cannot, it's not godly. And like I said, let me try to, let's try to explain. Number one that I see right off the bat is the child. And there's these statistics, I've not looked it up myself, that now single parenthood is not good, but single parents that are parented by a single father tend to do better than those who are parented by a single mother. Okay, you can imagine a male child, for example, right? Okay, that's literally statistics. Now, I think it's just the US, but if it's so in the US, it's probably so in Africa. But in Africa, you hardly rather see a single father, by the way. Some woman will attach to him. If he's enough to have enough money to feed himself, women will come to him and treat that child whatever way, but to be a couple. But long story short, we can't always, two wrongs wouldn't make a right. We can't see that, okay, things is going this way, then we cancel it that way. It's not going to work, Now you can argue that, hey, okay, what if I get married, the marriage gets bad? Won't the child be a child of abusive parents that are abusing each other, fighting each other? Won't that damage the child also? But you at least try, It's just like abortion is another kind of thing along these lines. Like, come on, I was raped, I was this, I was that. It's very bad, actually. Okay, the child has deformity, they've checked his Down syndrome or whatnot, and all
Pastor,
of that. Let's just unalive, yeah.
Pastor, the aura is not yin.
It's not what? It's not understand. I'm not understanding it,
This
okay.
is the statistic. Pastor,
Okay.
as you are seated over there, you are a rarity.
Okay. But
In this
again,
modern age,
the root cause, let's make it a dialogue now, okay? The root cause, okay? The root cause of the problem is like somebody keeps, how health matters can be. Somebody keeps taking can of soda, three pops every day, right? And later now is getting diabetic or whatnot. And then he goes get another drug that you inject yourself, insulin or something, or begin to suck out the sugar by syringe. I think a smarter thing to do is to stop taking the pop as against taking another medication that will have another side effect. I don't know if you see it like that, right? I know it's painful. I know the statistics is real, okay? But the root cause of it, let's go to what is scattering marriages. Sexual immorality, right? The way people were raised, the way, right? The way they were raised, the way people not following God's word. Like we read God's word here every day, it changes your brain. It changes your mind. You begin to become different. By the way, I think we asked you to, sorry, this is supposed to be a private conversation, but I think there was a time I asked you to do counseling, to join our counseling too.
Yes. So I think I tried to join. So I was trying to join the Calendly link, but it didn't give me an option of a date to join. So I thought maybe it's a glitch or an error. So what I would do, I'll go back to that chat on Instagram and see if I can join the Calendly link. If I can't, I'll send you an email to tell you that I can't join.
Right. Yeah, because I was thinking maybe you picked a distant date. I was like,
No,
we told you to.
I just could not
because I just wanted to
pick a date.
so that you tell us what what you see in the soup where you carry locust beans. Although
Sir,
they say in
sir,
Yoruba
wait.
that thing is warowo. Because now I don't
See,
know why you oh yeah, Mongbo.
sir, the way you are, your mindset is you are godly, truly. You are not a
Okay.
perfect human being. I know there are things that even amongst your friends that be on some man who does these things, they annoys me. You understand? But that's normal human this thing. But you have a standard for marriage, and I think it's premised on this your fear of God. You understand? But most people don't have this thing that you have.
Yeah, but you have fear of God now. So
I
why do you
have
think you can't
fear
find
of
another person?
God.
Why
But that's
don't
the
you think you
thing.
can find
No,
another
it's not
person that has
about
fear of God like you?
it's not about thinking I cannot find. I have seen those that have they are fearing God. The rest about two. They
But
thought they found the person, only to now
right.
find out that he is the devil's advocate. In fact, he's the devil's
Incarnate.
replica, incarnate
I see.
in the church,
Let's
Bible
let's be sure
carrying,
it's just
prayer
not
wielding, everything.
let's just be sure it's not fear. It's not fear, yeah, that is holding you.
So
But let's talk. Although I didn't plan to talk to you on marital matters though, but I just asked you for counseling to register for the to book for the one-on-one counseling about 2 months ago
no,
now last month
definitely.
because
I will
right.
definitely book, but is I'm just trying to buttress such. Although Chioma is quiet, I know she would definitely have her 10 cents. But also, I believe Chioma has seen both
Sides
what's
of the
out
thing.
there in a sense, and also she herself, she's happy and maybe lucky that at least her story is not like that. But what I have seen, even the ones I don't know how many of my friends got married. I celebrated everything. The moment they call me and tell me this is what is happening, I said,
That you don't want to do.
But he was on the floor the other day. He was praying
Right.
and rolling and calling God, and the Holy Spirit was descending. What
These
happened?
matters they are not that difficult. My own marriage also is not super perfect like that. Okay. But you just work it out. Now I've got a very good woman, by the way. Okay. But then people can be people. A man can change. Myself, I can change. People also change. Okay. Although mostly that thing will be there already before it comes out. Okay. But and sometimes the spiritual attacks, you just discover someone just enters a man and just start wanting to go to another woman somewhere. His village people are affecting the guy. Pray for him. Actually, if your
Pastor,
man is not that way.
you've probably hit the nail on the head. I think to a great extent there is a powerful entity that is over marriages worldwide.
It attacks marriages, yes. He hates marriages.
With a viciousness that people don't even they will even tell you is normal.
And it's not. So when Satan is just like our ministry, for example, we are focusing on uncovering all the lies of Satan, exposing everything and telling the truth again and again and again and again. That's the same way people don't know how intentional Satan is against the home, the family. So marriage, it doesn't just work by default. You will need to face it like this. Sometimes your wife will annoy you just to walk away and go and pray and come back smiling. You understand? So people don't understand that you want to stay there and argue with a woman. You will finish your data. Like one guy said that before, during, and after argument, for the man, when they're on the normal days, blood pressure is normal, but during argument, his blood pressure is very high, anxiety level. But for a woman, before, during, and after argument, she just take the machine. Everything is flat. She's okay. Right? You want to compete with that, you can't do it. You see? So just that simple idea of just walking away doesn't mean she's a bad person. Just walk away, she'll be fine. You discover she doesn't like spending her money. Don't take her money. She likes this. Just do some of those things and you just focus on your assignment, do what you come to this life to do. And most of that is momentary. And Satan will use just moment. You discover it's just a setup. He'll be building up the guy from work. He's been stressed at work. His boss has abused him. Don't be surprised. The same exact words that the boss said at work, the wife will repeat at home. He will just be like, this, I've had it. You don't know that it's been set up by Satan. Look at Job. Job and his wife. Satan said, when his conversation with God, when he still had that access, that watch, he will curse God and die. Guess what his wife told him? Why can't you just curse God and die. It was
Die.
this whispering
Exact
spirit,
same thing.
whispering that into his ears. So you must be discerning. Once you sense that, and for me, God has helped me. I'm easy to sense it. That's no, this thing is not normal. When me myself, I'm beginning to act abnormal. I know, no, this is not normal. Just stay quiet. You're just angry at your young boy for nothing. The guy is not. He's just a child. It's God that this thing is not that child. This is me. I think it's the boy I was laughing with some moments ago. I discovered it's just that mail I received 2 minutes ago. So sometimes I can pinpoint it's just that stressful mail. So you pick out that email, you deal with it, put it aside. But before you know it, your child is all over the place, is shouting, pulling your face, and this one is also talking, and that one is crying, and the TV is loud, and that TV is also doing whatever. That's when you slow down. So sometimes Satan uses that moment. It's just a setup. Pushes. It's just like the way Satan sometimes orchestrates some drunk driver to hit some people, interject them on the way. It's a plan, So once that thing 1, 2, 3, 4, push this one, push that, push this. But once you disengage, it breaks that link. You see, by the time you come back, you can even come back and meet somebody kneeling on the floor saying, "Sorry, sir." You understand? It's good that it's not. So those kind of little things, but sometimes that happens and keeps happening. Before you know, you see it's unreconcilable differences. Another one that I want to bring now is there's an evil spirit, and this one is not a joke. There's an evil spirit that make people desire people that is not their spouse. It's an evil spirit. Sometimes it's spirit husbands. It may sound, you would expect that a pastor like myself wouldn't say something like that.
You're not
There's
wrong.
something that makes, right, it makes them not desire their spouse. And you will discover it's the same thing. It's the same body, the most important sexual organ is this konkoko here, is your brain, not even your body and all of that. Your brain is the most important sex organ. So you discover a woman, and it's not once, not twice. When she's with you, she doesn't even have that libido. But the moment you go to work, she starts feeling libido. Not like to go out there, of course not, but now start texting you, "How are you? I feel this way right now." I say, "You did serious." So when I did her since, what didn't do you? And the same night you come back home, that woman is still, the thing is just gone. It's a demonic spirit. And I'm not just trying to be dramatic, you see, but they don't know this. The thing is just normal. You see, this guy is laughing, he's up here, Ugoski. So the thing is just normal. You discover you just like another woman. So what you
Let
need
me
to
just
do,
back something I want to back what you are just saying up, because I read all these books you tell us not to read, but I read it anyway. One of the demons said that is exactly his work, no difference.
That's that book of Solomon stuff.
Yes. So, he captured all the demons of that time, all the demons in the world, basically. And each of them and he said, "This is what I do. I would take a man to leave his wife and lust after him, even unto madness where he cannot stop." And that is his function. I can call him by name, but I do not, how do you say it? I don't mention their names at all, but I know exactly which one names you are talking about. But he's the one that attacks marriages. And I've seen it play out so mightily that it is even acceptable that a man should, in a marriage, maybe he goes and impregnates the girl down the road,
house girl,
down the road, or the house
right?
girl.
Exactly.
Some funny business.
So it's very spiritual.
It's
very spiritual thing. And don't be surprised. Maybe, yeah. And sometimes it's not even the house girl that is using juju or the bully girl. It's that spirit that has pushed that man to that extent. You see? So when people understand, you need to be very intentional about marriage. It's a place Satan has sat down to attack, even with institutions. Because nowadays, a man goes north, the wife goes east, the children go west in the name of school and jobs. You understand? So it's Satan sit down for that department and is attacking it very viciously. And you just press play and you go. You just get married and that's all. Oga, it won't work. That thing is constantly being attacked. In fact, the woman that did, I don't know, the one that divorced 10 years now, it's probably lucky it went that far, for many. So you have to be intentional about it. It's a very, very precious part. God forbid, if anything happens between me and my wife now, I probably can't be here, be doing it. I can't do ministry. It won't work. It won't work. So Satan will be attacking that place. A man also running business, when your wife is turning your head upside down, you can't. The guy will eventually move out or do something. Before you know, he finds another girl there. The whole thing is scattered. Children are, they are in trouble and all of that. So that sexual part is important. Maybe one day we'll still talk about it. We're talking about it already. Okay. So when you discover that when your husband is with you, you're not attracted to him, is when he goes. You say, check him now. And when he comes back, then you still don't feel again. When he's not with you, you're not feeling one thing, or your wife. So your wife that spends hours to cook for you, she's there for you also, in intimacy. She's just there raising your children. You don't see that one. Just one girl that say, good afternoon, sir. Maybe your secretary at work. Just say, how are you? Say, just, not even touch you yet, oh. Just respect you small. You say, you see? Look at what she did. Carry her inside house now, see whether she'll keep respecting you like that. You understand? So it's just not smart. You compare your husband to 15 men out there, right? Now, watch this, right? Let's say 10 men. You say, look at Mr. Such and Such. He bought a car for his wife. He went to the next man. Look at this one. He's always opening door for his wife. This third one, in fact, the wife is not working. He's the one paying all the school fees. Have you taken all the weaknesses of all those 10 men? It's just not fair. Because you just pick the strength of 10 men, random men, more or less, and you compare, you won't expect one man to have everything. You take each one of them, take them, okay, if you want to compare your wife with one woman, take that to goodness, maybe it's the face you like. As you carry the face, carry the way the girl they talk too. As you carry the way they talk, carry as you know sabi cook too. Carry all the thing together. You understand? Finally, many feel that that's the nature of man, right? So carry all the person's weaknesses and strength, you see, and put it all together and take one for one. And now compare your wife to that woman and see whether she will match. Now you are being fair. But you want your wife to be Mother Teresa. At the same time, you want her to be Rihanna. At the same time, you pick the strength of Margaret Thatcher. You pick all the strength of all the women that are not even real. And you want that all of that in one woman. It's not real. It's just not fair to do that. You want your husband to always be carrying gym chest. At the same time, you want him to talk gently like a pastor. At the same time, you want him to have money like Dangote. Which one you go do now? So it's just not realistic. It's not realistic. So love, the moment love has a reason, will I say that love don't scatter with that, because that reason can always be altered, then the love will fail. You see. So when we'll come back to that, I hope I answered. We're talking about surrogacy, that kind of stuff. So it won't work. Let's not be in fear. Take the risk, okay? Take the risk, and it's not supposed to be a risk, okay? If you check the way,
analysis, and we'll talk about this more if you want to. But analysis are based on, looking at the sense, looking at the spiritual, but understanding that this thing is backed by some force. It makes so much sense is that marriage is like shark-infested waters right now.
okay.
Your prayer is that shark should not bite you, because most people that enter it, shark bites them.
Right.
So are you telling me to
with
go
the shark
and jump
analogy,
in that
no,
water?
with the shark analogy, we can say the water can be shark infested, but there can be this, cage-like cubicle, that protects you from the sharks.
I don't like
but when
cages
you
and I don't
open-
like teeth.
So what then is the alternative? Stay off of water
Adilani,
and
let's
not
just be
have
fasting and pray.
and not have a marriage. It's not so bad. Some people are not destined to marry, but that's hardly the case. It's a very, very rare case. Very rare. Okay.
True. Because
You
to
guys
a great
need a
extent,
personal
like
session.
I think that's the only
They're
that's
already
the only
saying personal
passage.
session. Personal session is professional counseling. That one, people, I just give people just a few people.
No, I'm not. Look, I know the rules. I know that. Look, these things is not right? Because
Yeah.
I mean, the normal order of things is that you marry, you have children,
Yeah.
and so on and so forth. So I know, right? But it makes so much sense if you think about
That
it
is intentionally
logically.
attacked.
That it's intentionally attacked to the point whereby you see it trends on social media. They will tell you women, they'll tell you singleness, talking stage, marriage. They'll be climbing stairs, marriage. They'll now say have children, money, more money. So women will now jump that hole from singleness. They will jump into pregnancy. They have money,
And more money.
more money,
I
more
see,
money. You
I
know what
see.
I mean? So
I see.
it makes so much sense, but at the same time, you can tell that this is definitely not God's intention.
Yes.
You can't. It's like when the sons of Judah were doing pull out. The second one, instead of doing the right, he was doing pull. What's the difference between that and going to go and get a sperm bank donation? for pregnancy. So you understand? It's pull out, only
Right.
reverse pull out. Do you understand? So it's you doing something funny, right? So
Yeah.
I know, but I'm saying that that's the trend that's out there. It
Yes, it
makes
is.
sense.
Yes. So, and the strongest, the scripture says that a man that can, I'm paraphrasing it, that can control himself, or well, he says that cannot control himself is like a city broken down without walls. Talking about sharks right there, you see, and of course, that will be a man or a woman, you see. And also, I think he says, better is a man, I think just the next verse, somewhere Proverbs 18, if I get it right, 32, or someone can look for it. Then the next, it says, a man that that controls himself is better than the one that takes a city, you see. So now that we know that these things are specially attacked, specially geared towards, if you watch those old, I have to mention name, old Mount Zion music movies, they will show you how demons will whisper to the husband here. Another one will whisper to the wife there. It may seem dramatic, but that's just what happens. So once we realize that, it's like, okay, no, I am just not going to say anything. I'll just walk out. You may even walk out with your eyes closed. You may need to do that. But trust me, when you do that to a point, and in that outside, hey, like I said, this thing sometimes is personal session. You will need to break that spirit, and you will need to pray it as though you are literal. You would break that spirit. Come back just 2 minutes. In fact, don't let her know. If you break the spirit and she's hearing, or your husband is hearing, you say, "Hey, am I the demon now?" They don't know. Just say, "Oh, let me go and buy something." But when you get to the staircase or lock your car and you break that spirit, come back up and say, "These people don't have that thing." Discover that the thing will change. The guy will just start to act normal. He was being attacked. Try it. For those in marriage or some other situations. For some that are not married, it may be maybe workplace situation. You'll be surprised how much demonic activity is taking place around people, around us. Okay? So break that thing like that, come back and you go, the person that was just, the whole thing is now calm. You see how even you yourself, you're calm. So sometimes is that literal. So when that has happened, you control yourself, you work with that. You discover it's not that hard. But what's the point? If you leave this one and you're going to the next, there is no proof that that's not going to still happen. Like somebody, before I move on to the next person, he's been waiting. That the guy is on his 4th marriage or 5th marriage, or the girl, I can't remember the full detail. Wow. And I said, why is all my marriages failing? He said, well, just check the common factor in all the marriages. The common factor is you yourself. You are in all of those marriages and all of them failed.
To be angry.
That's not nice. Okay. Well, technically it's true. So you'll be surprised that when you change or you work on yourself, you become better. You just become your environment. Life, right, is just about 20% what happens to us. Okay, and 80% how we respond is 80%. Check all the rich people now, right? They are from very, very poor families, but maybe it's even that poverty that helped them, but the way they responded to it, and they started pushing. They're like, there's no way I'm going back to that slum. They kept pushing. But the one they born with a silver spoon, not only that spoon you get, you see. So its response is very, very powerful. And that's what Satan is trying to hack, to get you to say something that will hurt your wife for the next 10 years. Get you to go sleep with a woman and she'll keep nagging you with that. And she's right, because you did it, you see. Or get you to, I don't know, what woman will do to the man that will hurt him. Hopefully not, also cheat on the man. That one won't throw you away. Women still, some men will not throw away, but that bitterness will be there, lack of trust. Or just something, do it to that, or say words. I think words actually. Say to the man, and the guy, the thing affects even his self-esteem at work, and use you against. And while you are fighting each other, the demons are laughing. No, Chioma wants to say something.
Yeah,
Yes,
there was something you were saying. Initially, I was poised, ready to attack you. Don't you dare say something about women. But there was something you said that thing about at insemination. It's like two wrongs don't make it right.
The children, right?
Exactly. Because let's even look at our Savior. Our Savior came by artificial insemination, technically.
IVF, heavenly one.
Exactly, technically.
Let me pause.
But he didn't leave that girl to be, she's a single woman. She don't need no man. She can be independent, whatever. He still begged this guy, Joseph
to be present.
Help me look after this boy. Because remember, when those kings came and Herod was looking for how to kill this
Who would have
boy,
protected
it
them?
was
It was Dave Joseph,
exactly,
he told in
it
a
was
dream.
that Joseph, and it was that night. Can you imagine relocating from a country in a night? Move this boy and this girl out of this place. They're trying to kill this boy for me. He
How would the
moved
woman
him.
have done it herself?
How will a woman have been able to do all that? Then when they finish, take him back. And you know, the kind of, to me, as far as I'm concerned, Joseph was the epitome of who a father should be. Knowing that this boy in question is not his biological child, but was ready to defend that boy. So I'm just saying that I agree with you that there needs to be a father and a mother to help to be able
Yes,
to
that's the
raise
best.
children who are sound. No, we're not
Yes,
saying that
that's the
everybody, I
best.
mean, there are serial killers that came from balanced homes, but you know, it's just the best because
But at
we
least that's a default to start with.
exactly, yeah.
Indeed. Yeah, that's very true. So we can't keep using symptoms in treatments to treat something that will have side effects. You now get another drug. I mean, I was in one training some time ago, and they're like, there are people that take 5 drugs, and don't be surprised, just one of the medication is a real root cause. This one is to treat the side effect of this. This one is to treat the side effect of this too. And I'm like, really? And that's happening in the pharmaceutical stuff, and you still have your shop open. It should be closed, right? So how would someone be taking 5 meds and 4 of it is just to deal with the side effect of the first, or just domino effect like that? That's literally crazy. So the best way, people can try that. Go and inject yourself. I don't know. People, you see, one thing I understand about counseling, people eventually do what they want to do. Until maybe God touched them and somehow they're just looking for somebody that will tell them to do what they want to, then they say, right? So,
Yeah, please,
except
I
God's
just
spirit.
think I should issue a disclaimer. I'm not saying this because
Yeah.
that's what I want to do or that's what people should
Oh,
do.
no.
Please,
Of course not.
please,
No.
whoever is here, I
Of
beg
course.
you, do not take what I'm saying and then go and inseminate yourself and go and say one sister somewhere said it because it makes sense.
Don't try this
I've
at
also
home, I
said
mean.
it is firmly backed by the devil. It's so sensible that if you have no fear of
Right.
God, that's the next thing you will do.
Yeah, I get
But
it.
you can
I
see
get it
there's
because of
no
the
difference
pressure.
between that and doing what God killed someone for, even a son of Judah. Because that's like pull
Right, I
out. Only
see.
this time now reverse pull out. You
It's
understand?
something. And you don't even
It's,
know the
it's
father, right? Or would they know the person? In fact,
no,
it's
so
irrespective,
no,
isn't
they
it?
don't know the person. They just have like a profile. This person is a CEO, he's so and so years old, he's
Oh.
6 feet tall, he's this, he has a PhD, he's this, is that, and
Are
based
you
on
sure they have
that.
not swapped the label on the tube?
And another crazy thing, you see this thing you were saying. You see
Right.
this thing you were talking about, cabbage patch babies and so and so.
Right.
Apparently, a lot of these sperm companies now
Yeah.
artificially created this thing, then they give them,
You see?
not real
They will not
thing.
mass produce it.
They will not
You
mass
see?
produce. So these women are carrying things that down the line maybe is unhealthy, down the line have serial killer tendencies, down the line is
Right.
nonsense, but they are
That
not
thing
real.
is just off. It's just off. Right? You know? But then the one that is more likely, which I think I've heard of before, not firsthand, of course, is just meeting some guy, random guy, or somebody you know you won't marry the guy anyways. You just go and do that and you send him, or maybe some poor guy somewhere just to get a child. So people do that more frequently. So even that is also bad.
That's
So,
bad.
you
That's
know.
bad because
So
sex is
the guy
what
will
I
even
call
come back later.
eshela. Sex is big sin.
It's
And you
yeah,
try to explain the spiritual, it's a big sin, especially outside marriage. It's not something you just open leg. Everybody is doing nonsense. Everybody's hookup culture. It's a terrible sin.
it's not right.
So
It's literally a spiritual activity. It's something
yes,
sacred.
now
It's like you're entering laboratory, you want to create a person and you make that something on the street like that. Yeah. Animals sometimes don't even have so many, like they call it, body counts, like some human beings.
no,
So
now
not to
most
shame people,
animals
you
is
might have
when
been
they are
there.
in season to reproduce that they
Right.
do all this
Right.
sexual activity. You can't
You
see
see?
a lion having sex when it's not season for
Right.
reproduction. It's only human beings that are doing that one.
You see. So not to shame anybody who might have been there who is still in that kind of thing, but telling you it's a big jump and progress to understand first that, you know what, this thing is not right. They'll begin to work from there. Not like the way they do in the so-called modern world when they say I'm a girl in a child's body, I'm a boy in a girl's body, and that kind of confusion, and you now begin to look like a girl. No, now you work with what you have and get closer to the norm, not see any little sign you go awry. So it's good you understand first that that thing is wrong. Okay, you shouldn't just keep having sex with people. Most of that is spiritually inspired, but understand that this thing is wrong first. We can now move from there. It's not about condemnation to death. You beat yourself up, you hang yourself or something, but you understand it is wrong first. You see, but when we don't know if it is wrong or right, that's we are not even on the same page in the first place. Let me quickly hear from Esau. Is it? Been waiting for quite a while. Esau, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon
Yes,
to
my
you,
brother.
Effortless Shade. Good afternoon, Mr. Walla. Good afternoon to you,
Mr.
Choma.
Walla. It's okay, yeah.
You guys have actually been very amazing. I've been enjoying my time here. Yeah, Minister Kunle, right?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah. The first time I came across your video was when you were having a podcast on the 91 channel with Chidima, I think. Yeah, you said a lot of things that were very, very insightful. Yeah, so I thought of joining the live today, and also thank you for having me on the box. Okay, I think majorly as it stands now, to maintain the train of thought, we are talking about marriage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not married yet. I'm single. I'm at the verge of doing so. But like Shadi said, there is so much that is obviously discouraging now for people.
Are you saying men are also afraid too? When men come to tell you their own too.
The point is, all this thing, if we even look at it very well, the major casualties here are the men.
Yeah.
Yes, because
in the Western world, I agree. In African world, I think the women are really the receiving end. But in the Western world, divorce a man, the guy is finished. They crash. He can't work a job. And some is just a lie on him that he beat you and didn't. He can't work a job. He split his income into two. Not just what he has, what he would have. And those girls will not use the money to even take care of the children. So I agree with you. For the Western especially. Go ahead.
Yes. And actually, the reason why I said the major casualty here are the men is because when you look at marriage, just like we've all agreed, it's under a serious attack.
Yes, under attack.
It's somehow based on how God has actually administered the assignments. It is the man who sees to it that these things are together. He is the one who gets a wife. He is the one who sets up a family. So looking at it in a very large scale, like if you look at it from a standpoint where you can see everything in a larger picture, you find out that he is the one being constantly under attack by the ultimate agenda. Economically, he is on the downside. If you check the way things are right now, you find out that he needs to be economically stable first before he gets married.
A woman doesn't need so much to start. She just needs, she's ready, of age, a little bit of maturity, then she's good to go.
Exactly. Now, he can be everything but not economically stable. And what it will be interpreted as is that he's not serious.
I see. That's true. That's very true.
Now, when he gets serious by eventually becoming buoyant to get married, out of 100% of men that eventually go through that process, some almost like, let's say, although I may not be right, but let's say 50%, for instance, might have veered off the way of becoming intentional enough to hold a family. Because right now, they somehow their soul have been messed up in certain ways. A lot of them may even be in relationships that make them end up with traumas. And all these things, as they go along the way, they pick these things up. And many of them might have even been rejected while they were still struggling.
Okay.
Now, having to now get ready financially to get married, they will start vetting every woman that comes their way, because now they are not so sure if this person is coming from love.
Oh yeah, that's true. If the
I
money
see.
is much to a certain extent, you can't tell. Yeah.
Now, reason why somehow they have zero tolerance to certain things. You get it?
I see.
Now, you find out that, like for a place like Nigeria or for Africa, the economy of this geographical region is being decided by the powers that be.
Yeah.
Because I really do not believe that our exchange rate is exactly what it is. If we should reflect to the level of wealth that God has blessed us with.
Of course, yeah.
Yes, but if some people, took a decision around the round table and decided, okay, this is what the exchange rate should be for these people. This is what it should be for these people, and that goes a long way to affect a lot of things that we acquire. Yeah, our economic prowess, it affects it a lot individually.
Yeah. I see.
Yeah. So,
but
with
are
that,
you currently in West Africa? Are you
currently
in Africa, or you're in the Western world?
I'm in Nigeria.
So maybe the thing they hit men too in Africa then, for you to call the men the casualty, I would say it's the women, but I think things are changing in Nigeria also.
Yeah, I'm actually talking from this point because there's a statement that Shade made. He said a lot of men are becoming women these days, and she's not wrong.
Right. African transgenderism.
I'm
they
not
become
talking
effeminate,
about, I'm not even talking about.
I know.
Yes.
I know. They become
effeminate. You get me?
I know.
She's not even wrong at all.
Right.
But these things that I'm just explaining now, to some extent, I'm not justifying that any man should eventually start switching his gender or anything like that by any means.
Of course not.
But
yeah, sure.
You find out that there are obvious reasons that have been targeted against these people that is making it look like this.
Yeah.
And the bad part is that not everyone is even aware that it is happening, but they can't even point to that this is the reason why this is happening.
I see.
Yes, they can't point to.
So it's an attack against homes, and it's attacking Satan is attacking the men, the women in a different way, the children in a different way.
Yes,
just taking those ones
the
off.
ripple effect.
So, yeah.
Now,
if I even call it simultaneous effect, it literally before it starts rippling in those three areas, attack the men, attack the women, because women are also heavily distracted. And that thing is supposed to be a strength. They have the ability to multitask, to do many things at the same time, better than men. A man wants to finish his football match, go to work, then face his wife, and then do this. So different things like that. So you discover that that's what you keep seeing, right? But then for a woman, it just begins to show her, we should watch one video somewhere. Or why can't we do this? Can't we move to Spain? Or what if we go back to Canada?
Exactly.
So that's the attack. So he has different way he attacks those different people.
Now,
within the home.
Now, you see a man whose soul has been embraced, like he has been somehow messed up, but he arrived anyway.
Yeah.
And eventually decided to get married or get serious. He met an innocent woman. They started, and all of a sudden something went wrong along the way because this guy is no longer healthy, so white.
Okay.
Then the woman starts having an idea that, marriage is something else, not what we think it used to be. Then it becomes an ideology. They start selling that out. Now, the woman is a victim to that situation that had actually been created against the man. But this man he fell for whatever was set up against him and eventually exhibited in the marriage. The woman picked that up and she's sharing that ideology now. There's an innocent man out there that will not fall into the hand of a woman who is buying that ideology.
Right.
And it becomes a ripple
effect. So yeah, that's it. It's just that way. But then it's just funny. So what I would say we'll get from today's marital related conversation is intentionality. Okay? Even some people who don't understand spirits, don't understand this is a demonic attack. What they just see is that when my wife is just talking a certain way, when my husband is asking a certain way, I just don't talk to him. It's when you answer him 2, 3, 4, 5 times that while I go start. The man too sometimes understands that and they just walk away and come back. So by just their sense, they've been able to just discover patterns and they're intentional about it. So for me, that's what I'm going to say. Okay, for those who are not married, let's remove fear. Okay, of marriage, right? Okay, for those that are married, is intentionality very important. You have to understand you are under attack. Do you know, like that American movement, feminist movement, like they said, was started by more or less Rockefeller, David Rothschild, no, Rockefeller in the US, right? And they just wanted to get the woman to come pay tax on the surface level with regards to money. But on a deeper level, what Satan really wants, Satan does not need money. I hope you know.
No,
Doesn't need pounds and dollars.
no,
So what Satan wants to do is to separate the family, cause more pain, cause more children to unalive people, see blood, things like that. That's what he wants. But these
exactly.
bad guys want money. But Satan has found a way to do both together, and everything is working in almost perfect symphony in the negative.
Yes,
You see,
you're right.
right? So yeah, so we always understand that they are attacked on every front, every front. There are people that make money off of divorces, right? Just like there is the military industrial complex, there is the disability, learning disability, mental illness industrial complex. There's also the marriage, separation, divorce industrial complex, if you will. You see, so people make off of, and that's why you get you to register your marriage in the court, because once any part of your life, your car registration, your birth certificate, your marriage certificate, all those kind of things, once you register something with the government, what it means is that they can and they will make money off of that thing.
Of course.
Because 3 legs, yeah, a contract has about 2 or 3 legs. One is the words you're spoken, it requires 2 parties, that also requires money. Most times a contract, at least in the UK, can't have a contract without money, you see. So once those parts of your life is registered with the government, they will make money off of it. So they make money off of divorce, and they can make it the other way. It's just Satan that's
Yes.
messing this thing up,
If it
right?
is, if,
Keep this.
okay, if it is really about the money, I don't think they would have come this far. But I think it's beyond
No,
that money,
it's
like you
yeah,
said.
it gets to the spiritual. Exactly what I said.
Yes,
Satan does not care about money. Like I
because
said the other time.
because just like they now know that eventually this thing will cause disruption in the traditional family pattern. To cause disruption, there will be separation.
Yeah.
Now the children
Yes.
will get to, maybe if they're given birth before this thing happens, the children will start seeing marriage as something else that is not good. But for that force that eventually binds both man and woman, which is the sexual force,
Yeah.
a lot of people may still want to come together, even if it is by mistake.
Yes.
Now
Exactly. And I was going to talk on that.
they introduce alternatives.
Oh yeah. That's pornography, for example.
Yes,
It destroys. And talking about men liking white women, is whitish women you see there most times, if they're
yes,
human beings at all. Some
yes.
of those people are not human
So,
beings.
yes, and they would
Yeah.
also introduce same-sex whatever marriage. Now that is
Which would cut
counterproductive.
population is another thing. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So
Sex toy and the rest. So things that are now counterproductive, that are against traditional marriage, traditional family pattern as instituted by God, they
yes.
they now fight everything. Coupled with the propaganda that have been going on about this and that concerning marriage, and before long you find out that people are now okay to be on their own. They don't.
Yeah, they found
don't.
systems to just make them so-called independent on their own.
Yes.
Including the one Shade was trying to advise people against
Exactly.
at the time. So there's systems. So yeah. So it's Satan literally at work. And as simple as just getting married and having children can be, it's such a spiritual, godly thing to do. But people have not seen that.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, it is. Thank you, Isol, for your contribution also. What I'm gonna do is let me just wrap up with this, right? Did you have another question? Sorry, Isol, before I start to wrap up.
Actually, I wanted to see what I had in mind concerning my plan, in marriage. But then, it's not healthy to have that.
But that should be a personal thing, right? I think that should be private, shouldn't it?
It's not healthy. What I was even thinking is not healthy based on everything so far. It's just that I have to be more.
Did you want to leave your fiance?
Sorry?
Did you want to leave your fiancé or what?
No, that's not what I mean. In fact, I just recently worked out of one, and that's because of unresolved issues.
Differences.
There's differences. We had unresolved differences. I can't even exempt myself from it. I
How
am
much time between? Sorry, my brother. How much time between the past one and this new one?
uh, 2 to 3 years.
Okay, fair enough. Because most times the way relationships seem to work in life is when you're walking out of a relationship, it may even be such a completely unspiritual relationship, like a workplace relationship, like a marital related relationship, man and woman, like a business partner relationship. You need to exit relationship in a healthy way. If not, spiritually almost, you won't be able to function properly in the next one you're going into.
Yeah,
See,
that's
except of course, yeah, okay.
so
So,
so
so that's it. But say what you were going to say. You said it's not healthy, but maybe we shouldn't hear it.
I was actually thinking because
Let
I,
me
I
set you 1 minute to say it. 60 seconds. Let's go.
okay, I was like, okay, if this is what is happening now and all the narratives are down, I mean, a lot of narratives are out there that we cannot even close our ears from. They are just they are all in our faces. So I was like, okay, how about me just being involved with a woman, setting her up like I would take care of her expenses, everything that has to do
Without
with her.
wedding.
Just she will
Is
get married.
it?
She will give birth to me, but to my children, but she will be. I'll take care of everything, but not
But
having to now be there where certain things will now make us have issues.
Pastor, can
I,
you say
I,
okay.
I
I
don't
can
want
see
that.
you. So, like I said, this thing is an attack. Let me tell you something also, Esau. Have you not seen people who do what you just did? What you just said now? And they are there for 3 years, 4 years, cohabiting, something like that, right?
No, it's not
Only in
like
your case, you're looking
we
for.
won't be together. Like I can let her be
Oh,
on
you
her
won't be
own.
together.
Yes, I can be completely involved in the children's life. Everything completely.
So
I can
what
be
if
available
what if
at any
she?
time. But that
Okay.
being together,
That thing is not smart. I know it sounds smart, but it's not a computer or a car you park somewhere. Because you have feelings if she goes to another man, no matter what contract you sign with her.
obviously.
You see? You see, obviously. It can't work. The way that works is
But
God's way. But let me show you.
it's not like I'm
Okay.
going to now be with any other woman. I just need that my
Okay.
peace.
I know
Yeah,
how, I know
anything
what you're feeling. But
disrupt
let
my
me
peace. I
explain
don't want
something
that.
to you to show you, to show you that this thing still gets back to Satan attacking homes. Have you not seen people who are cohabiting? In this case, the point is not that they're living together. That's not the point. It's similar to what you've done. The only difference between what you have said now, there are people who work, take away from home as far as what you're describing, you see. But, but there are people who were cohabiting and they were staying together for 3 years, some 4 years, and they got married. And in 4 months, the marriage was literally scattered. Not that they were just having issues. They were having enough issues and they separated in the same house, right? What do you think caused it? Maybe I should ask you first.
Me, what I
Some
think
of it can be explained. Okay.
yes, what I think would possibly cause that is because number one, there is no love. Everybody is expecting something from the other
When's
person.
bro, my brother, you didn't get my story well. What fuel of love were they using for the 4 years when they were cohabiting?
But
Do you get the story?
love is selfless. I get the story.
Okay.
These people, they were in love, they got married, and after 4 months, they couldn't take it anymore. Love, in its actual sense, is selfless.
I don't understand. Were they selfish in the 4 years? I mean, were they selfless in the 4 years and the selflessness disappeared when they got married, when they got wedded? This is real life stuff I'm telling you.
Okay, yes, that's why I'm trying to be very careful here now because I can't start.
Mr.
I can't start insinuating anything that I'm not so sure.
Let me try to insinuate for you. But Mr. Olani wants to say something before I...
Okay.
Mr. Olani, are you there?
Yeah, I am. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. The example you just gave, Minister, where everything is fine before the marriage. I think Sister effortlessly Shade has said it. Is a demonic attack.
Right.
There
Indeed.
is a very, and this thing happened since about 2005. It especially in the UK. Any
UK, right?
marriage, and I use the word marriage, like you've done your best to do the right thing within. If you open yourself up the attack is on both sides, on the guy's side,
Yes.
on the lady's side. You just need to be very aware that look, any of us can be used, and you've really hit it by the head when things start
Right.
happening and you realize that you're at home and there's no sexual attraction to your partner, but you get out there and something is getting interest. That's where your spiritual awareness needs to wake up. That no, there's something wrong. You don't
Yeah.
accept the narrative that I'm no longer attracted to her. That's a lie from the depth of hell.
That's true.
And
Exactly.
I mentioned something, I put something in the post earlier on. You hear guys say, "Oh, it's just the nature of us to go outside and be interested."
No,
The
it's not. It's not
devil
true.
don't buy your soul, bro.
That's it.
This
You
is
have been
where I'm
deceived.
telling you, but we don't
Deception.
realize it. And on the flip side, you have the ladies who are like, "Oh, why must I be the only one? Why must I be the only one cooking?" And then they bring on the feminine thing to also end their marriage.
Yeah,
It is
feminism
a
to
lie
attack
from the
them.
depth of hell. It's a lie. It is a specific attack on the home. I say
It
to people
is.
that listen,
It is.
don't be the door that the devil will use to scatter your
Goes
home.
through.
Because the people who are going to you're destroying is a generation afterwards. All you
Yes.
need to do is look at
And they'll be affected, those children.
all you need to look at the Western world and the people who are making the laws and
And
the
look at
decisions.
them.
Something
Yeah.
happened when they were growing up. So it's a demonic attack. I'm still reading
It
that
is.
book that Sister Efole Shade read about demons. My sister, what else do you need for the evidence that it's a demonic attack? The demon is
Right?
saying, "This
It's
is my
right there.
dog." Like
Yeah.
this expo is too much for us to grab.
It's too
You're
much,
begging, a man
right?
is begging his wife that, "Babe, can't you see? Devil is using you to scatter this house. Don't leave. Wait, there's nothing we can't sort out." No, you are not listening. You are missing the point. You pack and leave 6 months down the line. After a few things, you are now trying to come back. Come back where now? How? If I allow you in, and you stab me in the middle of the night, by the time I wake up in the morning, I deserve to enter hell. Yes, it's true. You know,
I mean,
this is
forgive
very
you.
passionate for me personally,
I
but
know.
yeah, I'm just
But it
going to
can be
leave it for now.
rebuilt. I mean, it can be rebuilt, especially if it's not gone so far, like you now have children,
Okay,
you now
that's
have
fine.
partners,
Well, anyway, depending on the person's situation, anyway. Fair,
I
yeah.
know it's case by case, to be fair.
Yes, it's very much
Right.
so case by
Yeah, well
case.
thanks for that
Thank you.
for that answer. So I was guessing maybe Esau didn't quite catch the analogy. So if anybody is able to stay with each other 4 years, why can't they stay with each other 4 months? Now I can't remember the actual numbers, the number of years they lived together before, and they just got married and problems started. It's because Satan hates that bride price. The moment you enter, pay bride price, and you do things properly, oh, you just get it. I said they were courting or dating or living together. They probably even have children already, or maybe no
Sorry to
children. They were
interrupt, Pastor.
contraceptive.
Even bride price now is different. They don't want to pay bride price
Oh,
again. It's meaning that the woman is for sale. It's not godly.
ah,
I'm just saying.
they are funny. But the white garment is not for sale. The white dress is not for the ring. Expensive ring is not for sale. So you see, people are funny. They just do what they want to do. Hey, greetings, Sheweola.
The ideology of bride price. I
In
think
scripture, there is no ideology.
scripture.
It's
Yes,
Bible
no.
scripture.
Yes, it's scriptural. It's
I
scriptural.
know.
It's about you.
Yeah.
The whole concept of wedding is you having witnesses as you're being
Yeah.
united. Then the
Parents
parents are there.
especially.
You're given a
Yeah.
they are given a token that they request from you for their daughter. It's not like the woman is for sale.
Yeah, I know she knows that. Yeah, she's just saying it, but some people are just twisting stuff. Is what she's trying to say.
Okay, yeah,
So,
that's
but
true.
back to our
Yes, people are
analogy.
twisting stuff. Yes.
Back to our analogy. There's nothing that makes you stay with somebody 4 years, and then 4 months, less than 6 months, you are apart, divorced. What glued you together for 4 years?
Yeah,
You
it
see.
could have been love that did
So,
that.
is it love?
Yes, it could have
Okay.
been love that actually put
Yeah.
them together for that 4 years.
Yeah, but then what happened to the love in 4 months is the question, Esau.
Now,
You see?
like Mr. Waller said, it's down
Yeah.
on demonic attack.
It's an attack, but to be fair, for those that don't like anything spiritual, don't worry, I have answer for you. When you see, you will see. But if a person stays for 4 years and then in 3, 4, 6 months they are courting, they're having issues, they're divorcing. There's one thing that actually happens in the realms of the mind, okay, of normal human mind before getting into the spiritual, which is that entitlement sets in. Very, very powerful demon. I feel like calling it a demon. Entitlement is a very dangerous demon. It will make your wife that cooks for you almost every day, that is there for you in intimacy. She's raising your children. She's greeting you good morning every morning, in that sense, whatever, right? Because you feel entitled to that. The girl that just says, hello, sir, how are you, sir? Let me carry you back, sir. Just once, oh. You've been colleagues for 4 years. But she did that once. That woman now is now Holy Mary, or what do you call it? Just one greeting and carry your bag once. But the one that's been doing it for 4 years of marriage, you just say, now, we should not do amunko. And of course, the same thing, flip side. A man that has been paying your bills, that has raised your children, in that sense, both of you's children, right? And doing all that, you don't see that one. You just say, if you're not paying, I one guy buy you chocolate of £5, £5 chocolate, and your head was spinning. You see, it's not normal. So what's the difference between £5 chocolate and £50,000 of investment? It's entitlement. Now it gets demonic, really, okay? But in case you're thinking, well, this boy just being over spiritual, I can explain some of the doorways in the soul that those demons enter through. It's feeling of entitlement. If you can just in your mind switch this thing, right? And imagine your wife buy you chocolate. If you just carry chocolate, you just carry chocolate, give her the nylon set to go and throw away. Entitlement is very dangerous. Very, very, very dangerous. It has not been emphasized enough. Very dangerous. You just feel entitled. You just feel familiar. You understand? It's very dangerous. It destroys relationships. Even between siblings, right? Even between siblings, you have your brother is always been there. That's your blood brother. He gives you everything. But one day you ask for 20,000, he sends 15. Yeah, it's deep. You ask for 20, he sent 15. Say, but I asked for 20. You now send the money back to your brother because you have his account details, and you now do like this. Say, you need to send the way. Why did you send the money back now? Don't worry. And you say, hey, people are helping each other. Look at that guy now. He helped me that day. That one helped me. You have mentioned the name of 6 people who helped you once in 6 years, each of them. This one has been helping you since you were children. Yeah, your sibling. And because he sent 15K instead of 20, you're now telling him one person that helped you once. Go and live with that person now and see whether he'll not kick you out. So it's subtle, but it's very, very important. So maybe a time will come when God will release us fully to talk about these relationship matters, in marriages and all that. And people like marriage matter, they like man and woman matter. Mr. Rizzo, you're welcome. Good morning, good afternoon. Network is showing red, so maybe it's not so good. But I can hear you. You need your mute rather, Mr. Rizzo, Castle, so we can hear you.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me.
The headphones is not gonna. Yeah, we're not hearing you well.
I just removed the earpiece so that you hear me clearly.
Oh yes, it's much better.
I think when it comes to this marriage things, you really have to decide. You really have to decide. At the end of the day, the people who pay the price are the children.
Yes, mostly. I just hope you're audible on YouTube.
Yeah, the children pay the price.
It's somehow low, but I don't want to touch with the settings.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Who pay the price, like I say, are the children. And you really have to decide. Do you want your children to go through what you went through? Or you want to be selfish? If you don't want your children to go through what you went through, you really take your time and make up your mind. Once you're married, you will at least try your best to be the best you can be. Be the best
That's true.
father, be the best husband, be the best everything. You know.
Requires a lot of
Yeah,
prayer.
but then
You know.
if you now marry somebody who, yeah,
He's not
you know,
working. He's not pulling
that's
their
why
weight, right?
you should. I think prayer is very important. Prayer is very important before
Because the reason why I
marriage. To me,
interjected you is
it's very
because the
important because you need to
Apple,
pray for the right
yeah.
person to come.
I think there's time delay.
Yeah, go on. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, there's time delay. Maybe you disconnect and reconnect. There's a lot of time delay. So what I was going to say is that most people, there's nobody that started. Maybe a few people did just to have children and come out. Maybe some women, they don't want to be abused and all. There's nobody that started married and say, you know what, after 4 years, I'll cheat on my wife. Then 6 years, I'll now divorce. There's nobody that planned it that way. They all had promises. Okay, but like I said, moments. So you have to be on guard almost always. Okay, so you have to be constantly on guard. So that moment, and in fact, you make mistakes, by the way. Okay, now not the kind of mistakes of removing your trousers out. That one, no mistake. That one, yeah, can be mistake, but most times that thing would warn you several times. To take time. Okay, but the point is, if and when those mistakes happen, then you trace your steps back. You see, so the point is, you have to be on guard. You will not remember, even if you remember, some even remember the promise they made when those things happen. So let's say you can disconnect and reconnect. Let's see if it helps. So
Okay.
they remember, they remember, but then they just like, well, I don't care. You understand? But we said this together and I don't care. Just that moment. The same person, give them just 1 hour or two, they are back to their senses. So if you know how to catch moments before they explode, just those moments, it's like fiery darts against your home. Catch those moments and quench it. Catch those moments. Ms. Okoye, are you still there? It reminds me of this matter. This one is not marital though, but of this this police matter. I don't know if Chairman is still there. You know, this police matter, when there's a spirit is like policemen carry about, both in Nigeria, in UK, in US. Once they're around you, there is this negative energy that there's about.
Yes.
You understand? Remember what we discussed? Very similar to what people experience in marriages. So if you know that moment and you have that, just quench that fiery dart at that moment. So you need to know what those moments are. You miss some of them. You would have raised your voice. You shouldn't have. You would have banged the table. You shouldn't have, right? But once you discover, okay, now that you discover now post, what's it called? Damage control. Yeah, you can now work on it. You see. So once you understand you are constantly under attack, it's an intentional thing from hell. You need to be intentional on your end also, and get the thing. Sorry, I interrupted. So let's say he's back. So let's hear him now. Can you hear now? You can start. I think there's still a delay, but we'll just manage it. I hope everything is audible in on YouTube. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. A little bit buzzy. It's okay. Kasolezi, we're waiting for you.
Okay, so I just worked internet. I think it was the Wi-Fi in the house.
It's better now.
Yeah. So like I said, you have to really make up your mind. Do you want your children to go through what you went through? If you grew up in a family where something lacked, right? Then that thing that you lacked growing up, make sure you give it to your children. Make sure, because that's the only way you correct the mistake of the past.
Lineage.
Yeah. So you have to really give it to them so that they will grow up like that and give it to their own children. You know. Apart from that, this running around the bush trying to get a woman to get pregnant and be a baby daddy is a very wicked thing to do to the children.
The children, yes.
It's not even about you at this point. It's about the children. Because you almost finish your life. What are you still? Yes, now it's the children that will
That's
continue
true.
your life. Those
Right.
are the people you should think about. Make sure that
Right.
the most important thing, make sure that they know God. That's the most important thing, first of
Very
all.
important. Yeah.
Then, so that when they grow, they will know, oh, my father used to worship God, so I can't go other way.
I
By
see.
the time they understand that, and you give them all the love they need, and you make sure that they don't go the wrong way, right? Your own part, just play your own part. That's all I can say. Play your own part, then leave the rest. God will handle it.
So
Like me,
that's it.
I never believed in double dating or all those kind of things. I think you have to build yourself to that point as well, because I see it's as stress. You
Yes,
want to
that's
take
another
bus, you want to
thing.
go
Some
and
that are not
hide.
even married. You're not even married. You're already double dating. There's no
Yeah,
way. There's no hardly any way that person will be
it's
faithful in their marriage.
stressful.
It's
It's
almost
stressful.
impossible.
You're making call, you want to hide. You're going to hide.
Right.
Why are you hiding? If what you're doing is okay, why are you hiding? It's like smoking and drinking and all those things. If you know you're hiding, then there's no need to do them.
Then it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, then you know that what you're doing is not good. So there's no need. If you want to come out playing, come out playing. If you want to continue your way, just do it as you wish. Please leave us alone.
Indeed. So it gets really funny. It is well. So that's indeed what it is. It is well. Okay. So I think that's about the end. It's 1:42. These discussions that day, which is fine to have those discussions. So anyway, when those discussions come up, we'll take time to begin to attend to them, since it's like God's Spirit is guiding us in that direction, recently. So that, yes, Christ Nation is there. Thanks for the video you shared. I watched it. It was quite interesting. Really, really powerful. So, I think the summary for today is just that intentionality, very important. Intentionality of keeping the home, and all of that is very important. And you'll be surprised how things will work. There are people that have received healing in their marriages like that, and it's like, what happened? What were we doing all this while? I mean, it's just that the government is intentional about your home, especially this UK government, this Western world in America and the rest. They're intentional about it. I was going to say something I heard that when Esau was up here, which is that the government, what they should have done, what they should do is, we see, one of the things that is in your hands as a government is money. Okay? You control money. In other words, you can charge people, or you can charge some other people less. You can even give some people money. Okay? Like giving money to less privileged, like widows or people with learning disabilities and stuff like that. So you're in charge of money. You're also in charge of the law. You can write laws and that thing will be established. Number 3, you are in charge of arms. Okay, you can enforce law enforcement. You see, so you can use those 3 things to direct the society, almost any society, to almost any direction you want to direct it to. What are they doing with those 3 things that we mentioned? They are directing. They are incentivizing divorce. They make it easy for people to divorce. They make it, they more or less pay you, when you divorce. They use money to encourage that. That's not right. That's perversion of justice, of leadership. That's a perversion. The children also, what do you expect of a child, right? That he sees that his friend is transitioning, he's a boy, but he's now painting his nails, wearing pink trousers, wearing a princess crown, and the government is giving him money. If it is Africa, it's the father that will call you, but you see what Bobo they do. I beg, go and look for pink trousers and wear sharp, put in money. You understand? So the children know this and they begin to do that because you are incentivizing it. So it's a very, very sensitive place to be in the leadership of a nation. So you punish good things, you incentivize bad things, you tax good things. You would affect people's more or less their conscience like that, and you begin to steer the nation into the pit, more or less. And you try to bring some logical thing to justify it. It's not right. If they stop incentivizing divorce today, which I think they're working a little bit on that on UK, they might only flip it when government changes again. But if they stop incentivizing divorce, homosexuality, they stop incentivizing some disability. Now, it's understandable to support people that are divorced if you can, right? It's understandable to support people that are, what's the other one? that are going through, what's the other one they're incentivizing again? Well, of course, that changed stuff. What the support they need is mental support, more or less, and psychological to bring them back to their proper state. Okay, I forgot the third one now. So you should support those people. The idea is not to leave them, but then if you do it in a certain way, you are incentivizing them, people will go in that direction. But if they are to stop all of that incentives to those seemingly funny situations, you'll be surprised many things in the society will normalize. Because somebody's bankrolling it is why it's so rampant. Someone is bankrolling it. So stop all when a divorce, you cut your salary into two. It's understandable. So you see, Satan is just that king of perversion. It's normal. If you want to cast away your wife, give her half your salary. You would usually not want to. So if they are smart, which they are, if they want to do the right thing, make it such that if it's the man that is, initiating the divorce, then he will share half his salary. The man will hold, if he's to travel and to come back every 1 week, he will do what he needs to do because he doesn't want to cut half his money. But you made it such that the woman can initiate it, and these ladies get into that marriage for that reason solely. And you know what to do. You know what you're doing. You know the consequences of that. It's there in the society, it's there on the social media, but you keep that law there because you want to just incite these women. They too are kind of lusting after money for them to divorce their homes, and so that you can tax both of them and just mess up the whole thing. And Satan is using that to destroy marriages. It's not right. The same evil they do with the Gaza. Somebody is still negotiating for peace. You send one Hezbollah somewhere or somebody somewhere or Gaza somewhere to go bomb something, and the negotiation stops. Why? Because you, now that they're buying weapons from, you call yourself a private company, but your brother's cousins, younger brother's-in-law is in the parliament, and that one will keep voting for war, because he knows the money will come back to him. And you're selling weapons to both sides. You won't want the war to stop. And they know. So many of the evil happening in the world, just stop bankrolling it. That's why if you can get yourself to a place where you're not controlled by money, you are in possession of your soul by the power of God. Okay? And some people even use self-will to stay in control and possession of their own soul. So if you're in a place in this, especially Western world, and you have possession of your soul, you're not following TikTok trends, Facebook trends, this one married, this one did this, this one did that challenge. You're in possession of your soul, right? It will be difficult for you to be manipulated, and your life will be very stable. Reminds me of the course starting tomorrow. Please, if you have been registered for the course, you may need to just reset your password just to help. Your password should work, but if it doesn't work, reset your password. It gets sent to you by mail. Check your spam. So tomorrow, okay, also check your junk mail. So tomorrow we will start the course. You can start literally from midnight to night, Sunday, okay? So if someone's in Australia, I think it will, whatever time zone, I don't know. But once we're in Monday, tomorrow, 18th of May, the course is starting. So we're all starting it together. If you've not gotten the course, please get it today, okay? So I can start with everybody tomorrow. So why did I mention the course? So it tells you about how incentives work. I think that should be level 3, somewhere along level 3. Okay, how they use incentivize. Very powerful course, okay? So it just shows you things, you can see how the world works, see how these things function. They incentivize some things, just discover people are pushing towards that direction. Okay. So long story short, reset your password, try logging in tonight. So if in case you get busy, most of you will probably be here tomorrow. So tomorrow, after the live, we'll then, advise you, or during the live, to go to the thing and log in and start the course, at least day 1. And we're always here to remind you. Maybe there should be a reminder within the course to keep sending you emails or phone text messages, but we also don't want to spam people's messages with the automatic message to remind them to do their course. So do it is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays generally. It's open any day, but just because when you finish the day one on Monday, for example, it will be locked for 36 hours. It will give you access to day two of week one, but it will unlock after 36 hours. So after 36 hours is 1 day plus, you can now start to work on it. So that will usually push you to Wednesday, okay? And then on Wednesday, you touch it. The idea is to space it so that you don't just rush everything in 30 seconds. So on Wednesday, you touch it a little bit again. You do the day two, and then it locks you again 36 hours. And then you get to do it on Wednesday. So something like that is how it works. So that's that about that for the course. Okay, that being said, oops, did I do something wrong? Just a moment. Well, I don't need this. Okay, so thanks all so much for all that have come today. Would there be a daily live stream while the course is running? Yeah. So the course is self-paced, okay? Rufus, are you registered for the course, by the way? Let me know. So the course is self-paced, but we'll still have live streams. So it's not here, well, you see me there, but it won't be my real face. You see me in class, but it won't be my real face in that sense. Okay. But we'll still have the daily lives also. So yes, we'll have the daily lives. Even when we had conference, we don't want to break the cycle of the daily lives. We've been doing for about a year now. So so you'll still be running to answer Rufus's question. So Rufus, let me know if you're registered. If you're not registered, please register now. Just get to the Telegram page, search for Kunle Ministers on Telegram. Then we can get to help you register. But you can do that yourself, but you might want some discounts that can help you if it's too expensive for you. So flow freely with the course, get to do it. Take your time, enjoy it. It's almost like a podcast style. It just keeps talking to you, you see, and you can see the person is talking to you. Then after there's a little bit explainer video, very interactive. Explainer video that explain the concept with very wonderful, little bit of motion graphics right there. Then you do a little bit of test to do it. A place you type in your answer. It's just to get you to engage. So I don't just sit down and watch videos and that would be too passive, you see. So it's really, it costs a whole lot to put that in place, but we think it's useful and it's good. And of course, I can imagine there'll be refreshers in the future where you can do it maybe another year and stuff like that. So that's that about everything. I'm very young fella, okay, don't have enough money for that. Oh, if you're interested, that's what I'm saying. If you're interested, then let us know, okay? If you're interested, let me know. Just come on the Telegram. Someone will just say you're interested in the course, but you can't afford it, okay? And then they'll be like, okay, how much can you afford? And we have scholarships on ground. You might just get a 90% slash or something. Okay, but show your interest. There's people that are willing to sponsor you on ground. I can talk to them, okay? And they would, send something to sponsor you for the course. So interest is very key, okay? Interest is very, very key. For those that don't know the course I'm talking about, just join the Telegram page. Let someone please paste the Telegram link. Then we're closed for the day. Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of today's live. It's been wonderful today. So where will we get the communication on the course ongoing? Telegram? Yeah, you can ongoingly. You can text on Telegram, whatever channel you have, and we are here every day. I am here every day. So if for whatever reason you have an issue, at latest worst case scenario in 24 hours, you can just jump on the live exactly 10 o'clock and say, hey, I've got a problem with course. I'll get someone to help you. But there's a mail also to send to hello@reasonandlearn.com. Okay, you can send a mail to that. You can chat up on Telegram also. Okay, so there's many channels you can use. But worst case scenario, I'm always here and I'll probably be able to get you someone to help you with your situation. So that's that. Okay, so it's looking like God is helping us full cycle. We've got Bible reading, at least we pray, although maybe not very intensely, but we pray, but we got worship sessions, Now we're training our minds with courses. There's counseling sessions for those that have been, given the opportunity for that. And it's almost full cycle. It's just wonderful what God is doing. Okay, so thank you everybody that has come. Let me appreciate those who are on the live, and we close for the day. So thank you, who is there? First, Vessi Josh, Sheye West, Christ Nation, Kasoleze, Mili, Simeon, Thandi, Wolalani, Iso, Hali, Effortlessly Shade, Chomalkoye. Thank you so much for coming. God bless you. So we'll see you again tomorrow by God's grace. We'll see you tomorrow. Try to do your course over the once it's Monday morning, but you may also want to wait till after the live tomorrow, or to make it easy, thank God we're here every day. Yeah, you're welcome, Esau. Thank God we're here every day, so you can easily finish the TikTok live or global live, then you go straight to your course. Okay, so that's easy. Or you do it just before the live or something like that, so it gets very easy to interact with, to get reminded of the course. So that's it. So thank you everybody. God bless you. See you tomorrow. Love you all. Bye bye. All right, so morning everybody. It's good to have us here this morning. All right, so we're about to get started. All right, so if you're watching from YouTube, we're about to start the YouTube stream again. We're reading Jubilees 31, I believe. Yeah, Jubilees 31 is what we're reading. I think the lighting is not bad the way it is. Check 1 2. Okay, let's tap the screen to move the live forward. Okay, so let's restart what we have on. So YouTube, we're starting again, okay? So that you're not wondering why it's gone off. So just rejoin. So let's tap the screen. Just tap, 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 tap. Let's tap the screen. So for those who are registered for the course, just simply, if you have not been able to access it, you can reset your password. Then that's gonna help you. Yes, Morning Eagle Prince. So I'm guessing most people will get to start their class after this live. Is what I'm guessing. Okay. But if you've started already, that's great. So towards the end, it would help people that may have problems, but then they can always send emails to the place. Let's tap the screen. We've literally forgotten that. So let's get towards 2,000 likes. We get started. You're on day 3. You're speeding up. Interesting. You are devouring the course. Okay, so let's tap the screen so we don't leave the tapping activity for just a few people. Okay, so it's not just them. I need to get a new battery. Well, I need that quicker than I thought. Just a moment. Let's get another battery for this. Right. Gotten a new battery. Check 1, 2. Yeah, the battery should be fine. See. Esther, did you eventually get registered for the course? I can't remember, but maybe you've done that. Where is this? Yes. Try this. So that's the link to request for a guest. Pasted that there. Pasted that here. Then paste that here. Okay, so we've got that set up. Okay, 10 minutes is good time. And we have about 1,000 likes. Okay, is there any problem registering with the course? We will deal with those first today. Does anybody have a problem registering for the course or getting to start? Let me know. If there is none, then we move forward. Christ, righteousness. Gospel. So we have Abraham. Should be Isaac. Then you have Israel, Peter, Ital, Isaac has Ishmael to nothing. So this is of the spirit, but then you move this over here. It says flesh, spirit, and then somehow. Okay, let's get started. Once we get to 2,000 likes. So I'm assuming there is nobody with any registration issue. People may need to use their lost password function as the password in email didn't work. Okay. Yes. So yes, you can always change your password, but in fact, you're advised to change your password in your first login. So did anybody have any problem logging in? Just let us know. Let me know now if we can try to resolve that. If you have not tried to log in, then okay, we've got 2,000 likes. Let's get started. So I'm like, I guess many people will do the course after the TikTok live or global live. Okay. So if you have not done it, do it after now. If you have any challenges, let me know now, or let us know on the Telegram, or send the mail to that hello@reasonandlearn.com. So to have a kind of synchronization and to have it like a flow of class, do just day 1 today, okay? And then day 2, we do it on Wednesday, and day 3 on Friday. Worship on Sabbath. On Sunday, we continue the day as usual. People may need to use lost, but yes, they need to reset. So reset your password, or if yours is not working, like Ego Princess, it's not working. So reset your password, and that would help. Okay, so let's begin for today. Jubilees 30. Let's take a shot. Let's take our shot for the day. Jubilees 31. Let's pray. We give you thanks, our God and our Father, for another beautiful day, for these precious, wonderful days of heaven on the earth. We ask that your hand be with us this morning as we read from this eternal truth, from this words you've written and left behind for us from the patriarchs, from the fathers. Help us to understand it. Help us to be renewed, to be kept on track by these words. We We pray for those who suffered kidnap and those who already have been kidnapped for a while in that precious land. We ask that you cause your hand to have mercy on them so that they find salvation, they find redemption, they find escape. And we ask that your judgment come upon the perpetrators, those who have set their hearts to cause trouble. We ask that you let, by your supernatural deliverance, you bring out those that are yours, so that the righteous will not suffer with the wicked, and the just will not be punished with the unjust. That in your mercy you cause this to happen. We give you thanks, our Father. In the name of Jesus Christ we've prayed. Amen. Jubilees 31. And on the new month of the new moon of the new month, Jacob spoke to all the people of his house, saying, Purify yourselves and change your garments, and let us arise and go up to Bethel, house of God, where I vowed a vow unto him on the day when I fled from the face of Esau my brother. It's about 20 days before, because he has been with me and brought me into this land in peace, in shalom. And put you away the strange gods that are among you. So they brought gods among themselves. And they gave up the strange gods that gods and that which was in their ears and which was on their necks, and the idols which Rachel stole from Laban her father, she gave wholly to Jacob. So it's like, now that's something, isn't it? Is there any record of the Hebrews using necklaces? Is there any record of the Hebrews using necklaces? Of course, apart from this one, because it almost always connects necklaces and jewelries to something not so good for some reason. Okay? For some reason, it's always connecting it to something not so good. Because, and you guys can please help me, what's the first mention of earrings or necklaces? First mention. The first I can remember is probably this one, then that of Aaron, when what they brought from Egypt. I can't remember any. Can anybody also please remind me in the comments where necklaces were mentioned? Rings, necklaces, and earrings and necklaces. Okay, because almost so it's looking as if you remember, when the necklaces and jewelries were taken from the Israelites, when Aaron asked for them, he used them to literally make a literal idol, you see, that they were bowing down to and saying, this is who brought you out of Egypt. Okay, Jacob gifted Rachel. Oh, yes, thank you. That's true. He gave her bracelets. That's very true. Eliezer gave Rebecca bracelets. That's a good one, by the way. So that's 3-1. Okay. So let's see if we can find more. So, but for this one now, there can be good version. In fact, almost everything that is bad today is a perversion of something good. Yes, good morning, my brother. So, it's like this feedback is too loud. So, but in this case, it's like they had necklaces that will have idols on them, right? That the necklace itself, there is an idol on it, is what it seems to be. So it's a necklace idol, not a necklace for fancy. But then it's interesting how some people get almost kind of obsessed with necklace, with jewelries and those kind of things nowadays, and they look like, it says covetousness, which is idolatry, what it says in the New Testament. Thank you, Father. Anyway, so, and they gave up the strange gods that were, and it's strange again how he categorizes makeup, painting of the face, along with making weapons, when he was addressing that in the book of Joshua and Jubilees. Anyway, it's just noticing patterns, but it is well. And they gave up the strange gods which was in their ears. Sorry, I'll read that again. And they gave up the strange gods, and that which was in their ear, and which was on their necks. We're reading Jubilees 31. And the idols which Rachel stole. So do you see the way it's sandwiched jewelries? So it's like jewelry maybe is innocent, but they are using jewelries for idols, maybe to make it sound nice. Maybe that sounds better. Okay, but they gave up the strange, it mentions 4 things. They gave up the strange gods that are, which they gave up the strange gods, and that, in other words, that gods, the gods which were in their ears. I'm thinking maybe that's earrings, hopefully not earbuds in their ears, and that which was on their necks. Now, he told the Israelites to bind the law of God on their necks. Can't remember if that was literal. Maybe they'll put some form of the Torah on their neck somewhere, okay, so that they don't forget, okay? And that's beautiful. That's quite a revelation there. Okay, so that which was on their necks, and the idols which Rachel, plural, idols which Rachel stole from Laban her father. So he sandwiched it between idols, these things, for some reason. She gave wholly to Jacob, and he burnt and break them to pieces and destroyed them, and hid them under an oak. And some people will go dig that, which is in the land of Shagamu. Maybe not. And he went up on the new month of the 7th month to Bethel, new moon of the 7th month to Bethel, and he built an altar at the place where he had slept 20 years before, thereabout. And he set up a pillar there. And he sent word to his father Isaac to come to him to his sacrifice, and to his mother Rebekah. Okay? And Isaac said, let my son Jacob come, and let me see him before I die. He's always saying before he died. That's what he said 20 years ago. So he sent word to his father to come to his sacrifice. But then the father said, you come. Where's the location of the staff of Oromia? Staff of Oromia is in Ife, Ile-Ife. Okay, so that's looking like what he's about to build now, literally. Okay? Especially when his name was changed. When was his name? Have we missed that in Jubilees? Oh, that's possibly where Shechem is, right? It's slightly different from Shagamu, Ogun State. Shagamu is in Ogun State. I know you know Nigeria a lot, a bit. So Ife is in Osun State. That's going towards the north. That's where Ogbomoso is in Oyo. Okay, so that's Ibadan, Oyo. So Lagos is encompassed by Ogun. Lagos, Ogun. Then Ogun links, but there's Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, which will necessarily cut through Ogun State. Okay? Because you pass through Magboro, all that redemption camp is in Ogun State, then you link to Oyo State through Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. So when you are in Oyo State, that connects with Ogbomoso. Ogbomoso is bordering Ilorin. Okay? But now the kidnappings that happened 3 days ago also happened in Ogbomoso. That's part of Oyo State, technically. Oh my God. And they've been dividing the nation, the country. And they will take a state, cut it into, give the other half to the north. And in your head, somewhere you would think, oh, where Bethel is. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Bethel is where that house of God. They literally have a house of Oromio there, which they do whatever there. I don't think that is of Christ necessarily. Why? Because of the graven images, you see. Anyway, so what was I saying? So they keep cutting the states in Nigeria like that. They cut halfway and give some to the north. They were just about to cut Oyo State into Oyo and Ibadan. And guess what? That Oyo, just like Ilorin now is beginning to sound northern in your head. You know, right? In our head, when you hear Ilorin, it's beginning to sound almost northern. Abakaliki sounds like northern, but that's an Igbo state, more or less. It belongs to the eastern guys. Okay? And they kept cutting the thing like that. I thought Shechem would be near this day, Shagamu. Yeah, we have studied that at a point, Hali. It's like Shechem is indeed Shagamu. For a few reasons. Indeed, actually. Right. So anyway, so that's Oyo there, and that's Ile-Ife is in Osun State, like that. So So he sent to call for his father to come, and Isaac said, let my son Jacob come, and let me see him before I die. So and Jacob went to his father Isaac. Yes, good morning, young Zele. To his father Isaac and to his mother Rebekah and to the house of his father Abraham, and he took 2 of his sons with him, Levi and Judah. For some reason, he didn't take Simeon, like Shema was asking us yesterday. And he came to his father Isaac and to his mother Rebekah, and Rebekah came forth from the tower to the front of it to kiss Jacob, and he embraced him, for her spirit had revived when she heard, behold, your son has come, and she kissed him. So this is 20 years ago she saw him, and she saw his 2 sons, and she recognized them. That's Simeon and Levi and Judah. She recognized them. Now she's not seen them before. She recognized them and said to him, are these your sons, my son? And she embraced and kissed them and blessed them, saying, in you shall the seed of Abraham become illustrious, and you shall prove a blessing on the earth. And Jacob went in to Isaac his father, to the chamber where he lay. Now I think his eye were open temporarily here. And his 2 sons were with him. And that is 2 of Jacob's sons were with him. He took them to his own father, Isaac. So taking the grandsons to their grandfather. And he took the hand of his father and stooped down and kissed him. And Isaac clung to the neck of Jacob his son. So he held his son and wept upon his neck. And the darkness left. That's as Yoruba was saying, he wept upon his neck. And the darkness left the eyes of Isaac, and he saw the 2 sons of Jacob, which is Levi and Yehuda, and said, are these your sons, my son? For they are like you. And he said unto him that they were truly his sons, and you have truly seen that they are truly my sons. And they came near to him, and they, the grandsons, came near to him, and he turned and kissed them and embraced them together. And the spirit of prophecy came down into his mouth, and he took Levi by his right hand and Yehuda by his left. At least this time they follow the order. Levi is the elder to Judah, at least within those 2. And he turned to Levi first and began to bless him. So this is from right to left, began to bless him. Just a moment. He took Levi first and began to bless him. And said to him, may the Almighty of all, the very Yahweh of all the ages, bless you and your children throughout all the ages. May Yahweh give to you and your seed greatness and great splendor, and cause you and your seed from among all flesh to approach him to serve in his sanctuary. So he was speaking this by prophecy. What will happen to Levi? To serve in his sanctuary. As the angels of the presence and the holy ones. So they will serve like the angels of the presence. Even as they shall the seed of your sons, that's Levi, be for splendor and greatness and kodeshness or holiness. And may he make them great unto all ages. 15. And they shall be judges and princes and chiefs of all the seeds of the sons of Jacob. And they shall speak the word of Yahweh in righteousness, and they shall judge all his judgments in righteousness. And they shall declare my ways to Jacob and my path to Israel. The blessing of Yahweh shall be given in their mouths to bless all the seed of the beloved. Your mother has called your name Levi, and justly, how did he know that? By prophecy. And justly has she called your name, and you shall be joined to Yahweh. That's Levi. Now, she called him Levi to say he's joined to me. My husband now wouldn't be joined to me. Good morning, Gideon. But he's now saying that, hey, she's rightly said so, but you will be joined to Yahweh and be the companion of all the sons of Jacob. Okay? Let his table be yours, and do you and your sons eat thereof. And may your table be full unto all generations, and your food fail not unto all the ages. And let all who hate you fall down before you, and let all your adversaries be rooted out and perish. And blessed be he that blesses you, and cursed be every nation that curses you. So it goes to the one to the left. And to Judah he said, may Yahweh give you strength and power. To tread down all that hate you. Judah must be around maybe 17 here, because, well, it probably will be less than 17, because he worked for Rachel. It was given Leah and Rachel after 7 years out of the 21 years. So they couldn't have been more than 14 years old, these boys. But then their anatomy then was slightly different, but they would have been like 12, 10 years old. So I can confirm that there's someone following, if I'm following the chronology right. Okay. So to tread strength and power, to tread down all that hate you. A prince shall you be, you and one of your sons, over the sons of Jacob. May your name and the name of your sons go forth and traverse every land and region. Then shall the Gentiles fear before your face, and all the nations shall quake, and all the peoples shall quake. In you shall the help of Jacob, in you shall be the help of Jacob, and in you be found the salvation of Yasharel. And when you sit on the throne of honor of your righteousness, there shall be great peace for all the seed of the sons of the beloved. Blessed be he that blesses you, and all that hate you and afflict you and curse you shall be rooted out and destroyed from the face of the earth, and be accursed. And turning, he kissed him again, and embraced him, and rejoiced greatly, for he has seen the sons of Jacob his son in very truth. And he went forth from between his feet, and fell down and bowed down to him, that's to Isaac. And he blessed them and rested there with Isaac, his father, that night. And they ate and drank with joy. And he made the two sons of Jacob sleep, one to his right hand and one on his left hand. And it was counted to him for righteousness. Interesting. And Jacob told his father everything during the night, how Yahweh had showed him great mercy, and how he had prospered him in all his ways and protected him from all evil. And Isaac blessed Yahweh the Almighty of his father Abraham, who has not withdrawn his mercy and his righteousness from the sons of his servant Isaac. And in the morning Jacob told his father Isaac the vow which he had vowed, to Yahweh, and the vision which he had seen, and that he had built an altar, and that everything was ready for the sacrifice to be made before Yahweh, as he has vowed, and that he had come to set him on an ass. And Isaac said to Jacob his son, I am not able to go with you, for I am old and not able to bear the way. Go, my son, in peace. For I am 165 years this day. I am no longer able to journey. Set your mother on an ass, and let her go with you. And I know, my son, that you have come on my account, and may this day be blessed, on which you have seen me alive. And I also have seen you, my son. May you prosper and fulfill the vow, which you have vowed, and put not off your vow, for you shall be called to account as touching the vow. Now therefore make haste to perform it, and may he be pleased. May he be pleased who has made all things, to whom you have vowed the vow. And he said to Rebekah, go with Jacob your son. And Rebekah went with Jacob her son, and Deborah with her. And again came to Bethel. And Jacob remembered the prayer which with which his father has blessed him, and his two sons, and Levi and Judah, that is Levi and Judah. And he rejoiced and blessed Yahweh, the Almighty of his fathers, Abraham and Isaac. And he said, now that I have an eternal hope, and my sons also before the Almighty of all, and thus is it ordained concerning the two, that they record this as an eternal testimony unto them on the heavenly tablets, how Isaac blessed them. Chapter 32. Especially questions, but I think at this stage we can still type our questions. We can still type our questions, I believe. Okay. Data. If there is any, but I think it's pretty straightforward. So let's do some more shares. I can only see 4 shares. Okay. So let's have some more shares there. Jubilees 32. And he abode that night at Bethel, and Levi dreamed, that they had ordained and made him the priest. This at age 12 or so, 10. Made him the priest of the Most High Yahweh. Him and his sons forever. And he awoke from his sleep and blessed Yahweh. You see dreams. And Jacob rose early in the morning on the 14th of this month, and he gave a tithe of all that came with him, both men and cattle. Just that's his promise to Yahweh. Both of gold and every vessel and garment. Yes, he gave tithes of all. And in those days Rachel became pregnant with her son Benjamin. And Jacob counted his sons from him upward. And Levi, and from him upwards, and Levi fell to the portion of Yahweh. That's Levi became the 10th. So the dragon slayer was identified in this meeting with Isaac. Dragon slayer. Dragon slayer. I don't know. Who is Dragon Slayer? Are you talking about Judah? I don't know. Who is the Dragon Slayer? Okay. Yeah, sort of, because of what kind of blessing he gave to Judah. It seems so. Yeah. So Levi became the 10th. Okay. I think I get it. Because the prophecy came, I'll get it, right? Simeon, Reuben, Simeon, Levi. So this is how Levi became, kind of prophetically, if you will, which I hardly go into that prophetic kind of numerology and all of that. But he said Benjamin was already in the womb, okay? So Rachel was pregnant for Benjamin, and he knew by prophecy that his own mother, Rebecca, the mother of Jacob, told him, Jacob, that he's going to have 12 sons, okay? So by the time Rachel was pregnant, then he knows that, okay, that's the 12th one we've been expecting. So he counted from Benjamin to Joseph to Naphtali to Zebulun to Issachar, like that, and Levi became the 10th. And it's easier if he counted from the top. It's Reuben, Simeon, Levi is the 3rd, okay? But from the bottom is the 10th. That's how Levi became the tithe. Do you see? Judah 31. Jubilees 31:19, you mean? Yes, he spoke about, okay, well, let me read it. Jubilees 31:19. Then the Gentiles shall face, then shall the Gentiles fear before your face, and all the nations shall quake, and all the people shall quake. In you shall the help of Jacob, and you shall be the help of Jacob, and in you shall be found the salvation of Israel. Oh, indeed. Indeed. And most of those things, they fulfilled it literally and then spiritually. Literally, spiritually. The promises and the promise. You see? That's what I discovered. Okay. And Jacob counted his son from Benjamin upward, and Levi fell to the portion of Yahweh. And his father clothed him in the garments of priesthood and filled his hands. So how did he know the garments of priesthood? By revelation. It's been revealed to some of these people. But he's told them, okay, that will not be your generation. You just keep it first and all that. And on the 15th of this month, he brought to the altar 14 oxen from among the cattle, and 28 rams, and 49 sheep, and 7 lambs, and 21 kids. Okay? Of the goats. Let's do some more shares. I can only see 4 shares. Just click share and click repost. And 21 kids of the goats as the burnt offering on the altar of the sacrifice, well pleasing for a sweet savor before Yahweh. This was his offering, in consequence of the vow which he had vowed, that he would give a tenth with their first fruit offerings and their drink offerings. And when the fire had consumed it, he burned incense on the fire, over the fire, and for a thank offering 2 oxen, 4 rams, and 4 sheep, and 4 he-goats, and 2 sheep of a year old, and 2 kids of the goats. Thus he did daily for 7 days. And he and all his sons and his men were eating this. Yes, so usually they will eat, not just burn away everything, but that will be a great feast. So just like that's like a covenant. You give God some part, you eat some part. That's like a covenant you're making there. And he alone and all his sons and his men were eating this with joy and there during 7 days, and blessing and thanking Yahweh, because of course he had servants with him, okay, who had delivered him out of all his tribulation and had given him his vow. And he tithed all the clean animals and made a burnt sacrifice, but the unclean animals he gave not to Levi his son. Okay. And he gave him all the souls of the men. And Levi discharged the priestly office right at that age. And Bethel before Jacob, his father, in the presence of his 10 brothers. Okay? In the presence of his 10 brothers. Because there were still 11 then, the 12th one was in the womb. And he was a priest there, and Jacob gave his vow. And thus he tithed again the tithe of Yahweh and sanctified it, and it became Kodesh, holy unto him. And for this reason it is ordained in the heavenly tablet as a law, Torah, for the tithing, okay? And again, the tithe to eat before Yahweh from year to year, in the place where it is chosen that his name should dwell. And to this law there is no limit of days forever. 11. This ordinance is written that it may be fulfilled, okay, from year to year, in eating the second tithe before Yahweh, in the place where it has been chosen, and nothing shall remain over from it from this year to the year following, for in its year shall the seed be eaten. Okay? For in its year shall the seed be eaten till the days of the gathering of the seed of the year, and the wine till the days of the wine, and the oil to the days of its season. And all this, or rather all that is left thereof, and becomes old, okay, let it be regarded as polluted. Let it be burned with fire, for it is unclean. And thus let them, okay, and thus let them eat it together in the sanctuary, and let them not suffer or allow it to become old. And all the tithes of the oxen and sheep shall be holy unto Yahweh, and shall belong to his priest, and which they will eat before him from year to year. For thus it is ordained and engraved regarding the tithe on the heavenly tablet. And on the following night, and on the 22nd day of this month, Jacob resolved to build that place and to surround the court with a wall, and sanctify it and make it holy forever for himself and his children after him. And Yahweh appeared to him by night and blessed him and said to him, Your name shall be called Jacob. Your name shall not be called Jacob, but Yisrael, Yasharel, shall they name your name. So this is happening in Bethel. And he said to him again, I am Yahweh who created the heaven and the earth. And I will increase you and multiply you exceedingly, and kings shall come forth from you, and they shall judge everywhere, wherever the foot of the sons of men has trodden. And I will give to your seed all the earth which is under heaven. And they shall, this is like what the Moors were doing. And they shall judge all the nations according to their desires. And after that, they shall get possession of the whole earth and inherit it forever. That's looking like the new earth, new heaven and new earth. And he finished speaking with him, and he went up from him. And Jacob looked till he had ascended into heaven. Was he dreaming? No. It was at night, but it didn't say he was dreaming. And Yahweh appeared to him by night and blessed him and said to him, your name shall not be called Jacob, but Israel. He was not dreaming. Right? He wasn't dreaming. You know. Well, somehow, what we are calling New Testament now, God doesn't really appear to you like that. You are now mature. He will just speak to you with a silent, small voice. Let me just leave that. Okay. So, and he finished speaking with him, and he went up from him, and Jacob looked till he had ascended into heaven. And he saw in a vision of the night, and behold, a malach, an angel, as descended from heaven with 7 tablets in his hands. And he gave these 7 tablets to Jacob, and he read them, and knew all that was written therein, which will befall him and his sons throughout all the ages. Wow. That's interesting. So it must have been partly also true from these tablets that he prophesied over them when he, Jacob, was about to die. But Isaac was already referring to Israel before this incident. This was written by Moses, so it was written posthumously with privilege of hindsight. So, for example, that place is called Bethel, right? But the event that made it called Bethel is described. When it's being described, they call the place Bethel already, if you get what I mean. Eagle Prince. So I think that's what you're trying to say. But Isaac was already referring to Israel before the incident. Yeah, so that's probably what was happening there. Okay. So, and he showed him all that is written on the tablet and said to him, do not build this place. He wouldn't let him make a sanctuary yet. So he showed him that this thing is for the future. So an angel descended and he read, and to them, and knew all that was written therein, that would befall him and his sons throughout all the ages. You know, I know I've not shown this yet before, but I think that the 400-year prophecy. Yeah, take it. Only. So I think the 400-year prophecy, 400 years. The promise came when Abraham was 70. Okay? And 30 years after he had Isaac. So I think the 400-year prophecy started when Isaac was born. That prophecy about your seed shall do this, do that. I think it started counting the moment that seed came on the earth. And I got that by Genesis, of course, by Galatians chapter 3, and also by the book of Jasher, right? So I know we'd like to say maybe it's I wasn't sure myself, but it's looking like it was a count of the life of Isaac, such that if you check it well, you won't be able to calculate it with just Genesis. But when you include Jasher, it is so that from the birth of Isaac till the day that they came out of Egypt was exactly 400 years. Okay? It was exactly 400 years. From the birth of Isaac till the day they came out of, and I think I can say it by heart if I can remember. One key place is when it said in Galatians that the law that came 430 years after cannot disannul the promise which came earlier. And the promise was given to Abraham. Now, there were many times Abraham was told what was going to happen to him, okay? But there was a specific one that when he was told, he was told some more details, okay? And he was told about the seed specifically, because those promises given to Abraham will usually talk about a seed and then the land, the seed, the land, generally, the blessing, the seed, the land, okay? But when Isaac was born, he was born, let's say that is counting from 0 or 1. And then when he was 60, he married at 40, he was barren for 20 years. He gave birth to Jacob and Esau when he was 60. And Jacob, and that's 60 years counting now, and Jacob was 130 years old when he was going into Egypt with his family. God told him to go into Egypt. So 60 from Isaac to when Jacob was born, plus 130, that is 190. But when you read the book of Joshua, it tells you that the time that Israel spent, the whole nation spent in Egypt, was 210 years. That's somewhere in Joshua 33 or 30, somewhere there, okay? So 60 plus 130, that's 190. 190 plus 210, that's exactly 400, you see? So that's the brief thing. So I think that is that 400-year promise. They say that they spent 430 years in Egypt, but not necessarily so. I think that was gotten from that scripture that says, and Abraham, now, I think something happened there. It's a matter of English and mathematics, okay? Math is very simple and very empirical. It's universal. But something can still happen to English, aka translation, perhaps even interpretation, okay? So I would rather say that maybe there's a difference between the Masoretic text and the Septuagint, okay, when it says that they spent 430 years in Egypt, right? It's probably saying that Isaac, right, from that seed, okay, in fact, from the promise, okay, they spent 430 years in the land of Canaan and Egypt. And you know, Abraham was moving out of the Ur of the Chaldees to Haran. Later from Haran, he moved to Canaan, and it was going back. He went back and forth at least once. Okay, that's why he said in Genesis starts from when Abraham was 75. Joshua will give you more details from age 0 to 75. Okay, but that's why Genesis 12 says that, and God had said unto Abraham. He has said it before. He told him when he was 50 years old. So he left. He stopped in Haran. Right, he came to the promised land. He later went back to greet his fathers. Then God told him again. He came back out. Okay, so it was about 75. He left Haran and all that. So long story short, it's more of that mathematics clicking like that than maybe something was a little bit wrong with that translation, especially if you go check the Septuagint compared to the Masoretic, which most of the KJV was gotten from. So, and I'll give to your seed all the earth which is under heaven, and they shall judge nations according to their desires, and after that they shall get possession of the whole earth and inherit it forever. And he finished speaking with him. So they gave him the 7 tablets. He read and knew all that would happen. This is verse 21, written therein that would befall him and his sons throughout all the ages. By the way, if what I just said is true about the 400 years, that means the transatlantic slave trade was just complete deception and scraping of the people's head. That was not even prophecy. I mean, the more you check these things, the more you're like, how bad can it get? The more you see that deception is such a terrible thing, right? And by deception, you can make princes walk on foot and slaves ride on horses. So what it means is that all that Atlantic slave trade was not even maybe approved of God for suffering. No. So just some people that had more power, especially more deception, and that they made that happen. And God would more or less usually not always interfere, save a few people here and there. That's what we're speaking about, that middle belt confusion in Nigeria, where they're kidnapping people and unaliving people. Just fight them back. It's just as simple as common sense. If you can't fight them back, run for the moment and keep yourself alive. When you enter the midst of those who have small money and those who know where the guns are to defend their territory, By the time they get into that territory, they will fight back. So at a point, if time keeps moving forward and this Nigerian situation keeps moving like that on this more or less linear graph, it's very predictable, okay? Very likely there will be a proper war and gun blow, what do they call that thing? Face off, right? Gun show off, or I forgot what they call that thing, okay? And they would literally fight between the North and the South, and it'll be clear, full-blown fight and war, civil war. Hopefully not, okay? But hopefully something interrupts that. But if it keeps pushing down south, there are some people that have got investment in the south. They will bring out their unaliving weapons, the way they unalive those guys at Lekki Toll Gate. So if Fulani Jihad confusion comes there, they would unalive them. They would fight. But they probably won't touch their investment. So we'll see how far that goes. But meanwhile, stay in a safe place if you can and watch that madness from afar. Because your government is more or less accomplice to the situation. All right, so he knew all before his sons throughout all the ages, and he showed him all that was written on the tablet, and said to him, "Do not build this place, and do not make an eternal sanctuary. Okay, and do not dwell here, for this is not the place. Go to the house of Abraham your father, and dwell with Isaac your father until the day of the death of your father. For in Egypt you shall die in peace." I've always told him before. "And in this land you shall be buried." So they'll bring him back here. Okay? "With honor in the sepulchre of your fathers." That's that double cave. "And Abraham and Isaac, with Abraham and Isaac, fear not, rather, for as you have seen and read it, thus shall it be. And do you write down everything as you have seen and read and read." That's powerful. So they showed him, this is what will happen to your generations. And they said that's how it's going to be. Don't be surprised, the way prophecy usually works, those things will be empty placeholders. There will be no names there. And one of your seed will do this. Remember, they have shown Enoch anyways. So these things are predestinated. It's for you to arise to your destiny and meet God's will with your own will. And that forms destiny, you see. So these things are more or less predestinated, but not like the individuals unnecessarily said, okay, you must be evil, you must be good. They will tell you somebody from this area, from this family will do something. Let the thing pass your head and let the good one stay. That's it. That's it. So it's not something too strange, but then it is wonderful even at this. But it's been shown to Enoch from the start, and that must have been where Enoch read from. It must have been from those scrolls, from these tablets that they downloaded to Enoch in form of a vision. And they'll say there was a sheep, and there's another sheep that left its glory, and that pursued after that. And this sheep became a ram, and the ram became a man, and this man was taken away, and this happened, that. So it's for you to align yourself to light and do good prophecy. Fear not, okay? For as you've seen and read, thus shall it be. Okay, so write down what you've seen and read. And Jacob said, Yahweh, how can I remember all that I have read? Because it was a vision. All I've read and seen. And he said to him, I will bring all things to your remembrance. Do you see this, Holy Spirit, John chapter 14? And I'll bring all things to your remembrance whatsoever I have told you. Do you see it's not such a super new concept? Right? We try to say, hey, we are New Testament, we are like this. It's not super new. Jacob, the sonship of God, is also not super new. It's not such a new concept. It's nice, it's true, but it's not too new and so novel. It's not so novel. And Noah found grace in the sight of God. You're not the first to see this grace thing and you are just confusing yourself. You see. Bring all things. I will bring all things to your remembrance, almost word for word. Bring all things to your remembrance. See. And he went up from him, and he awoke from his sleep. And he remembered everything which he had read and seen, and he wrote down all the words which he had read and seen, supernaturally, apparently. And he celebrated there yet another day, and he sacrificed thereon according to all that he sacrificed on the former days, and called its name Addition. That's like Joseph. Well, addition, right? For this day was added, and the former days, okay, he called the feast. And thus it was manifested that it should be, and it is written on the heavenly tablet, wherefore it was revealed to him that he should celebrate it, and added it to the 7 days of the feast. And its name was called Addition, because that it was recorded amongst the days of the feast days, according to the number of the days of the year. And in the night, on the 23rd of this month, Deborah, Rebecca's nurse, died. There was just quite some deaths around that period. Deborah, Rebecca's nurse, died, and they buried her beneath the city under the oak of the river. And he called the name of this place the river of Deborah. And the oak of the morning of Deborah. You probably will be able to still see that oak in West Africa today, and the river. And Rebecca went and returned to her house, that's to meet her husband Isaac, to his father, Jacob's father Isaac. And Jacob sent by her hand rams and sheep and he-goats, that she should prepare a meal for his father, such as he desires. And he went after his mother till he came to the land of Cabratan, and he dwelt there. So it's quite a distance between these two. And Rachel bare a son in the night. That's a pregnant woman now with the 12th child, which is Benjamin. 12th son, Benjamin. And called his name the son of my sorrows. That's Ben-Oni. For she suffered in giving him birth. But his father called his name Benjamin on the 11th of the 8th month. It's like 3 plus 8. That's like November. Okay. In the first week of the 6th week of this jubilee, it says that's 2143 Anno Mundo. So he changed that name to Benjamin, the son of my right hand, not the son of my sorrow. And Rachel died there, and she was buried in the land of Ephrath, right? Ephraim, right? So the same is Bethlehem. That's Bethlehem of Judea. The same is Bethlehem. And Jacob built an altar on the grave of Rachel, on the road above her grave. So that is Jubilees 32. So we'll do Jubilees 33 tomorrow, especially if there's no questions as such. But is there any question especially? Can you put in the comments? Okay, I see guest request already. Let's see if we can touch that real quick. Good morning, Mrs. Okoye.
Good morning. Okay, so if we're working with your calculation, because I can see here of the 400 years, yeah? Okay, so I can see here that according to scriptures, Exodus chapter 12 verse 40 says specifically that they were there. Is it? Oh, just a second. Exodus chapter 12 verse 40, what now? 41. At the end of 430 days to the very day, all the Lord's divisions left Egypt. So if we're calculating it from the day Isaac was born.
Can you say that again? I missed something. And 100 on what?
Exodus chapter 12 verse 41.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of it says, at the end of the 430 years to the very day, all the Lord's divisions left Egypt.
So 140 years after what? I would prefer KJV though.
Okay.
140 years after what?
Okay, so let's do KJV then.
Yeah, even KJV you need to back off to know 430 years after something.
King James Version. Okay. All right. So they are talking about when they left Egypt. So, verse 40. Chapter 12, verse 40. Now the sojourning of the children of Israel who dwelt in Egypt was 430 years. And it came to pass that at the end of the 430 years, even the same self-day, as it came to pass, that all the
Same day.
hosts of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. Okay, so I just wanted to say that as a premise. So if we're calculating, that is that prophecy that was given to Abraham, that your children will be slaves for 400 and something years plus Jara, right? And that particular prophecy was fulfilled when these guys left Egypt. So let's say that was fulfilled then. That lets me know that there is something wrong with the so-called transatlantic slave trade that lasted 400 years. Why? Because according to them, the transatlantic slave started like in the 1500s, early 1500s. Now, if that's the case, 1500s, doesn't that fall around the millennial reign?
Yeah, it falls just within it, really, to be fair.
It does.
Right?
Because if the millennial reign lasted till the 1700s, give or take, how then was the slave trade, according to them, running between the 1500s and it ended, according to them, in 1867?
So he has one leg in the end of millennial reign, one leg
outside. So it's either they are lying about the dates, that kind of thing could not have been happening while Yeshua was sitting down and watching his children being sold.
Right.
That couldn't have happened. So it's either they lied about the dates, that something like that didn't happen, or then that's probably part of the deception. Because if you notice, I don't know if you're aware of it, but there are a lot of people who are saying these days, especially people of African American descent, saying that there wasn't necessarily that much of the slaves coming from Africa. It was within.
Some of them were living in America already.
They were living in America when that happened. So somebody's lying.
Yeah, indeed.
Because if
you're gonna give a second wing of a possibility. Is that a lying, or we didn't get a second possibility, so we can explore it?
No, I'm just saying that. Okay, so let me I guess then let me land it that somebody is lying. So it's definitely, we already have proof that there was that the millennial reign was in existence, did exist, or has happened. So if that's the case, somebody is lying about the dates.
It's very likely, because yes, the more you read the scriptures and check what I call the Chronicles of Prophecy, maybe we'll still release something like that, whether a movie or something that will have that name, Chronicles of Prophecy. The more you check that, the more you are like, my God, how deep is this deception really? Like,
exactly.
How bad is it? Because the land, the shape of the earth, the people, it's in your medicine, it's in your education. So apparently, even some people sat down and calculated, okay, you moved 3 million slaves, is it?
Exactly.
Across the transatlantic, and supposedly you used ships.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe like 20%.
They could have survived.
Yeah. And then maybe even 30% of those ships probably won't get to their destination because of the technology you have then. And then how did they populate and get so much? But now it's coming out that there's some people that they met that were apparently, look at the Olmec statue. Do you know the Olmec statues?
Yeah, those.
Do you know some scientist or historian, whatever the guy was so brainwashed and whitewashed in his brain that it went so far to say that, you see, those Olmec statues are actually fat babies. They are still whitish people, but they're just fat babies.
With that nose, with those lips.
I'm like, really? So, on what grounds did adults decide to make fat babies' heads? Because he sees flat nose, it's like they're obese babies statues. I'm like, come on, guy. So deception is really bad. So I really would agree with that in that sense that it's likely. And again, check. Somebody that wants to deceive a people, how glad will it be for you to just acquiesce? Like you said 2 weeks ago, that is all about acquiescing and just handing off and say, well, we're supposed to be punished. Well, it's the curse of Ham. When the curse of Ham failed, we are now discovered they're the Hebrews. Well, now it's actually the slavery of the Hebrews. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they would let you, Satan will let you go with any deception as long as that deception ends up with your back on the ground. You see, call it Hebrew punishment, call it curse of Cain, like the Mormon church. You know, that's their doctrine. But they are trying to tush it up as the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints kind of stuff. It's still the same people. And I don't know why some people just have that idea that somebody can lie to you for so long in a doctrine and now, oh, we're now repented. And then they change the doctrine and now change the name. It's the same Mormon guys. They're the one that are making the Chosen movies. The 4 brothers that make that Angel Studios, they are all Mormon guys.
Oh,
you see,
the
they're
chosen
from
people
cities.
have broken away from them. They're no longer working together. But
Oh,
yeah, they are not
who
working
broke up
together.
from who?
They broke up from the Angel Studios guys. So
Oh, so there's the people that own the movie, then they
they
gave
just
it just
needed
to
a form
Angel
of
Studios.
platform and distribution
Oh,
that the Angel folks were now funded. Okay, so either in that case, that means that the Slav Atlantic trade probably happened in the 1800s, towards the end of the 1800s, and they were really busy.
right,
They were really
indeed.
busy.
So it probably happened just about immediately after that.
After the Merinia, exactly.
They already just kicked off and like deal with these people straight away, you know. So and then they extrapolate. They're always doing that. Extrapolate something into the past and make it look as if it's a long time.
It took
They do
long.
that a lot.
Exactly.
You'll be surprised. There's a guy whose name is there's Da Vinci. There's Michelangelo. You'll be surprised. There's a black pope. I think they call him Jesuit. Okay, a Catholic priest whose name is Michelangelo, right? And then they're telling us, well, you know, there's this Michelangelo that did some paintings, and you think it's not meeting up. He just carried his name and pasted it in history to justify like they are really ancient. They're not that ancient, really. You know. Good morning, sir, and to everyone. Good morning, folks. Your voice and the voice of the guest is reverberating, I know. So, creative, if you can confirm, what should I do? Let me do this. So, check if you still get an echo. Creative, although it's good enough that you're even hearing the guest in the first place. Okay, but just check if you can still hear. So that's it. It's looking like, so like I said, I mean, as usual, the way God has trained us in the ministry is to stay open. There's some things we're not open to, of course, terrible demonic things, okay, but we're humbling our hearts, opening our minds. And I said, you know what, checking this mathematics and simple arithmetic, numbers hardly would lie. But guess what? English sometimes can lie. Translations can make mistakes. But if the numbers are right and it's squaring out like that, the only thing that squares out from the birth variety, that squares out as 400 years exactly when these guys were set out of Egypt, was the birth of Isaac. It was exactly 400 years before, if you combine those numbers the way that I just did, and it's just right there, you know. So, and then if you are to back that up, it means the promise that of course Genesis was referred, Exodus, I think you read, is it Exodus you read just now?
Exodus 20 verse, Exodus chapter 12.
Yeah, so the promise that Exodus was talking about, which Paul apparently quoted, must have been, okay, it's fine now. Okay, bless you. Thank you, creative. So we'll use this setup and block that. So that should be fine. So please, can I distract you a bit? Explain what the Angel Studios are. Okay, we'll do that in a bit. So, so the only thing that squares out exactly, and if you read the way Paul, only that Paul, maybe one day we'll touch on Paul, but it'll be, I'm sure Kebis will be very happy. There's a guy, Kebis, in the comment. So maybe one day God will give us the liberty to talk about Paul. It may not be very nice, actually. Kebis is laughing. That's very, very mischievous laughter. So, but I want us to be properly grounded, because God is taking us more or less on a journey. Okay. So we don't want to be all over the place. There is a way that we have read, like from as good as Genesis to Malachi, okay? Read it also in Jubilees, read it in Joshua, read it in Enoch. when you hear New Testament, it will be very strange to you. You understand why people fought Paul. You understand why some maybe didn't believe in Yeshua. Okay? Now, that doesn't excuse it, but it explains it, you see. Because you would have read it. Look at now. God spoke to Jacob. He said, Jacob is my son. Okay? He spoke to the same Israel, and he says that he's my firstborn, and he says, I'll bring to your remembrance. Okay? He spoke to Noah. He said, Noah has found grace. So all this grace accounted for righteousness, matters like Holy Spirit will remind you. This thing done they wrong before now. What are you talking about?
No,
Do you
even
see?
that Jacob is my son. Let's translate it in Yoruba. Omomini. So if you're
Omomi,
looking at
right?
it from a Yoruba or African traditional perspective, it makes sense. It's because we're trying to interpret those words from a European.
Greek mind.
Exactly. Omomini. So even if it's a grandchild or great-grandchild, when that
Yes.
is standing and talking to that person, it's
No, it even
Omomini.
gets deeper.
Right?
Yeah, some meaning, yeah. Even gets a little bit deeper in the sense that some have even gone as far to say, you know what? Jacob, he said Jacob is my firstborn. And you know what they call firstborn? Akobi. You see?
Right?
And some, right?
Exactly. So that lets you know,
Yeah.
and to even take it even further, that lets me know that something was happening in the womb of Rebecca. Anyway, but I'm taking it too far. Because that boy was the boy that was supposed to come first.
Be the first, right?
But they
I
made
see.
sure that their own champion will come out, the hairy dude
Come out first.
will come out first. Because why will a child hold the heel? That means there was a struggle of who is
Right.
going to come out.
Indeed.
And it was important
Indeed.
for them, for their champion, when I say they, I'm talking about people on the other side, for their champion to come out first, because they thought that
by
based
that.
on precedent, whoever comes out first has the blessing.
Birthright. And the guy started to lose it because
Exactly.
it
But they
wasn't
didn't
in him.
realize that, oh, you want to play those chess games? No problem. Your move. Then when it's time for my move, with his own mouth, he sold his birthright.
Wow. Wow. Indeed. That's interesting. And Shade is already imagining the Lagos scenario. So let's go to the Angel Studios very quickly. So, or would you explain better, Chima? I think you may understand it better than myself. So, Wola Olani is asking, who are the Angel Studios?
I'm not in their board meetings, but I'll just give a quick brief. So, Angel Studios are owned by these Mormon individuals. One of the tenants, or one of the things the Mormons do, one of their ways to preach their gospel was through entertainment. So those of us who grew up watching Donnie and Marie Osmond show and all this ballroom dancing, these were the ways that the Mormons back in the day were preaching their gospel. And they would put these faces. I don't know if you guys remember Donnie and Marie in those days.
I know.
So
I watch Baba Sway's. I'm the local guy.
So back in the 70s, 80s, there was this, variety shows, and they had their children. They would put. So pretty much, they got heavily invested in the entertainment arm of the industries. So it was from there they would put these wholesome boys and girls who are, so nice and preach. And so in a way, it was their way of preaching the gospel, that we're not just these stiff people. We are, very approachable, and this is how we. So it was a way of them marketing themselves, right? So even to this day, they are heavily invested in entertainment things, ballroom dancing, acting, film, whatever. So, and of course, because they have the money, they're able to fund these entertainment pieces. So when they were trying to, so like for instance, when the Jenkins guy, because I remember his name is Jenkins, that is the creator of The Chosen, he didn't want to go through the Hollywood route. Because, they're not interested in funding and greenlighting such projects. These angel guys, these are the Mormon brothers, obviously approached
4 of them,
them.
by the way.
Yeah, obviously approached them and said, this is something we can fund. We have the platform, we have the distribution. So if you guys, I don't know if you people remember, but back in the day, to be able to access The Chosen, you had to download the app, the Angel app, to be able to watch The Chosen and all the other productions that Angel Studios was sponsoring at the time. So by the time this comes in, the chosen hits the stratosphere. So what they now told us was that it was creative differences, but I have a feeling by the time the chosen exploded the way it did, I think by season 3 or season 4, there was this skirmish between the Jenkins fellows, the chosen people, and Angel Studios, and they decided to part ways. It became big news. I mean, those of us who read variety news and everything, entertainment news stuff. So it became big news that there was this split. So the chosen guys parted ways from the Angel Studios. So that's just a quick summary of what Angel Studios and everything that is related to the Mormons is all about. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I think he's got it. So, by the way, those who don't know the Mormons, it's just like maybe like a kind of faction, a sect, a kind of denomination like Jehovah's Witnesses and all of that. And all of those religious organizations, there's always one thing common, including Islam, is always putting down the chosen people. All religions, most, let me put it that way, most, always putting down the chosen people. Right? Jehovah's Witnesses also, they also, no matter what you do, etc., the chosen 144,000 has to be whitish, right? But the Mormon was a bit more racist than that, right? And they said that the curse, that's one of the key doctrines. It was really bad. In fact, they had this story that just cooked up from nowhere that, wow, I think that's the movie right there. Let me just play. I wish I could watch it as a movie. Only that this thing will start flashing stuff. Let's see. Banned, right?
I don't know if you remember the Bible series. At least those ones even put black people. Like for instance, in the Bible series, Samson was black. John, the beloved, was black. So the
Bible series of who?
You know the people who did Touched by an Angel. What's the name? I can't remember their name now. But the people who did the Bible series, that was way back in late 2010s.
Are they Angel Studios or different random people?
These are different. These are not. I'm just trying to back up what you're saying, that other people will put black people, but if you look at the chosen, you will not, right? You won't really see black people there.
Right. So let me show you the Mormon movie. I hope this thing does not. But we'll need to do our F1, etc. Okay. So let me show you what the Mormons are about. So it's just all over the place. Right? I mean, all you need to do is everybody, all the religions, all of them are always putting black people down. No matter how Islamic you get, UAE won't give you visas. No matter how Christian you get, the Christian nation, aka United States, will not give you a visa. You see, on that ground, probably not. Okay, the New Odyssey movie has a black woman. Well, I don't know. But that's how Satan is, and when you catch a thief, he will start shifting grounds. Okay? That's how Satan is. Let me quickly get ready to show transition so that we can all watch that. But let's flood it with F1 so that we see what the Mormon's doctrine is about. So I don't have the sound there. Hopefully that helps to make it more difficult to ban. But let's see. So, maybe let me try to give it volumes if that's gonna help. Just a moment.
Of course, I watched it. It was apparently reject. I stumbled across an alleged Mormon cartoon that was apparently banned. So of course I watched it. And it was
Can we hear? Mrs. Okoye, can you hear?
I can.
Okay.
Yikes. Those who remained neutral in the battle were cursed to be born with black skin. This is the Mormon explanation for the Negro race. It is called the Godmakers. And after doing some research, I discovered it wasn't from the Mormons, but against them. That Mormons hate this movie and say it is point-blank defamation of their religion. Released in 1982 and produced by Jeremiah Films and co-authored by ministers Ed Decker and Dave Hunt.
So this person is protecting the Mormons and saying actually the Mormons hate this. Okay, let's see.
The Godmakers is a full-blown, controversial anti-Mormon film and features this notorious animated segment. A segment that sought to cleverly summarize and shed light on what the creators of this film perceive as the negative aspects of the Mormon religion. now known as the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So, how well do they accomplish this task? Well, you're about to find out. According to the Book of Mormon, after his resurrection, Jesus came to the Americas to preach to the Indians, who the Mormons believe are really Israelites. But before we dive into the world of Mormons, and apparently anti-Mormons, I gotta break bread, just like Jesus.
This guy is just...
With a quick shout out.
It's just confusing. Let me watch movie I want to watch, okay? It's just backing it back and forth. But the story is just all literally ridiculous. It's just so ridiculous. And people believe that, right? So, okay, I think if you Google MORMON cartoon, of course, they've backed off. They say Jesus is not really white, he's now brownish. And of course, it's still Caucasian hair, etc. You know, let's see if we can get that straight away. Okay, this should be it, okay? Oh, come on. Okay. So, no thanks, thank you very much. So, let's see. It's 8 minutes long, so I don't know.
Regardless of its Christian veneer, the basic tenets of Mormonism are in direct conflict with biblical Christianity. The following piece of animation, based directly on actual Mormon publications, highlights these major doctrinal differences.
Good. So
Mormonism teaches that trillions of planets scattered through it.
Good. So context. So I don't care about the TikTok stuff anymore. Let's just enjoy what we're doing. So context. Actually, I'm just getting to know that myself. But then, of course, it doesn't change from. But these are the guys that make these cartoons. So what they've done, the Mormons didn't make these cartoons. Otherwise, of course, that would have exposed them. See, that's the common sense. So these guys are explaining that, hey, this is what the Mormons teach, and they make it into an animation to see how terrible it is. I mean, just to put it straight there, what it says, okay?
About the cosmos are ruled by countless gods who once were human like us.
So they believe in multiple gods that were somewhere in some cosmos, etc. I'll fast forward it.
They say that long ago on one of these planets, to an unidentified god and one of his goddess wives, a spirit child named Elohim was conceived.
Seriously.
This.
So they gave birth to Elohim. Well, this is preposterous. It's so crazy laughing. To be fair, I don't know if this is really in the... Well, let me check the comments. Because this is... How would you give birth to Elohim?
Oh yes, it's in their Bible. It's in their book of what's it called?
Is it?
Prophet. Yeah, it's in there. It's like the guy was just trying to write a fantasy novel, and then decided to make. Yeah, it's a lot of fantastical things they believe.
Indeed, Mormonism is like fan fiction written by someone who hadn't really source material. Joseph Smith. So it's really true, we really see. And maybe one day also we'll touch on Jehovah's Witnesses with due respect. But I will show how they are wrong with their timing. Now, they were even tried. Look at Divine Oyibo. So Jehovah's Witnesses even tried. When they made mistakes, they said, okay, we made mistakes. Our prediction was wrong. In 1914, Jesus didn't come to reign and that kind of stuff. They thought millennial reign was going to start in 1914. And they were wrong. So they changed the doctrine and modified it. So people stayed, you know. But right now, COVID has really given them a very strong punch. And you won't see them so much in the streets. And anyway... Let's just keep going.
Spirit child was later born to human parents who gave him a physical body. Through obedience to Mormon teaching and death and resurrection, he proved himself worthy and was elevated to godhood as his father before him. Mormons believe that Elohim is their heavenly father and that he lives with his many goddess wives on the planet near a mysterious star called Kaabo.
This is, well... Anyway.
Here, the God of Mormonism and his wives through endless celestial sex.
Oh, come on. This is just blasphemy.
Both of Elohim's eldest sons were there. Lucifer and his brother Jesus.
Okay.
A plan was presented to build planet Earth, where the spirit children would be sent to take on mortal bodies and learn good from evil. Lucifer stood and made his bid for becoming savior of this new world. Wanting the glory for himself, he planned to force everyone to become gods. Opposing the idea, the Mormon Jesus suggested giving man his freedom of choice.
By the way, there are many such fantastic stories, just fantasy, you see, and they seem nice. Imagine if even the Mormons had made this and they keep this cartoon just for the top leaders. You're like, oh, now we know the truth. Ask them, where is it written, right? Who got it? Did your Mormon popsy, some guy somewhere, sleep and have a dream? Then tell us it is a dream, you see. That's why we read scriptures here every day. We read it every day. Right, so you can check. There's no such thing as some galaxy somewhere. You check the book of Enoch. It tells you these things are light and they enter portals. You see, and they rise above the earth. Not one galaxy somewhere, one Anunnaki and those. You see, it's still the same Anunnaki confusion. And there's no Anunnaki anywhere. It's just at worst watchers who got sent to do justice, and then they began to act funny with the children and daughters of men and do funny stuff. Just check where it is written. It's so simple. Such that you will not even need your teacher in that sense. You can go check the source. Look at the story.
As on other planets. The vote that followed approved the proposal of the Mormon Jesus, who would become savior of the planet Earth.
So they voted for him.
Enraged, Lucifer cunningly convinced 1/3 of the spirits destined for Earth to fight with him in revolt. Thus Lucifer became the devil and his followers the demons.
Okay.
Sent to this world, they would forever be denied bodies of flesh and bone.
See.
Those who remained neutral in the battle were cursed to be born with black skin. This is the Mormon explanation for the Negro race.
See, of which what really happened is that angels that were sent to watch had relations with daughters of men, and those angels who are called watchers were locked up. These are written stuff, not just some revelation I got sleeping. You see, those angels got locked up, and then the children of those angels who were like hybrids, were giants, those were unalived, and then their spirits became the demons, not this stuff. And it's saying the angels that are neutral in the battle between Jesus or heaven and all of that, you see, were now became black angels, and they are the ones that were born as black people on the race on the earth.
The spirits that fought most valiantly against Lucifer would be born into Mormon families on planet Earth.
You can imagine that. So those who are good angels fought well, they'll be born into Mormon families. In other words, white people.
These would be the lighter-skinned people, or white and delightsome, as the Book of Mormon describes them.
White and delightsome.
Early Mormon prophets taught that Elohim and one of his goddess wives came to Earth as Adam and Eve to start the human race. Thousands of years later, Elohim, in human form once again, journeyed to Earth from the star-based core, this time to have sex with the Virgin Mary.
Oh, come on. Crap. Get out of there.
After Jesus Christ grew to manhood, he took at least 3 wives, married,
Okay.
number of children before he was crucified.
But Mrs. Okoye, have you checked? Did they really write this kind of stuff? That maybe is it?
Are you serious? This is your first time with the Mormon people. The guy was having a blast as he was writing this thing.
Wow.
This is actually what they believe. Yep. Sounds about right.
Oh, word. I've watched this video. That's why I brought it up. But I've forgotten those things. They're so crazy that I forgot them. Oh my God. Jesus had 3. Oh, come on. Wow. And you will see the advert. Hi there. I'm from Jesus Latter-day Saints. If you're looking for a church where you can get Really?
To the Book of Mormon, after his resurrection, Jesus came to the Americas to preach to the Indians, who the Mormons believe are really Israelites. Thus, the Jesus of Mormonism established his church in the Americas as he had in Palestine.
Could you pause there just a second?
Yeah.
It's interesting they say that the indigenous Indians
Israelites
were actually Israelites, right? So that's
the original
interesting
Indians.
because that now backs up, oh God, so many things. It now backs up what a lot of these African Americans are claiming.
I heard that, but that the real Israel is even in the Americas and all that.
Not
right?
even, not just that. They, because if we're the Bible does say they were scattered to the ends of the earth. So,
Yeah.
truthfully, Israel is all over the world, right?
Yes.
So it's
So that kind of
interesting.
backs that up.
Exactly. So it's interesting that they themselves admit that the original, they met some original Hebrews in that Americas,
Indeed.
right? So
Indeed.
it's interesting how
Yeah,
you
but you
meet
know,
them and then you kill them, take their land,
indeed.
and then start saying something else.
And saying they are savages.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But you know, after studying the truth for a long time, which is basically scriptures myself, what I discover about deception is they don't care. Just mix the truth, mix it anyhow, paint it black, they give you a ministry. You paint your own blue, green, purple, they give you another ministry. You stay there, you do that. So they don't care. So just mix the whole thing just to cause confusion. So some people will end up locked up with this. Some will end up locked up with the witnesses. Some will end up locked up with whatever kind of mistake. As long as you are just deceiving, Satan will give you a shop to open. And you have customers.
And a lot of these
That's what I
cartoons
discovered. So
are
there will be some
coming.
truth in it. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these cartoons are also coming out for damage control. Why? A lot of their children that grew up in these things are recanting,
Right.
and
Yes.
not
Yes.
just
Yes.
recanting quietly. They are like very
Yes.
angry about a lot of things. So that's why a lot of this stuff is now coming out. Like it's like a form of to cover up their tracks. So yeah, so like you said, they were trying to clean some things up because the children have started to say that a lot of the things they
Like
were
I
teaching
said.
are lies.
Right. And that's that thing about Satan. Once, or any thief and liar, really, at the end of the day, right? Once you catch the person, if he doesn't want to confess, he will start shifting ground. I say, well, kind of, just the Americans, some of them were kind of Hebrews, but and they will still hold to the rest of the lies. When you expose another one, it will shift grounds again. That's why they started adding dark-skinned people to movies, just to console people. And I mean, it would negotiate till the very last molecule of truth remaining, until there's no more lies. You see, so that's just Satan. Let me see. I hope this doesn't reset. Let's see if he stays. If it resets, I'll come back. Okay, so let's just be patient to let the guys come back. the tablet of your heart. Write them on the tablet of your heart. So, Mr. Koya, are you there? I am the way. Okay, good. So, what were we saying? So yeah, was it you saying something or myself, or we're about to play? Press play.
Continue. Let's continue.
Yeah. So like we're saying, all of this. Sorry for the interruption. So all of the systems of this world, all of them would always put the black, African people down, the chosen people down. Political systems, religious systems, financial systems, all of them. So that's the common denominator. That tells you there's something about them. I mean, it's like they're already weak on the ground. You still want to crush them with bulldozers on the floor, on the ground. You see, that tells you something.
By the year 421 AD, the dark-skinned Indian Israelites, known as Lamanites, had destroyed all of the white Nephites in enough.
So in 421 AD, so now they are overlapping the millennial reign, okay? So 421 AD is supposed to be when the Roman kingdom fell, Roman Empire of the western side based on mainstream history. But within that time, Jesus' reign must have been on. You see, so now they're giving you Middle Ages story. Let's go.
Number of great battles. The Nephites' records were supposedly written on golden plates and buried by Moroni, the last living Nephite in the hill Cumorah. 1,400 years later, a young treasure seeker.
So 14, they jumped as usual. So they're always jumping 1,000 years. Check they even tell you of these Hyperboreans that lived 1,000 years. There's always this 1,000 year gap in history. Even those who are lying, there's always that 1,000 year gap. Why? If you heard that right, it said, well, the last of this Boreans or whatever they call the names of those previous Romans that were unalived. He wrote the history somewhere 1,000 years later. Let me just rewind it. Then maybe they achieved the boss of their Mormon now found the paper somewhere. Let him show us the original copy and what language it was written. Was it Latin or Hebrew? We can read for ourselves.
1,400 years later.
Oh, 1,400 straight away. So that's if we want 18, which lands you in 1800.
The last living Nephite in the hill Cumorah. 1,400 years later, a young treasure seeker named Joseph Smith, who was known for his tall tales, claimed to have uncovered these same gold plates near his home in upstate New York.
So he's even known to tall tales or something already.
He is now honored by Mormons as a prophet because he claimed to have had visions from the spirit world in which he was commanded to organize the Mormon church. Because all Christian creeds...
Oh, they already have that name there, as long as the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So if you can't read for yourself...
For an abomination. It was Joseph Smith who originated most of these peculiar doctrines.
By the way, look at that church is always like that. If you know, interestingly, where I had my wedding, I got married in Nigeria. Just opposite my hotel, somewhere there was something like that built there. You see. So they have this spike at the church. If you know the church, that's what we're talking about. That's where it came from. So if you're attending this church, I don't know. You need to understand the root of what it is you're attending. You see.
It was Joseph Smith who originated most of these peculiar doctrines, which millions today believe to be true. By maintaining a rigid...
Till now, they still wear that black and white with tie and bicycles and entering African communities. Missionary work.
Code of financial and moral requirements through performing secret temple rituals for themselves and the dead, the Latter-day Saints hope to prove their worthiness and thus become gods. The Mormons teach that everyone must stand at the final judgment before Joseph Smith, the Mormon Jesus, and Elohim.
Oh.
Those Mormons who were sealed in the eternal marriage ceremony expect to become polygamous gods in the celestial kingdom.
Oh, come on. It's as good as Islam. You're having 70 virgins. What's wrong with that guy? Did you not read in scriptures that in heaven they're like angels that either marry or not give in marriage?
He had to explain why they were all doing that, because they practice polygamy in their religion.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
I
do.
see.
So they can have up to 8 wives.
Okay.
10. Yeah.
Why stop at 8?
As many as they can, right? Yeah. So
Right.
he had to back up why he's stealing his neighbor's wife, because that was
Oh,
what he
no.
was doing. He was
Oh.
stealing, so he had to explain why. So when you have this collection of people, he was telling his tall tales. It's not like he was a researcher. His
Right.
origin was that he was a traveling magician, him and his mom.
Traveling what, sorry?
Magician, all this
Magician.
people, yeah, traveling. So they were
Okay.
able to, so they used to do all these tricks. All those his translations that he said he translated ancient Egyptian
Text.
hieroglyphs, yeah. So now people have now debunked a lot of the things he wrote, because he was just pulling things
Just
out
making
of
it
thin
up.
air.
Just making it up, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh dear. And people follow that. But my question is, how do they get people to bankroll these things? How did Jehovah's Witnesses get funding when they were starting their stuff? And someone like this got funding. How? Who bankrolled this stuff?
For other planets and spawn new families throughout eternity.
Oh no.
The Mormons thank God for Joseph Smith, who claimed that he had done more for us than any other man, including Jesus Christ. The Mormons believe that he died as a martyr.
So and that's how flesh tends to be. Sin is deceitful. That's why we should pray. It's easy for us to make fun of Joseph Smith now. But when sin deceives a person, you will just begin to talk trash and you will think you're making sense. And when they catch you that, guy, what you're saying is not consistent, they say, no, you must do what I say. Once you start seeing that, hey, it's time to check out, just leave the man alone. But somehow some people just don't. And it's those people who refuse to leave this man when he's beginning to have errors. More or less, they're the ones that kind of give him this kind of sense of validation. That's it.
Have you ever been a part of a member of a cult before?
Oh, himself?
No, I'm asking you. Have you ever been a member of a cult?
No, I've not.
I have. So there's that tendency. Yeah. There's this hive mentality they have. Yeah, they do. There's this.
Did you say dignified?
There is this a hive mentality that
what does that mean? Like beehive?
Yes.
Oh, so you feel special, right?
Not just that, because it's like them against us.
Oh.
You were asking a question, who bankrolled what they do? First of all, the American government did initially.
Right.
Because they had this tendency, they had this world domination mandate.
Mentality.
Exactly. So that was why and the government was using them to help them clear road. So they would go to different places and and because they have that hive, worker bee kind of thing, they enter territories, take it over.
Oh dear.
And so the United States government was using them as bulldozers to help them clear the path, which is interesting how you notice that the indigenous people were the original Israelites, but you were entering those terrains and taking it over. So by the time the United States government noticed that they were getting too strong, that was why they now had to start locking them up.
Exposing, more or less.
Locking them down. Say, it's because you are doing polygamy. But they were using them initially. So they were the ones bankrolling them.
Just use and dump, more or less.
Pretty much. And then when you are, when that thing of, again, where in those kind of situations where you put women down, that's always a telltale sign. Right. Women don't have a voice in this kind of places. It's all about the men. So you can marry as many, take a little girl as little as 15. Say the Lord.
Oh, they did that too, perhaps, right?
They were doing that. They were doing that.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
So they seem almost sex obsessed, especially this man, right? Where you have access to plenty women. Of course, that kind of men. A lot of men will come there, and they have access to connection. So they have a lot of money. Mormons are very rich. Exactly. So most of them are truly not Christians. They're just coming there for, because again, if you understand how a cult works, most of those men don't believe what they're saying in those things.
Okay.
They're just
See.
there for the connection. They're there for the
Right.
wealth, and they're there for the free booty. You understand?
I
Fine,
see.
fine girls.
And another thing is that I think at their age, that perversion is not hit them yet, the homosexual thing. I can imagine they would have looked for one doctrine to put there. If that was the person's lost, he would look for something to protect it and say, well, Jesus was, that kind of blasphemy, No, well.
So that we too may become gods.
Okay. There's an advert. Sorry about that.
It's no magic. It's my.
Okay. Ombi langu, Bwana wangu.
Although there are thousands of Mormon churches throughout the world, there are only a few dozen Mormon temples. These massive structures play a vital role in the Mormons' quest for godhood. Mormons must engage in a series of occultic rituals inside the temple in order to become a candidate for godhood. Only an elite selection of devout Mormons are allowed to enter. To do so, the potential Mormon god must adhere to a strict code of ethics, including abstinence from tobacco or caffeine-based products, paying a full tithe to the Mormon church, and wearing of the magic Mormon underwear 24 hours a day.
Oh, crap.
He has to receive a satisfactory interview from his bishop and from his stake president. There he's asked, or she is asked, certain rather penetrating questions about their worthiness, their morality. If he's a full tithe payer, that is the only way that we can be with our Heavenly Father. Otherwise, we could not be in his presence.
The motivation for the Mormon male to commit to such requirements is the promise of endless celestial sex.
Yes. Must not read anti-Mormon literature. Right, so that must have been, and they put some kind of form of godliness in it.
With thousands of goddess wives, along with a personal planet to rule and reign over. However, Mormon males who fail to meet all of the necessary requirements risk being castrated upon their entrance to heaven.
So you can see why the temple is so important to the Latter-day Saint. Because if he is worthy to go into the temple and there receive the sacred ordinances and covenants and keep them, he can eventually grow into becoming a god himself.
Tell me who God the Father is to you.
He is like you and I, every human being on the face of the earth.
So is he a man?
Yes, he is.
How did he get to be God?
He's perfect in every way.
So if we are perfect, can we become like God?
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting. Ombi wangu, Bwana wangu. And to most of those, they are occultic things. There will be back doors, but they won't show those back doors to Africans. Anyway, so that was Mr. Olani's question on who what's it called? Angel Studios. So that's the root of the thing, and I don't think those things really get I don't think they get to what's the word, to get born again. It's just like you think in your mind that somebody who's a slave trader somehow got born again, right? It's not gonna happen. It's just neocolonialism. Good morning, Miss Sobase. How are you doing? Are you watching the movie? Shade. It's like she's playing, is it GT4? Grand Theft, or what do they call that thing? Sorry, it's just a rabbit hole. Thanks for it's great. Yes, it's fun. So any other questions so we can begin to ramp up? So please, you can reset your password on the Reason and Learn program, okay? So just reset your password in case you're not able to access it. It's just mind opening. And one of the goals is to teach people how to reason. There are some things when something is not matching up, you're able to say, this thing is not quite matching. So when we're able to see that, it's unfortunate people have to unlearn how we've been taught to think, because that's even if you're taught to think at all. So when you understand that, then you can easily spot things that are not right? And what that would do is when a leader makes a mistake and he has people that are following him, then he'll be more or less forced in that sense to apologize, because of God, don't try to, what are you saying? You said this one you said is not the same, it's wrong. So just say you're sorry and we find how to do the thing, not like you just to the answer. So it doesn't work that way. Okay? So that's liberation. I think that's how God is. God is very broad, very, very deep, very, very liberal, and just allows you run the stuff. So Satan has checked the way all that thing works, and it's like, okay, God will not say anything, and I can tell these ones, as long as they agree with me, they'll stay there. It just goes to the route of deception. And very powerful, mighty people on the earth, they just stay there like mice. You see? How long can you access the program? I think right now it's infinite, to be fair. K-Astray, have you registered? I think it's infinite. Maybe worst case, maybe 1 year, because it actually costs money to keep the courses, etc. on. Okay. Oh, Milango. Yes, I think somebody sent songs. Maybe it was Millie. So I've had to learn the songs, so that maybe we'll sing some of those songs on the next Sabbath when we're singing. So because I've been in rehearsals for the song to prepare for the worship on Sabbath. You're signing up for it. Yeah, go ahead. But you might want to, if you have, I don't know who K. Asara is, but if you can afford the 250, that's fine. But if you need some discount, please let me know now, so we could give you what code you need to help you further. Because money shouldn't stop anybody, okay? Even though it costs money to set those things up and all, but it shouldn't stop you, so please go ahead. Okay, I think that brings us to the end of today's live. It's been interesting. Shadi, are you there?
I'm right here. I always come late for some reason. I'm still wired to, the old time. And then daylight savings has switched up here. So you guys might be an hour or two in. Then I'll now remember, oh my God, I have to get on this and then whatnot. But I'll be setting an alarm now so that at least I'm early. So I can come early and whatnot.
Does your time change twice a year in Australia, like in?
Yeah, so and there's different time zones. Like with Perth, for instance, Perth is about 4 hours difference from Melbourne. And then when there's daylight saving, it jumps to 5. Okay. When daylight savings ends, it goes back to 4. But that daylight savings, it messes. Now we're entering winter. We're going into winter. The rest of the world is going into summer. We are going into winter. Australia is special like that. So yeah, it does affect a little bit. But anyway, I didn't hear much, but I heard something about the Mormon church. And I've seen videos. You know me, I like to go down the rabbit hole of the occult and things like that. But I've seen videos and things like that where they've linked the Mormon church deeply to Freemasonry. And I also know that
did you say blink?
They've linked it.
Linked, oh yeah.
Some of the, like, to get to some certain heights in the Mormon church, you have to have some Freemasonry practices. In fact, when you start to read some of their deeper texts, Freemasonry and that are just the same thing. Basically the same precepts, the same beliefs. Then the second thing I know about the Mormon church is that they believe that the mark of Cain is the black skin.
Yeah.
So this your skin, this your cocoa butter skin, sir. In some places where you pass, they just that is the descendant of Cain.
And when that Cain one was busted, they now shifted it to, is it Esau? Did I just shifted it again and say, okay, it's not Cain, it's actually Canaan or something like that. Yeah, Cain is like the second from the top. Then they shifted it to Canaan. It's actually not Cain, sorry, mistake, my bad. And they said it's now Canaan and Ham. You get. So they're always
Oh,
changing
wow.
goalposts.
Only us. As in the things that we have endured as
It's too
black
much.
people.
It's
Only
too
us.
much.
But also, you find out something, and this is something. It may be something that you've realized yourself, but the very intention of these angels, even the very ones that Enoch spoke about, where he said he was approaching a certain part of heaven when he was doing his exploration, and he saw some mountains or stars that were entreating him, more like they were begging him. You
Okay.
understand?
Yeah.
And the angel that was taking him around was not explaining to me. Those angels are very naughty angels. Angels that have sinned before time that God has punished. You understand? They are the ones entreating you. And I think in that part, he talked about how they've tried to ascend to God or to the level
Earlier
of God.
than they
Is
should.
that not the same thing that they've always tried to do? Even in
Yeah.
present time, the narrative is what? There is a white God. There's a white Jesus. In fact, most people, if you tell them that the original Jesus is not white, oh my God.
Some have left. Some have left Christianity because of that.
Some have left Christianity. Some of them will attack you. That don't blaspheme. That God will just punish you. That Jesus has blonde hair. Is this? Is that? Is this? Is that? But it's still the same. That same goal that they've always tried to do. I think those angels that were entreating Enoch, according to your reading, it said they had done something before a time, before
Yeah,
the
earlier than they
beginning.
should.
Yeah, no, as
I
in, not
remember.
even that. It described a timeline
Yeah.
that we don't even know about,
Yeah.
that they had sinned, and God had punished them as far back as then. It's still the same thing. It's still the same thing that they are doing now, whereby the narrative seems as if the Oyibo people are the depiction of God. Meanwhile, it is the opposite. And this
Yeah.
Oyibo, somehow, they have a God that is Oyibo, that sits on a throne, that is exactly like God. So the narrative that they've always tried to, promote is still the same thing that they are doing till date.
Yeah.
Right? That idea that they want to ascend to the Godhead and be God. Only this time they want to have three wives and have lots of sex with the children, daughters of men, for no reason. So yeah, I think those are that's my only submission for today. But I'll make sure I try to get on early. I'll set an alarm because the time is just messing with me.
All right. Thank you for coming and for your comments. Okay, so there's somebody there, K something. They say you want to register for the course. I wish I can bring you up as a guest now, so we'll resolve it straight away. And K Asare, okay, K Asare. Excuse me, sounds like a Ghanaian name. I'm not sure, but I'm trying to look for you there, but I can't find how to bring you up so that you can do that. So that's how we do that. So there's a course, Reason and Learn. I've spoken about it. You have not heard about it, you can let me know in the comments so I can go over it very, very briefly and we get that sorted. Hello. KSR, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Is it a Ghanaian name?
Yeah, I'm a Ghanaian.
Oh, nice. Okay, so the course is 250. Are you living in Ghana? Are you earning in cities?
No, I live in the UK.
You should pay the full money then. But anyway, how much is it that you're just about to register with?
I clicked on the level 2, and it gave me 350.
No, that's stage 2. Nobody has done stage 2 yet.
I thought like that will include both stage 1 and 2.
It will include level 1, 2, 3. All level 1 to 3 is stage 1. Okay, stage 2 is another world altogether.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
so I thought everything is together. Is either you buy together or you buy like one part.
No, it's step by step. If we combine everything together, it will almost be like a 6-month course. It will be too much of a marathon. Even in universities, you take break after 3-4 months.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So, long story short, so use this code, which I give for those who want to register in real time like this. Type subscriber. Have you tried that?
Not yet, no.
Please. So type subscribe, but do it now so that we're clear with that. Then you can register now so that you're not having to send mail to admin, reasonandlearn.com, blah, blah, blah. So we can clear that out of the way. So type subscriber, and that will cut some things off of it. Are you a partner in the ministry?
No, I've just been passing on TikTok, and I don't even
No. What I
take
mean
a lot
is,
of time.
if you were a partner, I'm not saying you have to be. I'm saying if you were a partner, you can get further less. But if you're not, that's fine. I'm just being sure that
No, I'm
you're
not at the moment.
okay.
No.
Not at the moment. That's fine. So use that subscriber, then that's fine. How do I change my password? It's not opening the login. Just click forgot password, Millie. Click forgot password so you can just refresh it. For at least that's even better. You use your own password. So let me know when you have done that KSRA, so we can close for the day. And if there's anybody that doesn't know what we're talking about, let me know so I can explain to you. But it's reasonandlearn.com. You can just go there. Then you see what we're talking about. Hello, Millie. Have you been able to reset?
No, because the click here button is not working.
The click here button is not working.
Yeah, on the landing page. So I can't, even if I click sign in, it's not changing anything. It's not giving me an opportunity to.
Did you use
change
your email and the password you were given? What did he say? Maybe incorrect or something,
No,
right?
I can't even, I don't have anywhere to input that.
Type LMS. I mean, that link should be in your confirmation mail. Type LMS at lms.reasonandlearn.com. LMS means, sorry.
Okay.
So lms.reasonandlearn.com. Then try to log in from there.
Please.
LMS, Learning Management System. lms.reasonandlearn.com.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Okay. I think
Maybe you try to type or chat up either your registrar or the line you registered with, or just send a mail, then it will follow you up from there in real time. Because it's like the network here is having issues. So, Kay, how is it going there?
Yes, I've put in this subscriber.
Okay, and it has given you a discount, right?
Yes.
Good. So you can go ahead and register with that. Then immediately you register, you get a mail that just that enrolls you straight away.
Okay. So I noticed the course starts today.
Okay.
So is it like
no, it's at your pace. It just shows you some video, you interact a little bit, do a little bit of test like that, okay? And after today, the next class will be maybe Wednesday, okay? So, but once you finish one class, then it gives you access to the day 2. Day 2 can be Wednesday, okay? Because there's 36 hours between each day, right? So after that, then you do one more class for the week. So it's just 3 classes per week. So the next one will be maybe like Friday or Saturday, whenever you're free. Then you do that. Then after that, then it locks you up till week 2. You understand?
Okay.
So at your own pace is not, but we try to put the timing such that we can have one cohort. People have questions. They want to discuss the class. They can come here and say, oh, I learned this that time. Okay, this, I have maybe some questions or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's, okay, it worked. Okay, there you go, Millie. So great, you did it. Right, so it's to open people's minds, because before we start talking, matters of scriptures are very, very deep, actually, in every way. So I don't think anybody should be touching scriptural matters, spiritual matters, even if you will, religious matters, without understanding some basic principles of reasoning and how this world works, understanding basic stuff.
Okay.
That's why people run into problems when they just jump into so-called spirituality of any form and they don't even know how to, they don't know basic things of life. It will always, it's like putting the cart before the horse. So that's why we put up that program. I think it's a very good one, but you can always drop your feedback. Are you part of the Telegram page, by the way, Kay?
Yeah, I just joined.
Yeah, okay, great. So to that Telegram channel, there is a Telegram group where you can actually chat and talk. The other one is a channel where we'll broadcast, right? So thank you.
I joined on I think it's the general group that I joined.
Okay, yeah, good. So you can always chat on that group. Thanks for coming. God bless you. We'll meet again. We're here every day at 10 o'clock UK time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, my brother. Okay. So for all those who are interested, we don't want money. I mean, we have, what's that thing called? Scholarships as high as 90% or even further. Okay. But let it, once there's that interest, we are not giving it free because I think if you give people for free, they will not show up in class. They will need you to still download whatever it is you're discussing into their minds. Okay. And it doesn't take much. Each of those classes will take maybe maximum 1 hour. Some people learn faster than the others. So about 1 hour, probably less. Okay. And that's just 3 of those per week. All right. So it's been spaced like that. So this stage 1 you're getting into will take just about 5 weeks or so, six, no, it's more than 5 to like 12 weeks, thereabout, 11, 12 weeks. So it's fairly long. So if we combine stage 1 and 2, it will be too much. Okay. You're ready now. Ready for what, Mr. Lucia? What are you ready for, Mr. Lucia? Uwinami ombilangu Bwana wangu sitaweza uwepo wako Baba uwinami. Okay, you can always chat on the Telegram in case you're missing, so we don't take too much time. So thanks for everybody that's joined. Let's appreciate everybody. So we're pushing this further. We keep going forward. Okay, we're reading scriptures, opening our minds, relearning, unlearning stuff, right? Learning new things, and we sing worship. It opens your heart. Yeah, we sing worship every Sabbath. We develop our minds, develop our spirit, develop our soul. The only thing we're not doing is eating rice and jollof. Well, maybe at least we talk about food a little bit, so you know what the right things to eat. So that's where you are more or less wholesome. And it's just wonderful what I see God just doing. You are wholesome in almost literally every area of your life. That you become a very powerful person. Satan doesn't like those kind of people. No. They don't like that kind of wholesome human being. Thank you, Harley, for coming. Abraham is dead. Baba Ladapo, Christ Nation. Strengthen me. Millie Gitu. Paddy, that's Esther. Esther, okay, maybe she's registered. But if you're not registered, try to do it today, okay? Otherwise, you'll be kind of behind. You can still do it maybe tomorrow, but you have to start catching up, okay? Gang Z is there. Wola Olani, effortlessly Shade Gideon, Ancient Hebrew, Lucia Yakambi. Thank you, everybody, for coming. God bless you. See you tomorrow by God's grace. Love you all. Bye. 10 o'clock. Into the wisdom before time began, you call to see, you made a plan that we need move, and now I'll be.
You reign forever, is ever great. You are the wisdom before time began. Alright, so let's begin. Into the wisdom before time began, that you called us into. You made a plan that we live into the wisdom before time began, that you called us into. You made a plan that we live and not for our good. You reign forever, your name is ever great. You are the wisdom before time began. You reign forever, your name is ever great. You are the wisdom before time began. Into the wisdom before time began. That you always change you. You made a plan with me and move, and I will not be. Into wisdom before time began. You called us into. You reign forever, your name is ever great. You are the wisdom before time began. I uploaded a video yesterday night, but I just can't find it. On TikTok, it's just invisible. Oh, just invisible. I'll probably repost it after the live. But I hope it must have gone through on Facebook and YouTube and Instagram. You reign forever, your name is ever great. I don't know why the guest panel is not showing. Let's force to bring one guest up. The panel here is invisible here. I don't know why. Holly, can you try to come up, or Mrs. Okoye? So that I can tell what is going on here.
Morning.
He's back up now. Good morning. How are you doing, Holly?
Yeah, I'm not bad. What about you?
Yeah, I'm good. So, yeah, hello, Ms. Okoye. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Good
Good. Okay. Check 1, 2. What was I going to ask? So how about this, your manager? What's the deal with him?
To be honest, I haven't been to work with him.
Oh, you've been
Since last time.
online working from home or something?
Yes. So I don't work every time. So it's only when I get to go in, that's when I work with him.
Okay.
But yeah, pretty much I've tried to. It looks like he doesn't want to. He's hard on on whatever he believes in.
Right. I know it's not easy to open one's mind sometimes. Okay. Well, it looks fair enough. It's just somehow looking somehow on my end. Okay, so let's get to 3,000 likes, then we start. Into the wisdom before time began that you called us into, and you made a plan that we live in, ooh, and I hold on being into the wisdom before time began that you called us into jubilees. You made a plan that we live and move and have all our being in thee. So what chapter are we at? In thee. Jubilees 30 or 31. You reign forever, your name is ever great. You are the wisdom before time began. You reign forever, your name is ever great. You are the wisdom before time began. So because he has brought me out of that land. And Isaac blessed Yahweh Almighty, his father Abraham, for drawn his mercy, righteousness from himself and Isaac. Okay. And he said, this Jubilees 31, 32, the very end. Now I know that I have an eternal hope, and my sons also before the Almighty of all. And thus it is ordained concerning the two, that they record it as an eternal testimony unto them on the heavenly tablets how Isaac blessed them. Levi made the priest, and he abode that night in Bethel, and Levi dreamed that he was ordained as a priest of the Most High. So we've gotten to 32. Or can someone tell? Well, I literally can't see comments. It's not good enough. I don't know. Okay, let's. Okay, 33. Thank God for the comment. Yes, we're starting from chapter 33 today. Thanks for helping with that. So let's read already. Let's pray, then we read. Thank you, Father, for this beautiful day. We give you thanks. We bless your name. You are high and lifted up. You're exalted above all the heavens and all the earth. We give you thanks. We open our heart as we read this morning. Open our hearts to receive what we need for strength, for wisdom, for guidance this day and in the coming days. Help us by your Spirit so that we are renewed in our minds. We are strengthened. We are made to be sharp, to be clear in understanding, to know our God, to be strong and to do exploits. We give you thanks, our Father. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we've prayed. Amen. Jubilees 33. Ruben is about to make a mistake. I still can't see the comments. What I'm going to do, we need somebody to be up there that can maybe read comments for us. Okay, so there's somebody volunteer to read because I can't see the comments. That's why I restarted the thing, but I'm still not seeing comments. So let someone just come up so that you can read comments for me in case I'm missing it. And Jacob went up and dwelt in the south of Magdalara. Well, it says Magdalara F. Okay, so Jacob went and dwelt to the south of Magdalara F and went to his father Isaac, he and Leah his wife. Okay, on the new month of the 10th month. So Rebekah was gone. And Reuben saw Bilhah, Rachel's maid. Okay, I think I locked the door. Did I? Just a minute. Okay, it's open. Sorry. Okay, so let somebody come up that can read comments for us in case I'm missing something. Okay?
Okay.
So Mr. Gian can come on, Mr. Quick. Oh, you're up and I can't see you. That's interesting.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm
Yeah, it's showing empty here. Let me try to do something a little bit. So it's just, the setting is somehow funny. Let me change the guest to 4. Let's see if that helps. I've tried to reduce it to 4 maximum guests. It's not changed. It's not changed. But can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. Interesting. You brought us into, and you made.
I can hear you loud and clear. Sorry about that.
Okay. But I can't I can't see full screen when it's okay. Full grid.
I don't know if this is button.
Well, it's just maybe a glitch.
Wait, you can hear anybody that's up there.
Okay. Well, that means the only way I can get an alert from you is if you speak up.
Yeah.
Because right now it's the thing is blind the way it is. Can you still hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, please, whenever there is anything that needs to, just let me know. All right, doctor. All right, so, and Jacob went up and dwelt in the south of Magdalara F, and he went to his father Isaac, and he and Leah his wife, on the new moon of the 10th month. And Reuben saw Bilhah, Rachel's maid, the concubine of his father, bathing in water in a secret place. So it wasn't her fault, she was in a secret place. And he loved her. So the Hebrew will use the same word for love. So irrespective of what kind of love it is, okay? If the thing has got your heart, it's as good as the same love you say you have for God, you have for chocolate, you have for whatever. It's the same thing. So check. Anyway, so do we have EQ? Where is it? Mid, lows, frequency. Just halfway mid. So it's just about the same thing. Okay. So he loved her. So this is always about people bathing, watching naked, innocent people just having their bath. And he hid himself at night, and he entered the house of Bilhah at night. So he nurtured that in his mind through the day. And I can imagine he was bathing in the morning. So probably the same day. And he hid himself at night, and he entered into the house of Bilhah. So she had the kind of house of hers.
Minister, your voice has suddenly gone off.
It's off. Check. What do we do? Check. How is it?
It's
check.
Really low, like a
very low, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why is this one off? Check. You reign forever. Your name is ever great. Check 1, 2.
Okay, so it's like effortless can hear you. I
It's
can
like
hear you,
what,
but it's
sorry?
like a whisper, like somebody talking through a tunnel.
To what? This should be working.
But if everybody else can hear it, then I might as well carry on. You might as well carry on. Sorry about that.
Yeah, but we should. If it's this low from YouTube experience, it gets very bad on YouTube. Okay.
Wale Olani too can hear you, so I guess maybe it's just my end.
He can do what? He can hear me, right?
Yeah, Wale can.
Wale Olani can hear me.
Maybe I'll just use my earphones. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah. I'm wondering how it is on YouTube. Mr. Lani, can you confirm the experience on YouTube? Here on, well, I won't hear you. I won't see your text on TikTok.
Okay, they said, Brother Wale says YouTube is also good. The volume on YouTube is good.
Okay, so maybe it's just somewhere along your end. So try to check your end. Okay.
The earphone on, but it's only one ear. Okay, it's okay. Keep going.
Yes, morning. So, Lord Wishes on YouTube. Let me confirm. You can confirm you can hear me. So, good morning. Lord Wishes on YouTube. So, let's proceed. You reign forever. Your name is ever great. YouTube is good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Olani, the truth searcher. So let's proceed. So I don't know how to boost things on YouTube. Maybe like, you share, and all that. Let's go. So and he hid himself at night, and he entered into the house of Bilhah at night, and he found her sleeping alone on a bed in her house, and he lay with her, and she awoke and saw. Okay, and behold, Reuben was lying with her in bed, and she was uncovered, and she uncovered the borders of her covering, and seized him, and cried out. I don't understand. And discovered that it was Reuben. Okay. Maybe the laying with her was, maybe it was, I don't know, but it sounded as though it's only when she woke up she knew. Or maybe she thought it was Jacob, but I don't know. And she was ashamed because of him, and released her hand from him, and he fled. So I think she probably thought it was her husband, and she lamented because of this thing exceedingly, and did not tell it to anyone. Okay, so I think she thought it was her husband, and the guy, when he's done, he still stay there. Is what it seems to be. And when Jacob returned, he wasn't around. And when he returned and sought her, he said to him, whatever. She said to him, I am not clean, okay, for you. I'm not clean for you, for I have been defiled as regards you. For Reuben has defiled me, and has lain with me in the night, and I was sleeping, and did not discover until he uncovered my skirt and slept with me. And Jacob was exceedingly wroth with Reuben, because he had lain with Bilhah, because he had uncovered his father's skirt. So I think this was what happened between Ham and Noah. It is very gross. It's possibly that it was that abomination of Ham having a relation with his own mother that took place then. There's quite almost 60-70% possibility that was what happened. Not just seeing his father undressed because he was drunk and stuff. I think it was probably that bad what Ham did. So there must have been serious demonic activity there that will make that man behave like that. Okay? So he had uncovered his father's skirt, and that's how you see the way they put it in Leviticus and the rest. Okay? Because do not lay with your brother's wife, for she is your brother's nakedness, something like that. And Jacob did not approach her again, and that's probably why he cursed Canaan. Okay.
Hello. Giagzi is saying something. It says no, it was not. What do you mean?
Okay, what was not? Okay, he was saying. Okay, he's trying to say. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just trying to say what Effortless wrote, but well, she said she grabbed his penis.
Sorry, grabbed.
She probably grabbed his John or something.
Yeah, that stuff. But then, what I'm thinking is, Mr. Giang says that's not possible, or that's not it. Which part is he referring? Is it the Ham part?
Are you talking about the Ham part? I think it's the Ham part.
Mr. Giang said something. Is what I'm trying to. Because I can't read comments is the thing.
Yeah. That again, sorry, please, can you tell us?
So, but what was the literal comment? If you can still read it, maybe I can.
He just says, no, it was not.
Maybe he's talking about the Ham thing.
There's no Ham clear thing, I think so too.
Right, there's no clear scripture that says so, but then... because of a few things, I'm thinking the probability is slightly high. I wouldn't even put it at 50-50 because of two things. The first is just seeing his father's nakedness like that in itself. I wouldn't think that would warrant a curse like that. Now, maybe the way he went to tell his brothers was bad, okay? Maybe a curse, yeah. But then he didn't curse Ham. He cursed Canaan, the child, which I'm thinking maybe was product of that abomination.
Yeah.
Okay. And look at this. He uncovered his father's skirt. Look at that. The way they put it. He uncovered his father's skirt.
Yeah, please. Yes, let's have it.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Gian, let me hear you. Yeah, Mr. Gian.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that is the harm issue I'm talking about.
Okay.
Because Genesis stated clearly that the father built a vineyard and took of the fruit of the vine and was drunk. Right. So he got drunk and he saw his nakedness, right? And he went and broadcasted that rather than covering it. He went and I think maybe in a mocking way, mocking or mockery kind of way, went and told his parents, maybe his brothers, that see how Dad has drunk alcohol and is just completely naked. Rather than covering him, he went and broadcasted it. So the other siblings came and covered the father. And the scripture described what they did. They took a garment and covered their faces. And, went backward. And so I don't think it was that. I would even rather say that maybe if you could, let us not add to it. I would have even said maybe you saw the mom being naked. You get
also,
it. But the scripture was, but the scripture was specific about the father. It didn't say the
father.
So,
okay. But then how about cursing Canaan? What do you think about that? That part is dicey, right? As against cursing Ham.
Yeah, causing Canaan was, sometimes generations are usually take the brunt for the iniquities of their fathers. Yeah, exactly. So why he caused Canaan, sincerely, I can't say, but that could be one of the reasons. Maybe he didn't want to say anything with respect to his own son directly, but he looked at his generation and said, okay, your generation would have that. Just like in Genesis, when God, when man went against God, rather than God, putting a curse of man, he cursed the ground.
Okay.
You understand? So
see.
that's just basically what I could think.
I see. You're right. It's not fully stated, but this just kind of reminds me. It was somebody somewhere that just brought that out. That hey, this thing is probably worse than we think. But you see, and Jacob was. Thanks for that, Mr. Gang. So, and Jacob was exceedingly wroth with Reuben because he had lain with Bilhah because he had uncovered his father's skirt. So, and Jacob did not approach her again because Reuben had defiled her. And as for any man who uncovered his father, he keeps using that phrase. And for any man, well, the person that ran that commentary about, the abomination with Ham and his mother, said that they usually, I don't know, the video is a long time ago, and I reasoned with it, but he said there's a way that when they want to be with their wives, they would maybe take wine, something like, I don't know, just to be in the mood or whatnot. Okay, so that's where that wine came in, somewhere like that. But let's leave that. Let's go to verse 9. And Jacob did not approach her again. Sorry.
The one I've heard is that Ham or whatever, or Canaan, had relations with Noah,
his own father.
Yeah.
But then again, where does that link to Canaan? That Canaan part is a little bit. Do you get it?
Because I guess the one that God has blessed, no one can curse.
I heard that too before.
Exactly. So if I cannot curse you, I will curse your son.
Probably. But then why one son?
Canaan already was showing signs that he was not exactly a good person.
Okay. Yes, I've heard that also before, that because God blessed them when he came out of the ark, then he couldn't curse somebody that God has blessed, aka the 3 sons, and he decided to curse Canaan. But then you want to think, was Canaan the first child? Why was it Canaan that was cursed and not the rest? But anyway, long story short, it's just some gross stuff. There's none of it that is good. Father, mother, or just nakedness.
Minister. And the issue with Reuben, I think basically was he raped a woman. Basically, it wasn't rape, right? Consensual. Yeah, he raped her, and that was why she was even ashamed to talk about it.
Yeah. And the book of Joshua, I think, gives more detail that he was also, maybe I'm adding the also, but it says this in Joshua, I believe, that he was, because his father wouldn't spend time with his mother Leah. But then he and Leah just went on a trip. That's Jacob and Leah just went on a trip, and because of that, he was spending more time with Bilhah than with his mother.
Yeah.
It's just remember?
The father moved in with Bilhah.
Right.
So
Something like that.
Exactly. So after the wife dies, you're thinking, okay, so he will turn to my mother now. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, in
so
Joshua.
Out of annoyance, he decided to.
But then Jubilees is letting us see that it is annoyance and lust. So they were attacking him in different angles. Because there's some lust there,
Obviously.
Yeah, from this version, from Jubilees. So all of that is just crap and mess. But sometimes one has to just touch that detail a little bit and move on. So for any man who uncovers his father's skirt, his deed is wicked exceedingly, for he is abominable before Yahweh. For this reason it is written and ordained on the heavenly tablets that a man should not lie with his father's wife and should not uncover his father's skirt. And you can imagine if they had not written the detail slightly plainly like this, I lay with Bilhah, still using some euphemism, and he's saying uncover his father's skirt. Most people think, he just opened his father's skirt and just mocked him and just took pictures and left, or something like that. Or even worse still, sodomy or something. That's what it would look like until they made it clear. So maybe that's what they didn't want to make clear, but that's just gross. Okay, so for this reason it's written, ordained that he should not uncover his father's skirt, for this is unclean. Okay? For this is unclean, and they shall surely die together. The man who lies with his father's wife and the woman also. What if it was a rape? But I think it's going to clarify that. And the woman also, for they have wrought uncleanness on the earth. I think it's talking about when there's consent, obviously, right? And there shall be nothing unclean before Yahweh our Almighty in the nation which he has chosen for himself as a possession. There shall be nothing unclean there. And I think that's where the new heaven and new earth is going to eventually. That is why this idea of sin, it precludes the fact that you want a heaven, the fact that you want a good life, it precludes the idea of considering whether sin is good or not. I mean, that was the point when everybody is just acting like demons. And again, it is written a second time, cursed be he who lies with the wife of his father, for he has uncovered his father's shame. So you see, those terminologies why, I'm kind of agreeing with that person, and that, hey, especially with the Cain curse, for he has uncovered his father's shame. And all the holy ones, Kodesh ones of Yahweh said, so be it, so be it. Okay? So, but then we may not know until maybe there's an extra text someday that confirms that. And do you, Moses, command the children of Israel that they observe this word, for it entails a punishment of death, and it is unclean, and there is no atonement forever to atone for the man who has committed this. Sometimes when you read this kind of thing, you wonder if the blood of Jesus can help the guy. But then, I don't know. They use forever very generously in scriptures. That's what I noticed. They use it even things that would change, they will still say forever, right? Like, well, in this case, it was God that changed his mind when he said he would have established Saul forever, and then he changed, But I noticed they use forever very generously. And maybe it means something different than the English forever. Maybe it means it will remain that way until there is a change. I don't know. Okay, but they use it very, very generously on matters that are even sometimes obviously time-bound. They will still say forever. So, but I would think that the blood of Jesus will be able to save somebody like that, at least in his eternity. Okay, and do you, Moses, command the children of Israel to observe this word? Okay, this punishment on it is unclean. There is no atonement forever to atone for the man who has committed this, for he is to be put to death and slain, and stoned with stones, and rooted out from the midst of the people of Yahweh our Almighty. But then I'm thinking in the millennial reign after Jesus has died, for example, whether in the past or future, but I think it's in the past, and somebody does something abominable like this, what would it look like? Would they just leave him because of the blood of Jesus? Or maybe they forgive him, they keep him somewhere and wait for him to change? Or they unalive him so he can get to heaven quickly, paradise? Any ideas, Mrs. Okoye? Just 60 seconds. Because I'm just wondering, okay, yes, there's atonement, but you just decide to go on alive and shed innocent blood. Although I'm thinking maybe the saints would intercept you before you do that. But from history and experience, you're muted. I'm not hearing you. You're speaking.
Oh, okay.
But from experience, I discovered God hardly... you're waiting for God hardly interfere with human affairs. That's the exception, not the rule. So you got to protect yourself. You got to do what is right. And judgment is waiting for everybody. That's what usually the modus operandi is. From the start all the way to the very end in the book of Revelation. Perhaps even in the millennial reign. Because from the start, God was there when Adam was about to eat the fruit. I mean, he was aware. God was there when Cain was killing Abel. Somehow he was around. And he came just after. Also the same thing with the fruit.
Sorry, please let me quickly read the messages now that I'm up here.
Okay.
Baba Oladako says, why is the curse of the father so strong? Effortless Shade says, but how did she not know? What kind of sleep is that? I think it's red jealousy for his mother. Posted it on. Castellese says, I am not seeing any of you guys on the panel. Is TikTok making us invisible panelists? Effortless says they will flog him 100 lashes. Daddy Giyang says only those on the panel can see the panelists.
Right.
That's it.
Even myself, I can't see the panelists. But yes, on the sleeping part, maybe I'm just trying to make it make sense, really. Maybe she thought, because Jacob was apparently on a journey, so maybe she thought it was a surprise visit. She could not think in 1,000 years that somehow somebody from somewhere will come within that camp and start. He says in the night. You notice he emphasizes night. So that's what I'm thinking. Maybe that's what was the case, but maybe she thought it was Jacob for some reason, and just when she woke up she discovered. from the way that's what it looked like here. And that, anyway, it's just gross. So, but then, with regards to what other question was there? Is it, the curse of the father?
Jacob is so romantic like that. I mean, the devil was involved.
That's Shadi, right?
Yeah, that's Shadi.
So that's for me. That's the makest sensest way I think it happened.
Oh,
the one I can't make excuses for.
She's just a deep sleeper because obviously it says here that this boy was watching her. So he had been watching her, he had been studying her. He knew he could do something like that.
Yeah.
It's just that unfortunately he kind of got caught because he shouldn't have slept. But I guess your sins will find you out. Because he could have just done it and left, but he slept.
He might not have known.
Idiot.
I've heard instances where people would say that they had smacks and then they were not aware. They woke up and just discovered. So it's a possibility.
Maybe wine,
sometimes maybe
drunk.
Maybe sometimes you are drunk or you work so hard that you're so tired and you went into deep sleep. Someone could come lay with you.
And you just think it's a dream.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's a dream. All right. And for the women or whoever, they would then check their body before they discover that. And I think I've seen that in the movie a lot, right? When, the lady who just woke up.
Too far. Remember that story that broke about this woman whose husband was bringing over 70 men to sleep with her. So I think exactly there was that story. A Frenchman, he was married, and for several years, going over 10 years.
What was his reason? Was he a cultist or what was his problem?
I didn't get into the detail of that because it was too mind blowing. And for all those years, and
she didn't know.
She didn't know because to my mind, like Shade is asking, would you not feel that there's something wrong with your body? But well,
what I'm thinking is maybe there must have been some modalities. Maybe the rule in that house for that Frenchman and his wife is the room must be dark, completely, so he must have done that.
No, you drug her, so she's sleeping.
So
she's not aware.
Yeah, stuff like that. But then what I was going to say was that, those Nollywood movies actually, to be fair, Nigerian Christian movies, because they don't want to show gross details and all that. After the morning after, she'll just raise the blanket and be like, oh, something like that. So, that kind of stuff. So it's not impossible. Maybe the kind of thing that happened with Lot and his daughters, that one also was funny. He said, in fact, he didn't know even when, he said he wasn't aware when she lay down, when she rose for the two daughters. But then they drugged him more or less with wine. And who knows how calm their wine must have been. All right. So I'm thinking in millennial reign, I don't know how Jesus would have done it. If someone was to do something evil, sin, or something that's literally an abomination, if Jesus would unalive such people, perhaps, maybe, or I don't know, but then we give them forgiveness, preach to them, because I would imagine sin will still be possible during the millennial reign, because it didn't promise that there will be no more sin, no more pain, no more tears, like the new heaven and new earth. Excuse me. So let them not say to Reuben, we was granted life. So this was telling context. Okay? Yes, my brother.
If the devil was banned within the millennial reign, how would there be sin?
No, they can be seen now. People can sin now, Abba. Devil is not the only reason for sin, right? I don't think so. People can just sin. Okay. People can just... Devil is not that... It's bad, but not the kind of badness that enters people by force. People are funny. Like some preachers will say that some things human beings will do, and they will say, hey, they will be taking notes. I never learned that one.
Yeah, because it did say...
Because when you... Okay, sorry.
They said he will rule with an iron hand. So the only way he's ruling with an iron hand is because people are rebellious. Because look at how, as soon as the millennial reign ended, all of a sudden, the Illuminati them started. So that means they were meeting in secret and doing things in secret.
It wouldn't, but
possibly
it was said that he was released to deceive men now. So there's a possibility that he came out with rage, being bound for 1,000 years. So he came out with rage to recover the period he has been away. So I still have my doubt that anything of such could happen, because if you saw, except if the millennial reign, the people were not aware that Jesus was really the one who was in charge of everything. Because if you have seen what has happened with the war of Armageddon and then the reign of Christ 1,000 years, which was supposed to be peaceful and just, and there's no
I guess they must have seen him. They must have seen him, but the thing is, remember, if you remember that, let me type it, millennial, the things that were happening in that time, it helps us, and like it's just wonderful how God helped us see it. I will show it also to those on YouTube, okay? Because you need the full picture to get the whole gist. Just a moment, let's make the so YouTube, you can comment. Excuse me. So yes, I can hear you. Let's see. The guest voice isn't clear on YouTube. Why? Okay, that's because of that. We'll resolve that. So now look at this. Transfer to the other page. So now look at this. Those on YouTube and everybody. Let me make those on TikTok also see. So if you remember, Mr. Gang, the full scale of what was happening just after when we think the millennium ended, Christ will still be reigning according to the scriptures, but the saints will receive. Look at this part. Very, very important part. Mental asylums. And I am thinking many people who will say, what are you saying? There is a Jesus now, but he just left. I mean, we know about him. He reigns. We are aware of him. Guess what? You say such things, they put you in mental asylums. You see, so I think that's the bit that this part came to fulfill. This mental asylum part of what we call the Tertullian buildings, which I think is millennial architectures. Right. So they would have. Let me use the mouse also for those who might be watching from YouTube. So they must have known. But long story short, I would agree with that rod of iron part. And don't be surprised that in real life, there is no such thing as everything will just be peaceful. Yeah, let's just all love and be muchi, vanilla, smiley, and you expect justice. It won't happen. I'm suspecting that's how life is. Such that it is such a deception to think there is a way you just leave people to do anything they want and everything will just be kumbaya. I think that thing is a deception. Right, aka democracy as against dictatorship. I'm not saying that you get an India mean, or if it was that bad as the history paints it. I've not researched this story and just begin to unalive people, and take people's wives and all of that. That's not kind of madness. But for example, in Nigeria, it is almost impossible to have progress. It's literally impossible. It's got to be by an external factor. There is no way somebody is saying, it's not even too bad. I'm Hausa, I'm Yoruba, I'm Igbo, I'm Shekiri, I'm this. That's not too bad. We can call that diversity, but that's one thing. They speak different languages, but that's not too bad. We now all speak English. Okay, good. Big step forward. Now, next, I'm APD, APC, PDP, DPD, this and that, ANC. That's one problem. Another, I'm Muslim, I'm Christian. Another, I am Protestant, I am this. So there is no way you have that kind of confusion and there will be progress. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So the exact thing that will cause progress, one person rise up and say, hey, all of you sit there, okay? And like, okay, this is what we need to do. Maybe Abacha wasn't perfect. I don't know. I've not searched. Some are even saying Abacha was like some kind of hero. I don't know. I've not searched it personally. Okay? But that's what you need. And the people will even tell you, the stubborn people themselves will tell you, I beg, we people who are stubborn, what we need somebody with strong hand. They will be telling you, and they are the stubborn person. No? They will tell you we need somebody with strong hand, and they are the one that are needing the strong hand. They will tell you. Children do that sometimes. They know they need to be flogged, but they need you. They're depending on you to be firm. Sometimes your wife will test your authority. She knows that what she's saying is wrong. I know women will not like this one, but she will still test you, and she expects you to give a pushback. If you don't give a pushback, she wouldn't like it. Yes, it's a psychological complex. I don't know how to explain it, right? So the child knows he's not supposed to do it, but he will do it and be looking at you, just testing your limits. and you're supposed to be fair and say, no, stop that. You cry, but he knows he's just playing along, as young as that. So he's a human, that thing's in human psyche. If you do something wrong, you're not punished. There's a way you can even fall sick, right? Imagine you just say somebody cheats on his wife, and the wife say, you did this, and next time she's giving you food, she's washing your clothes. Oga, no chop that food. Nobody needs to tell you that you can't eat that food. And after that, she serves you drink, and you do the drink and bring toothpick. And 2 weeks she didn't say anything. Oga, you're the one that will need that and say, Mama Chinedu abeg. I know, say you understand that kind of balance. So the man knows what is done is wrong. Okay, I need to push this down. Check 1, 2. He just needs the wife to kind of punish you. So when she now shouts, I don't agree, there's a kind of energy balance that brings, and you know that okay, now we're at par. But when the person doesn't talk, it's very dangerous. You say no. You understand? So that's the kind of thing I mean when I say there needs to be a strong hand. It's a kind of show of mercy when you're punished for what you do. Or at least it's acknowledged and said what you did is wrong. Don't do this again. That's mercy. So that's where you have interaction from leadership, from the person you are accountable to. But you took your dad's car out, he didn't give you the keys, you have bashed the car, and he just sees, you've bashed this car, and he didn't see anything. He took out the second car and he didn't talk for 2 weeks. It's be as if you should enter the ground. But if he slaps you, the thing will first pay you, okay. Later, you know that, at least they don't slap me, 1-1. But if there is no feedback like that, you don't give the person anything to think about. So it gets very, very, the silence gets painful. Okay, we might just be doing 1 chapter today, but let's see how it still goes. By the way, any further comments, Mrs. Okoye?
Yes, just a second. They said, effortless. It says in Abacha's time, Boko Haram would not have existed, I guess. Jordan says Abacha was held, I think he says he meant held down the west or something. Effortlessly says, so men are afraid of poison, atonement. T-Boz, who isn't that? And I'm sure he's referring to the poison comment. It's only Apostle Paul that isn't afraid of poison. Wale now goes, Minister, General Alpha will assume it's okay to keep doing the wrong thing.
Gen Alpha, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That Gen Alpha thing, they're suggesting that it's like those guys are maybe not very smart. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. I don't know if it's a psychologist that said it, that Gen Alpha, maybe, I think it's the raising and the way they run the school system. And they're smart inside, but, anyway, when you raise a person, you don't punish children, don't do this, especially in their schools here. A child just read, read, they leave him. You say, well, maybe he needs braille. It's just funny the way life doesn't work like that. It's almost as if suffering, maybe punishment, those are not good things. But things like suffering or kind of subtle lack of some things. You remember that man, that businessman, this gospel Christian businessman who sells cars. Okay, I don't want to have to mention his main name. He said one thing, he said there's no TV in his house, and he talks very harsh, very firm. He said there must be one thing you must lack. And he could, of course, afford it. But he said there must be something you must lack. How can you just be like that and you just have everything smooth? They will not be good. He decided to send his children to university here. I think he did secondary school here and university outside, or vice versa, or something like that. So if they just send all of them outside, they won't come back. And he sent them to schools here, which you can afford them outside, but put them here, So there's that balance thing. It's almost a part of life. It's almost a part of life. Let's go. So there is no atonement forever for the man who commits this, but he is to be put to death and slain, and stoned with stones, and rooted out from the midst of the people of Yahweh, our Almighty. So I would imagine the millennial reign, people will be unalived, actually. Commit some sins, there's a proper way to deal with you, but maybe give you time to repent, bring you out one more time, you still don't repent, they're unalive. You accept Jesus, you don't, then they're unalive. Jesus is literally standing before you, or that you know, that everybody knows is the ruler of the world. You say no, they just... And that's not very strange to say for people to acknowledge the ruler of the world, because Nebuchadnezzar made his statue and asked everybody to bow in every province, right? So how much more the person who has the right to do that? You should accept and receive him. If you don't, they unalive the person. Has terrible life after that. So for to no man who does so in Israel is permitted to remain alive a single day on the earth. Ooh. For is abominable and unclean. That's actually kind of more like what you see in Israel justice, to be fair. There's no prison trial, and the guy will just come out and he'll just come out and they'll drag the court case for 3 years. Meanwhile, he has killed somebody and they're looking for evidence. Well, there's blood, but it's a suspect. And it sounds like, oh, you like to follow, what's that thing called? You like to follow protocol, there's justice. Well, they have used those pockets and those loopholes to justify very wicked people. He's abominable and unclean. And let him not say, so he stayed on this matter, let him not say, to Reuben was granted life and forgiveness after he had lain with his father's concubine. And to her also, though she had a husband, and her husband, Jacob, his father, was still alive. Okay, so don't use that as an excuse. For until that time, there had not been revealed the ordinance and judgment and Torah in its completeness for all. For in your days, it has been revealed as a Torah for Torah of seasons of days, and an everlasting Torah for the everlasting generations. And for this law, for this Torah, there is no consummation of days and no atonement for it. But they must both be rooted out of the midst of the nation. On the day whereon they committed it, they shall slay them. Okay. And do you, Moses, write it down for Israel, that they may observe it and do according to these words, and not commit a sin unto death. So, sin unto death is not, oh, you commit sin and God will not forgive you, you may not enter heaven, but then you still keep living. Sin unto death was more literal. I mean, like we have learned, if there is nothing we have learned in this ministry, is that if you are safer taking everything the scripture says literally, than to just pop up figurative card everywhere. It seems to be safer, which is common sense, by the way. Which is common sense, especially if you take care to mention places where it is figurative, right? Where it is figurative, you take it as figurative, okay? Right? Then that's where you have, there's just a few things you may miss. I think less than 15% or is what you might miss. Because there might be 15% of things that requires a little bit of discretion to understand that it's figurative. But most of it is just literal. And when it's figurative, it will tell you. Okay, so, and not commit a sin unto death. For Yahweh our Almighty is judge, who respects not persons and accepts not gifts. And tell them these words of the covenant, that they may hear and observe and be on their guard with respect to them, and not be destroyed and rooted out of the land for an uncleanness and an abomination and a contamination and a pollution are all they who commit it on the earth before our sovereign ruler. It's like what that guy did in the book of Corinthians, although he was a Corinthian, but something like that. And there is no greater sin than the fornication which they commit on earth. For Israel is a Kodesh, a holy nation, unto Yahweh, its sovereign ruler. And there is no greater sin than the fornication which they commit on earth. No greater sin. So sin has magnitude. Sin has magnitude. So that goes with that theology right there. Sin has magnitude. Okay? Although, with regards to eternal destination, the plate must be wiped clean. The board must be wiped clean. Okay? But with regards to judgment on the earth and things along those lines, sin, apparently from this, has magnitude. For Yahweh is a Kodesh. For Israel, rather, it's a holy nation, Kodesh nation unto Yahweh, its sovereign ruler, and a nation of inheritance, and a priestly and royal nation for his own possession. For there shall no such uncleanness appear in the midst of the holy nation. So he says, well, fornication is a terrible sin. And it's imaginable because I don't know. I don't know if it's lifting it above murder, but murder, fornication is one of those things. When Jesus was going to speak in the Sermon on the Mount, the Beatitude, like we call it, Matthew 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7 especially, murder and fornication was one of those things he started hitting first. And ask me, I think the reason is because those two sins, they are very close to the gates of eternity, in the sense that murder sends somebody out, okay, without God's permission, without God's will, God's plan. And fornication can bring somebody into this world without necessarily being God's perfect will, in that sense. So there are sins that are literally life, connected to life, in that sense. It's quite intense what those are. But now, of course, fornication is a lot easier to commit than murder, okay? And it's but in their days it must have been both. If they catch you, the man will probably want to life the guy anyways. So it would have been both. But for now, of course, there is law. You go to court, all of that. Okay, but it's a terrible sin. It says it's a terrible sin, and that's what made the watchers fall, that we call fallen angels today. So, and there is no such uncleanness appear, and there shall no such uncleanness appear in the midst of the holy nation. So, and if you are in fornication and adultery like that, you need to get yourself out very quick. One other definition of grace is time. Okay, God just gives time, right? One definition of grace is time. So if you're in such things, remind yourself it's not right. Okay, so you need to come out, receive forgiveness, ask God to help you, ask Him to help you, resist sin unto the shedding of blood, like Scripture puts it. So ask God to help you. Let that be your number one prayer point. You understand? The same way you pray for a spouse, pray for a husband, pray for your health. God forbid the person has cancer or something. The way you will pray and beg for that freedom from that sin, so that you are set free from the slavery to that sin of whatever form. And I'm telling you, it's possible. Okay? And by God's grace, I'm telling you by experience, it's possible to be out of uncleanness, out of sexual immorality. It's very possible. Okay? It's possible. If it were not possible, if it was not so, I would not say so. At worst, I'll just be quiet. You see? It's very possible. So, and in the 3rd year of the 6th week, Jacob and all his sons went and dwelt in the house of Abraham, and near Isaac his father, and Rebekah his mother. And these were the names of the sons of Jacob: the firstborn Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Yehuda, Issachar, Zebulun, the sons of Leah, and the sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin, the sons of Bilhah, Dan, Naphtali, and the sons of Zilpah, Gad, and Asher, and Dinah, the daughter of Leah. Okay, the only daughter of Jacob. Oh, so 13 in total. And they came and bowed themselves to Isaac and Rebekah. And when they saw them, they blessed Jacob and all his sons. And Isaac rejoiced exceedingly, for he saw the sons of Jacob, his younger son, and he blessed them. Okay, so purity is very, very beautiful. Humility also, very, very beautiful. If you had to see these things in the realm of the spirit, these two things I mentioned, they are so beautiful. Okay, but when the way for you to see it, you don't necessarily have to have discerning of spirits, but when you walk in them, its purity is very beautiful. If you have touched it before, maybe you missed it later, you would always want to go back to purity. It's so beautiful. The same thing with humility. Okay? Yeah. I'm hearing as if somebody unmuted. I can't hear any guests, so.
Sorry, I think because I just joined, but the format here has changed on TikTok. I don't know why.
The format what?
The format. Normally
format. How many people are here?
Normally the panelists are to the side. Now it's like a Teams meeting where you are the top left
box,
and everybody else is just arranged.
Oh.
Yeah, Daddy Kian sent me an invite because I was asking, because I wanted to say something. When you talked about how there must be a necessary balance between that whole, some sort of suffering and some sort of mercy and stuff like that. So I was saying the part that people don't, you said something about the part people don't like. I said the atonement. That's why I put the Oh, it's now back. We're now back to normal format. Can
Yeah,
you see
I
us now?
did. Well, I
Okay.
can't see you still, but I've changed the settings so that yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's basically atonement. That's the part people don't like. So I brought out a scripture. You know the Bible. Everybody knows this prayer. The Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. Right. One thing I noticed was like in that scripture, David talked about how the rod and the staff they comfort him, and I picked up the rod, staff. They are both wood, though, but different things entirely. The rod is for flogging, That's what I think. Sorry, maybe because I'm obsessed with flogging. Because myself, I don't like to be flogged, but if anybody messes, they'll get flogged. But the rod and the staff. So the idea of even, I think, parenting, I think, like if you think about parenting of a dog now, Yoruba people will say, "Ẹyin tọ́já fi ń bọ́mọ ẹ̀ ṣeré, náà ló fi ń
No,
gé
love
jẹ."
engage.
You know what I mean? Like the same mouth that this same dog will use to pet his puppy. That's the same mouth you used to bite that puppy. So there has to be that balance between that discipline or chastisement. Now, don't go and flog anyone to death. Don't go and flog your children and be abused, But there has to be that discipline, and there has to be that, that sort of counseling and comfort. And I think that's what God does with us directly. So it puts us through challenges, things we could have avoided, and He doesn't cushion the blow, right? And then comfort us. So I think that's I'm just a thinking thought. That's just the balance that all things abide by. There's a legality in that I see, that all things, abide by, even animals. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, thanks so much for that. That's very true. You see, so that balance is there. So the Western world, because is Satan on top of this thing, and Satan is very subtle. So what he did, he wouldn't say the same Satan that would unalive people and spill blood on the earth is now teaching people. And see, as long as it gets you off the middle of the road, it's fine. So the same Satan who would unalive people, so terrible people who went to Kenya, the Mau Mau revolution, right? That those ones had to stand against the British Empire, and they will lock people up in places, castrate them, terrible stuff, wear iron on their head, put iron on their jaws like animals. Now you're like, don't touch children. So they went all the way to the extreme, you see, and say, just don't touch them. No, don't worry. That way. And that child will become
But
a
can I
violent.
say something?
Yeah.
That is how the angels treated their giant offspring. Remember when God was saying to you, this giant that you love so much, that there's no, you remember I was also saying it like, I don't think there's no angel that fathered a giant that could not tame that giant, that could not control and correct him.
Mm-hmm.
So even when God was punishing them, God said, this your giant, this your children that you love so much.
Your beloved.
Destroy, this your beloved children, I will destroy all of them.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of thing. So
and He made them unalive in their presence, in the presence of those fallen angels.
Yes, you will watch them die. God has serial killer tendencies. Anyway, that's besides the point. But you understand? So that whole behavior of a non-accountability sort of life, you do something, no correction, no nothing. I think it's an angelic thing. That even, I think Satan says, not trying to deceive you, it's just his nature. I think it's his nature whereby, there shouldn't be accountability for some certain species of God.
But then the bad thing is then the same devil will then unalive another person's child in a bloody way. Do you understand?
The devil is special like that. He's just a special. He's just
right.
Let's just make him a special.
Right.
He's that. But I think that's something that I noticed. So angels have that tendency to, and that's what has trickled down. If you notice the way the white people parent, the girl with mom, you're stupid, they slap you. Nibo.
Yeah, according to the law of Moses, I think that child will be unalived, actually. That's fierce. A child that strikes his mother, based on Mosaic law, I think will be unalived.
They will put me in prison. For third degree. Reach out.
Right. So anyway, so thanks for those comments. So like I was saying, it's the way it is. So we must, and we think we're learning from these things. That balance is needed. It's very important. The child will feel that, like I said, all you need to do to destroy a young man's life, right from his age, 5, 10, 15, give him everything he asks you for Don't correct him for anything. Don't make him give thanks for what he gets. Let him not put in any effort or not even understand how that thing comes to the table. The child will become destroyed that way. He will become destroyed, you know. So there is balance in life. There is balance. There is balance. I used to think, myself inclusive, used to think that, well, I used to think that maybe in a perfect, super perfect way, there will be no correction. It's not so. I mean, the more we read the scriptures, the more you understand that, hey, we have been expecting and believing in a euphoria. Honestly, I'm still thinking how the new heaven and new earth will be. But the scripture says there was war in heaven. Oh, there was war in heaven. How? War in heaven. So there was war in heaven. Now you want to stay here and cross your leg and eat chips. No way. Something must be wrong. You say supposed to suspect now. Why is everything so peaceful? You know, when you work for God, you would always run into the devil. It's not always about looking for troubles. But if, like someone puts it, you have been walking your Christian walk for so far, your Christian race for so far, and you have not run into the devil, it's probably because both of you are headed the same direction. So if you're doing things right, you would have resistance. You are not resisted 2 months, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. God, begin to check what's going on here. You're in a battlefield, everywhere is just quiet. You know, like I think it was Shadi that said it one time that when you're in the forest and everywhere is just quiet, just know that there's danger around. Right. So it's not about being morbid and you're always negative. It's not about negativity, it's about balance. It's about balance. It's also like that idea when you're on a negotiating table and somebody is talking to you about free fish and you can't see the fish. Very likely you are the fish. Is the reason you can't see it. So there are some principles in life like that you understand the balance. You understand the balance and you understand, hey, something needs to be balanced here. So that rod and staff, like Shadi pointed out, you know, the staff is to guide, the rod is actually to strike, you know, to correct. Let's do one more chapter. Any new comments, Mrs. Okoye?
Sorry. They're saying, let me see, good morning. Maybe they are fixing bugs. Shadeo. No, not much. I guess everybody's
Okay, so we can continue. All right, Jubilees 34. So I am thinking we are learning something here. It's wonderful. I think it's wonderful, you know, to have this just literally every day. The most important things in life are usually free. Free in the sense that at least you don't need to pay. Not this falling ungodly mammon. You're not going to need money to buy them. The most important things in life, they are usually free, including the Bible, especially a classical one. It's there. It's there. You see. Yeah, it costs you some time, you know, some attention to sit and read it, but it's there. The most important things in life are usually free of charge. Jubilees chapter 34. And in the 6th year of this week, in the 44th Jubilee, it says that's 21:48 a.m., Jacob sent his sons to pasture their sheep, and his servant with them to the pasture of Shechem. Jacob and his sons slew the kings, so they're about to fight. They're about to fight. 21 verses. To pasture their sheep and his servants with them, to the pastor of Shechem, which we are suspecting might be the same Shagamu in Nigeria today. Because the Jebusites, which we are thinking is the Jebu, because, just like you have the Jebu in Shagamu, right? It's the same way we are suggesting that, hey, you see that the Jebusites were in Shechem. So that's almost like beyond a coincidence. The same way you see, the Bible says there is Jebusites in Shechem, which later became Jerusalem, by the way. David turned that Shechem and that land of the Jebusites to Jerusalem, right? It's the same way. In fact, let me make it into full parallel, okay? You have the Jebusites were in Shechem, and what's this man? David turned it to Jerusalem after he conquered it. The same way you have the Jebus, in Shagamu. They're the one that started Shagamu based on present day history, right? And some will even call Jerusalem Jebusalem for some reason. Now that they mean different things. This one means city of peace. This one means Ijebu ti Sale. It just means the lower, like the valley side of Ijebu. That's what Ijebu Sale means. Okay, so you see those kind of indicators. So I don't have full direct proof, but these are indicators all about the place. And of course, that place is just about in Samaria. Okay, just the border between Samaria and Judah. Okay, is where those regions are. When you go past your, Kwara, go past your Oshun, go past your Oyo, you begin to enter into that line where Ife would be, and southward like that. Right. So, and the 7 kings of the Amorites assembled themselves together against them to slay them. That's the sons of Jacob, hiding themselves under the trees, and to take their cattle as a prey. And Jacob and Levi and Judah and Joseph were in the house. Oh, not even all of them went, with Isaac their father, for his spirit was sorrowful. Why? Because of his wives, maybe, or some reason. And they could not leave him, and Benjamin was the youngest, for this reason remained with his father. Maybe because of his wife that just died. That's the Rachel. And there came the kings of Taphu, and the kings of Aresa, and the kings of Seragan, and the kings of Selo, and the kings of Gas. Okay? And the kings of Bethoron, and the kings of Manisakir. That's almost how many kings now? All those who dwell, that's like 7 kings, who dwelt in those mountains. Okay? And who dwell in the woods in the land of Canaan. And they announced this to Jacob, saying, Behold, the kings of the Amorites have surrounded your sons. Not just 7 mighty men, 7 kings, not 7 bandits. And plundered their herds. So it's like his sons probably had to escape. And he arose from his house, he and his 3 sons, that's the big boys. Right? Because I think, who are the 3 boys? Levi, Jacob, and Joseph. So maybe Joseph went to this battle. Maybe not. But he went with his 3 sons, it says, right? And he arose from his house, he and his 3 sons, and all the servants of his father. So he's taking some servants of Isaac with him, and his own servants, and he went against them with 6,000 men, with carried swords. So they had quite a lot of men with them. They had a lot of people. And he slew them in the pasture of Shechem, and pursued those who fled, and he slew them with the edge of the sword, as he slew Aresa and Taphu and Saragan and Selo and Amani Sakir and Gagaas, and he recovered his herds, and he prevailed over them and imposed tribute on them, that they should pay him tribute, 5 fruit products of their land. And he built Robel and Tamnatares. So he built those cities. Right. So he fought against them. So I think the Dinah thing has happened here. Yes, I think so. God accounted it to them for righteousness. So there must have been some wars. This is just one of them. There were very intense wars in those times. Okay. But then it felt like they started from square one, because after these wars, they went to Egypt, and when they were coming back, they still had to fight. Although it was literally about 210 years what they spent in Egypt. That's a long time. Not 430. Like I think it was mistranslated in Exodus. And he returned in peace and made shalom with them, and they became his servants. He made peace with, maybe they surrendered is what that would mean. And he became his servant until the day that he and his sons exactly went down in elevation, but northward in direction, into Egypt. So they were his servants all through that time. And in the 7th year of this week, he sent Joseph to learn about the welfare of his brothers, okay, from his house to the land of Shechem. And he found them. So this must have been maybe from Ife to Shagamu, Ife, Shagamu. But that's a long distance to just keep moving back and forth like that, just to go shear sheep. Okay? So that's if what we think the staff of Oromio in Ife is where you have Bethel. Okay, and it was in Bethel or something along those lines. Okay? And they dealt treacherously with him, with Joseph, and formed a plot against him to slay him, to kill their own brother. But changing their minds, they sold him to the Ishmaelite merchant, and they brought him down into Egypt, and they sold him to Potiphar. Okay, that's the Ishmaelites sold him to Potiphar, the eunuch of Pharaoh, Okay, the chief of the cooks, right? This Potiphar guy, I don't know what he doesn't do. He's a cook, he's a priest, he's a eunuch. I don't know his problem. Right? Let me read that in full, actually, in fact. They sold him to Potiphar, the eunuch of Pharaoh, the chief of the cooks, priest of the city of Eliu. Okay. If you put an I to that, it's like Elewi. Eliu. Okay. So it was interestingly, you find out in the book of Joshua that he's the same priest Potiphar whose daughter Joseph eventually married. Okay, it's like almost Pharaoh did that to punish him, that you put this guy in prison long ago, now you must give him your daughter. And the sons of Jacob slaughtered a kid and dipped the coat of Joseph in the blood and sent it to Jacob their father. And this man has lost his wife. On the 10th of the 7th month. And he mourned all that night, for they had brought it to him in the evening, and he became feverish with mourning for his death. And he said, an evil beast has devoured Joseph, and all the members of his house mourned. Can you imagine? With him that day, and they were grieving and mourning with him all that day. And I think some of his wives, two women died shortly after that event. And his sons and his daughter rose up to comfort him, and he refused to be comforted for his son. And on that day, Bilhah heard that Joseph had perished. She died, mourning him. Imagine that. And I don't know how they mourn that way. And I don't think this will be suicide. Just die. But of course, she's not been with her husband, with Jacob. Jacob has forsaken her. So maybe she's been in a terrible state. She's been raped by Reuben. Jacob has forsaken her. Her mistress, Rachel, had died. Now Joseph is eaten by a beast. Somehow that killed her. And she was living in Kaphratev and Dinah also. So it's like she was a little bit of close by city somewhere, or town somewhere. So this guy was like a king, Jacob, at this point. Okay? So she was living in Kaphratev, right? And Dinah also, his daughter, died. So Dinah also has been raped. Do you see death just around them like that, and raping, death, sexual immorality, and murder is just there. So Dinah is also a product, or a victim rather, of rape. Although I think Joshua says that her own brother married her somehow. That's Simeon. But she also is, I don't know, maybe she's had that pain or whatever in her, and once she heard about Joseph, that made her die. But I think she died later than that. Bilhah. So Dinah also, his daughter, died after Joseph had perished. But maybe it was also a natural death anyway. Just says after, not necessarily because. And there came these 3 mournings upon Israel. So this whole thing will come upon him. This whole thing, we can't imagine what will be happening to Israel. He's lost his wife. I mean, his life is just more or less like full of troubles. Right? From the moment of him giving that venison to his father, and his father blessed him, it was trouble. This is 20 years now, plus who knows how many years plus now. Right? So because from then he ran from Esau, was mistreated by Laban, ran from Laban back to Esau. Okay, now you're back home. Then the son rose up, you see, to defile his father's bed. From there, in fact, before then, Rachel, his wife, has died. His son was acting like that way. Then now he's one of the sons is unalived, at least as far as he knows. And then that one heard the bad news. Another wife died. From there, shortly after, his daughter died in his presence. That's a terrible thing. And this man is supposed to be so blessed. So that's why we see that as long as it appears that as long as one is in this flesh, there will usually be these trials. And one must pray when you can push it back. Okay? He's supposed to be a blessed man. He's lost his wife. Is this raping in his own home. He's lost his daughter in the same lifetime. Terrible thing for people, God forbid those who might have lost children in their, lifetime. It's not something good, right? Can you imagine? Because, of course, African tradition, the person should be buried by their children, not vice versa. And Dinah also, his daughter, they buried there. So I think in the tomb of Rachel, somewhere it says tomb of Rachel. 17, about to finish. We finish in 21, so 5 more verses. And he mourned for Joseph 1 year and did not cease, for he said, let me go down to the grave mourning for my son. For this reason it is ordained for the children of Israel that they should, watch this, afflict themselves on the 10th of the 7th month. That's like the 10th of October. Okay, somewhere in October. And I think that's the Feast of Atonement. Okay. For this reason, he said, the children of Israel, that they should afflict themselves on the 10th of the 7th month. Okay, on the day, the news which came, on the day the news which made him weep for Joseph, okay, came to Jacob, his father, and they should make atonement for themselves thereon. You see, so that day became one dark day like that. And again, don't be surprised, there must have been demonic activities around those boys. Because the moment they sold their brother, check the book of Joshua, it says immediately their heart struck them. Imagine the gift that would have come if they actually killed Joseph. And from that day, they didn't take wine, they swore amongst themselves, they were bound by that oath and by that guilt for another, who knows. At least 13 years, was in prison for 10 years, plus 2 for 12 years. Right, that's from the time he entered, the time he began to reign. And after he started reigning, I think the famine started immediately for almost another 15, 20 years. They were bound in guilt like that. And that man thought his child was dead. So that day became a dark day in the nation of that people. So that they made him weep for Joseph. Okay, read that again. So for this reason, it is ordained for the children of Israel that they should afflict themselves. That's like fasting. On the 10th of the 7th month, on the day that the news which made him weep, Jacob weep for Joseph, came to Jacob his father, that they should make an atonement for themselves thereon with a young goat, like the one they killed, on the 10th of the 7th month, once a year, for their sins. So it's like this thing stays on the DNA. The guys that literally did that, they're gone. But the children still have to continue to do this atonement, which I can imagine maybe, of course, the atonement of Yeshua has covered that. For they had grieved, maybe that's when they do Halloween, you see? There you go. Because 10th of that month will be maybe 20th something of October. So maybe that's when these guys put Halloween. For they had grieved the affection of their father regarding Joseph his son. And this day has been ordained that they should grieve thereon for their sins, and for all their transgressions, and for all their errors, so that they might cleanse themselves on that day once a year. And after Joseph perished, the sons of Jacob took unto themselves wives. Interesting. It's interesting. They just had to marry back to back. Even Benjamin probably got married before Joseph. I think from Joshua, it says Benjamin married around age 10, which suggests their physiology must have been slightly different from what we have today. So after Joseph perished, the sons of Jacob took unto themselves wives. The name of Reuben's wife is Ada. It's like the name of the first daughter in Igbo language, Ada. And the name of Simeon's wife is Adelbaa, a Canaanite. Just shouldn't have done that. And the name of Levi's wife is Melka, and the daughter of Aram, of the seed of the sons of Terah. Okay. And the name of Yehuda, Judah's wife, is Betasuel, a Canaanite. And the name of Issachar's wife is Hezakah. And the name, which is close to his own name, Issachar married Hezakah. The name of Zebulun's wife is Rasul of Mesopotamia. It's the same thing as Aram. And the name of Gad's wife, Makkah. And the name of Asher's wife, Ijona. The name of Joseph's wife, Asenath. That one's more in the future. So they just put the list there. The Egyptian. And name of Benjamin's wife, Ijasaka. Okay. And Simeon repented and took a second wife from Mesopotamia, which is Aram, as his brothers did. So we stop there to continue Jubilees 35 tomorrow by God's grace. 35. Okay. So let's have a few discussions, then we close there. Okay, any brief comments? I can't even set time. Maybe I can if I try. But let's try 3 minutes each, thereabout, if we have any comments. If not, then we can just still close there. Let me do something today. If you have not spoken, you've not said hi before, can you come up? Just say hello. Okay. Is there any new person there? To Kelvin, I've not heard from Kelvin before. I don't think I know them. Thank God James, I think he's been here before. Then Ibadin, he's been here a few times, but he's not spoken before. Then John, okay, I've spoken with John before. D-Zone, John Dar. Okay, so, yeah. Any feedbacks on the course? Those who are doing the course, how's it going? Is it, Mrs. Okoye, have you been able to start? Check 1, 2.
Not yet. So many things I need to catch up on so that I can fully focus on it. So now,
Okay. But it doesn't really take so long each day, but it might be easy to do it just after, the live we have, just after prayer, whatever you do and stuff like that. So that it links to that. And I think one thing that will make it easy is because we come here daily anyways, so good to have that flowing along. Any comments regarding the course? It's still not too late, by the way, for those who might still want to get the course. That's reasonandlearn.com. Okay, so have I missed any comments so that we close here today?
no comments so far. Shadi is just saying that Halloween is in October, actually.
Halloween is what?
October 31st.
Oh, 31st.
Numerologically, it amounts to 4.
Right.
Which is significant in a sense. But,
Mm-hmm.
all these Baba people, what they've done.
Mm-hmm. So it's just for us to, I don't know. I'm surprised that anybody who is still, even Christian, who is still doing Halloween. But people can be just mindless and just do things. That's why it's good we have guidance. Okay, we can close early today is good. So those who have not done the course, go and start your course, okay? And give us feedback. Let us know on the Telegram page how it's going, how it feels, and all of that, so that we can do that. So I can return back to the things to do. We're still having some to-dos, within the ministry. So most of it is solving any maybe feedback, whatever anybody has regarding the course. And then, did we launch something recently? Yeah, Reason and Learn is what we launched, right? And so I think we're about to begin to now give Abraham Part 2 some attention. Okay, it's just about what we are at the moment. So after that, then we have launched the Sabbath worship. So once Abraham Part 2 comes out, the way we have seen God do in this ministry is likely something else will pop up again that we are completely clueless about right now as I speak. But the upcoming whatever so far should be the conclusion of the movie, which we are 60% done, thereabout 65 for the Part 2. Yeah, so for now that's just about the only updated thing. There's some things that are kind of in the background, not necessarily for public, but that will be the next thing to look out for. And then the course graduation, when we finish the course. For those who are on the course, Reason and Learn, and it's not too late to register. So other than that, I think that's all for now. That's all for now. Everything is in order. We give thanks to God. So we'll see you again tomorrow by God's grace. Let me appreciate those who are on the live. Vessi Josh, Casalese, Engineer Aris, Baba Ladapo, Seep World, Millie, Christ Nation, Real Infinity, Hali Wolalani, Gangzi, Obiora, Thank God James, Gideon, Olushaya Kombi, Ibadine, Detobes, John, Dara, Chema Koye, and effortlessly Shade. Thank you so much for coming. So would end the live here today. So we'll see you again tomorrow, which is going to be a Wednesday. So come for another refreshing time. If you're busy, if you're less busy rather, come around. For me, I'm here every day. I'm not going to miss any day, by God's grace, so that we can get that daily. This is like it's like a real life daily devotional in that sense, but it's time bound, and it's so wonderful how many things you get to see when you're reading in group like that. It's very, very powerful. We thank God for that. So thank you, everybody. See you again tomorrow, 10 o'clock, same time. God bless you. Bye-bye. Love you all. Bye-bye. I just want to you I just want to thank you, Lord. You have been check. So good to me. Now, Lord, I can see that you love me. Oh, my King, you have been. I just wanna thank you. I just wanna thank you. You have been so good to me. Good morning, everyone. Please let's push the likes up. It's like we came late today, but let's push the likes up so we can get started. Okay, so we can just restart on how you love me. Oh, my King, you have been so good to me. Now I can see how you love me. Oh, my King, you have been. Oh, good morning, good Prince. I just wanna thank you, God. Oh, 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 I just wanna thank you, Lord. Yes. Huh? Fast. Thank you, Lord. I just wanna thank you, Lord. Okay, let's stop the screen. Add a link to link store, go live. Add a link to your store website. Make it easy for viewers to find you. No, I don't think I need that necessarily. I just wanna thank you, God. Okay. Yes, my brother. You know, there's an adage that says, "Tí ọ̀rọ̀ bá ti tó bá ti ju ẹkún lọ, ẹ̀rín ló fi ń rín." And what that means is, when a matter don't pass to cry, now laugh, you go just the laugh. That's the matter. Yeah. So the person that understood the language was, so this thing is acting up again. I just wanna thank you, God. Okay, it's not. I think it should be working. Tọ́rọ̀ bá ti ju ẹkún lọ, ẹ̀rín ló fi ń rín. When matter don't pass to cry, not to just the laugh. You know, that's the problem. So, but I was praying, but God answered me. God answered me, and I'll try to post the answer soon, maybe. But I've posted part of it this morning. Okay, hope nothing. No, it's not. Thank God, I'm fine. My family is fine. But I'm talking about, you know, the state of that precious holy land. You know, filled with God's people who have just at the very bottom of deception. You understand? So, start streaming. I just want to thank you. So they are the very bottom of deception. And deception is very big. It's very grand. They have not even begun to scratch the surface. Oh God. I don't know. They have not even begun to scratch the surface. The deception is so grand. It's so grand. It's very deep. They have not. This is part of why Enoch was crying, because Enoch is like, there is no way these people can ever figure out. You can't in a million years. You can't figure it. Keep trying multiple iterations and permutations. You can't figure it out, and you won't understand why your country, your nation is in misery. You can't understand it. We cannot. If I was in that land, I won't be doing podcast. I hope you're aware. And it's not because there is no light or there is no internet. Well, I probably will still do that, because you can't enter into the forest and start fighting. Part of the people you want to save, in fact, will be the first to kill you. But how do you stay with that kind of people and reason with them? So whether if you are not careful, say you are the one who is actually stupid, if you are trying to save that kind of people. But then you got to do what you're sent to do, you see. I just want to thank you, Lord. So it's just what the case is. For example, if I say this one now, many people will not agree and they won't like it. But they are cutting people's necks and blood. People are bleeding. By the way, I don't watch those kind of videos because I can't watch it. But they are unaliving people like this. And somebody finally got it. That is like, wow, this is so bad. Now he wants to express his revelation that, wow, they're beginning to keep people in Yoruba land or Western Nigeria that we thought was the most secure place in your own deception. Now he wants to speak the revelation he got. He's now saying, if you like, in 2027, you vote like this. You are a Yoruba man, you are a Christian man. You too, you and vote the wrong person. We will now see. You are speaking like somebody who's got serious problems. Somebody's cutting your neck real time on live camera. You are talking about 2027 elections. I'm not talking about a politician. Those ones are more or less doomed. I'm not talking about those kind of person. I'm talking about the person who knows somebody that was killed. You are talking about 2027 elections. Elections you've been doing for 6 decades. And it has not worked. Yeah. I don't understand. It's at the DNA level. It's very deep. So that's why I said, I think if you can, I can come next year, next 5 years and say something different. But what I think for now, if you have the ability to leave that place, leave it. Christy's good morning. Christy's sister, yeah, good morning from Instagram. If you have the ability to leave those places, leave the places and watch that madness from afar. Watch it from afar. It's almost like a forgotten people. That God has forsaken them. That's what I think I got. You know, the most recent update I think I've got. They are forsaken. They are forsaken. That God is tired of them. See? And one of the things he's tired of is the hypocrisy. Right? Right? He's tired of the hypocrisy. So you leave them to strong delusion. Yeah. He's tired of the hypocrisy. So, we'll do what we are sent to do. And we kind of watch it from afar, you know. So that's what we got to do. Okay. Oh, 7,000 likes already. Let's get started. Let's read scriptures. Maybe if as we read scriptures, something connected to what is going on pops up, then we'll dwell on it. It will even come out naturally. I didn't know we got 7,000 likes already. Paste that. I just wanna thank you, Lord. Oh. Okay, so let's read the book of Jubilees 35. So it's such, God allowed Satan to deceive them, you see. And Satan used the truth to beguile them, to deceive them. He used the truth. Right. So let's pray. Thank you, Father, for this morning. We thank you for the gift of life, for your grace. We thank you for bringing us to this world by your mercy and your presence and your wisdom. You have thought about these things and you have brought us here. We open our hearts to hear from these words this morning. Let your presence be with us. Let your spirit guide us. Let your grace keep us from all evil. We give you thanks, Father. We give you thanks for your grace. We ask, God, concerning those who are in captivity in your precious and holy land, in West Africa, Central Africa, we ask that you do not let the righteous suffer with the wicked. Do not let the just be condemned with the unjust. In your mercy, let your mercy reach them. We ask that you cause your people to have their eyes open so that they can see. Those who are ready, who are on their path, leaving the deception that Satan has locked the people in, help them to find the truth and help us even further to learn more and to understand more, so that we can be strong and we can do exploit. We give you thanks, Father, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we've prayed. Amen. Jubilees 35. Jubilees 35. And in the first year of the first week, that week is week of years, of the 45th Jubilee, 21:57 a.m., Rebekah called Jacob her son and commanded him concerning his father and said, okay, and regarding his brother, that's concerning Isaac and Esau, the brother of Jacob, that he should honor them all the days of his life. Honor your brother, honor your dad, okay? And Jacob said, I will do everything as you have commanded me. For this thing will be honor and greatness to me and righteousness before Yahweh, that I should honor them. And you too, mother, know know from the time I was born unto this day all my deeds and all that is in my heart, that I always think good concerning all. And how should I not do this thing which you have commanded me, that I should honor my father and my brother? Tell me, my mother, the perversity you have seen in me, and I shall turn away from it, and mercy will be upon me. And she said to him, my son, I have not seen in you in all my days, any perverse, but only upright deeds. And yet I will tell you the truth, my son, I shall die this year, and I shall not survive this year in my life, for I have seen in a dream the day of my death, that I should not live beyond 150 years. Okay? And I have completed all the days of my life, which I am to live. So that's Rebekah telling, she was very accurate. For the case of Isaac, he was not. He said he wanted to bless them before he died, but 20 years after he wasn't dead. In fact, I think Rebekah died before him. Okay, so she was quite accurate in this, and Jacob didn't believe her. Okay? And Jacob said to her, blessed am I, mother, if my days approach the days of your life, and my strength remain with me, thus as your strength. So she was quite a healthy woman. And you will not die, for you are jesting idly with me regarding your death. That's a joke. You know, Mom, you're not gonna die. And she went in to Isaac and said to him, one petition I make unto you. She didn't even reply, Jacob. Make Esau swear that he will not injure Jacob. Look at what Esau is going to say. Nor pursue him with enmity, for you know Esau's thoughts, that they are perverse from his youth. And there is no goodness in him, and he desires after you, your death rather, to kill Jacob. And you know all that he has done since the day Jacob his brother went to Haran, until this day, how he has forsaken us with his whole heart, and has done evil to us. Your flock he has taken to himself, and carried off all your possessions from before your face. Wow, so that's Esau was that bad. So watch, don't be a person that is like that is robbing your parents of the things when you should be the one giving to them. Okay? Similar to the kind of things that Cain would do. It's a terrible kind of a way to live, especially regarding to parents. And he's better against you he's bitter rather against you because you did bless Jacob, your perfect and upright son. Okay? For there is no evil but only goodness in Jacob, in him. And since he came from Haran unto this day, he has not robbed us of aught. For he brings us everything in its season, and rejoices with all his heart when we take at his hand, and when we take from him, he blesses us. Okay? And he has not departed from us since he came from Haran until this day. And he remains with us continually at home, honoring us. And Isaac said to her, I too know and see the deeds of Jacob, who is with us. Okay? Is somehow, who knows where this boy came from, this Esau came from. Who knows how he got into the womb of Rachel, into the womb of Rebecca, rather. Thank you, Father. But I loved Esau. Formally, let me read that again. And Isaac said to her, I too know and see the deeds of Jacob, who is with us, how that with all his heart he honors us. But I loved Esau formerly more than Jacob, because he was the firstborn. But now I love Jacob more than Esau. So men tends to follow structure, whatever. Anyway, And that scripture says it's because of the venison that Esau gives him. Anyway, for he has done manifold evil deeds. He said he doesn't love Esau as much anymore, and there is no righteousness in him. Look at this. For all his ways are unrighteous and violent, for there is no righteousness around him. Kutie Sumo is not even close to him. Look at this. And now my heart is troubled because of all his deeds, and neither he nor his seed is to be saved. There's no way you're living like this, and those men could tell. There's no way you're living like this and you're going to have posterity. For they are those who will be destroyed from the earth. Again, note, God will not stop the person from being barren. In fact, it's like he was more fruitful than his brother Jacob, at least at some point. Okay. Who will be rooted from under heaven. For he has forsaken Yahweh, the Almighty of Abraham, and has gone after his wives, and after their uncleanness, and after their error, he and his children. And truly his son Eliphaz and the rest were really terrible young children. And you do bid me to make him swear that he will not slay Jacob his brother, even if he swears he will not abide by his oath. You see, so Isaac is beginning to know this guy better. And he will not do good, but evil only. That's bad. We must pray, when we're having children, just pray. Just constantly be in prayer. Constantly be in prayer. You just see, God forbid, just that sibling, just that child who is just like a terrible, where did you come from? Where did you learn this from? Then the father will say, are you sure I'm the one that gave birth to this girl or this boy? Right. It's like the pure child was attacked in the womb or something worse. And he will not do good, but evil only. But if he desires to slay Jacob, his brother, watch this, into Jacob's hand will he be given. So with this, we might want to go with that narrative that says it was Jacob that unalived Esau, as against one that says it was some other descendant of Jacob. But bottom line, it was just in battle, and that was how Esau was killed. And he will not escape from his hand, for he will descend into his hands. And fear you not on account of Jacob, for the guidance of Jacob is great. And let me read that again. And he will not escape from his hand, for he will descend into his hand, into Jacob's hand. And fear not, and fear you not. He's telling Rebekah, don't be afraid for your good son, Jacob. Fear you not on occasion, or fear you not on account of Jacob, for the guardian, Ulusho Jacobu, the guardian of Jacob is great and powerful and honored and praised more than the guardian of Esau. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? So there are spirits over these sons, these guys. You could tell this one has a spirit over him. By the way, the man's sight is not even so good at that time. And Esau, yeah, he has a kind of angel that protects him also. At least that angel that must have protected him when he went to fight against Nimrod. So the angels have apparently been withdrawn from Nimrod. Because there was something with him when he was 20 years old, going into 25. He was still honoring God. But getting to 40, that's there about he missed his way. That's when he started the Tower of Babel, was worshipping gods of wood and stone. And Nimrod missed his way. God would help him to overcome battles before then. So they're guardians over you. For the guardian of Jacob is great and powerful and honored and praised more than the guardian of Esau. And Rebekah sent and called Esau, and he came to her. And she said to him, I have a petition, my son, to make to you. And do you promise? So Rebekah called Esau. So she went to it's interesting how she's passing from one person to the other. So she's gone to Jacob. Jacob said, Mama, you're not gonna die, And he left him rather, and went to the father. The father said there's no need to making this guy swear. He's not going to abide by his swearing. You see, and then he left the father and went to the Esau herself. So called Esau, and he came to her, and she said to him, I have a petition, my son, to make to you. And do you promise to do it, my son? And he said, I will do everything you say to me. I will not refuse your petition. He just wanted to hear what she had to say. And she said to him, I ask you that that the day I die, you will take me in and bury me near Sarah, your father's mother, and that you and Jacob will love each other, and that neither will desire evil against the other, but mutual love only. And so you will prosper, my sons, and be honored in the midst of the land. And no enemy will rejoice over you. Exactly. Enemy rejoices when they see, is that African adage that when brothers fight to the death over an inheritance, it is usually a stranger that takes that inheritance at the end of the day. And no enemy will rejoice over you, and you will be a blessing and a mercy in the eyes of all those all those that love you. And he said, I will do all that you have told me, and I shall bury you on the day you die near Sarah, my father's mother, as you have desired that her bones may be near your bones. And Jacob, my brother, also I shall love above all flesh. He was just giving her poetic lines. For I have not a brother in the whole earth, but him only. I have no one but him. And this is no great merit for me if I love him, for he's my brother. And we were sown together in your body. And together came we forth from your womb. And if I do not love my brother, whom shall I love? Telling her all the right things. And while we are nice and all that, this should tell you how, maybe I don't know what entered this guy, how people can speak so sweetly and they will go behind to do evil things. Actually, it didn't just go behind, it came after. You see, look at, and I myself beg you to exhort Jacob concerning me. He said, you to beg Jacob for me, right? And concerning my sons, for I know that he would, look at this, what Esau is saying. I know that he would assuredly be king over me and my sons. Like, okay, the blessing, I know the blessing is going to work. I mean, I've acquiesced, I've acknowledged, and I'm just being humble. For on the day that my father blessed him, he made him the higher and me the lower. And I swear unto you that I shall love him. So he will be king over us. So just tell him to treat us nicely. Okay? But Satan didn't leave this Esau. Good morning, Jason. Satan didn't leave this Esau. He kept pressuring him. And when he would have changed and said, let me not fight my brother, his sons have become small serpents like him. And they pushed him to that battle that eventually lost his life in the battle against Jacob. See that in the book of Joshua. For on the day, I think it's even here also in Jubilees. For on the day my father blessed him, he made him higher. Okay, so I shall love him and not desire evil against him all the days of my life, but good only. And he swore unto her regarding all this matter. And she called Jacob before the eyes of Esau, and gave him commandment according to the words which she had spoken to Esau. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. And he said, I shall do your pleasure. Believe me that no evil will proceed from me or from my sons against Esau. And I shall be first, not save in love only. Yes, you have called me the first. And this guy meant what he said, apparently, this patriarch. Okay? He said, you have said, okay, I'm the first. You have made me the higher. You have given me the blessing. But he said, I'm going to be. This is. Do you see again that law of Christ is in the book of Philippians? Let every one of you, thereabout, let every one of you esteem the other person higher than himself. All right? When it says that when he that will be Lord amongst you, let him be your servant. Okay? That law is not so new. It's not so super new Testament as such. Okay? He said, I shall be first in nothing except in love only. So this love thing is not so new. And they ate and drank. And she and her sons, okay, that night, and she died. 3 jubilees and 1 week and 1 year old. I think that's 149, thereabout. 3 jubilees is 49 times 3, so that's 150 minus 3. Right? 3 jubilees, right, is 49 times 3, that's 50. 150 minus 3, that's 147. And 1 week plus 147 plus 7, that's 154. And 1 year, 155. Maybe. I thought she said 150. So on that night, okay, and her 2 sons, Esau and Jacob, buried her in the double cave near Sarah, their father's mother. There's more detail to that in the book of Joshua. Okay? So that's the end of that chapter. Is there any comments, is Is there any comments, any questions? So we touch on that, or we just do one more chapter? Okay. There's a way God cleanses, helps me, I think, but I think that will be applying for just about, that would apply for just about anybody else. Okay? The way God cleanses you of the blood of men. Because, reconcile what? Esau has two different accounts. Yes, that's one of the discrepancies. Okay? But then it's not, like I used to say, those are not, now that's a clear discrepancy, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's enough reason to discard the Bible. Even science that people are now worshiping like a god, indeed is a religion. They make mistakes, okay? So it might have been something somewhere, some translation, some whatever. Right? Is that what you're saying? The death of Esau, yeah. So one says that it was Jacob that shot an arrow from the top of the tower, probably Tower of Abraham, and shot Esau with an arrow. Okay, another one says it was when Jacob was to be buried, and that's very contradictory. There's no way you can reconcile those two. Okay, so that was when Jacob was about to be buried, that they were fighting to not bury Jacob, and one of the sons of Jacob somewhere, who was somehow deaf, just said, who is causing this trouble? And they point to Esau, and he shot an arrow to Esau. So that's contradictory. So that's one of those I've not been able to reconcile. So did Satan Yahoo people fighting and taking land, claiming their cousins, based on Esau and Jacob? No, theirs is based on Israelites and Philistines, which apparently is the Palestinians. But you enter science, they will tell you Philistines is different from. Yes, it's fake. That's why I'm saying the deception is very massive. So it's like you're watching a movie and people are confused in the movie, and you can see the whole plot. They call it plot twist in movie. This is like, it will make a blockbuster movie. Okay? This is like, the way they would do a movie, and some way you never expected the hero will come from there. Suspense fulfilled. But it's not suspense to God. Some of it is not suspense to some of us. Okay? But the deception is very deep. So maybe we'll talk on the Nigeria matter a little bit. Okay? So it's just unaliving. But then they've been unaliving people in Hausa land all this while. And we didn't talk so much. We talked about it too, but now the noise is getting louder because most people getting towards that southwestern Nigeria, they have more internet. So now they're talking about the people they're killing in Ogbomosho. So, but let me just have a look. Oh. Let me just speak. So, the deception is very massive, is very multi-layered and very convoluted and well organized. The complexity and the longevity of the problem that the human race is facing is definitely longer than any human life and more complex than a natural human mind can construct. It's deeper. If you really understand it, you understand something is really happening. Welcome, Enoch. Okay? Look at what the British did. They hand over, crafty council, who are descendants of Esau today. There's some that are whitish. I think there is Esau mixed with Cyprus, kitten. So there are some Esauic Edomitic people in Europe, okay? So they may be right if they say some part of the British people, or Germanic people who became the head of the British people today were Esauites, okay? And maybe there will still be some purer Esau breed within Africa. But I don't know if I can tell them except by the way they behave. But then we don't need division in Africa. The problem is very complex, okay? I don't like using that word complex at all. But it's not difficult to understand. But it's very convoluted. But it's very easy to understand. Well structured, well planned, spanned over time. Okay? So it's something that has to be dealt with carefully. But there are some people in Africa that by their behavior, you might be able to suggest they're Esauite. But you don't need that kind of division right now. Okay? Africa doesn't need that division. The people we are dealing with, if you are looking for an enemy, you're looking for the Nephilim. Yeah, Esau might be an enemy. Indeed, they might be to the Israelites, okay? But we have a bigger problem than Esau right now. We have a bigger problem than even Canaan right now. Red and violent Esau key maker. So we have a bigger problem than Esau right now. Timberlex, how are you doing? Good morning. Timberlex.
I told John, I wasn't make me John.
So,
good morning.
Did you request intentionally?
No, it wasn't. Sorry.
Was it intentional? It was not intentional.
It was intentional. Sorry.
Okay, good to have you here. Where are you calling from, though, before I let you go? London.
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been, known about our channel and the things we teach?
Okay, I've seen the interview with you and the lady where you were teaching her, some of these things. And I've been doing my own research about it. So sometimes
when did you find this? Yeah.
I join. I don't join all the time, but sometimes if I'm free.
2 months ago, 2 years ago, 3 days ago, the first time.
I think it started last year. I think it started last year. Yeah.
Fair enough. It's okay. So, random question, because I'm trying. There's a way you reason at the time. You wonder if you're the one who, if you need somebody to reason with you. But you understand there's some killings that happened yesterday, 2 days ago, right? In southwestern Nigeria, we heard.
Yeah, I think my colleague was talking about it yesterday.
Right.
Is it the school one that they killed? They slaughtered.
Yeah, and they did it on camera. I wouldn't watch those kind of things, but anyway, let me let you go. Let me continue what I was going to say. Let me not put you on the spot. You didn't plan to come up, but thank you. Let me continue what I was going to say. So the problem. Yes, thank you, my brother. So the problem is very complex, or let me say very convoluted, very composite. So if you want to know who might be Esau in Africa, and there will be purer breed of Esau, not this fake Esau in the Europe, okay? There's some mixed breed Esau there, like she mentioned, Duke. Someone ancient Hebrew over that. Yeah, dukes, okay? So dukedoms, and you hear Duke as part of the chieftaincy they will give British people, okay? So that gives you an idea. You see red dragons and all of that in their logos. But if you want to see purer breed Esau, check the people who prefer other people to rule over them. That's one of the indicators of who an Esauite is, okay? Who an Edomite is. They like other people to reign over them. They would rather have other people reign over them than people that are like them, or people from amongst them. Okay, so that's one indicator. They will also hate their brother. Now you know where you probably find Hebrews, but they will hate they will hate Jacob. They will hate their brother so much. So let me not say more than that, because things are very volatile nowadays, and the problem is so big you can't discuss with someone who will not calm down to listen. Okay, so they would probably misinterpret it, but everybody can be saved. They can have a change of heart. There are some people that get saved through their mind. There's some is through their heart. Some open their heart first. Some open their mind first. So that's an indicator of who Esau might be in Africa today. And also, they are likely to be, because when you check the way the map is, even mainstream Christianity, mainstream theology will agree with you, that you have Samaria in the north, you have Judah just south of that. You go further south, you begin to get to the land of Esau. Doesn't mean the people are Esauites. I've not said so, because some of you know the areas I'm talking about already. But the land of Esau will be further south of your Yaoundé, of your Judah rather. Okay, so that's the spirit of Esau. Right. So that's to answer that question. So let's talk on Nigeria's matter. So it's fairly complex, but what they have done is they have, with the help of the Vatican and the deep state, most of which are not human beings. Like I said, their intelligence with which they created this problem is deeper than what a person can sit down to think. and the longevity with which they have kept the plan going, now centuries long, it shows that the person who is the project manager for this global confusion and deception is not a person whose lifespan is 70 years like a normal human being, 100, 200 years, no. So it's coordinated by a much higher intelligence and a much longer longevity. Or where they did that confusion from is a very deep place. Right? You can't figure it out in 1,000 years. Okay? So, on one hand, they allowed one part of, let's say Nigeria, because we're talking about Nigeria a little bit, they allowed them to continue with Islam and to continue with the madness of which, more or less, Islam is a product of the Vatican at the end of the day. Okay? So, they continued with Islam and they gave the deception of Roman Catholicism and now modern day Christianity, what I call Christianese, they gave it to another half. And they just left them to grow for 50 years, right? 100 years, yes, the red shields. Let them grow for 100 years. Like you are breeding a cat here, and you're breeding a mouse here. And all of a sudden you lifted the gate after 2 years of breeding those two, or 3 months, or 5 years, whatever. And they started eating each other up, and you're staying out there. So when this one eats this one up, then you come to take their land at the end of the day. So that's a kind of a simplistic way to describe what's going on. It's not something that one lifetime can comprehend. No. It's not something that one lifetime can comprehend. In fact, just to understand it, I'm not talking about even planning it. To understand it alone takes almost a whole lifetime. How much more planning and executing it? You see. So it's just using biological natural enemy against each other. Okay, second Esdras. When did Esau's kingdom end? Does Esau have a kingdom as such? I don't know. I don't know so much about Esau's kingdom. I know, yeah, well, they call it dukedoms, okay? They call it dukedoms. So, he's still on. I don't know if that question is so important. But like I said, we have a bigger problem than Esau right now. Let's assume, for some reason, that Esau and Jacob is Kenyans are the Jacob, and the Esau is South Africans, and now Esau is trying to kick out Kenyans and Zimbabweans and Swahilis, and Zambians from their country, Mozambicans, not knowing that not even the real enemy, because like I said, it's multi-stratified, but a closer person to your enemy is right there. Like the joke that these guys will do with the video skit, that they will show a Zulu South African trying to be violent and will shout at people that look like him and send them out. When he enters a white man's company and he says, he's about to say that they should employ their own people, and he will say very respectfully, he will put down his weapon and say respectfully. So that's a bigger problem, I mean, that you have to deal with. You see, so it's a big deception. But one of the most hypocritical people you will find in the world, you find them in southwestern Nigeria, right? It's easy for me to say that because that's where I was born. So other people have their own problems too. But I can say this one slightly more boldly because that's where I came from. That's where I was born. Right. So that's where you find the most hypocritical people. But there is this spell, and that's what many atheists saw, and they began to shout and curse God. Now, I'm not excusing what they're doing. I'm just explaining it, okay? They began to curse God and say, there is no God, there is no this. There's something they saw, right? And it's important what they saw. I understand why they're doing that. It's not right, but it's understandable. And what they saw is that you will notice some characteristics with this thing I call the Christianese religion. Okay? You will discover that the Yoruba Christian or the Nigerian Christian, okay, especially in Nigeria, especially in West Africa, because What Lagos is to southwestern Nigeria is what southwestern Nigeria is to Nigeria, is what Nigeria is to West Africa, is what West Africa is to Africa, is what Africa is to the world. So there's a concentration in that place that spreads all through the world like that, and is concentric like that. Okay? So sometimes I use them almost interchangeably because it depends on what scale you want to deal with, you see. Right. But the core of it is in Lagos. So there is this thing that follows the Christianese religion. And I think God's Spirit was showing me, right? And that is that the Nigerian Christian, you will discover that Christianese religion is what I call it. I don't want to say Christianity so that in case someone is recording this, it doesn't offend somebody at the first mention, because it is one thing to see that there's a problem. It's another thing to understand the problem. It's another thing to have the articulacy to explain the problem. There's another thing to have the visibility, to have the influence for your explanation of the problem that you saw to reach the world. So it's multiple layers of hurdles to cross. So we're trying to keep the message as easy to understand for people as possible, because people are touchy, they're quicker to respond, their attention span is shortening, and all of that. So that's why we try to keep the thing as meandering past those roadblocks as possible. Okay, so there's this thing about the Christianese religion that it makes the people that do it, number one, you're very docile. Docile means passive. You're just inactive. You're just like, it just makes you just more or less dumb. Okay, that's one. Number two, the Christianese religion makes you very, very, very far from pragmatism and practicality in every way in your life, right? It makes you very far from pragmatism and practicality. And by the time we try to explain to the Christianese rather, that this logic you're working with, it only works when your generator is on, right? And when your mic is on. And the mic you are boasting with, it was the Chinese that made it, right? You are far from practicality, right? Check the Christianese. I'll continue with that list, but this part is very important. The Christianese, the Nigerian Christian, West African Christian rather, wants to ride the biggest car, but he does not know how to make a car. He wants to eat the best meals, but he will not go to farm. You see? You see these insurgents happening in Nigeria, right? This unaliving they're doing in southwestern Nigeria now, coming close to these Christianese people. Check. And what will happen eventually is there would maybe be a civil war, which would be a good thing in a way. TikTok, that's for entertainment purposes. I'm talking about Star Wars. So don't come and ask me foolish questions. So when that war happens, if it happens, the people that are likely, watch this, people that are likely to stay on the battle lines first will not be these Christianese people. It won't be them. Guess who? To be the Muslim Yoruba that will go forward first. It will be the African traditionalist Yoruba that will go forward first, not the Christianese one. If they will go at all, they will be at the very end. And if there is some form of victory or ventilation, guess who will shout the loudest that it was their spirituality that made them win? It is the Christianese people. So do you see the height of hypocrisy? So you want to drive the biggest cars, you don't know how to make a car. You want to eat the best meals. You are the ones that will wear the most expensive acrylic nails. Okay, take the food now that they have brought to your kitchen and cook for your daughter. Obiri? Cook for your daughter, cook for your child. No, you don't want to mess up your nails. You go and get one Muslim girl, one traditionalist girl. Later you say the girl is a witch. You that is not a witch, you can't cook. You understand? And you will take that nails. You can say you don't want to mess up your nails. And the girl will cook for your daughter. Do you see how far? And if the person doesn't make that nails, they may not even let you preach because you are not Christian enough to preach. Okay, where did they make their acrylic nails from? From your colonizer. I still spoke about Arsenal match. I've posted it. Some of you have seen it. Right? You are the ones that watch football the most. You are the one that will stand on your altar and preach about Arsenal on the altar. Check Islam. Islam is not better, by the way. Okay, the truth. I'm attacking this in that sense because it's closer to the truth, and Satan has taken the truth and they beguiled you with it. You will not see Afar. Let us now win today in the midst of his Quran. He will not do that. But now you go do it. Why? Yet you've got the closer thing to the truth, but Satan has to use the closest thing to your stuff to beguile you. So they are the ones who want to eat the best meals, but you can't go to the farm. You are the ones who want to, what's other thing? Okay, money, security, right? You are the ones who, because, well, I'm going to mention that just at the end of my list, okay? I'm going to mention that just at the end of my list, which I can already straight away, okay? To say that the reason why this is so, why the Christianese, yeah, the southwestern Nigeria Christianese is the most deceived human being in the world. Thereabout, and I mean that almost literally. The most hypocritical set of species you will find in this earth, that is where you will find them. The most person so sunk in cognitive dissonance, that's where you will find them. That's where you find that species. The reason is because that Christianese religion, guess where it came from? It came from America, the headquarters of deception, the moonlanders. They're the one that curated that religion and gave it to you. But guess what the problem is? They have found a way to curate that religion for themselves, and they call themselves a Christian nation. In other words, they've taken what looks like Christian, what looks like something, they've shaped it and carved it to suit their life, and they're running it. But their own Christian religion would unalive people if they need to, and they would find a way to cleanse themselves. Okay? Their own Christianese religion have found a way to steal people's resources and be clean. Their own Christian religion has found a way to do whatever they want to do, and they align it. But you take that religion hook, line, and sinker. I'm talking about Christianese religion, not Christianity necessarily, so you don't throw me paper stones, right? They have found a way to use that religion, right? And they have the antidote for it. It's a mad drug, mad poisonous thing. But you two, they chop them. They are eating that Christianese. You two are eating it with them. But they have the antidote. You do not. If they watch Arsenal match, you see them in the Emirates Stadium, they say, yo, yo, yo. The guy knows he's going to a house. There's a heater in that house that will keep him warm. Most of them. But you say, yo, 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 before you finish, they have killed your cousin somewhere and they're showing his blood on the internet. And you are still watching Arsenal with them. You see where the problem is? You see? That's why I had to call it Christianese, so that it doesn't sound like, what happened? Have you backslide? So that's why. So you want the best of things. You want to buy the iPhone. And people will give testimony about buying an iPhone on the pulpit nowadays. I don't know. I've not seen one, but I can imagine. What would they not give for a testimony nowadays? And I had one person say, I can't use Android though. What do you know the meaning of Android? Do you know how the thing works? You don't know. You can't use Android. Why? Because somehow somebody told you somewhere that, iPhone is better. Of which even technically, let's even leave this topic. Let's assume on a plain white slate, Android and iPhone will charge you money. It's meant for, let me not sound as if I hate iPhone. Because some people now, their religion is iPhone. So let me leave them with their own religion too. I have one, by the way, it's what I'm using for this. I hardly touch it. So it's not saying it's bad or good. I just use the tool. It's simple, you see. But let's leave that one. So you want to use the best phones. So your security, like I said, is not the Christianese. It's not the Christianese West African guy that will go and fight that battle. Okay? The reason why I'm removing East Africa from this thing and Southern Africa and Central Africa, I see some boldness. I see some level of that docility is not there. You understand? Docility is not there. So with regards to security, so because it came from the Western world, this Christianese religion, you would always depend on your government for your security. You would depend on what else? On the Western world for your education. What else? Money. For your money, of course, you depend on the dollar. For your security, you depend on so-called police. Go and search who invented the Nigerian police. It was from the British company. It's a British something that became the Nigerian police today. And it was not meant to protect the people. So for your security, you would depend on the government. For your security, money, food. For the food, you will wait for one old man, perhaps a Muslim man, perhaps an African traditionalist man, because your Christianese rather, will teach you that if you are a young man and you go to farm, to nshishe owo, to nwa okada, to nshe vulcanizer, to nshishe electric, you are a plumber. The Christianese will teach you that if you are a plumber, you are a poor man. You have not received Christ. Jesus is not boiling in you. If Jesus is boiling in you, you will not be a plumber. You will be sitting in an office with acrylic nails, typing on the laptop. That's the high calling you have been called to. That's what Christianese will teach you. Now you cannot grow your own food. You can't change a bulb. You can't cook food for your children because you have become a Christianese. You see. And that's how America is. But like I said, they have a landing spot for theirs, right? They have the antidote to the poison they are consuming. Check. An average southwestern Nigerian Christian like myself, right, would not want to be a plumber. You would not want to be an electrician. You would not want to ride Okada because it's a dirty job. Jesus is clean. Jesus is white. So you go and make your hair like Jesus' hair. Yeah? If Jesus' hair no do, you buy wig. You join them. So it's a serious problem. So it's very deep. It's very deep. So your food, your clothing, your shelter, what else? Food, clothing, shelter. I don't know. If they will get to begin to learn anything at all, they will now go and start learning tech. I know tech too. I've learned tech too. You see? Waiting my bone straight week. Maybe you are in Australia now. You have taken the antidote already. Me too. I'm doing what they call a podcast. For say I do a good motion now, I'm not going to do podcast at the moment. So kila solo jari kishari do just borotan so. It's how they talk before him. So food, clothing, shelter, security. They cannot handle gun. Okay, now after that. We have talked about they are the most docile. They are the most after docility. The next thing is lack of pragmatism and practicality. It's just not there. Okay, don't worry, we'll take guests later. Lack of practicality and pragmatism is not there. Next, you will find that is where you see the greatest pride. Of course, that was already coming. Okay. We shall wait first now. We'll bring you up later. So lack of what's the next one I mentioned about? There is that docility, there is lack of practicality and pragmatism. Then the next one is how there is pride. Yes, there is this very, very flaky pride out of nowhere. And pride and deception, they are 5 and 6. You see? Even the blessing is mainly result of yes, not to work with their own hands, indeed. Right. So there is this pride is also there. Pride. Excessive, baseless pride. You understand? Yeah, pride and ego. Excessive, baseless pride. Another thing you will find among these Christianese. Talk. Everything has become oratory. Everything has become oratory. Very, very talk. Exactly like America that will talk. Meanwhile, yes, that's against action. Meanwhile, when Donald Trump is saying, yo, we did this, we did that, we are this, we are coming to save Africa. Like somebody is saying that when America is bringing aid to Africa, and they're saying, I've forgotten the way he did it. It's just like the one I said that is abusing China and saying China is the problem. China. Meanwhile, the mic he's talking with is made from China. His mic is made from China. There's none of the fat, all of their fat, hardly any of their fat engineers, and the mannerless children they're raising that can sit down and make a microphone. No. At best, he would know maybe how the thing works and talk. But to make it is a world of difference, understanding something by learning about it and doing it. So that's another thing you find with the Christianese. Another one you will find, another symptom of this Christianese religion is you discover that they are very ephemeral, and these things overlap slightly. They are money out of gold. So they are very, very ephemeral, very, very, very ephemeral and mundane, right? And let me not go that area, because like I said, we have to avoid some pitfalls, because you will touch people's personal things they've been so enmeshed with. You can talk about Arsenal like that. Some people will still not like you because you say Arsenal. I talk about some things, you talk about some things, they will not like it. So let me not go in that direction. So there's been too many pitfalls anyway, so we have to avoid those. But the Christianese religion makes you very, very ephemeral and very, very, very mundane. Very ephemeral and mundane. Yeah. Testimonies that glorify themselves are not God. Makes you very ephemeral and mundane. There's a way, when I first saw the video, the first one I made, okay? When I saw the video I made, the video of a woman who was begging, oh, come and save us, this and the woman, the kidnapping of Bomosho, I was paying and all of that, and I made a video, but of course, I remember them in prayers that I would normally make. And then when I then heard about the people that are, that I heard in the video, of course, like I said, I wouldn't watch that kind of video. But when I heard about the video of someone who's been alive and all that, amongst those, it's as if the burden I had in my spirit reduced somehow. Not like despair, no, but the burden just reduced. There's a way that, because I've spoken, and like I said, the least you can do is speak, okay? Perhaps the only thing you can do is speak. Prayer is a subset of speaking also. So, but the moment I spoke and, I did those things, there's a way the burden lifted. I felt as though I've been poured from the blood of men in a way, right? I feel as if I've done what I can do. That's why I started today's live by saying there are unaliving people, blood like this. I've not seen it. I can't watch it, okay? And you're talking about, this thing is bad. I beg, 2027, let's vote. 2027, let's vote. We are going to vote. Let me talk like a Yoruba man. We are going to vote. No nonsense voting this time. We are going to vote. What's wrong with you? Voting. They are cutting somebody's neck. You're talking about 2027 vote. Hey, the brainwashing is strong. And don't ask me what to do if you're not voting. What did the people do that you are all over the internet? What did them do? Okay. Waiting them do. What did they do? You understand? It's so simple. But then you will see Christian doctrine that will be against that. Okay, but matrix is not successful yet. Right. So there's a lot of pride. There's a lot of pride. It's a lot of pride. So that's the way, again, you will see the highest amount of division. Because check, doctrine has almost become the middle name of Christianity. Christian doctrine. Have you heard of Islam doctrine before? Of course, of which the word is supposed to be an innocent word in the Latin, which means to teach. Okay? Have you heard Islam doctrine before? These are the things I think God's Spirit was showing me because I was praying in my heart. Even today, the things that I still share today was from prayer too. And God decided, okay, let me have mercy on you. Let me show you what's happening to your generation. That's where you find the highest amount of division. Division. They cannot agree on almost anything because everybody is talking. Okay? Because everybody is talking. And everybody is prideful. Everybody's talking and prideful. So that's where you find the highest amount of division. Okay? within Christianese division, you see. So it's all overlapping, you see. Again, that's where you find, to be mundane, to be ephemeral, and also to be so transient in the way, so short-sighted, short-memoried, right? That's where you find it also. Okay? That's where you find the worst short memory, you see. So, so that's what you see, you know. The worst cognitive dissonance is where you find it. That's where you find it. So we'll take guests soon. We'll take guests soon. So, so at the end of the day, what this whole thing does, one way to summarize the whole of this characteristics of the Christianese, religion, one of the ways to summarize it, and you find that Christianese is in America mostly. It's not even so much in the UK, a little bit, but it's worse in America. And of course, the imported American, let me tell you another thing. So when you begin to see these patterns, it helps you to see maybe where the problem came from. There is one father of the faith, then it's passed on now. Okay, with due respect to him, there was a time he went to America, and one of his own fathers of the faith, like I said in one of the interviews, check everybody's fathers of the faith, father, father's father, is ending up in America. Okay? So, one of the fathers went to America to his own father in the Lord, and that father was an American, apparently. Okay? Now, I don't know what the intentions were or are, okay? So I don't know, but I'm just saying what happened. If it was he himself saying this testimony. And he said this father in the Lord showed him houses, 3 houses. And he saw the first one, he said, oh, he liked the house. And then he saw the second one, he said, oh, he forgot about the first one. Then he showed him the third one. Long story short, that father in the Lord who is American is getting this African father in the Lord who had a membership of maybe 2,000, maybe 5,000, I don't know. But earning in Naira. Okay? And trying to get him to get a mortgage in America. Trying to get him to get a mortgage in America. And again, I think both of them are good men, but the spirit controlling that matter is deeper than being good. Culture is a very dangerous spirit. It's just like music. That's, like I said, that's our reason and learning course we're doing. There is political and leadership. There is pastoral and spiritual matters and religion. And there's matter of media and culture. That's where you find music and media and things that influence people. When did all the women agree that they will start opening their breasts like this? They didn't do a meeting, right? When did all the men agree that we'll all start buying PS5? That's what shows you're a big boy. Meanwhile, you're 45 years old. You buy PS5 and post it on the internet. How did that come to be? You understand? Culture is a powerful thing. Very subtle. It supersedes all your spirituality. You understand? So culture is very powerful. When did all the men agree that we'll start cutting this part? You go, you know. Let me not say that, it will affect some people too. Because I bob the head too. Although this one is not, I have not done it well. I suppose fade and where this place will now be flat. But I remember it's the chicken. It's chicken, we used to cut the hair like that. You bob hair for chicken. So when did all the men have a meeting that we'll start cutting our hair like that? This place will now, there was no meeting. You see, that's the most subtle one. So what was controlling these 2 men? I don't think they're evil men, but I'm just saying what happened. I'm going somewhere with that story. So, this father in the Lord that is an American is trying to get this African father in the Lord to other fathers in the Lord in Africa to come get a mortgage in the US. Meanwhile, his church is in Africa. And guess what he was telling him? That don't worry, you can start living in the house now and you keep paying. Of course, that's the idea of a mortgage. And thank God to show that the man is even a good man in that sense. Again, said God told him that if you stay in that house, he said his wife was very excited. There's something I wanted to say, but I can't. Like I said, there's many pitfalls to avoid. There are things I will say that will offend you, even you that are listening to me. It will offend you. It will offend you. It will offend you. So, yeah, blessings, Oluseyi Akanbi. they have sent your message to me, Oluseyi Akombi, so they will give you how to get to do about the course, okay? When you said me, I won't be offended, Chioma is laughing. She's like, that's a very familiar line. That line is very familiar. I've seen this movie before. Oh, God help us. He said, test us. Don't worry, the test will come later. So, yeah, good morning, Olude. So, so this father-in-law, to show that he's really a good man, he said God told him that if you sleep in that house, he has not even bought the house yet. He said if you sleep in America, that, let's debate. Maybe men debate. If you want debate, just wait for 15 minutes, we'll talk. Or 20. God told him, if you sleep in the house, I'll kill you. So the man left the house. Literally, he booked a flight and left the US and came back to Africa. And he said he was again thinking that, hey, that if he has got a house, then it was just $4 million, okay? So that if you had to buy that house, if he was to buy that house, even his offering is not up to whatever, and he would have been paying maybe $1,000 every month, and his offering, everything is not more than $300. Guess what would have happened to that man? He would have pressured his church. And he said he liked the house so much. Swimming pool is like heaven. He said he was speaking in tongues, and he was like, hey, this house is from God, okay? But guess this is the moral of the story. Like, again, culture and some bigger powers was bigger than those two men, of which I think both of them were good, okay? But secondly, guess what? Did you know that around this same time when they were getting that man of God, okay, this is the key to tell you that this thing is, that's why the people in the world are saying that we're in a simulation. Only in Cotton Reed, there's something that they saw where they say, it's as if everything is just planned. This is a simulation. That's the meaning of a simulation in technology, okay? Sometimes tech, computer technology is to create something as though it is real, okay, just to see how things will be, okay? So what you would see, the moral of the story, part of it is that, did you know that about that time was when America and the three-lettered organization were coming into Nigeria to they didn't force them, to get Nigeria to take loans. The same time. You'll be surprised. It's the exact same time when there was the oil boom started becoming the oil doom. Do you see? Yeah. I just read about the Solomon knot and seal, the Nigerian colonial flag, Yoruba culture and Yoruba royal symbol. Yeah, they're there. So like I said, this thing is massive, but it can be understood. But you see somebody that has not even had lunch, and Boko Haram is almost jihadists are almost going to slaughter him the next week, that you start explaining these things to. You can't. So maybe God is going to do, I don't know, maybe those in diaspora, the least you can do your shift. They've put you in very stupid, messy jobs. It's fine. I've done them myself. What am I talking about? So, and then, the jobs can be very simple, but you discover it's not a job. It's to steal your prime from you. That's part of why it is stupid. That's why they won't give a mortgage to a 45-year-old man. They'll give it to you when you're 25. Because, let me leave that matter. So, it's the same time when they are getting the Nigerian politicians, That's why they're getting the Nigerian politicians to begin to take loans. That's when the oil boom started becoming the oil doom. So when you discover that the prices of oil for OPEC countries and all of that are getting in trouble, the prices have crashed. Just rather than staying up in that ego, that's a little bit of the ego and the pride we're seeing Christianese have. But the ego of the Christianese is even worse than that of the politician in some cases. So rather than dropping that ego and say, hey, oil is gone, let's go back to our culture. No, you want to maintain that expenditure. So you have to borrow to make up for it. That loans have not finished till today for 50 years. They are not done with it till today. So as they are fingering the brain of your preachers, they are fingering the brain of your politicians also. So all were coming to emerging, because the whole deception came from one spot, spread into 1,000 points of light, and it's going to merge later in the future. That's what I wanted you to see. The same time. So who sits down and plans something like that? A normal human being cannot plan something like that. And it's not random. It's not random. And look at the hypocrisy. If you can look at that and say that these events are not random. Uncle, they are telling what they're telling preachers that are different demography, different stuff, is the same thing they're telling politicians, and everything is happening in so much symphony. If you can understand with your intelligence that that is not a coincidence, right? How can you not understand that this world could not have come from a big bang? That's hypocrisy. That's what Jesus told them, right? That if you can read the signs of the heavens, you can tell, today is going to be cold. Oh, today there's going to be rain. You can read that, and you can't read the signs of the time. Then he said, don't ask me for another sign. Then you're hypocrites. You see? He says they are hypocrites. So one way to summarize everything you will see in the Nigerian Christianese religion is a bubble of hypocrisy. And I think they're about to burst that bubble. When I was praying yesterday night, I feel almost as if God is also wanting to watch what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you what I felt. And I don't think that feeling was coming from me. Right? Because it's just like when Enoch was seeing that vision, he was weeping, God was laughing. He was weeping for the people. They're about to be unalive. Look at the sheep, they're being eaten. God, what can we do? What can we do? God is laughing. I'm the one that made it happen. That's the kind of feeling I had, I got yesterday. Okay? So, but if you talk too much, they will say it's because you're not educated. Look at him, he's a pastor, his member is small. That's why he's speaking against the bigger pastors. He doesn't have big church, that is why. There's one old man that has been speaking on the internet. I still don't feel that release to start mentioning names yet. And he's telling people that, there is this girl that has been kidnapped. People are arguing about Rolls Royce and about buildings and cars. What is wrong with you? Some will comment, it's because his church is small. He's an old, bitter old man. Young man will tell you, say he's too young. It's because he's not smart. It's because they are rebellious generation. I feel as if God himself is wanting to watch that. Let's see even God said they will enjoy in a movie. Right. So, but I think it feels almost as if God might want to burst that bubble. Because like I've said before, let's assume, because we are praying, God, deliver your people, save those who are kidnapped. Okay, after they are kidnapped, would they not kidnap more? Let me take the solution one step further. Okay, you have saved all the kidnapped people, right? And now you hand over victory to them, okay? You now hand over victory to these Christianese people in the present state of mind that they have, without that bubble being burst. You give them the victory. Guess who will shout the loudest? And now say, you see, that time I was praying. And then the Lord said deliverance is coming. I saw a prophecy. Okay, and all of that. Yeah, the one that will shout the loudest. Agabagibi. Is a Yoruba word. It means hypocrisy. Alagabagibi. So God has helped me to understand that Hebrew language, which I'm grateful for. But they have flogged it out of, it's part of what we're saying. They have flogged it out of you in secondary school, in primary school. They call it what do they call it? They call it vernacular. So you understand that the problem you're dealing with is at the depths of the depths. By the way, even your presidents, right? Your presidents, because literally every nation, because talking about security, most of you Christianese would depend on your nation's police force. You would depend on your nation's police force and the government to solve you. Somebody still say this. I saw one video this morning. With due respect to the guy, with due respect to the guy, said this killing must stop. I think he's even a comedian. Said this killing must stop. When it was in Hausa, we said it is far. When it was in Jos, we said it was Middle Belt. When it was in Yoruba land, now we are getting to reality. So therefore, this killing must stop. So therefore, Mr. President, do something. What you are doing, you don't deserve a second time. And he ended the video. I said, "Bito ye de lo sode." You don't hear me no demon sode. So you would depend on the government, of which every nation, literally every nation in this world, literally every nation in this world is under the control of the deep state. They are not aware. In fact, I'm not even talking about the Nephilim yet. Even the human controllers of the deep state, Your president is so far below the hierarchy that there's at least 2, 3, 4 layers between those controlling this world. Between those controlling this world and your president, let's say Nigeria, for example. He does not even have access. Ordinary Gilbert Chaguri, Lebanese, is controlling his economy. You understand? So just give them one small, give them one small Lebanese, give Chinese or whatever girl to sleep with, give them a few cars, give them a few billion naira here, give them loans from IMF, they're okay. They will sell you 10,000 times. They do not even have the dignity to stand before some of, like, what's the Klaus Schwab cannot listen to your president in the first place. They can't be in the same meeting, very unlikely. So it's so far below the hierarchy of the deception. Just a little tap of a button like this, your president would flip like that. You see? So it's like a poultry. And there's one of the chicken that is a little bit, just a little bit. So they leave that one there. So it's literally like a poultry. That's why the man that is calling the thing zoo, he was partly right. Although I can't fully blame him, but he was a bit excessive. Not excessive is the thing. It's the passion that pushed him there to that extent. Such a passionate man. You see, how many people have you killed? How many people have you killed? Kill more. He's a very passionate man. Okay. So the passion was much. Okay. And it was hard for him to contain and to articulate. Yeah, the zeal ate him up. I can't blame him. Can't blame him. You see. The thing was, it was so passionate. That's what they see. When they see you, it almost runs you mad. But what can you do? Just do what you've been sent. So it takes a lot of, like I said, you need to first see the problem. And then next, you need to understand the problem. Some have not even seen the problem. They're watching Arsenal match. Watch Arsenal, though. I didn't say don't watch Arsenal. Okay? But it takes a little bit of attention to see the problem. Okay? Number 2, then understand the problem. And then be able to articulate it properly. That part is important. That's the part where I think maybe he missed it a little bit. And it's easy to say. It's not easy. Okay? So, articulated it and he explained it very clearly. He wasn't mixing words, which is brilliant. But then he's talking to too many mad and stupid people. Don't cast your pearl before swine. Eh? Lest the scriptures didn't say the swine will reject your offering. That's not the only thing they will do. Of course, they won't accept it. If you cast your pearl before swine, they will not just reject it, they will trample upon it. Your precious words, precious pearls, they will trample upon it. They won't stop there. They will turn again and rend you. Yeah, that's what you do when you give your pearl to swine. So he gave his pearl to too many swine. I was putting pearl in their hands. Hold it, hold it. They punched his face with the hand. So it requires you see the problem, you understand it, and to articulate it properly requires quite some skill, some help, some grace, help from God. Then to even have the audience, eventually God will give you influence. So there are many people that they've not understood it fully, but the passion make them speak, and they speak half and they look like a fool because they only saw part of the problem. And the moment they saw the problem, some from seeing the problem, they got into the streets, they went to do protest, which is understandable. Some, okay, they started having some understanding. Their eyes started opening, like it says in the book of Enoch, that some of the sheep started having, the smaller sheep, their eyes started opening and they started seeing. They started seeing. And from there, they went to speak on just pastors. All these pastors are evil. And people looked at you, look at wasted generation. You are rebellious. Some saw it and say, hey, this president is bad. They arrested him because they only saw part of the problem. You see, so it's a little bit of step, and I pray God will help us. Okay. So that's what it is. It's a deep. It's deep, and even your president doesn't have a clue what's going on. It's just being used to a large extent. So that's it. So what can we do? Is simple. Keep increasing the knowledge. Maybe the way God will do it is that we let the people in diaspora return after a while, because those ones have had some time, by some mercy, by some grace. Like I said, there is no way you can sit somebody down who is thinking Boko Haram will break his door. Jihadis will break his door next week. He's thinking about the next meal. Someone that will give away his 4-year vote for just one bag of rice. One bag serve is too much. For just 10,000 naira, 50,000 naira, they'll give away their vote. They are just, hunger has taken away hope from them. And it has terribly reduce the ability to reason. That's even for the most intelligent person can't even reason under those circumstances. How much more an average person with average intelligence? You see. And also the Janjaweed, I've borrowed his words, that is being used by the British government too. Those ones don't know. They think they are jihad, Al-Manjari. We are following our. When the time comes, America now will come like a hero and wipe out the cat, because they trained, they deceived is what I should say, because these are supposed to be a tribe of lions, right? You do that if the opportunity arises, yeah. So this is a tribe of lions, lionic people, if I can use that phrase. These are bold, brave, mighty men. You cut them into two. Well, they have a little bit of hyenas in the north. There's some hyenas in the north, but these are supposed to be mighty people who, if they work together, these little aliens that are, you see how an alien, a literal alien in the movie looks very frail. That thing is a mockery. You see how frail aliens look? Those big eyes, have big black eyes, and look ash. If you punch that thing, it's going to die of a heart attack. You see, it's so frail. That's how that thing is compared to the lions you have in Africa. They would finish Europe in one breath. Grayish stuff, yes, like no blood. Looking sickly. If you hit that thing with the metal on his head, the head will pop open. But they took this tribe of lions and some hyenas in the north, okay, speaking figuratively, and they trained the lions to become like mice. And they trained the hyenas, which is not even as strong as the lions, to become like cats. And they get the cats to eat the mice, right? And that's hyenas now eating up lions, right? And then they would then come and then unalive the cats like heroes. And the leftover rats will be there giving thanks that they have come to save them. That's what's going on. I mean, simply put, it's slightly oversimplified, but that's it. You understand? So I suspect God will allow the bubbles to be burst. I can't say that busting bubble, it will be misunderstood. You understand? It would look as if maybe I'm being, the old man that is saying it, they say it's bitter. If me I say, they will say maybe because, I don't know, they would look for something to say. But I'm suspecting God will allow some of these Christianese bubbles to be burst. Right? Just to wake you up. Pour water, slap, you're still sleeping. So maybe when they burst those bubbles, it will become clear that the things you talk in your Christianese religion is just based on microphone on, light on. The moment your generator goes off, that's the end of your reality. It's just inside that bubble and that cocoon. And the reason why it's so bankrolled is that there are many people who enjoy that kind of deception, who will be willing to give their money to sponsor it. People don't like to think, you see, right? You know, so that happens to be part of the reason why. And if you want to really earn money in ministry, just keep preaching ephemeral things that make people docile, things that make, what else is on that list? That make people, that massages their ego, that tells them that they are not supposed to work with their hands, but they can just be like that. You just, yeah, you're a higher guy. So who will grow the food you're eating? Before the food you chop, before you come to talk that thing on the microphone, who will grow that food? Who? The Muslim that you have called, he doesn't know epignosis, but he's growing food you are eating. Who will grow the food? Now there's insurgents. You see, you now that your tie, your everything, you want to look perfect, pitch perfect for camera. Like I said, if I'm there, I will probably won't be making video. First, the light's not going even day safe. No nothing to power it. But I can't be making this when you should be looking around to save your head. So it's really a season of deception. So I suspect God will allow one bubble to be burst, and don't be surprised. By the way, in the Christianese religion, there is spirituality there, and I'm talking about real spirituality. There is spirits there that will support what you're doing. There are spirits that will support what you're doing. And I don't want to take it too far before people begin to think it's blasphemy. But there are spirits that will allow spiritual things to happen. And spirits that can literally be imparted. And things would work. You would pray, it will work. You might even heal and it will work. In the midst of that bubble. You understand? In the midst of that bubble, it will work. So that the deception will enter where. When God decides to deceive you, you can't come out. And why? has he done that? It's because you have also been treacherous towards him. You see? Yes. And the spirit, by the way, yeah, you're right, Jason. And I'm telling you, the spirit is real. It's not fake. There are fake ones. Yes, those ones are, that one is just a joke and a mess. So spirits will be involved. In fact, even the human spirit involved at all, it gives you some spiritual credence. But don't forget that the watchers also were spirits, and they could do things. They would teach sorcery. And God was looking. That's the thing you must understand. Do you know the God you're worshiping? You need to understand him. He was watching the watchers. He was watching the watchers. For years and decades, he was watching them. Do you think those watchers were not doing supernatural things? And that's what the book of Jude is trying to tell you. That's what 2 Peter is trying to tell you, that the fact that somebody is doing things on the earth, money is the easiest thing to have. So if what you are looking at to follow a pastor is money, you are so far falling. Do you know what money is? Do you know how bastardized the money is? money that they just type on a computer. Text message. When it was still paper notes, you can spread that paper and still sleep on it. There was a country, their money got so bad, right, that it was cheaper to use their currency to do wallpapers than it is to get enough money to buy the wallpaper. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Maybe it's Venezuela. I don't want to mismention the country. Let me see what I said again. There was a country, their money, this money you're looking for with all your life, fell so bad that it was cheaper to use their currency notes to make wallpaper than it is to take the money worth to buy the wallpaper for that same square meter wall and go and buy the wallpaper. So they rather use the money on the wall. I don't think you understand. There are people that their money got so bad that if you put their currency in a wheelbarrow, right, and you took it in a public place, you just quickly go and get something, they will pour the money away, they will steal the wheelbarrow. Because the wheelbarrow was worth more than the money it can carry. That's what you're running after with shift. And God says, seek me first. Seek righteousness and truth first. They say no. Now Satan is teaching you righteousness, teaching you how to seek after money and all other things will be added to you. He's teaching you how to buy a house for 30 years. Hey, I do property too, okay? Before you say I say you should not do property. But how to sit down. Somebody convinced you to go to a so-called school for 20 freaking years, 25 years of your life. And at the end of 25 years, you say, I thereby beg to apply. I beg. After 25 years, and you've spent equivalent, maybe £20,000. If it was 20,000, £20,000 is 1 year master's. You spend equivalent of maybe, let's say, okay, across board, £50,000 for those 25 years. And after you start begging. And the job they're training you for, especially in that place like Nigeria, the jobs don't even exist anymore. The lesson note they're teaching with is dog-eared. Uti kajo. Nothing teach. And then the best you can be is to come replace that thing and you come and teach that madness to other young, innocent children and destroy their creativity. If they ever tell you, if Satan tells the other angels, like I used to say, this is another line, that I will make the human race stay under something called education for 25 years and they'll spend so much money on it, and at the end of the day, I'll give them an A4 paper. They will say, Abba, Satan, you are so proud. We don't talk, you are a very proud guy. How is it possible? How can you make human beings, in God's image, 20 years of their life? Or are you talking about the ones who will live 900 years? No, the ones who will live 90 years. 20 years, 25 years, 1/3 of their life, and they will stay and study, and you give them paper. I will give them paper, papyrus that they make in their backyard, and they will come to me for it. They'll say, no lie, let's watch. Is it not happening now? So the deception is deep. So the answer again is not futile. It's not as if, we are doing, what can we do? No. Keep applying your mind to knowledge. Keep questioning things. Keep worshiping God. Well, fortunately, it feels like saying unfortunately, but somehow the deception was they used truth to beguile you. What was supposed to bring life was brought death. That's how deep the deception is. Okay? And God has helped us. It is not even, God is making the truth not even something you need to spiritually discern. That's part of it, but it's something you can learn. Like we call that website, Reason and Learn. It's something you can literally learn. Right? You don't need the Holy Spirit yet. Just learn it. So the least you can do for yourself is rid yourself of all hypocrisy. Rid yourself of all pride. Humble your heart. Open your mind and learn things. If something is not working, it may be dear to you. You might still be doing it for a while. But understand that this thing is somehow, I need to change from this. You understand? The same way you come out of sin and lust of this world. The first problem is to understand and acknowledge that that thing is wrong. It's the same Christianese mad religion that will teach you that you don't even need to confess your sins. They contradict themselves in such, like I said, the cognitive dissonance is appalling. It's appalling. It's appalling. So the more I talk like that, the more my conscience is clear and I can sleep well. Because there's no way you watch that kind of thing, which I've not watched, but you hear those kind of things, you want to react in a way, right? So the way God put it in my heart, because sometimes you feel like taking a jet and blowing up just 15-year-old brainwashed young children, which are not young children, they are evil boys, taking AK-47. Like I said in that video, you can go watch it, I've posted it. Did you know that scripture that says, how can one put 1,000 to flight and two put 10,000 to flight? He said it's not possible except their rock has forsaken them. That's exactly what's happening to God's people today. That scripture was not a marriage scripture that, oh, I'll chase 1,000. My wife will chase 2,000. What are you chasing? Now, it's fine. You can use that scripture. It's fine, okay? But the context, the literal context of it, right, is when Israel, which is the same people till today, were destroyed by their enemies. He said, how can one of these people chase 1,000 of us and two of them put 10,000 of us to flight? It's because their rock has forsaken us. That was the part of scripture that was dropped in my heart yesterday when I was praying. So it's as if God has forsaken those people. It's as if he has forsaken them. Yeah, to me it was literal in every sense, indeed. So that scripture was not the scripture that the Israelites. Now there's another scripture that they used to say, okay, now that we have blessed you, one of you put 1,000 of them to flight. He didn't go ahead to say 10,000. But the ones that say, the scripture, I think it's Deuteronomy, that says, how shall one put 1,000 flight, 10,000 flight, was against the God's people. And that's how just two Almanjeri can enter, will take gun, as if you don't know how to buy gun, or where they sell it. I'm not saying you should buy gun. No. This is TikTok, entertainment. So, two just young janjaweed, like that guy will call them, will just take gun and want 10,000 of a country, of a city, what's it called? Village is empty, wiped out. Nobody could tell, send it like a year, so be like sheep out of the place. I'm part of it too. I had to leave the place. Although I came for a different reason, but it's not like I want to go back next week. I will visit and do that, but that's it. They've been forsaken. So that's what's happening. Literally, two of those guys can put, God forbid, let them enter Lagos. You come and see 10,000 put to flight. Come and see 10,000 put to flight. And I don't know what happened to armed robbery, by the way. I mean, it's just occurring to me right now. It's like armed robbery has reduced. Kidnapping now has taken over. And don't be surprised. Some of the kidnappings you see within the city is informants. And it's just, if there are kidnapping happening in East and in, I don't know, in Igbo land, for example. And the kidnappers are not Fulani. It's just people that are hungry at the end of the day. So there are kidnappings happening in Yoruba land that is just somebody's housemate's boyfriend, girl, somewhere will kidnap the man. So it's like armed robbery has reduced was because kidnapping now is that the thing. So I think maybe because let me just close with this. If now, like I said, the prayer now, God release them, let them find mercy. They released some in Akure and not Akure, Kwara the last time, and it was jubilating too early, right? Again, somebody was even asking, did they release them? Was it a fight or they paid money or what's going on? How did the release happen? We don't know. But the basis prayer right now is God release those who are captive. But after they release them, would they not kidnap others? Now, let me take it miles ahead and say, okay, God, give us victory, send these evil enemy armies away out of our lands. Now, trust me, with this balloon mindset, with this Christianese hypocrisy, and the bubble they're living in, if you give them that victory today, they will return back to that foolishness. If there is no Fulani to destroy them, they will destroy each other with this kind of foolishness we have. Right? They can't sustain the victory. They cannot. Because give them freedom now. Okay, give us our resources. If they give you all your resources, you would buy iPhone 59, right? You want to drive a car that can fly. Just to show it and you snap, yeah, Jesus is working. That's the meaning of Jesus. Let them give you your resources, that's what you use it for. Your gold there in Zamfara, your oil in Port Harcourt, in Lagos, in wherever. Let them give you your uranium, you're shouting. They give us our uranium, your Californium. Let them give it to you. You buy cyber trucks with it. Then you will see one pastor kill another pastor because the cyber truck is bigger than his own. That's what they will do. So you can't even use the victory if it's handed over to you on the platter of gold. Okay, take the victory now. Now I've sent the Fulani. You think Fulani is your problem. It's deeper than that. Send them away. You will not be able to sustain. The prosperity will choke the people. But that's the problem. So the more long-term solution is, with all humility, to the best of my knowledge, is what we're doing. A changing of the mind. Because you can't even handle prosperity properly. There was a video I saw. I can't remember if I saw this in real life. I think I saw it in real life. I think I saw it, but forgive me, or let me say God will forgive me if I messed up the story, right? But there's somebody who I just saw it in a party, I think, which is what you might have seen, where people are washing their hands. You just add a meal. Okele is the food. Interestingly, that's the Hebrew word for food also. Okele is a meal that you eat in Africa, West Africa, that I know. You swallow it and you eat it with your bare hands, okay? And instead of washing your hand with water, the guy was washing his hand with 7-Up. Why? He wants to feel big. The first thing is 7-Up cannot even wash your hand clean. It will be sticky when you're done. Don't you understand? Right? But why not use water? Water is there. But you don't have to feel somehow. Meanwhile, this guy, now I don't know the state of, like I said, I'm not sure if I saw it literally or somebody told me, but it feels very graphic in my mind. Like I can literally see, champagne, popping champagne. Champagne that is 250,000 naira, some 5 million naira. Oh, of course, exchange rate nowadays, 5 million naira champagne. Pooh, pastor said they pop champagne. Why do you just one bottle? And the worth of that can pay how many farmers? There are people that your grandfather is still in the farm, your father or your father's uncle's brother's cousin is there, hungry. You are popping champagne. You will be destroyed. Right? It's not a curse. If they don't destroy you, you will destroy yourself. When you have that kind of heart to be saying, Asna, yeah, when somebody's bleeding, not they are bleeding in the sense that they are hot. They cut person neck. I didn't watch the video. And your mind somewhere, space is there for Asna, for your mind. Me, I know if you do. Like I said, I'm not taking glory. I'm just saying maybe it's God that gave me deliverance. And I'm saying look for that deliverance too. For me, I cannot watch Arsenal match when I just watch person with a cutting neck with blood. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying. So you wash hand with 7-Up. And maybe this guy is even the guy that is just walking about looking for somewhere to eat. And he just saw that there's party here and just come. From that 7-Up washing hand just to feel big, he could go house now whether he has not even paid his children's school fees if his children are even going to school. So what amount of ventilation was given to your life, and immediately you want to prove big? Larry, how many seconds? And I can tell it looks as if God said, let me bring some of the species of these people. Now I'm about to hit those of you in diaspora. Those of us in diaspora, let me hit you small. Right? God say, okay, these people that are acting like I don't know, let me allow some of them to come under their enemies, their Nephilim enemies, so, aka the Western world. Just come here in the Western world for 2 years. Let me see how you would manage the prosperity. You are going to heaven, Abi. Let me bring you to this kingdom I left behind after the millennial reign. Let me see how you do it. Then in 2 years, the guy is still on a visa. He don't they plait hair. He don't they wear earring. He don't they. What is he doing again? Buying a 25,000 pound car. And you pay the car $600 every month. You're paying for a car. Financing. And after that, you change the car for another one. Your phone is also on finance. You're on iPhone 92. And then you are paying rent on your phone. You're renting your phone real time. And they'll bring another one to you, rent that one too. And go and say, okay, let me just wait 100 more years. Let me see. So what happened to you in just a few years? You are forgotten. Even those who are making the iPhone, check. Some of you are employed in some places. Your car is big, 3 times bigger than a general manager's car. And when you walk out, your car is better than his own. What is inside you that makes you like that? And anyway, it's a good thing, but it's expressed again. There's hardly any weakness. Okay? There's hardly any weakness that doesn't have a kind of good dimension of it that was just perverted and expressed in that way. Okay? So there's hardly any weakness that doesn't have that strength dimension. You understand? So not to make you feel bad. Maybe I've done some of these things myself, you know. I buy expensive things, although mostly it's ministry and all that, but I can't use that as a pedestal to just self-righteousness. That's not, it's not God's grace we received. But I'm saying receive that same grace. Receive that same grace. It's a grace. I can't explain it. I just don't like some of these worldly things. But I can't use that and say, okay, everybody must become, get to that consecration level, whatever it is. Not necessarily, but I'm saying this thing is available, it's possible. Let's press towards it. So little ventilation for 2 years, you're still under a visa, so that they can sack you if you are 1 month away from being homeless. 1 month. Even the big car you are buying, you are 1 month away from losing that car. The mortgage, okay, fairly, at least that one is house. I don't know. But you are 1 month away. Okay, that one is 3 months. From taking for that house being foreclosed and sold off. And you stay in that, you're standing on toothpick like that, and you keep living like that. And you go to church, you snap the car, now enter the car like this because you're going to church. No, meanwhile, don't be church you go. You just want to drive that car to church. And you order things from Amazon. Some people now the clothes, TikTok will tell you what clothes to buy. Because you see a trending clothes, you buy it. Now you now bought the clothes, you now be looking for where to wear it to. If not for now Africa, now that's where somebody will be going, they will have accident. I'm telling you literally, and I'm not trying to be funny. Because that journey is not ordained of God. Satan will attack them on that journey. Because you have small change. You just want to do a party. Okay, what's the meaning of the party? I don't know. We just want to party. That's when you'll be attacked. That's when you finish the party. The child, you just got the child can't walk again. What the attack here? But then, for some of them, what happens is that just shortly after such kind of celebration, I'm not saying no celebrator. It's because you start having problems at work. Something will just happen, somebody will attack the person's finances. And it's Satan doing that. You see. So, the final answer, I think, is for those of us who still have enough time, you are in the diaspora, there is steady light. Now, heaven will they go? This place never be heaven, no. This is just earthly things, just house, electricity, internet. It's not even as good as the millennial reign, no. I mean, from what we are seeing from that millennial reign. Right. You sure say if you reach heaven, you know good, you will not misbehave? Right. So, those of us that have the time, you have some internet, you have some small change, dollars, pounds to work. Use that pounds to spend less time. What you need, see, in this country, in this Western world, what you need is more of time than money. So take possession of your soul. Don't let those things start eating you up and you want to buy this, you want to own that. Kill that thing with the acid, if I will, of God's word. Let it burn those desires away. So you have time to raise your child. Right? You have the time to raise your child. Have time to spend with your wife and your family. Kill those desires. The problem is not that you need enough money to buy enough things. You have peace. You won't have peace. Necessarily. You won't have peace from those things. Like someone puts it very beautifully. God does not give us things to enjoy life. He gives us life to enjoy things. When you have that life in you, the smallest of things would be so beautiful. What else do you need? Look at this street. This street is so clean. There's this machine they drive. You hardly even see the machine. Some of you will not even notice, except I'm telling you now. It's called that UK streets are usually clean, but maybe because I'm slightly observant, maybe the area I'm living or something. But they'll drive this machine. It has these brushes that brushes inside this one. I think it's a big, giant industrial level of giant Hoover, but it has these brushes. So it sweeps inside this way. This one is anti-clockwise, this one is clockwise, so inside that way. So it gathers whatever leaves, whatever thing, it gathers it in, and that one sucks it into some vacuum stuff right there. Okay? And the drive down the street is clean. Why did I say that? These streets are so clean. To me, it is. Some people's living room is not as clean as the streets. Some of the streets here. Okay? Exactly. They usually do it at night, right? And sometimes Sunday night. They are so organized, these guys. Only that God, I don't know if to say it's God, that they just remove common sense from them. And men will be sleeping with men. They too, they have their own weaknesses. But at them, Sabi, they are not my problem. So, So that thing sucks the thing and the thing is clean. Now, the point is, what other vacation are you looking for? I'm not spoiling your joy, okay? And women, let me leave women alone. It's part of what I've been avoiding since. So, what vacation are you looking for? No be street, but this. When you were living in Lagos and you're in Lekki, your friends that are in Manchester, that are in London, are acting as if London is heaven. Now you are living in London. Walk on the street of London. No. Now you want to go to Spain. Now it's Morocco. What's wrong with you? Everything is here. Once you deal with what is here, you'll be fine. Let me close there today. It's been a lot of talk. So take possession of your soul. Abi, peace and safety, exactly. The dangerous part, Boko Haram said, is peace and safety. I beg, before Women Association of Christian Women in the UK will come and kidnap me. And they'll start asking for ransom. I beg, before they'll go kidnap me for UK, Association of Christian Women. You see, we saw it. I beg, let's have guests. So, but Satan knows how to play on the ego of the men, play on the vulnerability of the women. They like variety, and that's supposed to be a good thing, But like I said, there's hardly any weakness you see today that is not Satan taking what is supposed to be a strength and perverting it off of that person's back. Okay, so that being said, I've said what's in my mind. It helps me to just balance. So that way I know that I've done my own bit. There's a way God designs the thing. Everybody knows a little bit and pieces. So I've said my own bit. So I know most of us have a lot of things to say. So let's make it 3 minutes each, so I can go find somewhere to sleep or do whatever I want to do, and all that. Okay, so so just request, if you have anything to say, request real quickly so that we solve that and we move forward. 3 minutes each, but let's keep to the time, okay? Because I have some things to kind of sort here. Maybe I'll just ask the video editor to take these things I've already said and try to make shorts from it rather than going to do another video. So I was going to maybe do one more video, but then I've done 2 already between yesterday and today, so you can go watch that. It's on the TikTok. I think we've also posted it on the other platforms, so you can go watch that if you feel like. Okay, so let's go. Enoch Eben, I think actually Common Sense asked first for the request. So so let me see if I can hear the people with this. Well, we should be able to hear from here, so those from YouTube can hear too. So let me set. So let's go. Common Sense, hello, are you there before I set your time?
Good morning. Good morning. So
okay, good morning. So let me try to set the time so that then be sure that let's confirm people from YouTube can hear you before we continue. Just a moment. Okay, just go ahead. I think they can hear. Let's go.
So good morning. I listened to your sermon this morning, and
sermon.
Yeah, it's a sermon. I call it a sermon. That's what we need. That's what we need.
I know.
Me. I'm in Nigeria here, and I always try to re-educate some other people to understand that we are fighting a spiritual battle. We are fighting a spiritual battle, not only physical, but we need to be practical in order to win. We have to be practical. They don't understand this. They think that changing of government is the only thing that will save us. They don't know that changing of government is not what is going to save us. What is going to save us is that we are going to be practical in what we'll be doing. These people control our food. These people control the water. These people control the air that we breathe. So imagine somebody that controls the food that God has given you free, the water that God has given you free, in order to profit on it. Tell me what the person won't do to control everything that your fertile land will give to you, bearing it in mind that their land is barren. They have a barren land. And people that have barren land will always make sure that the fertile land will not progress on that. Rather, you will be a primary source to the world. You'll be a primary source. And you know that the land, that a farmland has to be dirty, has to be scattered, while the people that are processing it to use the final product, we will be the one enjoying anything that the farmland is producing. So this thing that is happening in Nigeria is something that most of us that are living here in Nigeria has not gotten the clue what is really happening. They think that is just all about changing of leaders, or you are from this tribe, I'm from this tribe. They don't understand. They don't understand that Nigeria is not independent. Nigeria is not independent. They think, okay, now the reason why we are having this excessive killing of jihadists and that is happening right now in Nigeria is because of what? Is because the British are trying much possible to switch to Islamic culture. That's exactly what is happening. They are trying much. They are compensating the Islamic religion because one is this: the Islamic religion actually promotes a kingship. I don't know what to like. It promotes monarchical rule. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Like it promotes monarchical rule where the king becomes the all and all. You understand? So they understand that the people that are arriving them, the people that are kind of like they are combating them are the what's their name? The not Israelite, not Israel. They are the people combating them, because those people also have their own agenda. The agenda is for them to also rule the world. Now, so what the British are doing right now is that every country that is under them has to be Islamized. And they know that the only way they can do it here in Nigeria is by using these people, by using the first people that they gave Nigeria in their hand. You understand? And the people here in Nigeria are not on. They are busy talking about Chike and Chike sleeping around with married women and all that, where people are busy dying. You understand? So that's my problem. My problem is that my people lack knowledge. If you engage any one of them to talk like this, you'll be ashamed. You'll be like, is it that this person does not even understand what is happening? Anybody I engage to have conversation with is talking rubbish. The owners of Nigerians can never allow this to happen if they are not in support of it. Nigeria is not owned by me and you. The owners of Nigerians can never allow it to happen. And now I'm talking about it, talking about the growing of animals and planting of food. Nobody, if you don't have anything in your house, nobody can go down to go and plant. Me, I'm not, it's about them, but me, I have a farm at my backyard right now. I'm growing my yam. My yam is over there now, growing.
Yeah. And just a quick one. We're trying to check the time. I mean, very salient point. But I want to confirm also those, I'll still come back to you, but if there's still time. Okay. But I want to check if somebody just had to leave, I don't know. So just so that, but I want to check if those on Instagram can even hear us also, because there've been a lot of comments on Instagram. So who is checking and responding to our comments on Instagram? We are here too, listening. Sorry. You are smashing the lies today. Christy's sister is saying that. So, sir, that is the plan for these evil people. They intend to get to major cities elsewhere. They're gathering all the guns and armies equipment they're collecting. Yes, they collect and get more money to get more. So it's only the mercy of God that can deliver us. Uluwa eshi anofun wow. All right. Can we hear on Instagram discuss live? Yes, you can. Use the link to request. Aneola. Use the link to request. You can also we cannot hear here. Thank you. Exactly, ego, yeah. So we can hear. So now you can hear. So is Aneola still there? She's talking about the course. So I'm feeling like holding on a little bit to some of our special guests on TikTok here and try to get the guys from Instagram a little bit. So, yeah. So, is Aniola still there? So I can try to guide you through the course, know where you're chatting from, and see how I can get you to, because how do I do this? Cancel. So Aniola, let me know if you're still there on Instagram so that I can try to guide you to that. I've sent you the link. Maybe that's why the person went to check, but I'll keep that on. So while we're waiting for Aniola to request, let me know when you want to request. It's actually easy. Just go through that link. The link is there on the comments. It should be pinned or so. So you come to a kind of place where you can talk. So, Hebrew is also gone rather. So let me quickly hear from those on TikTok so that we can resolve that. So, effortlessly, Shade, please let me hear from you real quick.
So
Good morning.
what I wanted to say, good evening, was in
Evening
regards
there.
to this thing you talked about, the fact that some 15-year-old will just come from nowhere with a gun, AK-47, and behead someone or something funny, Sha. I remember back in the day, well, not too far off, when they said, go and do NYSC. And I was telling my mom, I'm not doing any NYSC. And she's like, why? This, that. And the reason I told her, she still did not accept it, but let me just break down the story for you. I had a friend who is part Nigerian, part Taiwanese. So at some point when Nigeria became very, very difficult, he just said he'll go to Taiwan and see how things are, right? Because he has siblings there, he has brothers there. His father, was married there, came to Nigeria, did business, they duped him. His father died in Nigeria. And then he met his brothers and everything in Taiwan. Anyway, he now told me at some point, he needs to go and do service. I said, what service? He said, like NYSC, core. I said, do Taiwanese do core? He said, yes, because Taiwan and China are not in agreement. So basically, when your country seems to have like a sort of long-term war, even in a time of peace, your youth must go and do that youth core. So say, for instance, like South Korea now. South Korea too has youth core. The same NYC we have in Nigeria. Now, let me now teach you what they teach them. India youth core in Taiwan. They teach them how to assemble weapons, how to fight in combat. For that duration of the NYSC, if Kevin had, that's my friend in Taiwan. His name is Kevin. His name is also Ogene Roke or something. He's part Urobo, part Taiwan. Anyway.
So his mom is the Nigerian, maybe.
His mom is the Nigerian. His dad is Taiwanese. If Kevin had access to a gun, he knows how to put it together because he was taught. Now, let me take you back to when I was in uni. I studied in South Africa. I studied at Monash University, so an Australian university in South Africa. That's why, I kind of like have the link to come to Australia eventually. Anyway, one lecturer asked us, what do you do during your youth corps? What do you do? People started shouting, Mami markets, this, that, this. And this guy, who is a white lecturer, just paused and laughed a little bit and continued the lecture. I never understood why he did that until I heard Kevin's experience in NYC camp. Do you know that the reason for NYC camp is to learn how to fight and combat? You are surrounded by, have you noticed that we are in NYC camp, you're surrounded by soldiers? Soldiers that can combat. Meanwhile, I'm not saying NYC camp, 115-year-old will come with AK-47, will clear all of you. I told my mother, I'm not doing NYC camp. You want to go and frog jump, say waiting up. Do you understand? I will go there and frog jump. And meanwhile, people are learning how to assemble gun, learning how to shoot, learning that, if you hold a gun too close to your head in a certain way, it will affect your hearing. If you hold a gun, sometimes maybe your hand will pain you small because you're not used to the way the gun will react. Meanwhile, they are learning, that's what they learn in Taiwan, that's what they learn in South Korea. Any country on this earth that they have NYSC Youth Corps, Between once you graduate from that university, it is mandatory for you to go and do that NYS youth corps. You know how to swim, you know how to wear a life, they drop you in water. You know how to, if you say for instance you are fighting and you fall inside water, you know how to put on a vest and float, things like that. Meanwhile, you are climbing wire. People are meeting and marrying. That's why people propose. Nigerians own, our own, that you said, our own, what did you call it again? You call this something, there was a word you use.
Is it the Christianese or the Ballon or?
No, you said something about our brainwashing or our lack of connection, our impracticality.
Okay, lack of pragmatism.
Lack of beautiful, lack
cognitive
of
dissonance and all that.
Cognitive dissonance. It is. I'm telling you, it is a Prince of Persia. If you understand, and I want you to Google it if you can, sit down. Just Google, what do they do in Taiwan Youth Corps? What do they do in South Korea Youth Corps? But, I mean, for many specifically, it's only the boys that do the Youth Corps. Because it is the boys that they will recruit to go to war. Now, compared to what we do in Nigeria, first you arrive in town.
And even to quickly interject you, war is even far. I mean, to grow corn, is not there. Just how to grow corn, to cook food now.
You see, you see that one there? That one too is another level of brainwashing in the sense that you believe someone that has a white collar, that's wearing jeans, that's walking into office is better. We believe that someone that speaks Queen's English is better than someone that doesn't understand. Do you know that's what they call an illiterate? Because the person cannot speak English. Do you know in South Africa, when their president is addressing them, do you know they speak their mother tongue? If he's not speaking in Sizulu, he's speaking Xhosa. If he's not speaking Xhosa, he's speaking in Debele. If he speaks English, they'll spit on him. But in Nigeria, if the president should make a grammatical error, it will make the news. Then two, to add to what Mr. Common says about the North and whatnot, it's kind of right. BBC Hausa. Have you ever listened to BBC Hausa before? Go and dig deep into BBC Hausa. BBC Hausa has been telling the Northerners that they own Nigeria since colonization. So when a Hausa man speaks to you, he doesn't speak to you like Nigeria is this. He speaks to you as if Nigeria is his birthright. He speaks as if Lagos belongs to them. Because the propaganda has been sold to them that they own Nigeria. So that's why a Hausa person has been ruling us. That's why they started with Tafawa Balewa. Is that not the first person that was president? Or prime minister at that time?
Meanwhile, all these things were just carefully planned, and the demons planning it are very patient. So it's a big problem. So what that thing does, before I hear from ancient Hebrew, is that it destroys the person's ability. It destroys the ability to even provide his own food. Yet it blows up his pride to the heavens. Do you see? I mean, it's bad enough to make a person to the point whereby you can't even grow your own food. You would think you'll be humble. They didn't leave him there. They now blow up his pride. So there's a lot of work to do. Let me quickly hear from, is it Jason? Let's hear from ancient Hebrew. Good morning, ancient Hebrew, before we go cycle again.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I disconnected because the kids were screaming. And it looks like the other two guests had already said, and then yourself too, you're already covering the points that I would have made anyway. It's a shame that our NYSC time has been wasted. It's a shame because that was a great opportunity for most citizens to learn, how to defend the country. And we're where we are today. We can't do nothing. But then there's a group that has been, they have been armed over the years, and they have been in training on how to kind of disrupt the country. And of course, we know what their aim is. Basically, if you understand the times and the seasons, you know what the aim is. that Mr. Common Sense as well, he already said it. There's people behind the scenes controlling how they want things to be. Well, it's a satanic spirit behind it all. But the only hope we have is that God knows where this is going to end. God already said where it's going to end. But in the meanwhile, what do we do? And one of the things that I think one of the ways in which we helped things to go this way is that we lost focus along the way. Righteousness has been allowed to slide into the background. I think you see those behind the scenes, they expected things to have gone bad long before now. But because a lot of people, the Christianity that you're talking about held things back. It held things back. They expected the country to have erupted into civil war long before now. And like Mr. Common Sense was saying, they expected the country to have been under a feudal system. As we see in the North, everybody does what the leader says. But Christianity has prevented that from happening. But our leaders now down south, a lot of people, they've just been chasing money. That's what people are doing. We have put righteousness far back into the background. People are not even concerned about it. Everywhere is corrupt. Everywhere. There's no level, every level of government, from the very top to the bottom, there's no righteousness. We see what happens to our fellow citizens. There's no justice for them. We need to bring righteousness back to the forefront. We need to, because righteousness needs to overcome what we're seeing. These people who are doing this, who are harming fellow citizens, there's no righteousness in them. They don't care because of whatever spirit is running in them. But that's where we missed it. We missed a long time ago. If righteousness had been at the forefront, a lot of this would not be happening now. But we can still do it. The Bible tells us what exactly we should do. We know what we need to do. God has put us all in different places. There are those who will be the fighters. There are Christians in the army, even if they're probably not as much as they should be. Oh yeah, it started. There are Christians in the army, and I'm sure there are many of us who will pick up our arms if that time comes. But God is our only help, really. God is our only help. We need to go back to him. He's the one who can give us the wisdom that we need to navigate all of this that is happening. Another thing that I realized in the last couple of days is that our leaders, what we have been seeing, what we kind of see as the unwillingness to combat what is going on, is some people not wanting the country to erupt into civil war. Because it's not difficult to get this sorted. Just arm everybody. But that's what the enemy wants. They want us shooting at each other and wiping out, majority of the population. We've seen it happen in the other countries. And they're just going to be covering on the media, the country is in civil war. And then meanwhile, they're the ones funding and arming the other groups. When you hear a governor saying, there's 300,000 Boko Haram and families that they're repentant, and it's received them into Borno State, you kind of think, what the hell is that man talking about? But I look at it, if we condemn 300,000 men to death, I know they're not 300,000, but let's just assume that there's 300,000 Boko Haram people that we sent to their death because of what is happening, then that leaves a gap. Because we don't know what the enemy is planning. They might be planning to bring other people in. Because when those people come in, we're missing 300,000 men who can be standing and defending the nation. So basically, they just want us to do the population reduction by ourselves.
I get it, but
and some people see that and don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're saying it from a very pure mind. But what I think, because for the part of what you said is like they're trying to prevent a civil war, trying to look at the greater good. But honestly, I don't think those who are the helms of affairs are even thinking that deep. I'm telling you, don't be disappointed that are not even thinking that deep. They're like, just trying to manage the situation. These are people that are running for election. Okay, let's say they are so passionate about souls oh, people are dying, let's not use unaliving to correct unaliving, they wouldn't be that passionate about elections. So it's a mixed thing. But what I suspect is that the pressure will build up to the point where water will always find its level, like you say. So when the clouds are full of rain, the rain would inevitably fall. It will be unstoppable by then, you see.
Minister, there's another thing.
You. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Hebrew, before.
Sorry about that. Sorry, common sense.
Okay.
That reminds me of a dream. Oh.
Okay.
I was trying to wait for it.
I want ancient Hebrew to quickly finish her thought. She wants to talk about a dream before we go from the top again.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right, my brother.
I think this might have been, I might not have the year correct, but maybe 2015. This was the last election that Buhari lost before he became president. I might not have the year right. And I had a dream there. It looked like there had been a war, and there was a massive heap. And in my dream, it was K2, and there was a massive heap of something piled up and burning. It was like endless burning. I still don't understand what it was, but it was like, there was a lot of chaos and there was this burning. It looked like, but I know that at the end of it, what I saw was that there were some houses, and these houses, you know the way they build houses in those areas that are not properly planned, like Agbuli, and you just have all these houses dotted like Agbuli. So these houses, there were some houses that had electricity and you could see the lights, and there were some houses that didn't have electricity. So the houses with electricity, there was music coming out of them. You could get a sense of joy and happiness and peace and security in there. Then I was like a bird's eye view, and then coming down and having a look. And I noticed that the houses that were dark with no music on them had the emblem of Nigeria on them. The houses that were dark. But then the houses that had music and joy and light emanating out of them, they no longer bore that emblem. That was around that time. And I know that there was a party that wanted to come together at the time, but then they changed their mind.
Sorry to interject you. The ones that were kind of celebrating, they didn't have any emblem, right?
I think there was a different emblem on them, but I think the thing that I was meant to see was that emblem of Nigeria was going to go. It was giving birth to these houses, this peaceful, secure, and joyful, houses. So those houses were there, they were kind of together, but it was like in the dream, this old Nigeria has to go. But the end of it is peace, security, and light and joy. That's what's going to be the end of it. But how we're going to get there, there is still that, and I think it's that civil war that they're trying to prevent.
It's almost impossible to get there in a peaceful negotiating discussion way. It's almost impossible, actually.
It looks like it.
I know it feels like we want that, but go to scripture, check contemporary history. There is no way this thing can be solved by talking. I don't think so. Separation is overdue.
The scriptures also say, the scriptures also describe this. We can't avoid it. Things will happen. I was led to Joel over the last few weeks before this thing that happened the last few days, and there was a message I was supposed to send out. If you go read Joel, it's telling you that there's an army that has taken over my land. They have teeth sharp like the lions, and they will come. They will run rampage. And it specifically says the army from the north. They're coming from the north. Joel is explicit about it. But because we are not connecting what is happening, we don't know that this Bible was written about us and for us. We don't know. But Joel tells us what the solution is. Call to God, cry out to God, national repentance, call to God. And then he will be jealous for his land and spare his people. That's what we need to do. We have to cry out nationally to God and come back to him and stop chasing money, stop chasing power. That's what we need to do.
So
I'm going to kind of believe it. Sorry.
Yeah. And that was kind of what inspired that prayer. If you know that prayer that we did, But then, like you said, we have piped and you have not danced. We have done this and you have not wept. That's the matter of that land right now. There's more, just about everything has been done. But then, it's likely it's going to be one violent thing that will have to happen. That's why I have a person who said they've seen bloodshed, and God told him to move to Akwa Ibom. That's literally at the border of Cameroon. To move there, that he needs to go soon. This is about from some months ago. He's moved now. You see, he's moved now. So that's why I'm saying, to the best of my knowledge, I may be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
There was also another dream that I had. You see, this was around that time of that Tanyolong issue, if you remember when that happened. Because, I'm sure a lot of us were praying for that man. And of course, other people were campaigning and all that. And I had this dream, and there were two streams of blood. It was like River Niger and River Benue. And it was two rivers of blood, two rivers. And I thought, oh my God, looks like what we're seeing here that we think is just a small Tanyolorun issue. That's what it's going to be at the end of the day. Two rivers, a small river of blood and a massive river of blood. There will be
Please, ma, can you
a
just
bigger
tell
loss
us
from
about
one
the
side
Tanyolong
and
issue?
a
What's
shorter loss.
Tanyolong? What's the
Oh my
Tanyolong
God.
issue?
Well, there was this young man who was he was kidnapped, abducted from Ibadan over a matter of maybe, I think, did he burn the Quran in the Bible? Sorry, he burned the Quran on a little video that he posted online. And then he was outspoken against Islam. He used to be a Muslim. So they abducted him. They used the security forces to abduct him from Ibadan. And then they took him to Ilorin to prosecute him in Ilorin. And from the account of what that guy gave about his experience, they wanted him to die in Ilorin. Even when he was taken to jail, they tortured him so much. But the country rose up. People home and abroad, they didn't let the matter rest. They had to leave him alone. They were trying to prosecute him under maybe some kind of old law like that. But basically, it was just some Muslims angry that he's speaking out about Islam, and then that he burned the Quran. Then they wanted to kill him for that. And they hid behind Nigerian law to try to do that. So eventually, it turns out that's not even the first time that Muslims are taking people to Nigerian courts and let them sit in jail for years just because they spoke out against Islam. It turns out that that's not the first time that this has happened. But it was just one that kind of made the news and caught a lot of attention at the time. But
I hope,
like I said, a
he
lot
was
of people
able
were
to.
just thinking
Eventually,
it
they
was just a
released
small
him. I
thing.
hope he survived it.
He survived. Oh my God, he's still there, still talking against Islam every day. He's still there. And then,
Strong
of
man.
course, sometimes he speaks against Christianity as well. He survived. So,
Minister, there's
sorry.
something I want to say, please.
Yeah.
It's not about Christian and Muslim here. It's not about Christian and Muslim here. I want you to understand that this is a coordinated attack. Coordinated attack on the race, on our race. The Christian religion and Muslim religion came out from where? Came out from one source, which they call it Talmud. You understand? It came out from one source. So they needed to create a coexistence of two forces that live inside of us, which is the good and the bad. So they manifested it physically through religion. That now there will be a force, a negative force that is coming from here and a positive force that is coming from here, and it will come and it will produce a current in the middle. You understand what is happening?
Yeah,
so
I get it.
It's not about the Christian and the Muslim.
You're right.
And Minister, I'm coming. Now, the problem that I have is that there are so many people that God has elevated in order for them to help us. Now, what am I trying to say? Let me give you an example. You that is over there right now, you are building a community of truth where we come out and share the truth and people are listening. Now, let me bring somebody like Tunde Tunde, the guy on Instagram. The guy has so many followers. People come over there to listen to him, but he does not educate people with sincerity. Rather, he try as much as possible to bring agenda. They use him in pushing agenda into our society.
I missed something, sir. I was reading an Instagram comment. Okay, are you saying the Ed Not person is not sincere?
Yes, they are using him to push agenda. See, I've gone so deep in these things that when I see the kind of post that is making. Okay, now let us talk about the few things that they are using to distract us. We are talking about feminism. We are talking about other social vices like the gays, like the little fighting, creating a division among the society.
Yeah, what if is a sincere guy where you can't be sincere and
they are paying
and covetous at the same time? But what if it's just money pushing the guy and it's not like well, of course that's usually what it is.
He's collecting money and he's busy making sure that do you know how many demographic of people that he control? Do you know how many people that visit the page?
Let's not talk about the person because I don't know them.
No, I'm not talking about only him. I'm trying to give you an example. What is exactly happening now? You understand that we're in a time and age where social media is the only avenue that we can use to communicate and get people direct. So you have to understand that your page is a big weapon to use. His page is a very big weapon that if you use it well, people's eye will be open. And do you know one funny thing is that it's outside. Most of these people are living outside. They understand this politics. I'm not the only one here. I can't be in Nigeria here understanding what is happening. And you are outside there and you're telling me you don't understand your politics. What is happening?
Okay. Is the guy outside of Nigeria?
Yes. He's living in America.
Okay.
Atlanta.
So you can, is this somebody you can reach out to? I don't know him so much. I've heard the name before, but
the fact is that he even blocked me. He even blocked my real page because I don't agree for him. I come over there, I attack like mad dog.
Because of your, but then you might be surprised. He might be maybe a reasonable person because. And some of those people, they work because before even the devil will notice you would have worked to some extent. Because I don't like.
The thing is this. They understand that our government knows him in and out. Our government is using him. I'm not hiding it. I can call all their names. But do you know why I'm saying this thing? The reason why I'm saying this thing is this. You'll be asked a question because I know there's a reason why God gave you that voice. There is a reason why you have that voice. And if you can't use that voice to re-educate people, on understanding exactly what is happening, then I don't think there is anything else that thing is given to you for. You can't have 5 to 6 million people and you're not telling them the truth. What is happening right now and how what we need is to sensitize. What we need is to do some good sensitization by spreading out the truth. If we spread out the truth, the thing is that my people lack knowledge. My people perish because of lack of knowledge.
I'm trying to also get they've been dropped like twice each now, Jason and Casolese. But I got you. But one thing I would do, because most times those people, when you see some people sometimes is lack of information, right? Some people see, and that's one thing information does. It's going to separate between the wicked people, and the righteous, to separate between the people that are sentimental and hypocritical and those that are actually true. Because when information is out there, we know that, okay, now this one is a bad person, this is a right person. Okay? So if I don't be surprised, when our channel comes out, we still receive criticism, by the way, even myself, okay, from people. For most of them, it's because they don't understand yet. Okay? So I'm trying to be sure so that we don't hurt wheat in the process of trying to cut down tares. But we'll see how the guy is over time.
Minister, you know me very well that me, I don't hold back. When I want to speak, I speak. I don't hold back. Right from time, I've told these people that somebody like VDM, I've written to him the other day. I told them that you are a tool and they're using you. And today, I thank God that people's eyes are opening and they are seeing the whole thing. You can't sell your soul. They are thinking that selling your soul is just
But
when
I would think, although usually I wouldn't like to mention names, but I'll think VDM is sincere at least, right? To some extent.
To some extent.
At least, right?
I want you to
to the best of my
understand that.
knowledge.
I want you to understand that. See, I don't want to go deep. Let me just leave it at this. I don't want to go deep in here. But what I'm trying to say is this: let's try much as possible, as we are trying to create page. Let's use that page to sensitize our people. Our people are lack of. See, have you ever had a discussion with an average Nigerian?
They don't have a clue, really.
They don't have a clue of what is happening.
They don't have a clue. It's difficult, and it's fairly complex, to be fair, because did you know there are still some good people in politics? And for them to win elections, to do good to the people they are going to serve, they have to bribe the people they are trying to help. Do you understand that kind of dichotomy?
Yes.
So it's fairly complex.
My father used to tell me that he said the heart is like a bag. Everybody's carrying his own. And my father used to tell me too that when you want to climb a ladder where everybody is eager to climb, you first of all climb it like other people. But when you get to the top, make sure you do that thing that is in your heart. Now, why am I saying this? I have not seen any leader, which let me say maybe some we have, God may have it, maybe somebody will come up and we start fighting those people. But if you are coming up, I don't care how you are coming up. What I want to know is when you get to that top, please don't forget our mission. We should be able to have mission.
Yeah. I'm trying to really get people to talk.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. Okay. Let me explain to you. Now, I'm saying it indirectly because I didn't want to call name. Now, for instance, we are now about in 2027, we'll be going for election again. All these leaders that are coming out for election now, they cannot tell me that they don't understand how our government, how our country is being run and who is controlling our country. They know.
Let me say something. I get your point. You're being passionate, which is understandable. But let me show you one other way to simplify what we're talking about and what we're experiencing is this. It's a battle of information and sincerity, truth and sincerity, okay? So rather than trying to lift one man to the top, a time will come when they will start saying, you two, you know this, now why can't you run for this office? It's not about that. If the average man has enough information, this is one, I think is a faster way, it's a more sustainable way to solve this problem that is on ground, okay? I think I'm getting echo. Let me mute common sense. What do I need to do else? Okay, let me turn this down. So it's a more sustainable way to solve this problem. After this, I'll let Jason and Casalese speak, okay? Is to inform the average Nigerian, which is very difficult to do. Even the people you're trying to help don't like knowledge. So it's to inform them. There's a way an average Nigerian is informed. You will stand before a policeman, you will say, park. You say, what did you say? You park there, where's your license? And you tell him, by the way, myself, I don't even know if you're a policeman. Well, they could ask for your license. But then, or something, and you ask the last man or the policeman, but according to the law, you're not supposed to ask for my license. The moment you say that, the guy will back off a little bit. You say, but wait first. He won't say park again. That's what we want. But for you to stay there, I'm waiting for Tinubu to come and Tinubu see, police is harassing me. Talk to the guy at his level with a knowledge that will be brightened on your face. The guy will think twice. That's what we're looking for. But to wait for one messiah like that, I don't think is a good one, but it's not sustainable. Almost inevitably, the guy will be perverted before he gets to the top. Because there's too many ways, too many compromises before a person gets to the top. So the way forward, I think, is slow, okay? But it's more sustainable when an average person understands his rights, understands how to think, understands how to talk, understands his boldness. The names of those eating your country is out there. In fact, to make it even faster, This is what I've said twice or so before, that if you can get the information that we are sharing, you can't explain everything to everybody once. But the basic things like who is eating your country, who borrowed such and such money, who is Gilbert Chaguri, how is the present government affecting you, basic things like that. If you can get it in chunkable, understandable information, right? You get the facts, get the data, convert it to information. It is that information that causes revolution, but get that information not just to the average Nigerian, get it into the hands, very important, into the hands of law enforcement agents. Then I think that is going to be a kicker. Because 3 things that keep a society generally now is the law. That one is just paper at the end of the day. But in some countries it works. In Nigeria, they still kind of do a little bit of 5%, 10% lip service to the law, okay? Number 2 is money, okay? Then number 3 is law enforcement. So I can start with money. It controls society. If you want to discourage something in the society, you can tax it, and that thing will literally shut down. If you want something to grow in an economy, like this one's one gay to grow for whatever mad reason they've got, they incentivize it with money. Then you see that everybody wants to be gay all of a sudden, you see. So money is one way to control a society. The next is by law. Okay, that's written text. Okay, then number 3 is law enforcement. That's what really puts power behind the authority, you see, because authority without power is just a talking foolish person. So what I'm saying is, you see these third guys that hold the pew, your police officer, you have an uncle that is a police officer, and of course the government will not teach the police this, otherwise they won't serve them, you see. But people that are in law enforcement, people that are in military, and somehow Satan is so smart, you discover that there's something in history that made literally every military in the world wear a certain uniform, you see. So they have centralized the thing almost up to that point, right? But long story short, you have a brother in the military. I don't know why people, you are in Nigeria, join US Army. I don't understand why. But again, I'm not in their shoes. I don't understand why, okay? But get everybody in the military. The day that which happened almost in the Iranian stuff, if the story we heard is true, that is a guy that is saying, you know what, I'm the platoon leader of this place and we are not taking our ship to Iran. I'm not going to fight crap. So they block their toilet with clothes. And somewhere in their paper, if the toilet is blocked like that, you can't move that ship. So they refuse to go. Why? They have information that their president is mad or whatever. Maybe it's been introduced, it's been influenced by the certain Yahoo people. So they refuse to go. Do you see? They join for papers, aha. So if you have a smart way to do it, moving away from Nigeria also to the Western world is also a smart way. But you must understand what is really going on. You see? So if you have to do that, I can't stop you, okay? But you must do it with understanding. If you got to get a mortgage to pay for 30 years, I can't stop you. But have strategy behind the scenes. I know what you're doing. Maybe you have checked the thing is cheaper than rent and you go for it. You understand? And you know how to exit yourself from it, okay? So that's just the thing. So get this information. Information, it spreads everywhere. And you're right about, the influencers out there. But you can't demand them to do with their platform what you have found. You have to build your platform also. You see, that's why I went over those 4. You have to see the problem. You have to understand the problem. You have to be able to communicate the problem, okay? And to deliver it, okay? And then number 4, you need that platform. Very important. I think Shade is trying to say something.
I wanted to say
then you
something,
need
Mr.
to be able to
Common
deliver that. Sorry, what did you say?
I said, Mr. Common Sense, you're going too far. Even the pastors, the
Yeah, so it's all about
the head of the, as I've said it before here, remember we got into a conversation where I said, are you telling me that all these things we are saying,
that they don't know it?
What are we saying here? But because
and it's common sense, it's just straight away right there. It's not that difficult to grasp.
Because it's not profitable.
And that's what I'm saying. And Shadi, that's exactly what I'm saying, that when we now push this information and now say, okay, pastor, you don't know Abi. Now, I have got a movie for you. I've got a video. Can you watch this 30-minute video, this 1-hour interview, and tell me what you think?
Pastor, I joked. I said I'll go to Redeem Camp, stand there and preach 15 minutes that Jesus has come with evidence. If they won't stone you,
they will stone the person.
I get it. They will look for a way to deliver you. We need deliverance.
So that one is even far again. That one is even far again. But this is what I'm trying to say to you and Common Sense and Shade is that what God has helped us to do to this at this junction now, right? Is that God has given us a way. We have seen the problem, right? We've understood it to some extent, the way God has helped us. God has helped us to articulate it in a way that can be understood. Many of you are here because you understood the message. You may even disagree with some. Or maybe you don't understand some here, but you get it that I think I get what this man is saying. That's the grace of God to help us to be able to articulate what we have seen and understood. Okay? So what that does is that it will expose liars. So the day which I'm speaking to some of them, I can't mention names here, and the day you show them and say, Baba, look at this thing. Hello, sir. Okay, hello, sir. Well done, sir. Look at this thing. Look at, these are the people. Look at this. Look at this timeline. Look at the people. Look at the culture. And they now turn away. Then you know you're dealing with the devil. Do you see the power of information? So, and also on the other hand, get that information in the law enforcement. The day a policeman removes his uniform, the day his humanity, his Yorubaness, his humanness, his common senseness rises above his Nigerian soldierness, is when you know that you have clicked that guy. Do you see? Because those guys are asking. Even this other Yoruba man, some are saying he has taken money. I don't want to make it a topic about him. Some are saying he's taking money. He's got into the bush one time and fought Fulanese and he was successful using whatever. By the way, he's got this supernatural power the guy uses according to the story, okay? Whether or not, right? But long story short, the guy is still asking and say, let them give us a go ahead, you see. The soldiers too are asking, that's how they've been trained. And again, I said, there is this cognitive dissonance is what I would call it again, or the thing just does not work. It's an imbalance of equilibrium. To get somebody who wears suit and tie, nice shirt, in his living room with breast which roll on, use pep, and now come with a tie, and you made him the commander of the armed forces. The guy has not fought one battle. That thing does not make sense. I keep saying that thing. Maybe I don't know because I'm not a soldier. Maybe because I don't know because I'm not a politician rather. But it does not make sense to make the commander of the armed forces of any country somebody who has not fought one battle. He'll be talking conflicts and nonsense. He has never put his life on the line. He's a talker. And he can change what he says in 2 seconds. It's a politician, for crying out loud. And you put able men who are putting their life on the line under a talker. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. So soldiers now who are ready to put their life on the line, in fact, they're ready to do it for free. They're waiting for order from a big-bellied businessman who's just found some way. And then they sell that to you. They call it democracy, a system of government. It doesn't work like that. The way any civilization has worked is the man who is leading them is the man who will be the first in the battle line and has won many wars, is why he's the leader of the people, not because he talked and giving you 10,000 naira to go and vote. Vote what? So that thing cannot work, you see. It cannot work. But guess what? The Western world, as what is going to help you work, they have labeled the dictatorship. They are ready for you before you get there. If you ever get there at all. They will say, you're lacking democracy. Somebody carry person cut in neck with blood like this. You say, go and write a A4 paper first. When we check it, we will not check the DNA of the blood. We will now do 6 months forensic. What stupid madness is that? And somehow they tell you that's how it means to be civilized. That's why I'm saying even God said they watch this our film to see how the thing will end. Let's see how far the thing will go, you know. So let me quickly hear from Jason. So those matters, information I think is a more sustainable, it's slightly slow, but it's a more sustainable way. In fact, now, this may be a little extreme, but if you can somehow, we're not even talking about salvation of the spirit, of the soul yet. Matters of the soul and scripture is very deep. If that has sat down in his right mind, is the person you explain spiritual things to, like ancient Hebrew was trying to say. But somebody that is just somebody that does not even know his left from his right, give him a gun, tau, Allah Akbar, tau. He does not know anything. But I'm telling you, if you are able to somehow, not even in spirit yet, in the mind, explain to the Almanjiri what we are explaining. You understand? What we are explaining here. And even that Almanjiri stupid boy who is killing people his father's age for the name of a cow or whatever madness is wrong with the boy, that should have been wiped out from his generation, right? If you can get to understand what we're saying, some of them, as mad as they are, will probably drop their weapons and turn it back to the Oyinbo, bringing the weapons to them. Maybe. That's the power of information. So that information leads to a revelation. And the revelation is what will lead to a revolution. You can't do it with one man. They want to alive the man before you know it. You see. So that's one way I think is a better or more sustainable way to go. Jason, let me hear from you real quick.
Okay, I greet everybody. I've picked a lot of things from today's life, and seriously, part of me is very, very emotional now. And I know that God is still in control. Our Father he still has things in control. And I don't know if anybody can hear me. All of a sudden it's quiet. Okay.
It's because I muted the mic here, so maybe some normal human noise would have gone down. So
Okay.
yeah,
Yes.
I can hear you. I can hear you. I think the others can.
Yes, I wanted to just add a few points that one of the strategies that was used to bring us at the point where we are is self-centeredness and fear of the afterlife. I feel that the moment this doctrine, or just as Minister you mentioned, the Christianese kind of doctrine, churchianity, some persons will call it churchianity. The moment it was introduced to us, it made us become less communal, if I'm using the right word, to becoming individualistic. So if my prosperity is just for me, whether my community is doing well or not, it doesn't matter. I can always go to the village and pay one or two persons school fees, give one or two widows bag of rice, and get back to town and live my life. Whether they are doing fine, whether they are also getting to the level I am, it doesn't matter at all. So that has been a very big problem. It's the reason why a revolution will be very, very hard in this country that they have called Nigeria, because we didn't name this place. They were the ones that came and gave us that name. We've always been who we are before they introduced this division and conquered us. So it's one of the things that we need to get, we need to deal with as believers and as people who have the mission to spread the message, the truth to our people. We have to stop seeing ourselves as, if possible, we have to stop seeing ourselves as Nigerians and start promoting our real identity as the children, the chosen people of God, chosen people of the earth. And it will really help us, because we've lost a sense of identity. We are now engulfed in our own personal ambitions, and it's not helping. Then the other thing is that after spending almost all your life trying to acquire money, acquire wealth and material things, then you get to a point where you know you're going to die. Then the focus now moves from the material things now to life, eternal life. You want to go to heaven or you want to go to hell. From the point where we are born to the point where we die, I don't think we ever worry about our community. We ever worry about are we doing well? Are we making progress? We complain about these things, but no serious effort is put in to see that these things, to see that we are improving. So it's a very big problem. We spend our lives worrying about what to eat, what to wear, what kind of phone to buy, what kind of car to drive, how many double promotions that we'll get in our working places. Then at the peak of our life, we start worrying about if we die, we go to heaven or go to earth. Then the whole mission of dominating, subduing, replenishing the earth and all of that is just thrown in the trash. So it's a very big problem. And I felt that I should bring some light on that. The minister, this is actually, I beg to digress a little. I was watching part 6 of your podcast with Madam the 91 podcast there. I came across a point where you said we are probably the descendants of those who were not sure. I think those that died. I don't know if you recall or something like that. I saw that comment, and to me it was very powerful because it was linking a lot of things in my head. One of those things is why we can't remember our origins, our identity. Why is it that we are always associated with nakedness? Like Africans are always associated with wearing leaves and rags and jumping from tree to tree, like people that just came out of nowhere. If you ask where did the Yorubas come from, so I think I've heard something about chicken. You ask where the Igbos come from, I've heard so many things that they don't really make sense that much. It looks like we were at some point we were brainwashed or we were reset our our memories were reset or something. So I really thank God for that message. I'm still watching it anyway. I'm currently at 30 minutes anyway. It's about 2 hours long. So thank you very much. I mean, may God continue to strengthen you and give you more wisdom and knowledge. I really appreciate.
Thank you very much. So yes, it's true. So on the last point first, it appears that if we follow that scriptural prophecy, it mentions a second resurrection. And I think that is why you find second resurrection that happens just after the millennial reign is over, when Satan is released, some people will be resurrected into that season. Okay, maybe the morality of that is another bucket altogether. But long story short, that's why you see some people in West Africa, they were just naked. I don't think you leave a people for six just is a lot, 6 centuries or 5 centuries. That's 5,000 years, and they will not figure out to wear clothes. They will not figure out basic things, right? I don't think so. And that's why I think it's the same thing that was happening in Europe. Although they picked up faster, the Moors helped them a little bit from what we gathered from history. And that's where you see, they say they were pooing in on the streets, okay? And they couldn't figure out basic hygiene. That's in Europe, okay? I think it's because they also were raised from the dead, okay? And it's like there was a reset, and God said, okay, let's start this thing again, let's see. And people, it's only by DNA, by some written books somehow that they're able to remember some things. And maybe those who were translated from the previous eon of the millennium reign into the new one that could pass that knowledge across, mostly verbally and all of that. So indeed, I think that's what it is, if you're going by Bible interpretation, because there's no way the Moors, those who built Alexandria University, those who built even, there's no all of that, then that great African dynasty just crashed into where everybody's just taking water from the river, dirty water, and they're beginning to make baskets right from first principles. How did that crash that way? So that's one explanation of that. But usually I don't say it too frequently because it's at much higher level of discussions. It would take too many things to explain to people too. But someone who has followed to that point to be able to understand how and why we came to that conclusion. Yeah, thanks for that. So yeah, so that's it. Information is just about the way. So, and I think a time probably will come where I might tone down my message a little bit. I won't be this aggressive anymore. So that when that time comes, you will know why. And well, it depends on how God leads though, but I think it will be strategic to tone down the message at a point. Why? Because I would expect many of the people who have heard me firsthand, okay, in the first wave, second wave, third wave, okay, to now begin to spread that. And at that time, of which is most of it is on record and all that, okay, but at that time, it will be easier when 5,000 people are saying something than when one person is saying, to just make the person an unnecessary target, you see. So if we see in the next maybe 2 years, maybe 6 months or whatnot, I begin to talk very nice and gentle. Anyway, I'm not on nice now anyways, but then it's because it's just a strategy. Just keep quiet more, let people speak. They too, you can speak. So that you say, hey, come to the forefront, I beg, make una to talk. So that way it's more difficult to, and that's kind of what Jesus did. Now, Jesus didn't tone things down. He literally had to give his life, literally. And there was a reason for that. It was literally indeed a sacrifice. But the things, he gave it to faithful men in that sense, and they took it ahead, you see. So, and that's how this thing should be. Otherwise, it should just be unnecessarily. That's why there's no need to struggle for a platform. Which platform are you struggling for? If real problem starts, you would want to run away. So, but then that might happen in some time. So let me hear from Mr. Jason, Mr. Casolese, please. Casolese, let me hear from you.
Minister, I'm sorry. If you don't mind, I forgot something that I wanted to add concerning this fear. It's this fear that has made us not to be able to fight when we are supposed to fight. Because during the live, we were talking about people talking too much and dropping and saying a lot of talk in the Christianity. We say a lot of things that we don't act on. And I think one of the primary reasons why we don't act on is because we are afraid of dying. We are afraid of giving up all of what we have acquired here on this earth. And that is the message that Jesus came to teach us, that we should not be so tied, so connected to the things of this world, the material things of this world, because those things when push comes to shove, they would hold us back from action, because the situation that Nigeria currently is in, it's a situation that people have to be physical, not just talking alone. And you see a lot of persons are pacifying the situation, trying to talk people out, especially in the religious circle, trying to make it look like it's okay. We'll get. It's a time where we
Especially
need to
Christian
put in
circle. You know, I
efforts.
said it that if anybody ever is going to take the first step to defend from this Fulani invasion, it will not be the Christian Yoruba that will do it in this Yoruba land. It's
Exactly.
either a Muslim Yoruba or even an African traditionalist Yoruba that will go and stand out there. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's not just limited to Yorubas, to even Igbos here, even in the South where I live, in Port Harcourt. A lot of persons don't care, because when you go deep and you have conversations with them, you find out that they are afraid of dying. It was just yesterday, somebody told me that, oh boy, no matter what, don't go and die for Nigeria, don't go and die for anybody, this and that. You see, so statements like that, even though they might sound reasonable at sometimes, but you see that it's coming out of the abundance of fear in their minds, because they've actually done so much. Like you mentioned, some persons have spent millions of naira just going to school alone to get paper. Some persons have gone through hell trying to achieve certain things in life, and they don't give a damn if somebody is being beheaded in the next local government or bomb is exploding, as long as even in their families, they don't even care. Some persons have gone to the point that even if they hear that their child was shot dead or something, like, they will not, I don't know if I'm supposed to say shot dead, but they won't really care. They might just cry over it and move on, because Jesus said that there is no greater love than a brother, a man who lays his life for his brother. And that kind of love is not in Nigeria again. The whole love now has been put on material things. So it's just painful. It's sad.
Yeah, thanks for that. So, I understand. And like I said, well, there's something I think God's revealing to me soon, and I'm still working on it. There's part of it's been revealed already, but I don't even know if I can share it here. It will be people who have studied to a certain point that I'll share it with, that I can't share with, because like I said, it's difficult to say these things without even offending, because I have to offend my own self before I can understand what I'm sharing with you. You have to offend your own self, and you have to face your own hypocrisy first, you see. So, but you will discover that there are some swaps that took place. You will discover that in the so-called Old Testament, look at this. God was very harsh. Let me turn that down since we're already here. God seemed to be very harsh. I will show you two timelines. This is Old Testament. This Old Testament, how do I need four, like the cash, what do they call it? Cash flow quadrant. So I need a quadrant. So I'll show it to you in a paper. But I can't share all, even the ones that have been revealed. But it's not anything complex like super. God has helped our ministry. It's something we can explain to people. You understand? So the quadrant, OT, I'll just call it OT. I'll call this one ET. I'll call this NT. This is still ET. Okay? It's just coming the way naturally, but something that okay, to be laterally inverted, but I'm sure you can get it. Now, this is Old Testament, this is New Testament, aka you and I, New Testament, right? This is eternity. Okay, so there shouldn't even be a division here, but yes, division is fine. You will notice that, sorry, can you guys see this text? Let me know, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. It's because those things will be difficult. Unlearning is a very difficult thing. That's what I'm saying. I think God supervised our deception. It's quite low, actually. And once the guest comes up, I'll push it up. I'm sure you can hear me, hopefully. So God is as if God literally supervised our deception. That's why I can't start from here. They will, like Shade is saying, they will stone you. You can't start from here. They will call it, they wouldn't like it. They will call it heresy, but if they can think. That's why thinking is as basic. That's where I think God is working the thing. But can you see this text? Can you confirm? Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. Can you see these letters are written here? Or do I need to shade it better to make it bold? Or do I use the screen? If you can see that, I'll continue here because I need to turn cameras to show you. If you can see, let me know. Just type. Nobody's typing. Just type no or yes.
Colored stuff.
Sorry, what did you say, Kasolize?
I think it would have been better if you use a colored.
Colored
marker.
What?
Marker also.
Colored marker. Let me use the screen. But it's not so difficult. It's not so difficult.
We can see it, but it's a bit faint. We can see, but
sorry, what did you say?
We can see, but it's a bit
it's faint. Okay,
yeah.
Let me use camera. But it's not something that we are ready for yet. It's not something I am ready for.
It, I think,
I've not,
since you explained it,
I've not gotten the release to teach it yet. Sorry?
Since you've explained it, we know where the quadrants are.
So,
yeah.
But let me see
if
I can still...
It's not very difficult.
It's not very complex, really. You're right. So let me see if I can... Most of the theme here is black, but I can use a white pen. So simple enough, right? But let me see. It's not, some of us are not super smart like some professors like Professor Walaolani. Snipe. Okay, so let me use the blackboard. So new. You did slow for me. So let's try this. We need to be like a vertical. That should be fine. So let's maximize this, zoom it. Okay, so I'll just show you something. Then in fact, I wish you guys can go and study too and tell me, so that it's not just central. Okay, that's too thick. I'm drawing it already, so we'll catch it. I don't think it's that difficult. Okay, so let me switch the camera, but just before that, it's not so hard to switch. Let me show people on the other platforms. Okay, got it now. So let's switch here. So after this, we'll begin to wrap up so I can go fix a few other things. I hope we can get something from... I don't think this thing is so hot anymore, so we can drop that off. So it's not so difficult. So this is it. It's not something so... You might even have observed it, but look at this, and maybe some people have not. Now, this is, you call this Old Testament, okay? Although in real life, what you've got is really patriarchs, which most people forget. Then you have the law, we call it the law, and then you have the prophets, okay? That's what we just call everything Old Testament, okay? Now you have eternity, okay? I'll call this eternity, ET1. If you understand what I'm saying, if you agree, you can confirm. I'll call this eternity 2, okay? And this is you and I, New Testament. I'm picking something from what my brother said, Jason, I think, said. Okay? Did you notice that it has